Hey! Su Chen sighed fiercely outside a shabby tent. Brother Chen, you sigh so hard that people who don't know you would think you are no longer able to fight. A young man with a pendant hanging around his neck looked at Su Chen and said with a smile, "You are no longer able to fight. Get out." Su Chen looked at Lan, rolled his eyes, and cursed with a smile. "Ha ha! Let's go, Brother Chen. Let's go train together. We are all training hard to deal with the Belia Empire army." Next to Lan, a little boy of 11 or 12 years old came forward and grabbed Su Chen's hand, shouting, "Let's go." Su Chen shook his head helplessly, followed the two brothers, stood up and walked towards the training ground. Su Chen, male, 20 years old, traveler. This is the world of the Belia Galaxy Empire, the planet Anu. That is, the first human body that Zero traveled through and possessed, the planet where Lan is. It is also the planet where Shaoji Raasakuradi, son of Belia, who drove a mecha to beat his father when he was a child and grew up to become Ultraman to beat his father, lives. They are the same actor, Manuel Funny. It has been 7 days since he traveled to this planet. Su Chen also accepted his identity as a spaceman. Similarly, he also determined what kind of world he was in through inquiries from many sources. However, to Su Chen's disappointment, the long-awaited golden finger did not arrive. 7 days is not enough for Su Chen to wear away his attachment to the Earth, nor is it enough to comfort Su Chen's injured heart. On the training ground, Su Chen sweated profusely. Perhaps only at this time can Su Chen temporarily forget his troubles. Suddenly, a pleasant sound rang in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen shuddered, his face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his back. This is because he was scared. Any normal person would be scared if such a sound suddenly appeared in his mind. Detected that the host insisted on completing 7 days of training. Ultra God upgrade system is binding. Binding completed. A novice gift pack has been detected. Please ask the host whether to extract it. A series of prompt sounds directly confused Su Chen. After being stunned for 5 seconds, Su Chen suddenly realized. Then there was a huge surprise. Fuck! Fuck! Su Chen clenched his fists with a hideous smile on his face. Lan and Xiaoji on the side were scared. Brother Chen, are you okay? Xiaoji looked at Su Chen and asked timidly. Hearing Xiaoji's voice, Su Chen woke up from his ecstasy. He smiled calmly to cover it up. Su Chen said, "It's okay, I got a stitch in the side during training just now." Oh, how about we go to the doctor to see it? Lan asked worriedly. No, I'll go back and drink some water and rest. You guys continue to practice. Su Chen looked at the two and said, Okay, seeing that Su Chen's complexion gradually recovered and that he was walking normally, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, looked at each other, shrugged and continued training. Su Chen returned to his tent and silently asked the system in his heart. It is detected that the host has a novice gift package. Do you want to extract it? Extract! Having read countless system novels, Su Chen knew this very well. Without much nonsense with the system, Su Chen directly chose to extract. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Ultraman template, a random light skill book, and a master-level Bajiquan skill book. Ultraman template. Explain it. The skill book is simple, Su Chen knows. But this Ultraman template, Su Chen wants to know whether it is original or extracted from known Ultraman. The system will provide the host with a platform for the host to design his own Ultraman image by himself. Oh, it's just face-pinching, right? Su Chen smiled and understood instantly. The system didn't say much, which was considered as a default. How to make it? After Su Chen finished speaking, a holographic projection system operation table appeared in front of him. A human-shaped light ball about 50 centimeters in size fell in front of Su Chen. With a smile, Su Chen raised his hand and began to work, then painted. After Su Chen's operation, an Ultraman image with a main color of silver, a round timer on the chest, a gold and silver chest armor on the chest, and red and blue embellishments on the body was born under Su Chen's hands. In terms of resemblance, the Ultraman designed by Su Chen is somewhat similar to Tiga in color, but the head is somewhat similar to Noah. Unlike Noah, this Ultraman does not have such exaggerated muscle lines and looks a little softer. After Su Chen made some fine adjustments to the back and sides, the system began to finalize. Host, please name the Ultraman image. The system said, well, let's call it Nice Ultraman. Su Chen said with a smile. Nice Ultraman has been finalized. Please check it. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Su Chen read it carefully again, and after confirming that it was correct, he clicked OK. Next, the host and Ultraman's image will be merged. Please pay attention. Su Chen gritted his teeth, and the system began to slowly inject light energy into Su Chen and began to transform Su Chen's physical fitness. A warm feeling came over him, and Su Chen seemed to be on the clouds, light and floating, and there was a feeling of gradually becoming thicker. Half an hour later, the fusion was completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Zapelio light, which has automatically reached the maximum level. Fusion of completed, automatically upgraded to Grandmaster level. The system was very considerate and directly merged both the light, skills and fighting skills for Su Chen. Is there an attribute panel or something like that? Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling the powerful feeling after the evolution of the life level, and said, after Su Chen finished speaking, an attribute panel appeared in front of him. Ultraman image nice. Love Daunt 1. Height 1.88 52 meters. Weight 70 kg 54,000 tons. Skills Zapelian Ray Bajiquan. What a poor attribute panel. Su Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, waved his hand to turn off the panel, and said by the way, System, don't show that height and weight in the future. Yes. Okay, now let's continue. System, what else can you do? Su Chen asked. The host has a system and can get upgrade experience points by killing enemies and can also get rewards randomly. The types of rewards include but are not limited to items, skills, equipment, forms, etc. in the Ultra world. Killing enemies to upgrade equipment. I like your rhythm. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. TS, the new book is on the road, soaring in the clouds. Everyone please support it. Thank you. Run! The enemy is coming. Su Chen had just finished his sigh when he heard a loud shout from outside. Boom, boom, boom. Then came a strong earthquake. Su Chen quickly got up and walked out of the tent. Help! Run! One after another, cries for help came from all directions. Behind the mine not far away stood two robots with electric drill arms. In the sky, huge spaceships flew by. The cabins of the spaceships opened, and countless Legion robots fell from the sky and began to destroy the ground. Brother Chen! Brother Chen! Not far away, Xiaoji and Lan ran over one after another. The Belia Empire army is finally here? Su Chen looked at the huge army of Legion robots and said in a deep voice, Brother Chen, take Grandma away from here. Xiaoji and I will stop them. Lan looked at Su Chen and said, Grandma and the others are protected by the Kaituo group. Let's split up. Since they can level up by beating monsters, these soldiers of the Belia Empire army are naturally the best choice. Moreover, Su Chen also wants to test the weight of these Legion robots. Can he beat them at his level? Okay, Grandma, go hide. Anu guard, move out. So Lan and Xiaoji went to drive the fighter plane, and Su Chen found a hidden place and transformed directly. Swoosh! The sky-high light lit up, and a 52-meter-tall giant appeared on the ground of the planet Anu. The people on the planet Anu were stunned. Zapelio Ray. Aiming at the nearest Legion robot, Su Chen aimed at its chest and fired a Zapelio Ray directly. The Zapelio Ray, which was fully proficient by the system in the first test, naturally would not be like Orb who couldn't stand up even after using a big move. Sizzle! Boom! The ray attack lasted for about 3 seconds before it barely blew up the Legion robot. The level is still too low. Su Chen shook his head in distress. Host kills the Legion robot. Experience gain 10. Host completes first kill reward skill 8-point light wheel. Learning 8-point light wheel. 8-point light wheel has automatically reached the maximum level. Experience gained. Upgrade completed. Host status restored to full. Current level. First kill actually has a reward? Great! Su Chen is happy. Bonchetti. 8-point light wheel, a classic cutting ray skill. Moreover, the full state after the upgrade allowed Su Chen to regain most of his energy after releasing the Zapelio Ray. Of course, the strength after the upgrade was naturally improved a little. Try a new skill. Su Chen aimed at the 2 Legion robots closest to him and rushed over without saying a word. Come on, brother! Su Chen raised his right hand and condensed the 8-point light wheel, but he did not throw it out, but held it in his hand. He stepped on the footwork of Bajiquan, dodged the long-range attack of the Legion robot, and quickly approached one of the robots. The high-speed rotating 8-point light wheel directly cut towards the neck of the Legion robot. Sizzle! Su Chen's move directly caused sparks to fly, and the scene was quite spectacular. Boom! The 8-point light wheel took 5 seconds to cut off the head of the Legion robot. The Legion robot, which lost its energy core, exploded. Host kills the Legion robot. Experience points, 10. Seeing this, another Legion robot rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen turned over on the spot and avoided the electric drill of the Legion robot. Zapelio ray. Su Chen fired an instant version of the Zapelio ray, which was relatively less powerful than the previous charged one. However, compared to before, Su Chen has upgraded. Su Chen, who was at level 2, used this instantaneous Zapelio beam to blow up the Legion robot in front of him. Host kills Legion robot. Experience gain 10. Experience full upgrading. Upgrade completed. Host status restored to full. Current level B3. Level up. Status restored to full. Energy limit also increased. Experience babies, here I come. Host kills Legion robot. Host kills Legion robot. Experience 10. Legion robots continued to explode under Su Chen's 8-point light wheel and Zapelio beam, and Su Chen's level soon reached level 6. Host kills Legion robot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Flying. Learning Flying. Flying has automatically reached full level. Ultraman is not born with the ability to fly. For example, Su Chen, who is similar to the new Ultraman in the Kingdom of Light, can only fight monsters in melee if he does not have the system reward of the Zapelio ray in his initial state. After reaching the maximum level of flying, Su Chen has a lot more knowledge about flying in his mind, and his body seems to have a lot more muscle memory. Now, let alone normal flying, he can even fly like Zeta. Of course, due to the limitations of level and energy, his current flying speed is only a pitiful 800 kilometers per hour. This speed is just the general flying speed of civil airliners. But after all, he can fly. The pleasure brought by the upgrade makes Su Chen unable to stop. After learning to fly, Su Chen began to move quickly. In one word, do it. Host kills the Legion robot. Experience points obtained. Experience points are full. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Host status is back to full. Current level, LV 1000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ultra Telekinesis. Learning Ultra Telekinesis. Ultra Telekinesis has automatically reached the maximum level. I finally killed almost all of them. Looking at the broken remains of the Legion robots on the ground around him, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, before Su Chen could completely relax, a figure almost as tall as him suddenly fell in front of him. Dark Lopus! Su Chen looked at the person who came and subconsciously took a step back. The original version of this thing could fight against Zero in half. Even if this one was a mass-produced model, it was not something he could beat now. Dog system, why don't you give me a detection level function? Su Chen cursed the system inwardly and was extremely alert, because the Dark Lopus on the opposite side had already started to attack. Just when Su Chen thought he was going to be finished, there was a loud bang in the sky, accompanied by a Tia, and a figure crashed into the Dark Lopus on the opposite side. Zero, you are finally here. This is my first time riding in Kunlun, so I don't know the specific rules. Please have mercy on me. As in the original work, Zero came here following the fragments of the Paraji shield. However, after arriving here, he was surprised to find that there was actually an Ultraman on this planet. Although this Ultraman was very weak, and even only had the strength of a warrior guarding the prison in the Kingdom of Light, this guy was too fierce in fighting. He completely ignored the injuries and energy consumption and fought fiercely. He only watched for 10 seconds, and Su Chen had already killed 3 Legion robots with his beam. He was not prepared to come in, but the sudden appearance of Dark Lopus forced him to help. Zero was indeed a big man. He came up with an Amaram beam and directly smashed this mass-produced version of Dark Lopus. What a pity! I didn't get the kill! Dark Lopus was obviously much higher than Su Chen in level. If Su Chen could get the kill, Maybe he could level up 4 or 5 levels at once. Chen was thinking about it when he saw 3 dark locusts descending from the sky and surrounding Chen and Zero. "I'm Ultraman Zero. Are you the Ultraman of this planet?" Chen and Zero quickly stood back to back, and Zero asked quickly, "Yes, I'm Ultraman Nice. Hello, Zero." Chen nodded. "My energy is not enough to fight for a long time on this planet, so I want to fight quickly. You have to help me hold back a dark locust." Zero said, "No problem." Chen answered quickly, "At this time, it is not the time to consider whether to get the kill or not. Staying alive is the most important thing." Swish! The 3 dark locusts took off the ice axes on their heads and rushed towards Zero and Chen. Zero also took off the ice axe and stopped 2 dark locusts in one breath. Chen, on the other hand, used Bajiquan and started to fight with one of the dark locusts. Level 8 Splitting Mountain Palm. Taijiquan can bring peace to the world, and Bajiquan can determine the fate of the world. The light energy of Ultraman was stimulated in the form of internal boxing, and the effect was great. After fighting with the dark locusts, Chen soon got the hang of it and began to concentrate on using the dark locusts to hone his combat experience. Needless to say, Zero on the other side fought 2 monsters. However, his energy could not be replenished, and soon the red light came on. In order to save energy, he combined the ice axe into one and turned it into a plasma spark knife. Then he went forward and chopped and blew up 2 dark locusts with 2 knives. Retracting the ice axe, Zero looked back at Chen and found that Chen and the dark locust were fighting back and forth. "Nice! Let's get rid of it in one go," Zero shouted to Chen. "No problem." Chen kicked dark locust, took advantage of the momentum to retreat, and stood with Zero. "Zero focus beam! Zapelio beam!" Chen and Zero released their ultimate moves at the same time, killing the last dark locust. And Chen also received a lot of rewards. Host killed Dopus. Experience points for killing a level higher than the previous one. Experience points are full. Upgrade completed. Host status is full. Current level, Wolfbot 17. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ultra Shield. Learning Ultra Shield. Ultra Shield has automatically reached the maximum level. Although it was considered a joint kill, the system still counted it as Chen's. Now, with the strength of level 17, he is considered to have some qualifications to participate. Ding! The energy indicator light on Zero's chest kept ringing. "Brother, brother, wake up, brother." When Chen was about to think of a way to help Zero solve the problem of human body, he heard Xiaoji's voice not far away. "Fuck, I'm like this. You can still die?" Really, Chen turned his head to look at Lan and Xiaoji, who were lying on the ground not far away, and shook his head bitterly. "Don't worry, I have a way to save him. It just so happens that I also need to find a way to stay for the time being." Zero looked at the worried Chen, reached out and patted his shoulder, and then turned into a ray of light and became one with Lan. Seeing this, Chen glanced at the increasing number of Belia Empire soldiers around him, shook his head helplessly, and reversed his body and fell beside Lan and Xiaoji. No, now it should be said that it was beside Zero and Xiaoji. "Brother Chen, are you the Ultraman just now?" Xiaoji saw the whole process of Chen's reverse transformation and asked in shock. "Okay, none of this matters. Let's hide first," Chen said lightly. "Oh, okay." Xiaoji nodded as he watched his brother slowly wake up. The 3 of them ran towards the cave not far away. After entering the cave, Xiaoji kept talking. He was just a child. His brother was still alive and they had successfully escaped. This was enough. Chen was talking in a random manner. "Xiaoji, I am both your brother and not your brother. I am Ultraman Zero, an Ultraman from the Kingdom of Light. Like your brother Chen, we are both Ultramen." Although Zero didn't have the heart to hit Xiaoji, he still had to say it out loud. "Then, where is my brother, Lan?" Xiaoji asked anxiously. "Don't worry, Xiaoji. Lan and Zero are of one mind. In this way, we can not only heal your brother's injury, but also allow Zero to move around on this planet. It's a 2 birds at 1 deal." Chen said. "So my brother is still alive?" "Of course. When your brother's injury is completely healed and Zero's mission in this world is completed, you 2 brothers will be able to reunite," Chen explained. After hearing Chen's words, Zero cast a grateful look at Chen. Although he is more than 5,000 years old, he is really not as good as Chen, a 20-year-old boy, in communicating with others. Oh! Xiaoji looked at Zero gratefully and nodded heavily. Thank you, Zero. Xiaoji stretched out his hand to Zero, and the two of them held hands tightly together. Suddenly, the fragment of the Paraji shield on Xiaoji's chest suddenly lit up. This is the first time this has happened. What is this? This is a fragment of the Paraji shield. The Paraji shield? Yes, my brother and I are going to find him. Is that so? Zero stood up and nodded. Bessie. The shield of Paraji protects the entire universe. This is the legend of our planet. Therefore, if we find him, we can protect us and get rid of that terrifying demon king, Caesar Belia. Caesar Belia? Hearing this familiar name, some clues from this period of time flashed through Zero's mind quickly, and it seemed that they could be connected together. However, before Zero could think about it carefully, a huge electric drill drilled out of the mountain. We've been discovered! Xiaoji shouted, and the three of them hurriedly hid to the side. Chen was extremely vigilant and ready to transform at any time. After all, with his participation, no one could say whether Emirana would save Chen and the other two. Just as Chen and the other two were about to transform, a magic circle suddenly appeared under their feet, and the three of them fell directly. On the planet Anu, a huge spaceship rushed away 2 Legion robots, and then rushed into the universe in one breath. What is this? It's a spaceship! Xiaoqi shouted excitedly. The spaceship entered the space, and Chen and the other two went to the indicated cabin. The main control room door opened. Chen and the other two walked in and saw a woman sitting in the driver's seat with her back to them. Milana? P.S. I started doing the graduation thesis experiment these 2 days, but after all, I am an old author, so I still have some hand speed. So, for the time being, I will update once at noon and once in the afternoon. Friends who can see it on QQ Reading, please click to collect and vote for it. Because I can't see how many collections there are in the background, so I need everyone to help and work hard to push the recommendation votes and collections to more than 100 as soon as possible. Thank you all. In the endless galaxy, a red and white spaceship quickly shuttled between the planets. In the spaceship, Chen and others came to the cockpit and looked at the woman with her back to them. Unlike Zero, who has now found a human body, Chen is an evolution of the essential life level. Although he is in human form now, his combat power and physical fitness in all aspects are very strong. As a result, he could clearly hear the rapid breathing of Emirana due to nervousness. You seem very nervous? Chen said. Huh? Xiaoji and Sarah were both confused. It was this woman who saved the three of them, so why was she the one who was nervous? Well, thank you for saving us. My name is Xiaoji, he is my brother Sero, and this is also my brother, Chen. Xiaoji was very familiar with people and introduced himself directly. Because of Chen's reminder, Xiaoji and Sero did not step forward immediately, but stood there, waiting for Emirana to speak. Well, what I mean is, let's have a good talk. You can make your spaceship more restrained. After waiting for half a minute, the two sides were still in a stalemate, and Chen smiled and suggested, Your Highness, do you want to start the memory erasure? A baritone voice sounded. Memory erasure? What are you going to do? Shero subconsciously stepped forward and blocked Xiaoji behind him. Princess, the price of rescuing them is to erase their memories and send them to the nearest planet. This is our agreement. If something happens to your princess... James' voice sounded again. Princess, are you also being hunted by Caesar Belia? Shouted excitedly. As far as I know, the only royal family in the universe that is qualified to be hunted by Caesar Belia is Esmeralda. I wonder which princess of Esmeralda you are? Chen took a step forward. Of course, vigilance was inevitable. The idea of transformation was always ready. As long as James made a move, he would definitely transform at the first time. Well, although he might not be able to beat James. I'm sorry, James is also trying to protect me. I won't erase your memories. Please rest assured. Emirana stood up and turned her head, looking at Chen and the other two, and said carefully. Her temperament was originally gentle. During the days of being hunted, she was walking on thin ice every day. So now when she saw Chen and the others, she subconsciously apologized. You saved us. How can you apologize to us? If you want to apologize, it should be this annoying robot, Chen said with a smile. Thank you, thank you. Without James's rash actions, original book, the group communicated happily. Chen and others also introduced their identities to each other. When several people put their hands together, the shield of Paraji glowed again. It glows again, Xiaoji murmured. When Zero first arrived, James played him a video about Caesar Belia. Seeing this scene, Zero shouted that he wanted to kill Belia. Do you think you can defeat Belia in your current state? Chen looked at Zero and asked in a deep voice, or can you kill countless Belia Empire soldiers under Belia alone? Chen asked again. Nissan, didn't we agree to go find the shield of Paraji? Like Brother Chen said, you alone can't defeat so many Belia Empire troops, Xiaoji said, holding Zero's hand. The shield of Paraji, is it the legend you talked about before? Can such an illusory thing really protect the entire universe? James said disdainfully. Yes, it can, that's what Dad said. Xiaoji stepped forward and yelled at James. Chen's mouth twitched. You look like this. In another universe, you are Belia's son. So Belia told you how to find Noah's artifact and then defeat him? Of course, this is just Chen's bad taste. In fact, this is just a child's unconditional trust in his father. But the key is that what Xiaoji and Lan's father said is true. But there is no evidence. Artificial intelligence emphasizes logic, so everything must be supported by evidence. Are you saying I'm a liar? Xiaoji yelled. Okay. What's the point of quarreling between a 10-year-old kid and a top artificial intelligence? Chen rolled his eyes. The legend of the Paraji shield does exist, so we must go find it. Chen made a conclusion. Well, although Zero is the strongest among the few people, he is an outsider who is unfamiliar with the place, so a local like Chen is naturally the boss. Brother Chen? Xiaoji looked at Chen, who supported him, and cast a bad, grateful look. Okay, where should we go next? Xiaoji, you tell me, Chen said. If we want to know the location of the Paraji shield, we must go to the existence with the strongest intelligence in the universe, Xiaoji said with a smile. Have you heard of the Pirates of Fire? Xiaoji said with a smile. The Pirates of Fire. Xiaoji's extensive information once again refreshed Chen's cognition. This guy, is he really not Belia's son? James began to speed up. The universe is vast and boundless. After passing through a meteorite belt, Chen and others headed towards the place where the Flame Pirates were at full speed. The Flame Sea is a gas ocean composed of nitromethane. The base camp of the Flame Pirates is here. On the Pioneer, a warrior with a fiery red body stood at the bow and looked at James, who arrived at the Flame Sea. Captain, a strange guy appeared in our territorial waters. The Flame Warrior looked at James and turned back to the people on the ship. Then, Garu and the other two asked questions. Where did this guy come from? If you don't want to be burned into a kebab, leave quickly. The Flame Warrior's foul mouth began to work again. Kebab? This guy. James was immediately angry. It's better to say hello so it's easier to talk. Emirana stood up and said softly, Zero, this guy is left to you. I can't beat him. Chen admitted it very openly. If you can't beat him, you can't beat him. There is nothing to be ashamed of. With the system, it is true that we cannot defeat them now, but that does not mean that we cannot defeat them in the future. Okay. Zero nodded heavily, then transformed and went straight on. Okay, everyone, let's enjoy this drama. Chen sat down with his legs crossed and said to Emirana and Xiaoji, P.S. Our chapters are free anyway, so I will post the author's words at the end of each chapter, so that browser friends can also see them. Go and give them a recommendation vote. Flame Warrior, also known as Red Lotus Flame. If you trace his origin, he should be the descendant of Flame Superman, broadcast in 1973, which is also recognized by Tsuburaya's official radio drama. The culture of Flame has always represented violence and unreasonableness. Whether it is the fire god Zhurong in our own mythology or the Flame Warrior in front of us, they are all of the type with bad tempers. As soon as Zero went out, the two started arguing. Dark Lopus? The Flame Warrior was shocked when he saw Ultraman Zero transform. I'm not that guy. My name is Ultraman Zero. Ultraman Zero. Ultraman Zero touched his nose and shouted loudly. Who cares who you are? Just as Ultraman Zero turned around to show off to Chen and others, The Flame Warrior flew forward without saying a word and punched Ultraman Zero on a nearby meteorite. "Hey! Don't do anything! I'm not an enemy!" Ultraman Zero stood up and shouted at the Flame Warrior. "Stop talking nonsense!" The hot-tempered Flame Warrior would never listen to Ultraman Zero's explanation. He jumped down without saying a word and punched Ultraman Zero. Hey, James! Does your spaceship have the ability to record images? Hurry up and take a picture of their fight." Chen saw this scene and inexplicably thought of the famous scene that followed, and hurriedly shouted to James, "Brother Chen, Ultraman Zero has been beaten. Why don't you go to help?" Xiaoji shouted hurriedly, "I can't beat the Flame Warrior. Why am I going to cause trouble?" Chen said lightly about the fact that he had defeated someone, as if that person was not himself, and he didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, Emirana and Xiaozi looked at Chen with strange faces. It was the first time they saw someone being so confident, even though they couldn't beat him. "The spacecraft has the ability to take pictures, and I have been recording the battle, scenes between the two of them in real time," James said. Okay, send me a copy when the time comes." Chen smiled and said, "Okay." The two completed a wave of inexplicable transactions. In the field, the battle between Zero and the Flame Warrior entered a white-hot stage. The Flame Warrior used a combo to make Zero go upside down. Zero was naturally unwilling to be outdone, as his strength was much stronger than that of the Flame Warrior. After escaping from the Flame Warrior's combo control, a group of people came to fight back and gave the Flame Warrior a mode of going upside down. Now, the two were finally able to talk peacefully together. When the Shield of Paraji was mentioned, the Flame Warrior was originally dismissive, but Zero showed him the fragment of the Shield of Paraji. The Flame Warrior was stunned. However, before the Flame Warrior could make a decision, a large number of space fleets appeared outside the Flame Sea. "The situation is not good. It's the Belia army." The alarm sounded inside the James spaceship. "Hey!" Xiaoji and Emirana were startled. A large number of Belia Empire troops gathered and came across space. On the leading spaceship stood a black monster, Dark Gona. And Dark Gona, tracing back to its origin, its ancestor was Njigana in a long-ago movie called James A. "Finally found you, Flame Pirates. I am the Dark Advisor of the Belia Empire army, Dark Gona. Those who dare to resist our army are all fools. Go!" Dark Gona waved his claws, and countless Legion robots rushed towards the Flame Pirates one after another. "The experienced babies are here again, James. Protect Xiaoji and Emirana. I'm going to help too." Chen looked at these extremely cute Legion robots, muttered, and said to James, "This is my duty," James replied. "Chen, be careful." "Brother Chen, come on." Emirana and Xiaoji said to Chen one after another. "Don't worry, nice!" Chen shouted in a low voice, and a flash of light flashed on his body, turning into a ball of light, rushing out of the spaceship and landing next to Zero. "Nice! Zero! Go! Yeah!" The two smiled at each other, then plunged into the Belia Empire army and began to attack. 8-point light wheel. Chen held an 8-point light wheel in each hand and slashed at the nearby Legion robots. Zero was stunned. 8-point light wheel, can it be used like this?" Zero murmured. "It's teaching time. Learn a little. Although you are much stronger than me, in terms of skills." Chen smiled at Zero from a distance, and then continued to attack. "Host killed the Legion robot. 10. Host killed the Legion experience points gained 10. The news of experience points increasing kept coming. Zero deployed his shield to block a large area of attacks, and then threw out the javelin, transformed by the Ultra Bracelet, killing hundreds of Legion robots in a circle. All experience points, so envious. Chen looked at this scene, drooling with envy, but he and Zero were many levels apart, and he couldn't do this at all. Zero focus beam. Looking at the large number of Legion robots in front of him, Zero released a beam attack. "In that case, I won't be polite. Zapelio beam." Chen released all his energy in one breath. As the strongest single beam of Tiga, the power of the Zaperian beam is naturally needless to say. "Go to hell." Boom boom. The three parties attacked together, and the explosion sound of the Legion robot continued, and Chen's ears were also constantly filled with pleasant prompt sounds. "Host killed the Legion robot. Experience points 10. Host killed the Legion robot." Experience points are full. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Host status restored to full. Current level LV20. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Leo Kick. Learning Leo Kick. Leo Kick has automatically reached the maximum level. Above level 20, 500 more for each level? Chen looked at the experience bar that required 1,500 experience points to upgrade and murmured. However, it is still good to have an additional skill of Leo Kick. Nice, we can't finish fighting so many. Zero had already turned on the light at this time and shouted to Chen, who was still on the light. For Chen, who didn't have to worry about energy consumption, Zero left tears of envy. Yeah, let's retreat, there are so many, let's fight on. Although Chen could still fight, and he also liked so many Belia Empire soldiers giving him experience. However, if Dark Gona or Dark Lopus took action, he might be finished in a few minutes, so it was better to be steady. But how to withdraw? P.S. The experiment took too long today and I forgot to set the timer last night, so I can only update now. I will set another chapter in the afternoon. Get out of here, Zero, nice. Captain, you guys should leave as well. The Flame Warrior stepped forward and shouted at Zero and Chen. Damn Belia army, I'll kill you all! The Flame Warrior touched the energy core on his chest, and a raging fire ignited on his body. Flame? The Flame Warrior roared, and the flames on his body became so strong that he seemed to be burning himself. What are you gonna do? Zero shouted anxiously while flashing his lights. Come on, come on! The Flame Warrior smiled and turned to look at Zero. The shield of Paraji is on the Mirror Star. Mirror Star? Ah, go find the people of the second dimension. My name is Red Flame. The Flame Warrior nodded to Zero. Partners, this thing is really good. Nice to meet you. After saying that, the Flame Warrior plunged into the Sea of Fire and directly detonated the entire Sea of Fire. The huge explosion impact rushed towards the endless space without mercy. Sudden, countless Belia core was directly destroyed. Seeing this, Dark Gona cursed angrily and quickly slipped away. Chen and Zero quickly used the Ultra Shield to block James behind them, and then escaped from the explosion range. Because of the exhaustion of energy, Zero turned into a human body. Chen was better, but it was not a good thing to keep the Ultra body all the time, so he wrapped Zero into light and entered the spaceship. Chen! Brother Chen! Seeing Chen and Zero coming back, Emirana and Xiaoji said anxiously, It's all right, and the Flame Warrior will not die. Chen said with a smile. Well, the Flame Warriors are born as the incarnation of flames, and they will only become stronger in the flames. As the Princess of Esmeralda, Emirana naturally knew something. She nodded and said with a smile, Zero. He ran out of energy and strength and fell asleep. He will be fine after a good sleep. Chen smiled and said as he looked at Zero lying in front of him, I'll carry my brother to rest. Xiaoji is a spaceman, and although he is only a teenager, he still has the strength to carry an adult man. Chen and Emirana were left in the cockpit. Thank you, Chen, Emirana suddenly said after a little silence. Why are you talking about this? Chen smiled and said, If it weren't for you and Zero, I might still be wandering around now, and I can't find my future goal at all. Emirana crossed her hands, raised her head and looked at Chen's face seriously, and said seriously, Hey, defeating Belia is our common goal and we are partners. Chen said with a smile. By the way, I heard from the Flame Warrior that the shield of Paraji is on the Mirror Star. Let's go to the world of the second dimension next. Chen said. Mirror Star. Emirana heard this. Her eyes became a little firmer, but more of it was a touch of sadness. Why? I have a guard, Then Emirana talked about the Mirror Knight. Don't worry. Good people will have their own heaven. Mirror Knight will be fine. Chen smiled and comforted. The spaceship moved forward at a high speed and headed towards the Mirror Star, and Zero slowly woke up from his sleep. When he saw that the 3 lights on his wrist turned into 2, he smiled freely and got up and came to the cockpit. The 3 chatted for a while, and Emirana suddenly found the problem with the light of the bracelet on Zero's wrist. Zero, this? Zero was practicing martial arts with Chen. He stopped and smiled, saying, It's okay, this is just... Zero scratched his head, not knowing how to explain it, so he smiled awkwardly. Give it to me. I'll charge it for you. Su Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Can you really charge this bracelet?" Zero shouted in surprise. "We are all Ultra Warriors." Su Chen smiled and stretched out his hand. "Okay." Zero nodded, waved his hand to take off the Ultra bracelet, and handed it to Su Chen. "Watch it." Su Chen smiled, and with a thought, he transformed directly and then began to infuse the energy in his body into the bracelet. His hand began to glow. The dim crystal slowly lit up the blue light again. 3 minutes later, Su Chen did not light up. 5 minutes later, Su Chen still did not light up. Zero was shocked. After such a long time of energy infusion, the light still hasn't come on. Is the other party's light just for the sake of appearance? Finally, after 10 minutes, the energy indicator light on Su Chen's chest began to flash, and Su Chen also stopped at this time. "Huh, it's finally done. I thought my current strength was not enough to charge you once," Su Chen said with a wry smile. "Really, the energy is full." Zero took the bracelet and shouted excitedly, "Okay, brother, work hard. With me here, you will definitely not lose power," Su Chen said with a smile. "Yeah!" Zero nodded gratefully. However, seeing this scene, James Burt wanted to say to Zero, "Don't be touched, he is lying to you." Because the mysterious operation between Zero and the Flame Warrior was filmed by Su Chen, and Su Chen now has a USB flash drive containing these videos and photos in his hand. However, Zero naturally didn't know all this. Seven, who was far away in the Kingdom of Light, stood under the plasma spark tower, watching one of the 3 energy lamps suddenly dim, and nervously called out, "Zero." However, before he could worry for a few minutes, the lamp lit up again. "Hey, can other universes also replenish the energy of Ultra Warriors?" Seven was confused. Here, Su Chen and others soon came to the Mirror Star, passed through the barrier of the second dimension, and came to the world of the second dimension. "People of the second dimension, please answer me. We came here to find the Shield of Paraji," Emirana stepped forward and said. However, the people of the second dimension did not care much about the things of the third dimension, and a middle-aged male voice said something irrelevant. Moreover, he was very pessimistic. In order to come up with a reason why he and others had to give up, he reflected the self-sealing appearance of the Mirror Knight. "Mirror Knight!" Emirana shouted anxiously. What happened to him? In order to protect the palace of Esmeralda, he used up all his strength, but his soul was corroded by Belia, so he had to seal himself up. There is no cure. No cure? We Warriors of Light never believed this. Su Chen stepped forward and said loudly, "Su Chen? Zero, you should be able to save him." Su Chen looked back at Zero and said, Use light energy to purify the darkness in his soul. This is the basic operation. Then let's do it together," Su Chen said. "Okay. P.S. Why is there no one here? The contract has been sent out, and the contract status can probably be changed this week. Please recommend." "Oh, nice." Su Chen and Zero transformed one after another, turning into 2 giants of light and landing on the ground of Mirror Star. "Let's go." The 2 looked at each other, jumped into the river, and came to the front of the Mirror Knight. "I can't beat him. You stop him, and then we use light energy to purify him together," Su Chen said to Zero. "Yes." Zero nodded and then stepped forward to negotiate with the Mirror Knight. The 2 naturally didn't agree on anything, and they started fighting. Soon, the 3 of them came to the ground. "Nice help!" After Zero and the Mirror Knight trembled for a moment, they locked the Mirror Knight from behind. "Okay." Seeing this, Su Chen jumped forward, and the pure light energy in his body began to burst out. "Hey!" Su Chen and Zero shouted, and the light energy began to cover the Mirror Knight and then began to purify the darkness in him. The darkness that invaded the depths of the soul. The process of being eliminated was like removing poison. Extremely painful. So the Mirror Knight wailed in pain during this process. "Please find yourself for me." It must be said that this process was very strenuous. Even though Su Chen's energy was much greater than that of an average warrior, and even as much as that of Zero's entire body at this moment, it still took a lot of effort. But the good thing was that because Su Chen and Zero worked together, the energy of both of them was not exhausted, and everyone was in good condition. This resulted in Zero's third light still being half-dimmed after his reverse transformation. Finally done! Su Chen reversed and landed beside Emirana, took a breath and shouted, "Thank you, Su Chen." Emirana looked at Su Chen and shouted excitedly, "It's okay!" Su Chen waved his hand and looked up at Mirror Knight. Zero also came up from the shore, and he and Xiaoji high-fived each other and seemed to be in a good mood. "Thank you." Mirror Knight looked at Su Chen and Zero and said gratefully, "We are all friends. It's awkward to say that." Su Chen smiled. Emirana also smiled and greeted Mirror Knight. "Go get the Paraji shield." Someone from Mirror Star suddenly spoke. "Ha ha!" Hearing this, Xiaoji, Emirana, and others were immediately happy. Only Su Chen looked solemn, because according to the original plot, the Belia Empire army led by the Iron Dragon was about to hit Mirror Star. Boom! As expected, the ground of Mirror Star began to shake violently. In front of everyone, a mirror soon appeared, on which were the figures of the Belia Empire army. "Leave this to me. You go get the shield," Mirror Knight said quickly. "I'll help too." Su Chen stepped forward and said to Mirror Knight, "Su Chen, your energy?" "It's okay, this little energy is less than half of mine," Su Chen replied with a smile. His goal is always to kill enemies and level up. With a master like Mirror Knight helping him, he can fully exert his power willfully. In this way, he can quickly improve his strength. Su Chen didn't dare to ask for the Shield of Paraji or something like that, Noah's artifact. It was designed by Noah specifically for Zero. Even if he got it now, he couldn't use it, right? His strength didn't allow it. So it's best to grab the benefits that you can grab. "Su Chen, you must be careful." Emirana looked at Su Chen worriedly and said, "Don't worry." Su Chen nodded, stretched out his hand and pressed Emirana's head, saying, "I always feel that there is something missing on your head. I'll find it for you later." Thank you." "Huh?" Xiaoji said with a smile. "The shield is at the uppermost reaches of the underground river. There is a temple there. You guys speed up. Ness and I may not be able to hold on," Mirror Knight said. "Well, we must be as fast as possible." So the troops were divided into two groups. Zero and Emirana went to find the Shield of Paraji, while Su Chen transformed again and fought against the Belia army with the Mirror Knight. "Come on, look at the power of my Leo kick." Su Chen jumped out of the range of the Mirror Star, then jumped up and kicked directly at a group of Legion robots. Ha! Red flames rose from Su Chen's right foot, and tens of thousands of tons of weight and extremely fast speed turned into huge kinetic energy. Boom, boom, boom. Host kills Legion robots. Experience points gained 10. Countless Legion robots are under Su Chen's feet. 8-point light wheel. I cut. Life. The experience points increased little by little, and Su Chen's level was also slowly breaking through. Host kills points 10. Experience points are full. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Host status is full. Current level, Ilwi 21 2000. Okay, you guys try this again. Zapelio ray. With his energy fully restored, Su Chen once again released a powerful ray and began to fire. With his level raised by 1 level, Su Chen's speed in killing the Legion robots has obviously increased a lot. Moreover, Su Chen can now destroy those warships. Host destroyed Belia's warship. Experience gain 20. Host destroyed Belia's warship. Experience gain 20. Obviously, Belia's warships are also enemies. Silver Cross Ray. And the Mirror Knight did not fall behind. His strength far exceeded Su Chen's. In addition, Su Chen shared a large number of soldiers, so he specialized in dealing with those powerful enemies, like large warships and Dark Lopus. "Wait, leave this guy to me." Su Chen didn't know when he rushed in front of the Mirror Knight, looking at the crippled Dark Lopus in front of him, and directly grabbed the head. Zapelio ray. Boom! Host killed Dark Lopus. Experience gained by killing enemies at higher levels. 2000. As the level increases, Dark Lopus's bonus to Su Chen's killing enemies at higher levels is reduced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Rampart Light Bullet. Learning Rampart Light Bullet has automatically reached the maximum level. Experience value is full. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Host status is restored to full. Current level, Wolf 22, 2500. Ha ha ha, come again! The upgrade brings the status back to full again, and there is also the automatically full level of Tiga's signature skill. Be careful, nice! Don't worry. Su Chen was in high spirits at this time, and these monsters basically posed little threat to him. Moreover, fortunately, as the level increases, the experience brought by these monsters has not decreased much. Otherwise, P.S. This is released on a scheduled basis, and I don't know what happened after waking up, but I still ask for a wave of recommendation votes. In the Mirror Star, after Zero and the others landed at the underground river, they quickly headed for the temple upstream. We have to speed up and can't keep Chen and the others waiting for too long, Zero said as he walked. Yeah, Emerana nodded, her face full of worry. I don't know if she was worried about Chen or the Mirror Knight, or Chen more. Outside, with the skill of the Rampart light bullet, and it was at the full level, Chen instantly mastered the release methods of basically all types of light bullets. There are simplified versions, enhanced versions, and final versions. However, the final version of Chen cannot be released yet. Facing more and more Belia Corps and warships attacking the Mirror Star, Chen also began to change his attack method, relying on favorable terrain and not daring to stay away from the Mirror Knight while protecting the Mirror Star and attacking. However, there were too many enemies in front of him, and Chen gained experience with every attack. Host kills the Legion robot. Experience gained 10. Host destroyed Belia's warship. Experience gained 20. Damn, what on earth is that little devil? His strength is rubbish, but his energy seems to be endless. The Iron Dragon, who was supervising the battle in the rear, looked at everything in front of him and cursed inwardly. General, I'll go get rid of him. A dark Lopus beside the Iron Dragon said, No need, you are no match for the Mirror Knight, and our goal is the Mirror Star, not those 1 or 2 little devils. Increase the intensity of the attack. Yes! He still knew the strength of the Mirror Knight, so he did not act rashly. The main task this time was to get rid of the Mirror Star, and killing people was not the main thing. Boom boom. The attacks came in overwhelming numbers. Ultra Shield! Chen unfolded a huge shield, even bigger than the Barrier of Cyrus. Fuck! However, there were too many attacks this time, and Chen's Ultra Shield only resisted for 3 seconds before it shattered. Nice! Let's retreat. We may not be able to stop them, Mirror Knight shouted. No! Chen gritted his teeth and shook his head. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm really Hello Kitty? Chen dodged a lot of attacks and muttered, Mirror Knight, help me resist, Chen shouted. What are you going to do? Mirror Knight asked while attacking. Resist? I need about 10 seconds. Okay, Mirror Knight nodded. You have to make it work. Chen took a deep look at the Belia Corps in front of him, then stretched out his hands and began to gather the enhanced version of the Zapelio ray. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Huge energy began to gather towards Chen's hands. This was not only Chen's own power, but also a lot of external power. Go to hell! Zapelio ray! Chen shouted. His hands formed a cross and poured the silver-white light emitting electric light towards the Belia Corps in front of him. Boom boom. The enhanced version of the Zapelio beam was more powerful than level 30. The ordinary level 10s and 20s Legion robots in front of him were just food for the taking. Even the dark Lopus in the back were injured to varying degrees. Drip, drip. At the moment the beam was released, Chen's energy indicator light also flashed. Host destroyed the Belia warship. Experience points gained. Host killed the Legion robot. Points gained 10. In an instant, a large amount of experience points poured in. Host killed the Legion gained 10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Ultra Water Flow. Learning Ultra Water Flow. Ultra Water Flow has automatically reached the maximum level. Host destroyed the Belia warship. Experience points gained 20. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Ultra Perspective. Learning Ultra Perspective. Ultra Perspective has automatically reached the maximum level. Experience value is full. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Host status restored to full. Current level, ELV 24, 230, 3500. 2 more levels and 2 more skills. Not bad. Ultra Water Stream and Ultra Perspective are both classic skills, especially Ultra Water Stream, also known as Magical Ultra Spray. Of course, Zoffi's version has a freezing effect, but after Ultra Water Stream has reached the maximum level, Chen knows that these are all extended versions of Ultra Water Stream, and Chen can still use them now. 3,500 experience points, then. Let's have 1 or 2 Dark Lopus. Chen looked at the Dark Lopus behind him and murmured in a deep voice, "Good, so strong." The Mirror Knight was sighing at Chen's attack. "Why are you in a daze? You still think this attack is worth it? Hurry up and help. We can retreat after killing 2 more. Dark Lopus." Chen shouted, Oh. Mirror Knight nodded and used the mirror to refraction and began to cause trouble to the guys around him. Zapelio Ray, Lampart Light Bullet. Chen aimed at the position of the 2 seriously injured Dark Lopus and threw out 2 big moves directly. Host killed Dark Lopus. Experience points for killing cross levels, 2,000. Host kills points for killing across levels, 2,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Ultra Guillotine. Learning Ultra Guillotine. Ultra Guillotine has automatically reached the maximum level. Experience points are full and are being upgraded. Upgrade completed. Host status is restored to full. Current level, Livebont 25. Retreat. After a successful attack in obtaining a powerful skill, Chen did not think about the experiment and directly pulled the Mirror Knight away. Chen's purpose was to kill the enemy and upgrade the equipment. The purpose of the Mirror Knight was to buy time for Zero and the others. The 2 had different purposes, but the effects were indeed the same. Now that they could no longer fight, if they did not leave, they would only wait for death. Moreover, Zero's energy was not exhausted, so even if there was a crisis in the temple, he could escape in time. Therefore, Chen and the Mirror Knight retreated strategically. Run away? The Steel Dragon looked at the figures of Chen and the others going away and was unbelievable. Aren't these 2 guys fighting in high spirits? Why did they run away? General, we continue to attack the Mirror Star. Yes. Boom boom. Countless artillery fire began to attack the Mirror Star, and at this time in the underground temple, the 3 were worried about the disappearance of the Paraji shield that turned into dust. P.S. In the early stage, the upgrade must be fast, and it will slowly slow down later, and there are also restrictions on the experience. The Belia Galaxy Empire universe is considered a novice village, and there are also several places where you can brush experience in large quantities later, so don't worry about the upgrade problem. Crack! The temple above Zero and the others suddenly collapsed and turned into pieces of mirrors. The ground beneath their feet also began to crack, as if there was an earthquake. Zero! Brother! Xiaoji Emirana! At the critical moment, Zero did not hesitate at all, and directly summoned the glasses to transform, then grabbed the 2 and started running. As for James, he had already locked Emirana's position and followed. Humph! A garbage planet also wants to compete with His Majesty Caesar Belia. It's simply overestimating its own capabilities. The Steel Dragon snorted coldly and began to order a retreat. In the universe, Zero looked at the broken mirror star in front of him, and a feeling of grief and anger came over his heart. Xiaoji Emirana! Zero used light energy in his hand to protect the 2 from cosmic rays. Zero, Chen and others, and James. Emirana asked worriedly. Princess. Before Emirana finished speaking, James appeared in front of Zero and the others with smoke coming out of his tail. Seeing this, Zero threw Emirana and Xiaoji into James's cabin. James, have you found Chen and the others? Emirana asked anxiously. No, Mr. Chen and the Mirror Knight blocked Caesar Belia's army for a while, but they retreated because they were defeated, James said. Let's wait around. They shouldn't have gone far, Zero suggested. Yeah. But the shield of Paraji? Xiaoji still looked very disappointed. Don't worry, although we haven't found the shield of Paraji yet, we have countless partners. As long as we believe in the power of our partners, we will definitely be able to defeat Belia's army, Zero said firmly. On the other side, Chen and the Mirror Knight found the traces of Zero and the others with the help of the Mirror Knight's mirror, and then rushed over quickly. It's Chen and the others! Zero shouted in surprise when he saw Chen and Mirror Knight coming. Here, Chen turned into a ray of light and fell into James's cabin, looking at Zero outside. Have you found the shield of Paraji? Chen asked with a smile. Xiaoji and Emirana were silent. Yes, we clearly put the fragments on the shield of Paraji, and it glowed, but it turned into dust and disappeared, Xiaoji said stubbornly. Is that so? Xiaoji, do you still remember what your father said? The shield of Paraji is really just... Su Chen reminded him. What else did your father say? Xiaoji fell into deep thought. Yeah, Su Chen nodded. Oh, now I remember what my father said at that time. Actually, the shield of Paraji is not an object. All of us are the shield of Paraji. As long as we work together and unite, we can give birth to the shield of Paraji. The power actually exists in everyone's heart. Xiaoji suddenly realized and murmured. Then he repeated this sentence loudly several times. It exists in everyone's heart. Outside, Zero whispered. We feel everyone's perseverance to survive, so let the mirror star also contribute. Suddenly, the nearly broken mirror star in front of Su Chen and others suddenly lit up and then slowly repaired itself. One of the voices could even be transmitted in a vacuum. This is... Swish, swish, swish. In a moment, the armed forces of the mirror star drilled out of the mirror one by one and then formed a neat army. Okay, let's take advantage of this moment and wipe out the Belia Corps. Okay. After the fleet of mirror star was entangled, everyone went to the Sea of Fire first. After the explosion by the Flame Warrior, the Sea of Fire disappeared, but the Flame Pirates were still active there. Flame Warrior, are you still alive? After arriving there, Zero was surprised to see the Flame Warrior sitting on the bow of the vanguard. Ha! I'm so easy to die! Seeing Zero, the Flame Warrior was also very happy. By the way, have you found the Shield of Paraji? The Flame Warrior asked with a smile. Yes, we found it. The Shield of Paraji is in our hearts. We plan to gather the armed forces of the entire universe to fight with Belia and crush Belia's empire. Zero shouted. The Shield of Paraji is in our hearts. The Flame Warrior murmured. Well, this time we are here to invite the Flame Pirates to join our team. Are you interested? Zero said. It is our duty to deal with Caesar Belia, the Pirate of Flame. Captain Sanlu behind him shouted before the Flame Warrior could speak. Okay, welcome to join us. Zero nodded heavily. The team that was going to fight with Belia was instantly expanded. Next, Zero and his companions headed all the way to Esmeralda, where Belia's base camp was located. On the way, they also gathered a lot of helpers. Of course, the most basic thing was that they were all civilizations that could conduct interstellar voyages. When they arrived in front of the star Esmeralda, the team of Su Chen and his companions was already much stronger than in the original book. Belia, come out and die! Zero took out his Zero glasses and transformed, landing in front of the huge claw-shaped fortress and shouted to Belia inside. Oh, are those ants? And Zero? Belia looked at the scene outside through the screen in front of him and smiled. Your Majesty, I will take people to kill them, Dark Gona said. No, I will go meet them in person. Belia shook his head and went out first. Outside, Su Chen and others stayed where they were, waiting for Belia to come out. Sure enough, Belia came out soon. Zero, long time no see, Belia shouted with a smile. Belia! Zero shouted with gritted teeth. It's really ridiculous, Zero. You came to this universe. Your energy can't be replenished, right? I wonder how much strength you still have? Belia said sarcastically. Humph, even if I only have 1 point of strength, it's enough to beat you. Zero said disdainfully. Leave this guy to me and you guys deal with the rest. Belia pointed at Zero and ordered his men. Yes, Your Majesty. Steel Dragon and Dark Gona nodded and led the army to attack Su Chen and others. Experience treasures, all experience treasures. Su Chen looked at the big and small monsters in front of him and was very happy. Now he can finally level up steadily. P.S. I haven't changed the status yet. Many people update once, but I am an old author after all. I won't say much. Normally I will update twice, it's all scheduled. This chapter will be at 12 o'clock, and the next chapter will be at 7 o'clock. Please recommend and collect. Nice! Be careful. Zero looked at Su Chen and others and said, seriously, don't worry, these monsters will be left to us. Su Chen looked at Zero and said with a smile. Okay, Zero nodded and rushed straight to Belia. With a Zero flying kick, Belia was pressed to the Esmeralda star, and the two began to fight. Here the Iron Dragon, Dark Gona, and countless Dark Lopus and Legion robots under Belia began to attack Su Chen and others. Be careful. The Mirror Knight and the Flame Warrior stood in front of James. Su Chen, why don't you go? Emirana looked at Su Chen curiously and asked, You have something to do too? Su Chen smiled. I'm afraid you'll worry. Emirana said. Go with peace of mind. This battle's a fight to the death. We all understand. Su Chen stretched out his hand for the first time and pinched Emirana's pretty face. Yeah. Emirana blushed slightly, then turned around and resolutely walked towards James' energy cabin. Hey, Brother Chen, what are you doing, Emirana? Get ready. This battle... Su Chen deliberately made a look of loss. Then, with his eyes straightened, he turned into light and jumped out of the spaceship. Emirana, you? Xiaoji, you have to cheer up. Emirana turned around and resolutely jumped into James' energy cabin. Then, James' energy began to surge. Xiaoji, repeat after me. Warrior transformation. Jameson deliberately didn't tell Xiaoji all this, but shouted in a sad and angry tone. I damn Belia's army. I will kill you. Xiaoji was also heartbroken, gritting his teeth and shouting, and then made his classic move. Samurai transformation. Kakaka. Jameson began to transform, and a few seconds later, a red and white robot appeared in the universe. The Mirror Knight and I will deal with the Steel Dragon, the Flame Warrior, and Jameson will deal with the Dark Gona, and the rest will be left to you. Su Chen quickly said to the people behind him, No problem. The battle was about to start. On Zero and Belia's side, the two kept switching battlefields, and they entered a white-hot battle right away. During this period, Belia also played some videos of Dark Lopus attacking the Kingdom of Light for Zero, which made Zero even more angry. In a rage, Zero directly blew up Belia's command room in one breath. Belia looked at the furious Zero and just smiled without saying anything extra. To be honest, he was very satisfied to see Zero like this. On Su Chen's side, he and Mirror Knight challenged Steel Dragon. Steel Dragon lived up to its name. Its tortoise shell was indeed hard. The silver cross light of Mirror Knight had no effect on him, but was bounced off. It's useless. Even your Majesty's light may not be able to penetrate my armor. With you, hey. Steel Dragon began to mock the tactics. That's not necessarily true. No matter how hard the shield is, it has weaknesses. Su Chen knew Steel Dragon's weaknesses very well and said disdainfully, Then let's try. Faced with the provocation of Mirror Knight, Steel Dragon could still endure it, but Su Chen? Steel Dragon Soundwave. Steel Dragon directly released its ultimate move. Dodge. Su Chen dodged without saying a word. If he resisted such an attack, he might die. Silver Cross Beam. Zapelio Beam. After Su Chen dodged, he attacked at the same time as Mirror Knight. However, as Iron Dragon said, their beams had no effect at all. It's really hard. Mirror Knight gritted his teeth and sighed. No matter how hard the tortoise shell is, it's just a tortoise shell. Su Chen snorted coldly, and then used Ultra Telekinesis to send a message to Mirror Knight. Good idea. Mirror Knight suddenly realized what he had said. Haha, you're done, Mirror Knight said lightly. Iron Dragon Soundwave. Look at me, Mirror. Mirror Knight began to create mirrors continuously, and then surrounded the Iron Dragon. Now, nice! Mirror Knight shouted to Su Chen. Together! Powerful Zapelio. Beam. Silver Cross Beam. The two beams collided with one point, and then began to reflect in the encirclement made of mirrors, and then attacked. Surprisingly, the beams of Su Chen and Mirror Knight both attacked one point of the tortoise shell on the back of Iron Dragon. The only shortcoming of the Iron Dragon's tortoise shell is that it has no feeling at all. This also led to him not being able to feel these attacks, which hit the same point. Ah, useless, useless. In an instant, the Iron Dragon felt a pain on his back. Now, Silver Cross Light, Ultra Guillotine. Su Chen used the Ultra Guillotine that he had never used before. Then he attacked the wound that the Iron Dragon had exposed fiercely. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka! Boom! The Iron Dragon suddenly exploded, and Su Chen's ears were also filled with the beautiful prompt sound of the system. Host killed the Iron Dragon. Experience points for killing across levels, 100,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the form. Blazing God of War form. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill. Delasium Light Flow. Exclusivizing God of War form. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill. Garnet Bombing. Exclusive to the Blazing God of War form. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Solar Prominence to the Blazing War form. Forms are being merged. Fusion completed. The above skills are being learned. Learning completed. Delasium Light Stream, Garnet Bombardment, Solar Prominence has automatically reached the maximum level. Experience value is full. Upgrading. Host status is restored to full. Current level, LV.37. Fuck. Big explosion. Big explosion. Chen was stunned. Not only because of the 100,000 experience points for killing the Iron Dragon, but also because of a form plus 3 luxurious skills. It is simply indescribable. It's still fun to kill the boss. Chen smiled with emotion. By the way, there is also a Dark Ghana. This guy can't die. Chen immediately thought of Dark Ghana. This guy is not big or small and can be regarded as a boss. He must go to grab the head. Chen thought of this, and without saying anything, he jumped up and glanced around. As expected, he found the Flame Warrior and the Iron Warrior fighting with Dark Ghana. Hey, the head is mine! Chen kicked forward with his right foot, and the flames on his foot burst out. He kicked at Dark Ghana with Leo Kick. Dark Ghana, die. P.S. Second update, please vote for recommendation. Ha! Chen shouted, and kicked Dark Ghana in the face with an invincible kick. Boy, you're looking for death. Dark Ghana was suddenly kicked and immediately felt embarrassed. He waved his hand and was about to attack Chen. Nice, be careful. The Flame Warrior naturally would not let his teammates get beaten. He flew forward with a flame stick in his hand and blocked Chen. Come and die! Dark Ghana's strength was slightly higher than that of the Flame Warrior. Without saying a word, he released his light skills towards the Flame Warrior. Look at me, the Samurai Axe! James waved his hand, took out the Samurai Axe, and chopped at Dark Ghana. Dark Ghana, you're dead! Chen looked at the huge experience baby in front of him and shouted. Until the last moment, it's still unknown who will live and who will die. Although Dark Ghana knew that he was in danger, he did not slack off. As he said, until the last moment, it was really unknown who would live and who would die. Everyone, go ahead! Ultra Guillotine! Chen called out to the Flame Warriors and James around him, and then directly released the forbidden technique of the Kingdom of Light at Dark Ghana. Ultra Guillotine. If Ace wanted to use it in the Showa period, he had to report it. And the power of Ultra Guillotine is naturally needless to say, especially since Chen is now a level 37 master. The Ultra Guillotine that was used can also cause certain damage to Dark Ghana. Flame, Samurai Fist. The three of them attacked Dark Ghana together. Come again! Dark Ghana used his energy to block the Samurai Fist and Flame attacks, but used his body to block Chen's Ultra Guillotine, shouting without any pain. I don't believe you can keep blocking. Come again! Okay! Chen gathered everyone together and started to attack again. Fire! Flame! Samurai Slash! Zapelio Light! Line! The enhanced version of the moves was sent to Dark Ghana again. Not good. Dark Ghana instantly felt the threat of death and hurriedly wanted to escape. But could he escape? Want to run? Chen shouted, increasing the energy output of the light, wishing to inject all the energy in his body into it. Die for me! The three of them used their ultimate moves to hit Dark Ghana together. After a stalemate of about 3 seconds, Dark Ghana exploded with a scream. Boom! Along with it, Chen's system prompt sound also came in time. Host killed the Iron Dragon. Experience points for killing above the level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chaos Energy. Chaos Energy is being fused. Fusion completed. Experience points are full. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Host status is back to full. Current level Wolfbont 42. Congratulations to the host for upgrading and unlocking the function. Level detection. Huh? This Dark Ghana is so worthless? Chen looked at the system panel in front of him and was a little disappointed. Just an unknown chaos energy and 80,000 experience points. And an upgrade unlocked a function, which seemed to be worthless. Huh! Nice. Are you okay? The Flame Warrior looked at Chen's dazed look and came over to ask. No. It's okay. Let's continue to deal with these small soldiers. Chen waved his hand and said, Okay. Hearing about the fight, the Flame Warrior became excited again. Xiaoji also showed concern for Chen, and then went to fight the soldiers. As Chen went to the battlefield, he secretly asked the system about the previous Blazing God of War form and Chaos Energy Blazing God of War form, host exclusive form. After opening, the main color of the body changes to red, all attributes except speed increase significantly, and the energy consumption rate increases significantly. In addition to the exclusive skills of the Blazing God of War form, the host can use all other skills. With the current level of the host after opening, the attributes except speed can be increased to level 50, and the energy consumption rate increases 5 times. Fuck, isn't this a form that relies on life? Chen knew that the red form was weak since ancient times, but this directly increased the energy consumption rate by 5 times. So what is it if it's not risking life? Although Chen lasted longer than ordinary Ultra Warriors, it was only about 10 minutes. 5 times the consumption would leave 2 minutes, which is not as good as ordinary Ultra Warriors. However, after complaining, Chen was relieved. It is normal to exchange time for strength. However, when Chen finished listening to the introduction of Chaos Energy, he became excited. Chaos Energy originated from before the birth of the universe. After fusing with Chaos Energy, the host will no longer have any worries about energy issues. Even if the host's energy is drained in an instant, it will be immediately replenished, and the host's energy will always remain full. In addition, Chaos Energy can also steadily improve the physical fitness of the host's human body, with no upper limit. Fuck! Fuck, fuck, fuck! Chen cursed directly in the universe. Chaos Energy? This name sounds too fucking. It would be more direct to call it Infinite Energy. This guy, it is equivalent to raising Chen's strength to level 50 in one breath. The Blazing God of War form consumes a lot of energy, and with this Chaos Energy, even if it is used as a common form, there is no need to worry about energy issues. Haha, so happy, Chen laughed. Then, just standing in the universe, he started to throw light skills at the Belia army in front of him as if they were free. 8-point light wheel, 9-point light wheel, 1,000-point light wheel, Lampart light bullet, bullet, Zapelio light, ultra guillotine. I cut in instant. Chen transformed into a humanoid self-propelled artillery and faced the Belia Legion without worrying about the consumption of energy. Host kills the Legion robot. Experience gained 5, host level is too high, experience is halved. Host kills Belia warship. Experience gained 15, host level is too high, experience is reduced. Host kills Dark Lopus. Experience gained 1,000. With the level detection function, Chen found that the level of the Legion robots was generally below level 10 after detection. Belia's warships were all level 10, and the slightly larger ones were in the 20s. Dark Lopus was around level 35, so normally it would be 1,000 experience. Of course, there are some with different levels, so the experience points are naturally different. I was busy today and didn't have time to update. Here's one chapter first, and there will be another chapter later. On Chen's side, he was frantically hunting Belia's Legion to increase his experience. Although the level has increased, the experience points brought by those monsters have been halved or even disappeared, but it's better than nothing. A Legion robot is 5 points of experience. At present, Chen only needs to kill more than 4,000, and Chen basically can cause dozens or even hundreds of casualties with one beam. Of course, the prerequisite for all this is that Chen now has unlimited energy. The beam skill is basically released without CD. I don't know how many blue buffs have been added to the body, and it is the kind that instantly restores full blue. There is no need to worry about using too many skills and running out of energy. Therefore, Chen is basically rubbing the 8-point light wheel casually, and the ultra guillotine is basically 1 every 3 seconds. With Chen's level 42 strength, the 8-point light wheel can basically deal with those small monsters one by one. As for those big guys, such as Dark Lopus, Chen can easily harvest them with a single Ultra Guillotine. While Chen and his companions were fighting fiercely, Zero was in trouble. Although Zero had the energy support given by Chen, he was still not as good as Caesar Belia. In addition, in the monster cemetery, Zero killed Belia in one go after getting the recognition of the Plasma Spark Tower. Now Zero is no match for Belia at all. Zero, double ray. Zero aimed at Belia and fired a Zero double ray, and Belia would naturally not sit still and wait for death. It felt like Geed had come in, didn't he? Dishum ray. A black and red light was released from Belia's right forearm and collided with Zero's double ray. However, the last time he fought against Belia, he successfully suppressed the double beam of Zero. Even though Zero's position was fine and he was on the left, he was still suppressed by Belia. Then the black and red light hit Zero and knocked him to the ground. Ah! Zero screamed and flew up and fell backwards. Ha ha! Seeing Zero's embarrassed look, Belia laughed out loud. Zero, the real horror has just begun. Belia jumped up, his feet facing the sky and his head facing the ground, and plunged into the ground. Stop! Zero followed Belia into the cave, but found a lot of green stones. He looked up and found that Belia was standing on the top of the stone and began to absorb the energy of the Emerald ore. Roar! Because of the huge amount of energy poured in, Belia kept roaring. However, the energy of the Emerald ore also gave Belia powerful power, and these powers also allowed Belia to successfully evolve into Belia. As the Emerald ore was absorbed, Belia's huge claw-shaped fortress began to slowly retreat, away from Esmeralda, and the nearby Belia's fleet also suffered an unexpected disaster. The Mirror Knights and others basically went to protect our space battleships. Only Chen, energy is like free, turned into countless light skills and launched a fierce attack on the Belia army. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points, 1,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Spatium Ray. Learning. Completed. Spatium has reached the maximum level of light. Experience value is full. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Host status restored to full. Current level LV.45, 135's 28,000. In this short time, Chen has upgraded 3 levels again, and his speed is unparalleled. Just when Chen was full of confidence and wanted to upgrade to level 50 in one go, the claw-shaped fortress began to move. In the center of the claw-shaped fortress, a huge monster emerged, holding Ultraman Zero in his hand. Belia! Everyone was stunned. How did Belia become? The flame warrior said in amazement. Okay, everyone, it's time for us to help, Chen shouted in a low voice. Okay, let's go together. So Chen, the flame warrior, the Mirror Knight, and James went to the direction of Belia together. The flame warrior turned into a ball of fire and rushed directly to Belia's hand, grabbed Zero and pulled him out. Really? What are you doing, idiot? The flame warrior complained. I didn't expect that Belia has become so powerful. I'm ashamed, Zero said with a wry smile, the light on his chest flashing. Chen and his companions bypassed Belia's sharp edge and landed in front of Zero, looking at Belia, who was showing off his power on the fortress. Are you okay? Chen looked at Zero and asked. No, it's just that this thing flashed. Zero smiled bitterly and pointed at his energy indicator light. Never give up until the last moment. We will win. Chen clenched his fist and said, We will win. Everyone nodded and looked at Belia on the opposite side. Ha ha! Belia laughed when he saw the 5 people blocking Esmeralda. No one can stop me. After that, the emerald ore crystal on Belia's back began to emit a healthy light of forgiveness. Belia opened his mouth wide and huge energy began to gather in his mouth. Boom! A beam of light that was darker, redder, and more powerful than the previous Desirum. Beam spurted out of its mouth and rushed towards Chen and others. Please, it must work. Chen gritted his teeth, took a step back without saying a word, and stood behind Zero. While everyone was confused, Chen stretched out his hand to the back of Zero and began to input energy into Zero frantically. You are better than me. I will charge you. Through level detection, Chen knew that among the 5 people, only he was in the 40s, and the rest were generally above level 60, and Zero was already a big boss at level 81. Although the opposite Belia had the strength of level 89, for now Zero was the key to their victory. Okay! Mirror Knight and others finally understood what Chen meant. Zero stretched out his hand and threw out a huge energy barrier, and then blocked Belia's Desirum beam. Compared to the original work, Ultraman Zero extinguished the lights in a few strokes, causing the energy shield to break. Now, with the addition of Chen, everything is different. Although everyone is still having a hard time, the time they can resist is much longer. However, all this is just a drop in the bucket. Although Chen's energy is endless, it is not linearly related to Ultraman Zero's consumption rate. Therefore, it is only a matter of time before the energy shield breaks. P.S. It's a bit uncomfortable, and I write slowly. Please recommend and collect. I will probably be in the right state tomorrow, and then I will ask for a wave of rewards. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp crackling sound gradually came. Swish! From the broken place, Belia's arc-decium light came over, as if forming a Tyndall effect, shining brightly on the Esmeralda star behind everyone. However, behind all this glory, there is endless destruction. Tick, tick. Zero had no choice but to increase the energy output, but the result was that Zero's energy indicator light flashed faster. Zero, hold on! Also, increased the energy output behind Zero, using all his strength. Don't give up! In James's cockpit, Xiaoji clenched his fists and controlled James to resist the impact of Belia's light, shouting loudly, "Don't give up!" The overwhelming voice penetrated the vacuum of the universe and rang in Zero's ears. Don't give up! The energy indicator light flashed faster and faster. At a subtle moment, Zero's indicator light went out directly, and Su Chen's energy input also stopped abruptly. It was not that it could not be input, but that Zero's body began to reject Su Chen's energy. Zero, Zero! Su Chen called out while inputting energy weakly. However, Zero's energy had been exhausted and Su Chen's voice could not be heard at all. Brother, Xiaoji shouted loudly. Damn it, can't I really defeat Belia without cheating? Scorching God of War, open it for me! Su Chen clenched his fists and shouted, his whole body shining with fiery red light. As the light swept, all the blue stripes on Su Chen's body turned red, and the gold and silver stripes were also filled with heat waves. However, with Su Chen's current scorching God of War form, he still couldn't resist Belia. Su Chen could only watch Belia's energy penetrate the barrier little by little. Zero, do you remember what Xiaoji said before? Each of us is the shield of Paraji. Su Chen shouted loudly. Brother Chen! Nice! Zero! Xiaoji and others shouted the names of Su Chen and Zero. Then they emitted golden light, which rushed straight to the bullfight. Everyone, let's send out the light together. In the vanguard, the three captains of the flame pirates instantly fell into a state of tranquility and began to emit light from their bodies, which gathered above the heads of Zero and others. This time, as if it had caused a chain reaction, the light on the bodies of the people in the field, including the royal family on Esmeralda, gathered together and then surged into the sky. So dazzling! Su Chen, who was resisting, suddenly felt his mind was in a trance, and the next second he felt a super dazzling light. Subconsciously looking down, Su Chen found that he didn't know why he had exited the blazing God of War form. Beside him, the lights on Zero's body that had been extinguished also lit up, and then stood up. Nice! Zero! The two looked at each other, and then raised their heads at the same time, and looked at the silver-white giant in front of them. Noah! Ultraman! The two exclaimed. Zero's surprise was normal, while Su Chen's surprise was that he was wondering why he was called into this space. However, neither Su Chen nor anyone else heard what Noah said. He just raised his hand, gathered a lot of light, and then fell on Su Chen and Zero. At the same time, the system prompt sound came from Su Chen's mind. A huge amount of temporary experience has been detected. Level up. Upgrade completed. Host current level. LV at 8. Fuck. Is this the feeling of cheating? Su Chen clenched his fists, feeling the huge energy fluctuations coming from his body, and the whole person felt a sense of floating. Although it's only 3 minutes, it's not bad. Su Chen knew that he was probably the only two Ultra Warriors in this universe, so he took advantage of Noah's cheating, which was also a blessing of the Ultraman identity. Ah! On the other side, Zero, who did not have the blessing of the system like Su Chen, was crying out in pain as he accepted Noah's transformation and was given the Shield of Paraji. Sure enough, the treatment of the protagonist is something you can't envy. Su Chen shrugged and waited for Zero. In this space, the 3-minute experience time will not be lost. After a few minutes, Su Chen felt dizzy again, and then he withdrew from Noah's magical space. Buzz! As soon as Wu appeared, a huge shield appeared in front of Zero, which was the Shield of Paraji. The Shield of Paraji directly blocked Belia's light and then directly cut it off. Belia shouted in confusion. However, before he could wonder for a few seconds, the light was returned by the Shield of Paraji and hit Belia's fortress. Ah! Zero shouted, took back the Paraji shield, put it on, and the whole person's state was restored to perfection, and his strength was also raised to level 90. Of course, Chen knew that this level 90 was just a false level 90. This time he was able to reach level 90, which was completely due to Noah's energy. In the future, the Ultimate Zero form will be around level 89. What? Are you kidding me? Belia looked at Zero's appearance and was stunned. The duck was almost out of the pot, but you told me that the duck would become a spirit after being cooked. Belia's mentality collapsed. Fire God of War form, open. Just now, Chen was forced to exit the Fire God of War form. Now at level 88, he opened the Fire God of War form again. Sure enough, the increase in this form is very strong. After opening the Fire God of War form, Chen's strength rose again. Although the system could not display it, Chen could feel that at this moment, he could beat 100 of his previous selves without any problem. Swish! Zero over there pinched his Ultimate Zero sword, and a huge lightsaber shot up into the sky. I'll get a share of the experience too. Chen saw that Zero was about to smash Belia's fortress, and without saying a word, he pulled his hands together and gathered a huge energy ball in front of the energy indicator. Dilatium Light Stream. When Zero's giant sword fell, Chen also threw the light in his hand. Boom! Host destroyed Belia's claw-shaped fortress. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Cosmic Miracle Ray. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Cerning the above skills. Learning completed, Cosmic Miracle Ray and Sega Slash have reached the maximum level. It is detected that the host is currently in cheating mode, and the experience has been automatically stored. P.S. It seems that the status cannot be changed today. Let's talk about it in 2 days. Not bad, not bad. 1 claw-shaped fortress of Belia is as good as 8 steel dragons. Chen nodded with satisfaction. Experience points aside, the 2 skills of Cosmic Miracle Ray and Sega Blade are not ordinary skills. The former is the ultimate move after the 6 Ultra Brothers merged into Super Taro. The most amazing record was killing the 2 brothers Zoda and Mord with 1 move, which was a show. In terms of power alone, Cosmic Miracle Ray is definitely better than Zapelio Ray. After all, one is a combined ray and the other is a single ray, which are incomparable. Sega Blade is the skill of Sega, one of the 4 mysterious Ultramen. When Sega Blade is used, a short blade will appear on the arm, but the power of this short blade is enough to easily cut off the 2 wings of Hyper Zeton. If it is a single round slashing power, it is comparable to the Ultimate Zero sword. However, one is a long sword and the other is a short knife, so there are still some differences between the 2. Finally, we don't have to fight with the 8-point light wheel anymore. Before he had no weapons, Chen had always used the 8-point light wheel as a weapon, but now he finally had a close combat weapon. The 2 of them destroyed Belia's claw-shaped fortress with 1 blow, and then only Belia was left. This time, we really have to put an end to it, Zero shouted in a deep voice, holding the Ultimate Zero sword in his hand. Ah! Zero let out a long roar, and the Paraji shield on his body soared into the sky, and then turned into a bow and arrow suit. It was the final Ultimate Zero. Ha! Zero held the bowstring, pulled it back, and began to gather energy. Seeing this, Belia frowned, and then without hesitation, he condensed the Arcadium Ray again. He knew that if the protagonist was cheating, it would be impossible for a villain like him to defeat him, and the only way was to strike first. Oh no, Belia might start first! The Flame Warrior shouted and was about to lead everyone to interfere with Belia. Leave it to me! Chen took a step forward, stood in front of Zero, and looked directly at Belia. Damn brat! Belia condensed light in his mouth, unable to speak, and could only curse in his heart. Arcdecium Ray. The black and red light shot out from Belia's mouth again, heading straight for Chen. Zapelio Ray. In the form of the blazing god of war, Chen began to condense the Zapelio Ray. Powerful energy swept in from the universe, condensed from Chen's hands, and then gushed out in an instant. Sizzle! The 2 rays collided with each other and fell into a scorching heat. Damn it! Belia saw that his most powerful attack was blocked by Chen, and he was immediately furious and increased his energy output. Chen was not in a hurry. He knew that he only needed to hold on for a moment. Moreover, this final head could not be taken by Zero alone. Nice, make way! At this time, the two lights on the Ultra Zero behind Chen were all lit up, and the energy was condensed to the highest point. Okay! Chen suddenly increased the energy output, detonated the Zapelio ray and the Arcdecium ray in the middle, and then quickly dodged to the side. Belia, take it! This is our light! After Ultra Zero finished speaking, he released the bows and arrows in both hands, and then Ultra Zero rushed straight to Belia. I'll help too. Chen smiled slightly, pulled his hands back, and then stretched them out suddenly. Cosmic Miracle Ray. Colorful rays gushed out from Chen's hands and went towards Belia. Ultra Zero and the Cosmic Miracle Ray hit Belia's abdomen and head at the same time. Go to hell! Chen shouted, using all his energy, and the countdown fell rapidly. Zero! Belia screamed out Zero's name, and then exploded under the double attack of Chen and Zero. Boom! This time, Belia even blew up the timer. Belia's death announced that Chen and his team had won this battle. As for Zero, he took back the Shield of Paraji and turned it into the Ultimate Bracelet, which fell on his left wrist, replacing the previous energy bracelet. From now on, the new generation of the Kingdom of Light officially started their own cheating journey. Host destroyed Belia's Claw Fortress. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points, 3 million. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Shining Ring Shield. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, learning the above skills. Learning, completed, Shining Ring Shield and Plane Shuttle have reached the maximum level. Cheating time is up. Experience points are full. Upgrade completed. Current level, level 75, 45,000. Congratulations to the host for upgrading and unlocking. System Space, Pet Space. 3 million, my god? Chen looked at the experience value on the system panel and the situation after the upgrade, and was stunned. What kind of operation can make him level up so much in one go? Of course, Chen also knew that only big monsters like Belia could burst out so many experience values in one go. Didn't you see that small bosses like Iron Dragon and Dark Gona, who were over level 60, only had tens of thousands of experience values? And now that I have reached level 75, killing level 60 monsters, it is estimated that 30,000 or 40,000 is not bad. Of course, in addition to the level increase, the two skill rewards are also quite good. Shining Ring Shield, if Chen remembers correctly, it is the defense skill of Shining Tiga. Although it consumes a lot of energy, it has two advantages that Chen likes very much. First, it is naturally super strong defense. Shining Ring Shield can rebound all light skills of the same level and below, and can also rebound 50% for physical attacks. Such skills are very suitable for rushing into a large group battle. With Chen's current unlimited energy, as long as the defense is guaranteed, the rest can be completely thrown behind, and he can just focus on killing the enemy. However, what Chen likes more is the second one. That is, the extremely cool gold color scheme. Shining Tiga has appeared twice in total. The subsequent Super 8 and Galaxy Ultraman S theatrical version explain that Ultraman Tiga's shining form is a manifestation of energy sublimation. In the TV finale, Tiga did not use the Shining Ring Shield, so it looked very ordinary. However, in the theatrical version of the Final Holy War, Shining Tiga turned on the Shining Ring Shield, and it was so handsome. And the ability to shuttle through the planes is also a very useful auxiliary skill. Chen is not planning to leave this universe at present. There is not much to do if he leaves. It is better to stay and clean up the remnants of Belia. Even if a Legion robot has only 0.1 experience points now, it is still meat. And then to participate in the plot, the ability to shuttle through the planes becomes crucial. P.S. The status has been changed. Ask for a small As for the system space and pet space that are opened after the upgrade, they are also very simple as the name suggests. Because Chen had never received a physical object before, the system rewards were directly integrated. But if a physical object exploded in the future, wouldn't it be embarrassing if it suddenly appeared in his hand? Therefore, the system space is particularly important. As for the pet space, Chen can't use it for the time being. When there is a chance in the future, it would be nice to catch a few monsters to play with. When going out to fight, you don't have to do it yourself. You just need to be responsible for harvesting the final experience. Isn't this beautiful? Around, Mirror Knight and others looked at Su Chen's power plummeting and then suddenly rising, and they were a little confused. In comparison, after killing Belia, Zero's power plummeted. You know, level 90 and level 89 are like a natural chasm. Not to mention that Zero has put away the shield of Paraji and turned into a normal form. However, Zero is Subaraya's grandson after all. After experiencing Noah's blessing, even if he put away the shield of Paraji, his own strength has also increased by 2 levels, reaching level 83. And such strength is enough to travel across the universe. Nice. Why is your strength so up and down? The Flame Warrior looked at Su Chen and gave such a word. What do you mean by up and down? Your word is really. Su Chen rolled his eyes, and the big eyes on the Ultraman body suddenly brightened. It should be the power given by Senior Noah. I have also improved slightly. Zero said with a smile. Noah, everyone exclaimed. Ignoring the exclamations, Su Chen's mouth twitched. He looked carefully and found that Zero had actually risen by 2 levels. You know, Zero only has these 2 levels. If these experiences are given to Su Chen, they are more than what Su Chen needs to upgrade from level 42 to level 75. Isn't it just envy, jealousy, and hatred? Moreover, the most important thing is that Zero also obtained the artifact, which is a bit infuriating. It's so infuriating. The death of Belia announced the victory of this war, but the remaining forces of Belia are far from being resolved. In such a large universe, there are still countless Belia's warships, robots, and forces that obey Belia, etc. James turned into a spaceship, and Su Chen and Zero, who turned back into a human body, came into the cabin. Emeralana, she is really... Zero looked at Xiaoji and said in a deep voice, Well, she is really great. Emeralana, rest in peace. Zero squatted in front of the door and said in a deep voice. The two were silent for a while, and Zero stood up and said to Xiaoji, Let's go. Xiaoji shouted at Su Chen, standing quietly at the door. You go first, I'll stay a while. Su Chen turned his back to them. His tone was very sad, but his face was full of smiles. Yeah! The two nodded and turned to leave. Just as they were about to leave, the energy hatch in front of Su Chen suddenly opened. Then a girl with long hair, bare feet, and a white dress jumped out from inside. The girl looked at Su Chen in front of her with surprise, and then threw herself into Su Chen's arms without hesitation. Su Chen hugged Emerana, picked her up, and spun her around. You've lost a lot of weight, Su Chen said. It's just right to lose some weight. I think this state is pretty good, Emerana said with a smile. Hey? Hey? Sero and Xiaoji, who had just walked out of the door, heard the voice behind them and turned around to see Su Chen holding Emerana, spinning in circles. The two of them were instantly upset. You are really amazing. Emerana saw that there were still people and quickly fell from Su Chen's arms, looking at Sero and Xiaoji, and said with a smile, You are not dead? Xiaoji said in disbelief. Of course not. I just feel a little lighter. Hey! Emerana smiled and said, Ah! Xiaoji's mentality collapsed again in an instant. All his sadness just now was used elsewhere. It was really so uncomfortable. I didn't say that Her Royal Highness would die, James' voice sounded. Then, Brother Chen also knew? Xiaoji suddenly thought of something and said, Yeah, otherwise, how could I let Emerana die? You are really stupid. Su Chen stepped forward and hugged Emerana from behind, smiling and saying to Xiaoji, Ah! Xiaoji collapsed again. Time passed little by little, and the relationship between Su Chen and Emerana was also confirmed invisibly. Su Chen didn't know when he fell in love with the girl in front of him, maybe in the previous life, or maybe it was the first time he saw her in this life. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that as long as he likes her, it's good enough. Emerana also didn't know when she fell in love with Su Chen. Maybe it was the first time they met, or maybe it was the moment when Su Chen stood in front of her for the first time. What she cares about is also, as long as she likes her. The royal family of Esmeralda also has a long lifespan, but Su Chen doesn't have to worry about this. He can find a way to make Emerana become an Ultraman in the future. 1 month passed quickly. On this day, peaceful Esmeralda planet, Su Chen and Emerana strolled to the grassland where Emerana had escaped. This is what you lost. Su Chen was sharp-eyed and saw the glittering thing on the ground and picked it up. "Yeah, that's it," Emirana said excitedly, looking at the headdress in Su Chen's hand. "Come, I'll put it on you." When Su Chen was showing off his love, the voices of Xiaoji and Zero sounded behind them. "Hey, you two." Following the voices came two young men dressed in Anu planet servants. "Nice, I'm leaving. Do you want to go to the Kingdom of Light with me?" Zero looked at Su Chen, then at Emirana, and asked, "Forget it for now. There are still many Belia's legions in this universe. I need to clean them up and—" Su Chen held Emirana's hand and said with a smile. Although he didn't finish his words, Zero naturally understood the rest of the meaning. However, although Zero knew Su Chen's choice a long time ago, he still had some regrets. Chen smiled and made a turn. "I believe that we will meet again one day, and that day will not be too late." Su Chen patted Zero on the shoulder and said, "Okay then, see you again if we are destined to." Zero smiled, then raised his wrist and a light flashed on the shield of Paraji. A ray of light rushed out of Lan's body and turned into a 50-meter-tall giant. Zero nodded to Su Chen, then turned around and jumped away. P.S. The author is a single dog and is not good at writing emotional dramas, so just make do with it. The plot will be very compact, and the evening chapter will continue the plot of Killer Bitstar. I don't know if you want to see Tiga. If you want to see it, leave a message in the comment area. I don't really want to write about Tiga, but if you want to see it, I can arrange it. In addition, you can also leave a message about the heroine. You should actually go with Zero and the others. Watching Zero leave, Emirana looked up at Su Chen and said softly. Su Chen smiled and shook his head, reached out and touched Emirana's head, and said, "Silly, you are here. How could I leave you alone and run away?" Su Chen's words touched Emirana for a while. Time flies, and a year has passed. During this year, Su Chen, in addition to accompanying Emirana, led Esmeralda's fleet to hunt the remaining forces of Belia. Although Su Chen no longer has experience in killing monsters below level 10, the Legion robots from level 10 to 20 still have a few tenths to 5 points of experience. And those above level 20 also have a lot of experience. There are more than tens of thousands of remaining forces of Belia in the entire universe. Su Chen spent a year killing almost all of them, but he only leveled up 2 levels. Su Chen was actually very satisfied with this situation. For the older generation of Ultraman, it would be impossible to improve their strength by 1 or 2 levels without thousands or tens of thousands of years. However, Su Chen was able to improve his strength by 2 levels in 1 year, which was quite impressive. On this day, Su Chen finished hunting and returned to Esmeralda. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Su Chen landed in the palace of Esmeralda, transformed back into his human form, looked at the man and woman in front of him, and greeted them with a smile. "Son-in-law, you have worked hard." "Husband." Before Su Chen could reply, Emirana's voice came from behind him. In a year, the necessary ceremonies had been completed and the necessary things had been done. "I'm back." Su Chen turned around with a smile, held Emirana's hand, and nodded with a smile. King Emirana and Queen Emirana looked at Su Chen and Emirana loving each other and smiled kindly. After experiencing the ups and downs of life, the two also realized the importance of strength. The two were actually very happy that a strong man like Su Chen could recognize his daughter and marry her. Moreover, after experiencing life and death, the two felt more and more that the throne didn't matter. As long as their children and grandchildren were happy, it was more important than anything else. By the way, seeing that the two were almost tired of each other, King Emerald said, "Father-in-law, you say?" Su Chen turned his head and nodded. "We received a message from the Super Time Transmission that the Ultimate Zero Guard of the Kingdom of Light will come to visit soon. This Ultimate Zero Guard, wouldn't it be the guard of Ultraman Zero who saved the entire universe a year ago?" King Emerald said. "Yes, it was done by that guy Zero." Su Chen nodded, and at the same time realized that a new plot was born. "The killer is more than a star," Su Chen murmured, and then exchanged a few words with King Emerald and left the palace with Emerald. As a royal consort, Su Chen naturally has his own private planet in this universe. It is not far from Esmeralda, 3 light years away, and it is a very beautiful planet with life. Su Chen brought Emirana to his own planet. My husband, what the king means is that Zero and the others are coming, right? Emirana asked excitedly. Well, it should be. Zero has been back for a year, and he didn't even come to see us, Chen said with a smile. You are all busy people. The Kingdom of Light, the base of the ultimate Zero Guard. Hey, hurry up. We agreed to go see Her Royal Highness the Princess and Nice today. If you are lazy, I won't take you with me. Zero said to the Mirror Knights. Don't worry, I have to wax it and polish it. James shrugged and said, Hurry up. Zero grabbed the Flame Warrior's neck with one hand and James's arm with the other, and walked out. After finally gathering, Zero put on the ultimate armor, traveled through time and space, and headed for the universe where Chen was. Finally, I'm back, after the decisive battle with Caesar Belia, Zero said with emotion. When I think of meeting Her Royal Highness the Princess again, my blood is boiling. The voice of the Mirror Knight sounded. Ah, Her Royal Highness the Princess is fine. She should have married that guy Nice. The Flame Warrior said with emotion. Jambird has gone first. If we want to know, we have to speed up, Zero shouted. Ah, that kebab guy is really annoying. He actually went first. It's all your fault if you hadn't overslept. Hey, it was you who said to pay attention to your image and look in the mirror. Hey, Nice and Her Royal Highness the Princess are waiting for us. Let's go, Zero shouted. Sack, Zero. At the same time, outside Esmeralda, James Burt was protecting Emirana. Chen transformed and confronted a huge planet. My husband, you go first, wait for Zero to arrive, and then deal with this guy. Emirana shouted to Chen in a spaceship. Don't worry, I won't let this guy hurt you. Chen said in a deep voice. He knew that this killer would come back from Bitstar, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly, and he was facing each other. Just as Chen opened his mouth, a hole suddenly opened on Bitstar, and then a huge suction force attacked James Burt. At the same time, countless light attacks began to come towards Chen. Damn it! Chen watched James Burt and Emirana, who was protected by him, falling towards Bitstar together, and he shouted in a low voice, and then he opened the Blazing God of War form without hesitation. Blazing God of War form, open. After opening the Blazing God of War form, Shining Ring Shield open. Chen also used the super defensive skill Shining Ring Shield for the first time. With Shining Ring Shield turned on, the overwhelming light attacks were directly ineffective for Chen. Chen faced these attacks and headed towards where Emirana and the others were. Nice, protect Her Royal Highness the Princess. James saw Chen rushing over, and without hesitation threw Emirana's spaceship to Chen, and then he fell straight to Bitstar. A rubbish mechanical life form dared to hurt my people, looking for death. Chen put Emirana's spaceship behind him, and then directly sent a cosmic miracle ray towards the open mouth of Bitstar. Boom! However, the cosmic miracle ray only opened a hole on Bitstar, and did not affect the fact that James was sucked in. At this time, Zero and others also arrived late and rushed over. P.S. I was busy with experiments all day today, and I started typing when I came back. There is only one update. Stop! Zero and the others were also attacked from a distance, and they also witnessed everything that had just happened. Although Nice saved Her Royal Highness the Princess, you put down the kebab. Although the Flame Warrior was a bitch, he still cared about his teammates at the critical moment. Silver Crossbeam, Flame Fist, Plasma Spark Knife at the critical moment. The three of them took out their own big moves, and Zero directly pulled out his Ice Axe and combined it into a Plasma Spark Knife, and threw it directly up. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the three people hit the position where Chen's Cosmic Miracle Ray had just attacked, tearing the hole even bigger. But such a painless attack could not cause substantial damage to Bitstar. A flash of light appeared in front of everyone, and the huge planet disappeared into the universe in a flash, and no trace of it could be found again. What's going on? Disappeared. Disappeared. The three people murmured, looking at the empty space in front of them, stunned. Hey, what are you looking at? Why don't you chase him together? If you wait any longer, James might be picked up and sold for scrap metal. Chen jumped in front of Zero and the other two and shouted in a deep voice, Nice, Princess! The three looked at Chen and Emirana in his hand and shouted, What kind of existence is this thing? Zero looked at Chen and asked. Chen shook his head and said, I don't know. This guy suddenly appeared and attacked the planet I was on. Fortunately, I ran fast with Emirana, otherwise. Chen was also very sorry. The planet he was on was beautiful. Although most of it was plants and a small number of animals that migrated from other planets, it was also a beautiful paradise. Now it's all gone. Then, why is that kebab guy? The flame warrior said, a little depressed. We met James in front of Esmeralda, and that guy chased after us, and then without saying a word, he attacked me. I was fighting the enemy, and James was protecting Emirana, but then... You basically saw everything that happened later. Emirana added the rest of the words for Chen. It seems that this guy came to this universe just for James, Zero said in a deep voice. Okay, let's go after him quickly. We can't let that kebab guy be dismantled and sold. The flame warrior shouted. Okay, nice. You stay here to protect Her Royal Highness the Princess, and we'll go first. After Zero finished speaking, he summoned the shield of Paraji and hurriedly shuttled through the universe, chasing after the breath emitted by his ice axe. Fuck, you guys don't take me with you? Chen looked at Zero and went into the wormhole and cursed. Husband, I want to go with you to save James. Emirana's voice rang in Chen's ears. Chen fell silent after hearing this. His original idea was that he didn't want to take Emirana to risk his life. According to the original book, Emirana would not be hurt, but what if? If something happened, it would be too late to regret. But if Emirana is not taken with him, it is basically impossible to turn the Iron Killer against the Iron Killer. Moreover, James Burt may not be able to be pulled back completely. Husband, I will protect myself. I just want to see you rescue James Burt with my own eyes. Emirana whispered. After all, they are the master and servant who have been together for many years and have shared hardships. Even if James Burt is much stronger and can even chop Emirana into pieces with one axe, James Burt is, after all, an iron warrior loyal to the royal family of Esmeralda, the kind of loyalty for generations. Therefore, the kind Emirana will not wait at home for Chen to rescue people. Okay, I'll take you there. Chen shook his head helplessly. A wife is a creature that is born to be pampered. Moreover, James Burt also needs Emirana to awaken his will. Without Emirana, it is impossible to whiten the Iron Killer. Thank you, husband. Husband is the best. Emirana laughed and jumped, looking at Chen's giant figure, and shouted loudly. Who told you to be my wife? Then let's go. Chen nodded, used light energy to protect Emirana, and then jumped. In front of him, there appeared a space-time gate that was the same as the one used by Zero using the Paraji shield, and he went in. Another universe, that is, the universe where the big monster fighting plot is located. It is also a very chaotic universe. In this universe, from the plot of Ultra Galaxy Legend, it is the same as the universe where the Kingdom of Light is located. But in Zap, there is Musashi. In addition, in the plot after the crisis of organic life forms, Zero said that it was time to return to their universe. It can be seen that this universe is not the universe of the Kingdom of Light, but it is difficult to explain how Zafi, the first generation, and 7 came here. Of course, the first generation 7 also exists in the big monster battle, which can be understood as the existence of a parallel space-time isotope similar to the worldview of Tiga, but the idea is still the same. In this case, it is not difficult to explain. Anyway, the big monster battle is very messy. Here we trace back to the original work and let some vague concepts be vague. At this time, in the Zap space base, the universe Panlong is undergoing maintenance, so except for Lei and Hinata Hiroshi, the rest of the team members went on vacation. Planet Bram, with a population of 20 million, is the largest life planet developed by Zap. It is really an ideal place to live. Moreover, the crew often go on vacation there. Hinata Hiroshi sat at the back of the spaceship and said to Lei in front with a smile, I still like to travel in the universe. Lei smiled and replied without looking back. Don't say that. The crew is waiting, and there is a very beautiful sea in Bram. Hinata Hao said. Sea? Lei's heart was immediately moved. The scene of playing in the sea with Gamora instantly ignited in his mind. Then, Lei pulled down the thrust rod and rushed towards the planet Bram. At this time, Chen hurriedly caught up with the location of Zero and others. Chen alone could not accurately find the final location of Bitstar, but Zero's breath was very obvious and could be tracked. Then, in front of a planet, Zero was dumbfounded. Nice. How can you travel through the universe? S. Please collect, recommend, and reward. You are allowed to cheat, but I can't cheat? Chen rolled his eyes, shrugged, and said lightly, Zero immediately looked frustrated and speechless. Haha. Seeing Zero's look, everyone laughed. You still haven't found the mysterious planet? Chen looked at Zero and got to the point. Yeah. It's hard to find. That guy flew too fast. We just felt his breath and flew through the universe, and he ran away again. So, I plan to take a break and catch up with him in one breath. Zero said. Let's take turns. We must catch up with this guy, Chen suggested. In fact, for him, it doesn't matter whether he takes a break or not. For Ultra Warriors, unlimited energy is basically unlimited physical strength. As long as it's not the kind of pursuit that takes several years, it's not a problem. Okay, then I'll show the way. Zero nodded when he heard it. As a partner who fought side by side, he was also very worried about James. By the way, nice. Why did you bring the princess too? The Mirror Knight looked at Emirana in Chen's hand in confusion and asked, You know, with Emirana, even if Emirana is a cosmic person and can provide energy for James, she is just an ordinary person. In a battle like theirs, where the distance is often 40 to 50 meters, a rub will kill you and a bump will injure you. Don't worry, I will protect her. Chen smiled. Of course, he had to protect his wife. Hey, don't worry, Mirror Knight, my husband will protect me. Emirana smiled and nodded. Wow, my husband? The Flame Warrior exclaimed. Are you married already? Mirror Knight asked curiously. What a pity I didn't attend your wedding. I wonder what the difference is between Esmeralda's wedding ceremony and the Kingdom of Light and Earth? Earth? What is that place? Emirana asked curiously. I don't know either. I haven't been there, but my father and uncles have fought on Earth. I heard that planet is very beautiful and the people there are very similar to us, Zero said with a smile. If I have a chance, I must go and see it, Emirana said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll take you to see it after things here are over, Chen promised with a smile. Yeah, Emirana nodded. While chatting, everyone set out on the journey to find Bitstar again. This time, Chen opened the space-time gate from the Zero Road. In the universe where Zap is, Lei and Hinata Hao were talking and laughing. Suddenly, a huge suction came, and the Panlong accelerator was pulled by the huge suction, and the gravity was instantly unbalanced. Relying on his superb driving experience, Lei successfully pulled the Panlong accelerator back, but the size and weight of Bitstar were very large, and for a while, they could not get rid of the huge gravity of Bitstar. In desperation, Hiroshi Hyuga began to seek help from the team's supercomputer Kumano. Soon, Kumano calculated the composition of the Bitstar and its orbit. When they learned that the orbit of the Bitstar would crash into the planet Bram in 2 hours, the two decided to go in through the hole that Chen and others had made before to see if they could stop the planet's advance. Of course, this was also because of Lei's identity as a Lei Brondo star and their partners Gomorrah and Litla. Otherwise, going in rashly would only be suicide. At the same time, Chen and others also determined the location of the Bitstar and chased after it in one breath. This guy didn't run away in Lei's universe, which means that there is something he is interested in this universe. Zero said. This guy came up and destroyed my planet. His purpose is likely to be a life planet. Chen reasonably inferred. What, a life planet? Then chase it quickly. We have to stop it. The Flame Warrior's temper suddenly came up. Well, let's go. Inside Bitstar, because Emirana was gone, Lei and Hiroshi looked around, and then they were attacked by Belia's Legion robot. Although this rubbish monster was strengthened by Bitstar, it was no match for Lei, who had experienced many battles. Lei and Hiroshi just dodged it easily, and then landed to summon Gomorrah, and easily killed the Legion robot. However, this monster was just the rubbishiest robot on Bitstar. Among the robot corps of Bitstar, Belia's Legion robot was not in the mainstream. Then came King Joe, Inbeleza, and the medium-sized force composed of Ace Killer. The high-end combat force was of course the Iron Killer who had just been created. The Iron Killer was so strong that it could suppress Zero to a certain extent. It was obvious. With the high technology of Bitstar plus James's powerful design language and artificial intelligence, the strength of the Iron Killer before the whitewashing was definitely second only to Zero in the Ultimate Zero Guard. Even now, Su Chen did not dare to say that he could defeat the Iron Killer. Therefore, Lei and Gamora were besieged by King Zhou in Beleza and Ace Killer. "I feel the breath of battle," Su Chen said to Zero and others while opening the space-time gate. "I feel it too, and the breath is very familiar," Zero said. "Is it a kebab?" the Flame Warrior said with concern. "No, it seems to be an old friend. Let's go and have a look." Zero couldn't remember who this old friend was. After all, he was thousands of years old, so it was normal for him to have a bad memory. After diving into the space-time gate in one breath, Su Chen and others jumped down and saw Gamora being besieged by 3 robots, as well as Lei and Hinata Hao not far from Gamora. "It's Lei, no wonder," Zero murmured. "It's someone you know." Although Su Chen knew all this, he should not know it at this time. "Well, go and help," Zero shouted and rushed up without hesitation. Silver Cross Beam, Flame Fist, Sero Kick. The 3 of them, each with 1 monster, attacked the 3 robots, instantly resolving Gamora's crisis. "Husband, shall we help as well?" Emirana suggested. "No, we have more important things to do." Su Chen set his sights on the moon of Bitstar. Su Chen smiled, and without hesitation, he headed straight for the moon of Bitstar. "Fiery God of War form, activate! Shining Ring Shield, activate!" Su Chen immediately maxed out his status, protected Emirana with light energy, put her on the timer, and then headed towards the group of robots on the moon of Bitstar. "These are all slowly gained experience," Su Chen sighed. "Second update. Please vote for recommendation." "Husband, be careful." Emirana's voice, like telepathy, reached Su Chen's ears from the timer. "Don't worry. Let's see how your husband pretends to be." Su Chen smiled. In full state, the rays emitted by these garbage robots between levels 40 and 60 could not hurt Su Chen at all. Bew. As soon as the voice fell, the overwhelming rays and laser weapons came towards Su Chen's position. However, when they encountered the defense of the Shining Ring Shield, they were all bounced away and would not cause any harm to Su Chen at all. On the contrary, some of the rays that bounced back killed several robots and brought Su Chen thousands of experience points. "Spice 'em, Ray?" Su Chen looked at a row of King Guqiao with a steady look. A Spice-'em ray rushed out from Su Chen's right arm and started the sweeping mode. Bang, bang, bang! Host kills King. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Host kills King. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Host kills King Guqiao. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. 1100. Different levels have different experience points, but each King Guqiao can bring Su Chen more than 1,000 experience points, although this is the effect after the experience points have been reduced. Bang, bang, bang. Taking advantage of the panic of the robot army, Su Chen took the opportunity to kill dozens of King Guqiao and earn tens of thousands of experience points. However, there is still a long way to go before upgrading. However, some small skills such as palm light bullets and cutting rays have been revealed, which can be regarded as adding luster to Su Chen's skill bar. Of course, there are no skills at the ultimate level and no items or anything, but just like this, Su Chen is already very satisfied. My husband is so powerful. Emirana looked at Su Chen's appearance like a god of war and admired him. This is just the beginning. Watch out. Su Chen looked at the robot army that had stabilized the formation and began to change tactics without hesitation, with those more defensive in Please in front. The next scene may be a little exciting. Close your eyes. Su Chen stretched out his finger in front of Emirana, let her touch it, and then said, Don't worry, husband. I am also a female warrior who has experienced many battles. I will cheer for you, Emirana said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen nodded, then jumped up, and with a Leo kick, he rushed directly into the robot army. Boom! A powerful Leo kick of level 77 directly kicked and blew up 3 King Guqiao, 2 in Palazza, and an ace killer. Sega Blade! After landing, Su Chen looked around at the robots surrounding him and stretched out his hand to touch his right arm. The colorful Sega Blade emitting a sharp light appeared on his right forearm. Sega Blade should have been derived from Sega on Sega Aura, and the location was on the left arm. But after the system improvement, Su Chen can attach Sega Blade to any of his 2 hands. Moreover, different Sega Auras can be activated. Swish! A Saiga blade that can cut off Hyperzaton's wings is naturally easy to deal with a few small garbage robots. Chen raised his wrist and gently wiped it, and 3 robots' heads fell to the ground and then exploded. Even Belia, who has extremely strong vitality, died if he was touched, and was injured if he was hit. Host killed Belia. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Host killed King Chao. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Killer. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. The robots gradually fell in Chen's hands. Emirana, who was sitting on Chen's timer, was also quite nervous. And exciting. The killer on the artificial sun, Bitstar, watched Chen wantonly killing the robots under his command, and suddenly remembered the one he met that year, the Bat Starman. Organic life forms, all of them deserve to die. Iron Warrior, go kill him! Yes! On the moon, Chen fought more and more bravely. After clearing a large area in front of him, Chen waved his hand to put away the Saiga blade, wiped his hand on the timer, and began to condense the strongest light. Cosmic Miracle Light! Sizzle! Boom! Chen began to release the light in a circle. The super light that killed King Grant, Zoda, and Mord was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables to deal with these garbage robots in front of him. After sweeping a circle, there were countless corpses in front of Chen and overflowing experience points. Experience points are full. Upgrade completed. Current level, 78? Damn! The experience points are getting more and more irregular. It takes 800,000 experience points to upgrade from level 78 to level 79. Are you kidding me? Chen shook his head, speechlessly, looking at the ruins in front of him. He was about to leave the moon and go to find Zero below. However, just as Chen was about to leave, a silver-white figure suddenly flew out from the sun. The person who came, holding a huge axe in his hand, chopped directly at Chen's neck. His purpose was obvious. He wanted to chop off Chen's head as a snack. James! Emirana, who saw who was coming, was extremely happy. The person who came was none other than James. Eliminate all organic life forms. James's response to Emirana was not the long-lost princess, but a sentence accompanied by an axe. Wife, this guy seems to be controlled. Let's knock him out first and take him back to have a look. Chen said to Emirana, Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Emirana nodded. Then Chen punched James' head, breaking some of the circuits. After the circuit was broken, James lost his ability to move and was carried on Chen's shoulders and headed towards the ground. At this time on the ground, Zero and others had just solved 3 enemies with great effort, and then they were attacked by the Iron Killer. However, because of the mysterious fog, their energy was greatly weakened, and their strength was also lost a lot. 3 people fighting against an Iron Killer were no match at all. At this time, Chen fell from the sky, carrying James, and landed in the middle of both sides. Well, who of you can repair the robot? Fix this guy. He seems to be controlled, so I broke his circuit. Chen looked at both sides and said lightly, Be careful, nice, the fog here is very strange and will absorb our energy. Zero shouted hurriedly, It's okay, it's okay. With Chaos energy, even if he is in a completely dark area, Chen will not worry about the energy problem, not to mention this garbage fog. P.S. It's on the new book list. Not bad. If it can enter the top 60 tomorrow, I will add 1 more chapter. If it can enter the top 40 the day after tomorrow, I will also add 1 more chapter. Please collect and recommend. What happened? The Flame Warrior looked at everything that had just happened with a confused face, turned his head to look at the equally confused Mirror Knight, and then looked at the puzzled Zero, and his heart suddenly calmed down a lot. It turned out that I was not the only idiot. Eliminate all organic life. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the Iron Killer on the opposite side said this, Eliminate your sister. Chen raised his hand and fired an instant version of the Lampart light bullet, hitting the belly button of the Iron Killer who was about to charge a powerful light skill. Zilala! The Iron Killer's light was held back, just like a fart that was held back, and he was stuck in place and couldn't move. Isn't this robot an enemy? Lay's Gamora was injured, so he and Hinata Hao looked at all this with some boredom and asked casually, "Oh, this is one of ours. If you don't believe me, ask Zero and the others." Chen pointed at James, who was lying on the ground with the lights off, and said, "Kebab is indeed one of ours, but according to what Nice said, he should be controlled, so Nice cut off his wires." The fire warrior, who had just worked together, reminded his teammate Lei. Oh, then why don't we give it a try?" Suddenly, Hinata Hao said, "Okay." Chen agreed without hesitation. Although the two guys' skills are not very good, there is a man named Kumano in their team who is quite powerful. Professionally repair abandoned nuclear reactors, alien warships, whether there are any alien mechanical intelligent life forms. So Chen boldly handed James to the two of them. "Husband, I want to see James too." Suddenly, Emirana on Chen's chest said, "Okay, then I'll send you in." Chen nodded and sent Emirana into James' body, and then looked at the relaxed Iron Killer on the opposite side. "Nice, be careful. This guy is very powerful," Zero said, covering his chest. "Don't worry." Chen waved his hand. "The level of Iron Killer is indeed slightly higher than James, reaching level 71. However, in front of Zero, who is more than level 80, it is not enough. The main reason why he can suppress Zero is because the fog here makes Zero's energy drop significantly. Otherwise, the battle-hardened Flame Warrior and Mirror Knight can also fight him on equal terms. This is because of the home advantage. So Chen started the battle mode of bullying. Because Chen knew that this guy would become one of his own in the future, he did not kill him. After activating the Blazing God of War form and the Shining Ring shield, Chen's fists were as hard as a robot's skin. Chen and the Iron Killer were fighting fiercely, but Zero and the other two were talking about it. "Hey, did you notice that Nice has become stronger again?" "Yeah, and look at his golden energy shield. It's so dazzling and awesome." "I suspect that this is just for Nice to show off, and it has no actual effect at all." The one who said this was naturally the Flame Warrior. He was the only man in the team who had special effects when he appeared, and they were flame special effects. Now Chen directly activated the rich gold mode, which was simply abusing him. No, Nice's metal shield is definitely not just for showing off. Look, the robot's light attack was completely deflected. It's simply a bug-level ability. Zero was strong and had a sharp eye, so he could naturally see it. What you said is true. Although the Flame Warrior was reluctant to admit it, it seemed to be true. "Okay, take a break. Lei said that this planet will collide with another planet, and we must change the orbit of this planet," Zero said. "Okay." On Emirana's side, after listening to James's story, Emirana decided to repair James first and then think of a way. Of course, the kind Emirana naturally thought about how to whitewash the Iron Killer, and according to James, if the Iron Killer was copied exactly as he was, then he would be James's younger brother. These days, the universe is not peaceful everywhere. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy, right? And it's a powerful friend. Finally, Hyuga Hero sought the help of his subordinate Kumano, and then in just 10 minutes, James was completely repaired. "Your friend is amazing," Emirana said with a smile. "Haha, just average." After a commercial flattery, James came to the Iron Killer and stopped Chen. "Prince Consort, please don't kill him," James said. "Which eye of yours saw that I was going to kill him, really?" Chen rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Ahem, then you fought with him." James was confused. "I saw that he looked like you, and I felt that you two should have some relationship, so I played with him for fun. Didn't expect this guy to be like a moron. You should try to persuade him quickly. If you can't persuade him, I will tear him apart and sell him for scrap metal." Chen shrugged. "By the way, give me my wife first." Chen waved and took Emirana out of James' body and continued to protect her on his timer. "Okay, go now." Okay. James hurried to do it, and then he and Zero were electrocuted by the Iron Killer. So miserable. Chen shook his head. "Fortunately, my husband took me back. Otherwise." Emirana looked at the 4 people who were howling after being electrocuted, and she was still frightened. I don't know when Emirana also learned bad things from Chen. "Wife, it's up to you next. Use your love and innocence to influence this big guy." Chen pointed at the Iron Killer and said to Emirana. "Can I?" Emirana pointed at herself. "Of course, don't worry. I will protect you," Chen said. "Yeah, So after some emotional and logical persuasion, the Iron Killer was successfully cleaned up, and his eyes turned from red to yellow. After that, Janai explained to Su Chen and others the location of Bitstar, the main brain of this planet. By the way, there are a large number of robot armies on it. It's troublesome to approach Bitstar, Iron Killer suddenly said. That there is no need to worry about it. The Prince Consort has killed all the robots just now. Now, let's go to Bitstar for trouble. James said with a smile. Fuck awesome. Second update. Please recommend. The collection actually exceeds the recommendation votes. Please vote. James' words shocked the rest of the people, especially the Iron Killer who had just been cleaned up. His eyes turned red again. That, Kebab number 2, are you controlled again? The Flame Warrior hid behind Zero timidly and asked with a trembling voice. Ha ha, there are still people you Flame Warrior are afraid of. Ha ha. Su Chen laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. Tsk. Do you understand that I am retreating strategically? Can't you admit that you can't win? The Flame Warrior waved his hand and walked out. He was just reckless, not stupid. Since Su Chen said so, the Iron Killer must be no problem. It's just a bunch of garbage robots, not worth mentioning. Let's get started now. Su Chen looked at Zero and others and said, Okay. After discussion, Su Chen, Zero, and Iron Killer will go to deal with Bitstar together. The rest of the people, including Lei and Hinata Hao, will temporarily evacuate Bitstar with the Flame Warrior and the other 3, and go to planet Bram to help rescue the residents there. Su Chen is not sure whether Zoffy will appear in this universe. You know, this Bitstar is inextricably linked to the Baltic Starmen. And it was the Baltic Starmen who exposed the plan of that adult back then. Although I don't know if it is the same Baltic Starmen, it will be troublesome if that adult can't come. Therefore, Su Chen still wanted to send people out to help and save as many people as possible. All the way to the sun, Su Chen, Zero, and Iron Killer saw the person opposite, who looked very much like Disfasa and Dinah. However, his height was not as high as Disfasa's 77 meters, and was only about the same height as Su Chen and others. Are you Bitstar? Stop the planet quickly. This thing is about to collide with other planets. Zero yelled. A large number of organic life forms are detected on the planet and they must be wiped out, Bitstar said lightly. You. Okay, Zero. Su Chen grabbed Zero's arm and took a step forward. Zero and Iron Killer behind him clearly saw that Bitstar's body suddenly shook, as if he was afraid. We are not interested in listening to your shitty, glorious history, nor are we interested in talking to you. In a word, if you don't stop this planet, we will dismantle you and sell you for scrap. Metal. Do you believe it? Su Chen pointed his hand directly at Bitstar and shouted, Zero, are we being a little violent? Iron Killer looked at Zero and asked quietly, To the enemy, it doesn't count. Zero thought about it seriously and replied, Organic life forms are the cancer cells of the entire universe. If we machines do it, your mother. Watch me kick! Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He came here just to get experience points. This guy is undoubtedly another character similar to Thanos. He thinks he is the balance manager of the universe and time, and he thinks he is so awesome. The right to life is not so easily deprived by others. Eradicate! Bitstar reacted quickly. The red light on his body flashed, and a huge energy wave rushed towards Su Chen, who was kicking down. However, Su Chen did not dodge at all, allowing the energy wave to hit him and then bounce straight away. Ha! The power of the Shining Ring Shield was fully demonstrated at this moment. However, Su Chen kicked Bitstar hard and it crashed directly into his throne. Crack! The throne instantly shattered. The peace of the universe is not so easy to protect. Do you need it? I will teach you, Su Chen said sternly. Eliminate. But Bitstar only had these 2 words. Let's go together. Seeing this, Zero accelerated and appeared in front of Bitstar, picked it up and threw it hard on his back. I say, Zero, he is a robot. Are you planning to break his wires with a throw from behind? Su Chen looked at Zero speechlessly. Back then, there was a captain named Steve who planned to strangle a robot to death, and now Zero planned to throw the robot to death on his back. It was really something. Ahem, why didn't you say it earlier? Zero is good at fighting. There is no doubt about that. After all, he has been training with Leo for thousands of years. However, you can't always use melee. Isn't that reckless? Jan Blast! Iron Killer fired a belly button beam, heading straight for Bitstar. Boom! As expected of Iron Killer's ultimate move, this belly button beam directly pushed Bitstar and Zero several hundred meters away. An accidental injury, help! Zero raised his hand miserably from the ruins, and then fell straight down. Ahem, this is the first time I've turned from evil to good. I'm a little uncomfortable, sorry. Iron Killer said a little embarrassedly. Okay, leave it to me. Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Is this kind of battle really the style of the ultimate Zero Guard? Could it be that because of his appearance, Zero's style has changed? Sega Blade. Chen wiped his left hand, and a colorful blade with local tyrant gold appeared. Then, Chen rushed directly to Bitstar. At this time, Bitstar had just stood up and was about to kill Zero, an organic life form, when Chen's first-level slashing blade cut off his arm. Good, what a sharp knife. Zero was shocked. This power is simply too shocking. Back off! As soon as he remembered, Chen pulled Zero back directly, and then began to charge the light skill. I'll help too. Zero wiped his hands over his head, and the ice axe fell into his hands. He placed it on both sides of the timer and focused on the Zero double ray. Chen opened his hands to gather energy, and a light ball with a slightly golden color and full of explosive feeling gathered on his chest. Zero double ray, Delacium light stream. Two powerful rays rushed straight to Bitstar, which had lost one hand, and instantly completed the kill. Boom! Along with the explosion came the beautiful prompt sound of the system. Host kills Bitstar. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Casmium Ray. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Super Acceleration Teleportation. Learning the above skills. Learning completed. Casmium Ray and Super Acceleration Teleportation have reached the maximum level. Experience points are full. Upgrading. Upgrading completed. Current level of .79, 1,139,000 PS. Set Bitstar as a level 82 mini-boss. As for how much experience points are given for killing enemies, I have the final say. Then yesterday was awesome. It was 57th on the new book list. What I said yesterday is still valid. If I can enter the top 40 tomorrow, I will continue to add one more chapter tomorrow. 3 chapters today and 2 more in the evening. 900,000 experience points. Not bad. 900,000 experience points, no matter when it comes to Chen, is a huge amount of experience points. And now Chen happened to be stuck at this experience value, so he happened to level up. However, what worries Chen is that as his level gets higher and higher, the experience of small monsters is gradually decreasing, and the experience of big monsters is also slowly decreasing. Sure enough, just like online games, the later the level, the slower the upgrade. Putting aside the issue of experience value, Chen looked at the 2 skills he obtained. One of them is the ultimate move of Cosmos' Eclipse form, the Casmium Ray. The Casmium Ray is a super killer move for people with evil hearts, but for kind people, it is a healing ray. The Casmium Ray has been used many times in Cosmos Ultraman TV. In the new generation, the most famous scene is in the Galaxy Ultraman S movie version, where he used the Casmium Ray and eliminated the false memory that Adol strengthened and added to Elena with one blow. So this ray, in another sense, can be regarded as a combined and enhanced version of the full moon light wave and the Nabast ray. As for super acceleration and instant movement, Chen himself did not know this skill. However, in the memory he just acquired, Chen learned that this skill was actually the skill of Ultraman Zero, one of the 4 mysterious Ultramen. This skill is comparable to the teleportation of the strongest monster in history, Hyper Zeton, and even better. Although it consumes a lot of energy, it is not a problem for Chen, who has chaos energy. After learning about the 2 skills he acquired, Chen did not hesitate and directly carried Zero and Steel Killer and disappeared into the range of the Bitstar that was about to explode. Fuck, nice, what kind of magical skill is this? Is teleportation so amazing? Zero stood in the universe with a little shock, looking at Chen in surprise. Well, I feel a little dizzy. Steel Killer covered his head and said, You, an artificial intelligence robot, will you get carsick? Chen was very surprised. You are too fast, I can't stand it. Chen's face was dark. The explosion of the bit star attracted the attention of the Flame Warrior and others who were helping Bram retreat. They succeeded! The Flame Warrior laughed loudly and rushed over with everyone and met on a meteorite. Father, uncle, second uncle, you are all here! At this time, Zero turned his head to look at the three people, 7, on a large meteorite behind him, and shouted with a smile. Chen smiled when he saw this. Sure enough, the Ultraman trio came. We originally planned to block the route of this planet, but we didn't expect that the planet would explode as soon as we arrived. It seems that Zero, you have made a group of very reliable friends, 7 said with a smile. Haha, they are all very good. Zero smiled and nodded. This is the Ultraman from another universe. Zapelio looked at Chen and said with a smile. Hello, I am Nice, Ultraman Nice. Chen looked at Zapelio and nodded. Zapelio's strength is not bad, 79 levels, about the same as Chen's strength. In fact, there are very few characters above level 90 in the universe. They are basically at the lot level of the mysterious 4 Ultramen. They are the kind of existence that can only be seen from the head but not the tail. They are the kind that can only be heard of but not seen. And those between levels 80 and 89 are the rare strong ones in the universe. Ultra Father, the Zoda brothers, the former Emperor Starman, and the final bosses in various TV plots are basically at this level. Under normal circumstances, if the Ultra Warriors don't cheat, they basically can't beat them. Therefore, these warriors between levels 75 and 79 are the backbone of each race. The Ultra Brothers, the generals under Emperor Starman, and some notorious monsters in the universe are basically at this level. So, Zapelio is actually very strong. However, what Chen cares about is whether Zapelio is Shaforan. If Zapelio is that adult, then before he rises, he must be extremely careful. If he is accidentally calculated by that adult, it will be troublesome. Nice, Ultraman, not bad, not bad. If you have a chance, come to the Kingdom of Light as a guest. We welcome you very much, Zapelio said. I will definitely go if I have a chance. Chen nodded. Next, there is the issue of changing the name of the Iron Killer. Rejecting the proposal of the Flame Warrior's Iron Warrior 2-, Emirana officially changed the name of the Iron Killer to Janai, and Emirana also rounded out this 9 origins perfectly. Originally, Janai's name was the 9th warrior after the 4 members of the Ultimate Zero Guard, and then Lei, Hyugahiro, Gamora, and Littera. But when Chen appeared, Littera had no chance to appear, so Chen took up Littera's place. Of course, no matter what, Janai's name was settled. After ending this dispute, Chen first took Emirana to play on the planet Bram. After enjoying the Emperor's treatment, Chen rejected Zero's invitation and returned to the universe where he and Emirana were originally. Time flies, and several months have passed, because the previous planet was destroyed, and this universe has been completely peaceful. Chen took Emirana to wander around this universe. One day, Chen was watching 2 monsters fight with Emirana on a planet, and suddenly an inexplicable voice came to his ears. Nice, nice! 2 very weak and urgent voices made Chen almost think that he was hallucinating. Huh? Wife, did you hear someone calling me? Chen touched his ears in confusion and turned to look at Emirana. No, Emirana looked around in confusion and then looked at her husband. Nice, nice, I need your strength. All life on Earth is about to be sealed by evil forces. I need your help. The voice was firm and weak and seemed very confused. Earth? Chen suddenly stood up. Husband, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. Just keep talking. No time. Nice. Hurry to Earth. After the voice finished speaking, there was no sound at all. This voice, the sealed life Earth, Chen was a little confused. Oh my God, could this be the testing ground of the Batman who revealed the identity of that adult? Hiss! Chen took a breath. What's wrong, husband? Emirana asked as she saw Chen's face change. There is a new crisis again. Wife, I will take you back to Esmeralda first, and then I will go to help, Chen said quickly. However, Emirana shook her head. Since you said it was a crisis, it must be urgent. Take me with you. I might be able to help. Okay, then let's fight side by side as husband and wife. Chen smiled and nodded heavily. Does anyone want to read Tiga? To be honest, I don't really want to write about Tiga because the readers of Philo are tired of Tiga. I personally don't write about Tiga much, but it is undeniable that Tiga is a classic. So if you want to read it, I can write it. Leave a message to tell me if you want to read it. Nice. Chen pointed his hand to the sky, and a bright light shone on his body. Then, a giant over 50 meters tall appeared on the planet. The two monsters fighting not far away stopped immediately and focused their eyes on Chen. Oh, isn't this the Ultraman Nice who killed Belia? The monster on the left howled. Woo, yes, why is he on this planet and he has transformed? It's over. We are completely finished. The monster on the right cried. However, Chen ignored the two guys, put Emerana on his timer, and then protected her with light energy, and then jumped up and disappeared at the end of the galaxy. Another universe, the future Earth. I don't know why it is called the future Earth. This is how the Earth where the plot of Sega takes place is called in Ultra Galaxy Fight 2. At this time, Zero had just come from the universe, standing on the tallest building in the city center, looking at the city below with an angry face. Why? Why is there no trace of human beings anywhere? What happened on this Earth? Because of his father, even though Zero had never been to the Earth, he had a deep affection for the Earth. Knowing that the main life on Earth is called human beings, he has traveled a long way since he came to Earth, but he has not found even a trace of human beings. When he returned to the starting point, Zero finally couldn't stand it anymore, stood on the top of the building and began to howl. Swish! At the critical moment, a huge disc appeared above the city, blocking out the sky. Zero looked up at the disc in the sky and said lightly, "So that's it!" The appearance of this disc spaceship made Zero see some kind of conspiracy. "It seems that you seem to know something," Zero shouted and cursed at the sky. The Balt Starman in the spaceship was awakened by Zero's voice and opened his eyes. However, Zero's shouting did not get a response from the Balt Starman, but instead, he was attacked by several rays of light. "What?" Zero exclaimed, and Chen quickly flew away. "It's useless to say more, right?" Zero cursed while flying, and after dodging the attack, he turned around and started to fight back. The disc above also opened a hole, releasing many fighters and began to attack Zero. At the same time, Dahi Wang, who was brought here by the disc spaceship, woke up slowly. But the scene in front of him made him scream instantly. Ah! The strange city, the surprising position, the Gundam Ultra Warriors, and the mysterious alien spaceship fighting against the Ultra Warriors all made Dahi Wang feel terrified. Ah! The scream rang out. Dahi Wang watched for a moment, then calmed down, and quickly drove the Alpha out of the force field of the Batstar spaceship and suspended in the air. Dahi Wang drank water while watching Zero's battle. However, the Batstar spaceship would not wait for Zero. After a short stop, it left directly. Facing the departure of the spaceship, Zero could not say goodbye except to scream, and could only silently deal with the remaining alien fighters. However, just when Zero used the Emerald Cut to kill the last fighter, there was a child pushing a bicycle at the place where the armor fell. Before Zero could react, he saw Dahi Wang driving the Alpha directly towards the fallen fighter plane and crashed into it. "Damn it, what a mess!" Zero cursed, and helplessly rescued Xiao Wu, and then cursed. As an Ultraman, Zero naturally would not watch Dahi Wang die. In desperation, he could only use the oneness he had used once before, possessing Dahi Wang's body and saving his life. At the same time, outside the Earth, Chen and Emerana arrived late. "Is this the Earth?" Emerana sat on Chen's timer, looking at the blue planet in front of her, and asked with a smile. "Yes, this is the Earth." Revisiting the old place, although it is no longer the planet he is on, Chen is still full of emotion. "Let's go in. Isn't there someone calling my husband?" Emerana said. "Well, let's go." Chen nodded and then plunged into the Earth, falling towards the position where Ultraman Zero had just emitted his aura. At this time, Ultraman Zero was having a friendly negotiation with his second human body. "Listen, Taiga, I am Ultraman Zero, Ultraman Zero. From today on, we are one and the same." Ultraman Zero shouted with a smile inside the shield of perigee. "Get out! Yes, get out! Hey?" Ultraman Zero was just answering casually, not caring about what Taiga Wang said, and then Ultraman Zero was slapped in the face. Get out of my body!" Taiga's prejudice against Ultraman warriors cannot be eliminated in a short time. Ultraman Zero advised, No, you are seriously injured and dying. If I'm not here, you will. Thank you, but please get out, get out." As he said that, Taiga Wang held the shield of perigee and began to pull it down. As he was pulling, he heard a roar not far away. He looked up and saw a monster that looked like a fish but had a huge horn, roaring in the middle of the building. After discovering the monster, Zero naturally had to come out to fight. Zero's glasses flew out from the shield of perigee, and Zero's voice sounded at the same time, "Dahei, take this and fight with me." However, Dahei's next move made Zero lose face. He raised his hand and slapped Zero's glasses into the shield of perigee, then turned around and pulled Xiao Wu away. "Help!" While running, he was still shouting for help. In the air, Chen entered the invisible state as soon as he entered the earth. This ability was also exploded by the monster he killed casually during his travel not long ago. It is a useless ability, but it is still very useful at this time. "Husband, let's go help Zero," Emirana said. Don't worry, take a look first. This is the most classic scene in Zero's life. I have to record it. Here, take this and record it." "I'll get closer." Chen took out the camera he had put in the system space and handed it to Emirana, then flew towards the vicinity of Guvira. "Is this really okay?" Emirana said with a wry smile. "Wife, if you refuse, why are you still fiddling with this camera?" Chen lowered his head and said with a smile, "Hey, actually, I think it's still fun." So Emirana began to film Zero's famous scene. This is the third update. If I can enter the top 40 of the new book list tomorrow, I will continue to update 3 more times. Top 20, 4 more. Don't even think about the top 10. It's impossible without recommendation. In addition, please recommend, comment, and collect. These are all factors that affect the ranking of the new book list. Chen was hidden in the air. Emirana held the camera and began to film the process of Zero escaping and being put on the electric drill by Kuvira. These scenes, it seems, are quite exciting. Tsk. If you want Zero to help you in the future, just let this out for him. It must be very fragrant. Chen laughed. In the field, Kuvira was seen picking up Dahei on the electric drill and looking up to throw him off. However, every time he just picked up Dahei, and then he fell down and landed on Kuvira's electric drill. "Ah! Ah!" The screams one after another made people laugh. Such a gorgeous sense of balance. What happened to me from the beginning? Daha muttered while doubting his own mysterious operation. "Don't quarrel with Dahi because I am inside you. This little thing is nothing," Zero said helplessly. Oh, really? Dahi was still shouting in confusion when suddenly a blue giant fell from the sky and blocked Kuvira's way. Before Dahi could react, Kuvira braked suddenly and threw Dahi and Xiao Wu in his arms down. At this time, we have to say that the Super Victory team's equipment is excellent. Dahi's feet rubbed against the ground tightly, sparks and lightning all the way, but the shoes did not break. "Husband, this blue giant?" Looking at the blue Ultra Warrior that suddenly appeared, Emirana asked in confusion. "Gauss, the legendary warrior of love," Chen explained. Oh, Emirana seemed to understand. "Okay, wife, have you saved the video just now?" Chen said with his head down. Yeah, Emirana nodded. "Okay." Chen waved his hand to put away the camera, then revealed his figure and appeared above Kuvira's head. "Hey, another Ultra Warrior has appeared?" Taiga turned around and saw Gaosi first, then Chen, and shouted in surprise, "It's Ness! He's here too?" Zero shared Taiga's vision and said in surprise, "The Ultra Warrior behind, is it called Ness?" Taiga said. "Yeah," Zero responded. "Spicem beam!" Standing on the top of Kuvira, Chen raised his hand and threw a spicem beam over without saying a word. Boom! Before the people present could even react, Kuvira was killed by Chen in one blow. Kills Kuvira. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill Plasma Beam. Learning Plasma Beam. Learning completed. Plasma Beam has reached the maximum level. Oh my god, a skill has been revealed. Moreover, it is Seiya's strongest light skill. Chen looked at the system panel in front of him. Unbelievable. Could it be that he has taken advantage of the dungeon and can reveal Seiya's skills by killing monsters? Why did you kill him? He is just too irritable. Wouldn't it be better to let him calm down? Gauss looked at Chen and asked, "When you understand the background of this world, you won't think so." Chen shrugged, landed on the ground and reversed, and the light wrapped around Emirana and went towards the direction of the river. The background of the world? Musashi murmured, pressed down his hands and reversed, chasing Su Chen. Being able to become the human body of the Gauss, he is not a saint, but simply cares about monsters. If those monsters are really hopeless, Buddha also has angry Vajra. The corona mode of Gauss and the corona mode of the universe, then it is not the existence of reasoning with each other. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to come here with Her Royal Highness the Princess. It's true that the couple is in love. Zero looked at Su Chen and Emirana landing in front of his new human body and said with a smile, Chidoma Dai, you are friends with this guy, right? Then can you ask him to leave my body? Dahewang pointed at the Paraji shield on his wrist and said with a wry smile, I'm afraid that won't work. If he leaves you, you will probably die. Su Chen shrugged and said helplessly, but I really don't want to stay with him. Dahewang said with a bitter face, Sero-san, it seems that you have encountered a human body with some problems. Emirana said with a smile. Princess, I'm in a difficult situation. Zero said bitterly. You are a princess? Dahewang looked Emirana up and down and asked in surprise. What's the problem? I'm the second princess of the royal family of Esmeralda. You can just call me Emirana. Emirana said with a smile. Esmeralda? Never heard of it. Okawa shook his head. It would be strange if you have heard of it. That's another universe. When Zero and Okawa were bickering, Musashi also came over. Hello, I'm Haruno Musashi, Ultraman Cosmos. You are the Ultra Warrior just now, right? Musashi looked at Su Chen and said, Ah, Su Chen, Ultraman Nice, the kind warrior. I've heard of your name for a long time. Su Chen stretched out his hand and made a friendly gesture to Musashi. Who are they? Musashi nodded, looked at the others and said, My wife, Emirana. As for the human body of Ultraman Zero, as for what it's called, I really don't know, and I don't know this little brat even more. Su Chen shrugged. Well, my name is Okawa Nozomi, but I have nothing to do with Ultraman Zero. Don't put me together with him. Okawa Nozomi said, Hey, I saved your life after all. Can you give me some face? Zero called silently in Okawa Nozomi's body. Ha ha! Su Chen and Emirana laughed unscrupulously. By the way, why did you come here? When Su Chen and Emirana stopped laughing, Zero suddenly asked, I heard a call. What about you? Su Chen said. Me too. I was bringing 2 monsters from Earth to planet Julan, and I heard this call. Musashi replied. I was fighting against the remnants of Belia in the universe, and suddenly this voice rang in my ears. Zero also said. It seems that the voice calling us knows that we have the ability to travel through time and space. Su Chen summarized. Gauss's ability to travel through time and space was inherited from Regido. Yes, then, the person who summoned us should also have this ability. Musashi nodded. Then, who exactly is the person who summoned us? Zero said in confusion. Look, isn't there a native here? This little guy should know something. Su Chen pointed at Xiao Wu and said with a smile, Everyone is very awesome. It's 37 on the new book list. There are 3 updates today. There will be 2 more updates in the evening. Then there is the question about the next world. I looked at the comments area and there are many different opinions. But there are 2 people who say that Super 8 is written, and the author has thought about writing Super 8 before. So let's write Super 8. It just so happens that the plot of Super 8 is not very influential, and there is only one Mebius. I will sort it out later. Then some friends want to know where the author's million-word Ultraman is. There is a book about Feilu marrying Belia. You should be able to find it by searching these 5 keywords. Forget the other one, it's a eunuch book, kid. Tell me, what is the situation here? Are there any Ultra Warriors like us? Su Chen squatted down, looked at Xiao Wu and asked with a smile. Mr. Su Chen, don't ask, this little guy is a mute. Dahewang shrugged and said helplessly. Ah, Xiao Wu stepped hard on Dahewang's foot, and Dahewang jumped in pain. Then Su Chen saw Xiao Wu nodded at him. He should just lose his voice. He can understand what we say. I guess he became mute after birth. Emirana whispered to Su Chen. So that's it. Su Chen nodded seriously. It seems that if we want to truly understand this world, we need to find his guardian. Su Chen murmured. Then the roar of the engine sounded in the sky. In a moment, 2 huge mechas landed in front of Su Chen and the other 2. The hatch of the mecha opened, and 2 beautiful women poked their heads out. Xiao, I've been looking for you for a long time, Xiao Wu. Misato and Ana drove the fighter plane of the U-team and landed on both sides of Su Chen and others, saying, "Are they the guardians of this little guy?" Emirana asked in confusion. "By the way, who among you are the two Ultra Warriors just now?" Ana asked. "Ah, they are the two." Okawa Wang quickly pointed at Su Chen and Musashi and said, "Hey." Musashi was immediately anxious. How could someone reveal the identity of an Ultra Warrior right away? Are you still a member of the Earth Defense Force? However, once the words are spoken, they can't be taken back. Okawa Wang, who thought he was safe, smiled and was about to leave secretly, but was almost blown off his head by Misato's mechanical arm. In desperation, and in order to find out the truth, Su Chen and others followed Ana and others to the base of the U-team. There, they saw a group of children. Because Okawa Nozomi was wearing the same Super Victory Team uniform as Asuka Shin, he was particularly popular with the children, so they took him around to visit the base and introduced people to him. And Su Chen, Musashi, and Emirana followed Ana and others to understand the ins and outs of this world. "Maybe we are the only ones left in this world," Ana said bitterly, squatting on the ground. "No need for maybe. You are really the only ones left in this world. All animals, including those in the ocean that humans have not discovered." Su Chen said lightly. When he came to Earth, he had already seen that this planet had become a testing ground for the Baltic people. All creatures with thoughts and fear were kidnapped by the Baltic people. "Why? Who caused it?" Musashi asked. "The invaders, the Baltic people." Ana stood up and said in a deep voice, "The Earth was chosen as his testing ground. At first it was birds and animals, and then it was humans," Ana said bitterly. Sawa on the side put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. "It's like they disappeared suddenly. No one knows where they went. What we know is that all this was caused by something called Jeton," Misato sighed and said. "Jeton!" Musashi muttered the name. "This monster is well known in the universe. As Gauss, he has also fought Jeton. Well, Jeton is one of those beasts that can be physically transcended and cannot be washed away. Musashi is now thinking about which form he can use to kill Jeton in seconds." While thinking, Su Chen and others followed Ana to their equipment workshop. In order to eliminate Jeton, the defense teams all over the world were dispatched. But in the end, no one came back. It's very miserable, and it fits the setting of the end of the world. However, the protagonist is not a native human on Earth, but a helper from another universe. The conversation continued. Su Chen remained silent, waiting for the appearance of the Balt Starman. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, a very mean laugh was heard outside. "Ha ha!" When others heard that voice, they wanted to beat him up. "That's the Bait Starman." Everyone came outside and looked at the Baity Starman in the sky. "Are you okay? The remaining people in this world, Jeton's food is your despair and fear. This time you can be as scared as you want. For my Jeton! Ha ha! Ha ha!" The huge face of the Baity Starman floated in the sky, and what he said was also infuriating. With his laughter, his face gradually disappeared in the sky. However, behind everyone, 3 huge clouds of smoke and dust suddenly rose. Everyone ran to the back and saw 3 huge monsters. Ancient Monster Gomes, Super Ancient Monster Golzon, Super Ancient Dragon Hilbagon. Su Chen recognized the 3 monsters and also used the system's ability to detect the levels of the 3 monsters. Gomes level 58, Golzon level 67, and Hilbagon level 71. The 3 different monsters have very different levels. Obviously, this is a great gift prepared by the Baide people for Su Chen and the other 2. 3 monsters at once. This is the first time. The members of the U-team looked at the 3 roaring monsters and were stunned. "Leave it to me." Without saying a word, Musashi ran forward, took out the sun and moon, and pointed to the sky, shouted, "Gosmos!" The top of the sun and moon opened and the light was bright. A blue Ultraman appeared in front of everyone. "Wife, I'm gonna fight first. This is for you. Remember to take pictures of Dahi's transformation process and his battle process." Su Chen secretly gave Emirana a small camera and whispered to her, "Understood." Emirana made an okay gesture to Su Chen and nodded. "Husband, be careful when you fight." After saying that, she didn't forget to care about Su Chen. "Don't worry." Su Chen smiled and nodded, took a step forward, and his body was shining, and he completed the transformation directly. Wow, it's Ultra Warriors! The children were very excited, lying in front of the window, watching the bout transform Musashi and Chen. The members of the U team took a step forward to watch this scene, and Zero began to fool Dahiwang. Number is not a problem. The important thing is to use the eye of the heart to capture the enemy's movements. Zero's voice sounded in Dahi's ears. Huh? The eye of the heart? Dahi fell into deep thought and closed his eyes involuntarily. Then Zero secretly took out the eye of Zero and stuck it directly on Dahiwang's eyes. Wow, Dahiwang, who found something wrong, had already been tricked. Too hateful, despicable, Dahiwang howled, but Zero had already mastered the control of his body and began to transform. Swish, swish, swish. After a series of operations, Ultraman Zero made a brilliant appearance. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Sai Xiao touched his nose in a pretentious manner. However, at this time, Zero was not aware of his height problem at all. Sure enough, that guy is also an Ultraman. But, the children said, it's so small. Fuck, why is it this size? The words that Zero used to mock Zeta in the future were used by him on himself in advance. And all of this was secretly photographed by Emirana. Yes, second update. Please collect and recommend. It can be said that from now on, all of Zero's black history combined is less than 1/10 of the black history in the Ultraman legend. It should be said that after the past, Zero basically has no black history. After learning this lesson, when Zero looks for a human body again, he will definitely look for a man who looks easy to fool and honest. Of course, as the human body of Ultraman Zero, it is not without its dark history. We will talk about this later. Now, let's get to the point. After realizing his own state, Ultraman Zero had no choice but to force himself. Because in the field, Chen chose the strongest Silbagon to fight alone. Goss was fighting 2 people alone, and now he was a little overwhelmed. Of course, Goss was definitely letting him go. After all, he was a level 79 boss. It would be unreasonable to say that he was not waterproof against 2 monsters less than level 70. So Ultraman Zero chose Gomes as his opponent and beat him. At the beginning, because he was not used to fighting at this size, Ultraman Zero was once beaten. Note that this is not stuttering, but a fact. Emirana, with the camera given by Chen, took pictures and recorded every beautiful moment of Ultraman Zero falling. Of course, the careful Emirana did not forget to take pictures of her husband's fighting style. Watch me, nice kick! After getting Leo's kick, Chen combined it with the leg techniques of Bajikwan, and after mastering it, it became his own kick skill. In terms of technique, it is definitely better than Leo's kick, Yan-style kick, and Zero's kick. But in terms of strength, it is still a little bit behind. The Silbagun controlled by the Bolt Starman is a second-generation Silbagun. That is, the one in Dyna. In other words, the one with contact lenses. No myopia. Chen's goal is also very clear. This kick is aimed at his horn. Crack! The effect is obvious. It is not a problem for a level 79 boss to kick a level 71 monster. Ouch! With one kick, Chen destroyed the right horn of Silbagon, and then heard Silbagon's roar. Seeing this, Gaosi knew that he could not let it go anymore. What is it like to kill a monster in the moon goddess form? Gaosi is performing now. Actually, Chen had completely misunderstood the fact that Goss was letting the enemy go. The reason why Goss was letting the enemy go was the same as when Zero went to the universe where Emirana and the others were. It was because different universes had different ways of replenishing energy. Goss's changing form was a boost in strength, but also a consumption of energy. Although Goss had some of Reijido's power, he could absorb a small portion of the energy of the sun in this universe to replenish his own consumption. However, the income was not enough to cover the expenditure. If the corona or even the stronger eclipse or future mode was turned on, the energy consumed would be huge. What if the enemy came at this time and there was no energy to transform? This was also the reason why Goss had been using the Luna mode. In short, it was to save electricity. And now, because of Chen, Goss saw our strength and started to fight directly. Luna attack! The Luna form's rare attack skill was released by Goss towards Golzan and began to hurt the enemy. On Chen's side, after a successful attack, he wiped his wrist and the Saga Blade appeared. The other horn cut it off too. The next moment, Chen appeared on the left side of Silbagon and then chopped it down. Crack! Very easily, the Saga Blade easily cut off Silbagon's left horn. Enough of fun, it's time to send you off. Su Chen smiled and teleported to the top of Silbagon. The energy of both hands gathered in front of the timer, and a colorful ball of light appeared. Plasma light wave. Throw it directly at Silbagon, and the battle is over. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points 100,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill Metadomain. Learning Metadomain. Learning completed. Metadomain has reached the maximum level. Fuck Metadomain. This super classic skill Su Chen has been coveting for a long time. As a classic skill of Ultraman Nexus, this thing can drag the opponent into his own territory to fight, so as to better protect our innocent people. Now he has also obtained this skill. Not bad, not bad. Go and grab the monster. After killing Hilbagon, Su Chen did not hesitate. With a teleport, he appeared between Gauss and Golzon. Zapelio Ray. As an old rival of Tiga, Golzon will naturally die under Tiga's light. Skill. Su Chen raised his hand and used a simplified version of Zapelio Ray to send Golzon away directly. Gauss had no chance to grab experience. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points 5,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Ultra Amulet. The host can inject his own or others' light energy into the amulet, and the wearer can withstand 3 full-strength attacks that are not higher than the level of the energy injector. When obtained for the first time, the system automatically injects a level 95 energy into the amulet. System, you are such a cute little thing. Su Chen looked at the system panel in front of him and instantly knew the use of this thing. It can be said that as long as he holds this amulet, Su Chen can roam freely in the entire Ultraman Legend world. No matter how strong Hyper Zeton is, it is impossible to exceed level 95. Of course, Su Chen will naturally not wear this amulet himself. Giving it to Emirana is naturally the best choice for Su Chen. Sure enough, we still have to follow the plot. Even if it is a minor role, the experience points given are not much, but the items that explode are really good. Su Chen thought happily and looked at the last monster, Gomes. Nice. Leave it to you. Zero knew very early that Su Chen liked the feeling of the last blow to kill, so since he couldn't kill this monster himself, he naturally handed it to Su Chen. Well, since you are so sensible, I decided to keep your dirty laundry to myself and not sell it. Su Chen looked at Zero, smiled, pondered for a moment, and then fired a specium ray to kill Gomes flying in the air. Host kills Gomes? Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill Sega Drilling Fist. Learning Sega Drilling Fist. Sega Drilling Fist has reached the maximum level. This explosion rate, my luck, value is maxed out today, right? Su Chen was a little bit unbelievable. You said that it is normal for monsters above level 60 to have a high explosion rate, but the explosion rate of Gomes below level 60 is still so high, and it is Sega's skill? Su Chen was a little bit unbelievable. The third update. There will be no more updates tomorrow. However, if I can enter the top 20 tomorrow, I will write it down in my little notebook and add an update when I have time. Brothers, Oli, 3 consecutive explosions made Su Chen more and more excited. What good things could the legendary Hyper Zeton explode? Boom boom. Just when Su Chen was relaxing after killing Hyper Zeton, the spaceship of the Balt Starman suddenly appeared in the sky, and then a lightning bolt struck at Zero, who seemed to be the weakest. The effect was also very obvious, and Zero was directly struck back to his human form. Fuck, you hit my people? Su Chen raised his head and threw a cosmic miracle ray without saying a word. Humph! However, the Balt Starman just snorted coldly, and the spaceship responded and completely offset Su Chen's attack. What a strong Balt Starman! Su Chen frowned. Although this cosmic miracle ray was only released instantly, and he released it at level 79. However, its power is also stronger than the regular ray of an ordinary level 82 Ultraman. New Ultra Warriors, this is just my warning to you. Get out of my test field immediately. Ha ha! After saying this, the Balt Starman disappeared. Looking at the disappearing Balt Starman spaceship, Su Chen and Gaoxi looked at each other, reversed their transformations and turned back into human bodies and landed next to Dahe Wang. Dahe, are you okay? Musashi looked at Da Wang, who was lying on the ground and holding his chest, and shouted, "No, it's okay. It was Zero who protected me." Da Wang looked at the slightly dimmed light of the Paraji shield in his hand. His eyes fell into a solemn look and sighed and said, "Su Chen, I have consumed a lot of energy, and I may not be able to transform and fight in a short time." Zero's slightly weak voice came. "Don't worry, just leave it to me." Su Chen smiled, transformed directly on the spot, and then began to inject energy into the Paraji shield. 10 minutes later, with the light on the Paraji shield flashing, Zero was resurrected with full blood. "Thank you, Su Chen." Zero's voice became energetic again. "You should find a way to make your human body normal. Otherwise, we might not kill Zetten, but be killed by the Balt people." Su Chen shrugged, patted Taiga Wang's shoulder, and then turned and left. "I can't do anything about this." Zero shook his head helplessly in the shield of Paraji. In the evening, everyone finally had a peaceful time and ate a sumptuous dinner together. During this time, Taiga finally found out about Asuka. However, Asuka brought hope to these people, but what he brought to him was... Taiga looked lonely and even resisted Dinah, which aroused everyone's anger, especially Risa, who sang the classic, "I Just Want to Protect You" outside the tent, which aroused Taiga's thoughts. And Su Chen pulled Emirana and gave her the amulet he got today. "Wife, take this thing and wear it with you." The amulet that the system exploded looked about the same size as an ordinary medal, with a head portrait of Su Chen after his transformation on it. "Thank you, my husband." Emirana took it with a smile, very happy. Of course, the reason why she was happy was not because of the effect of this amulet, but because it was given by Su Chen, and there was Su Chen's head portrait on it. "This amulet can protect your safety. Some people have complained about me taking you with me. Now that I give it to you, they should not say anything anymore." Su Chen smiled and touched Emirana's head and said, "I will definitely protect myself and will not cause trouble to you, my husband." Emirana smiled like a flower. "Yeah!" The next morning, when everyone just woke up, a huge cocoon of Jeton appeared in the sky. "Today is a memorable day." The voice of the Beta Starman sounded. "Jeton, the day of awakening." Following the voice of the Beta Starman, the young Hyper Jeton was seen breaking out of the cocoon, and the huge body moved ferociously in a place similar to the crater of the moon, causing screams from the children present. "Jeton! Jeton!" The young Hyper Jeton kept screaming. As the camera of the Baltman zoomed in, everyone saw that under the belly of the Hyper Zeton larva, there was a stone statue of an Ultraman, like a giant holding up the sky with his hands raised high, looking very small. "Dinah! That's Dinah! Dinah! Why is he there?" The women and children who didn't understand all this were talking about it, wondering what was going on. Bang! The Hyper Zeton larva kicked the stone statue of Dinah far away, causing another round of screams. "I really admire Dinah," the Baltman said with great regret. In order to prevent the birth of Jeton, he sacrificed his life to fly into the egg. "The savior of mankind is really amazing," the Baltman said with a smile. In the crowd, Anna and Xiaowu lowered their heads. The Beta Star changed the subject and continued, "However, everything is in vain, all useless work. Jeton has fully awakened." This is the salute in his memory. Then the Hyper Zeton larva projected by the Beta Star fired countless fireballs. Could this fireball be? Taiga secretly said something bad. "Everyone run away from here," Musashi shouted and led everyone to run away. At the end, Taiga had already seen the fireball flying down from the sky. "Everyone stop!" However, it was too late. At the critical moment, Musashi shouted "Gausmos" and transformed directly. Su Chen on the side was not idle either, and transformed directly without saying a word. Nice! 2 bodies appeared in front of everyone, and Su Chen pulled open the Ultra Shield to block it. However, even if it was a Hyper Zeton larva, his strength was very strong, and the fireballs he fired were extremely powerful. Su Chen felt that he couldn't bear it after holding on to about 10 of them. "This won't do." "Oh, right." Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered the skill that exploded yesterday. "Gauss, block it," Su Chen shouted. "Okay." Out of trust in his teammates, Gauss blocked Su Chen without hesitation. Su Chen had time to wipe his hand on his left arm, drawing out a white light and throwing it into the sky. The white light ball turned into a golden light curtain, and then suddenly spread out, surrounding all the people on Su Chen's side. As the golden light curtain completely enveloped Su Chen and others, the light curtain suddenly disappeared and Su Chen's people also disappeared. It's finally safe. The meta-domain is a completely independent alien space. As long as it is completed, it will not be disturbed by the outside world. Not every Hyperzetan larva has the Night Raid's black technology. P.S. I've been busy all day here, and I have to do experiments early tomorrow morning, so I'll only update tonight. I owe you one update. I'll make up for it when I have time. In Ultraman Nexus, the Night Raid was confused about Ultraman Nexus's meta-realm at first. But as their research deepened, they were able to enter the meta-realm to fight. But now, both the Batonians and the Hyperzetan larvae were confused for a moment. The house was clearly there, so why did the people disappear? If the tiny humans disappeared, they might have been beaten to ashes or hidden. But what about the two 50-meter-tall Ultra Warriors? Did they fly? It seems that Ultra Warriors can fly. But all this doesn't make sense. Helplessly, the Batonians continued to control the Hyperzetan larvae to attack. However, after fighting for 3 minutes, he still didn't see the Ultra Warriors and humans, so he had no choice but to let Hyperzetan stop attacking and rest for a while. The camera turned. In the Meta Realm, Su Chen maintained his transformation to maintain the Meta Realm, while Anna and others organized the children. The remaining Taiga and the Zero in his body, Musashi who turned back into a human body, and Emirana gathered together to talk. Nice. How long can you maintain this skill? Asked Zero. If you don't starve to death, I can maintain it forever. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at Taiga, who was as small as an ant, and said with a smile, Forever? Awesome. All that Zero could say was that having a lot of energy meant being willful. It's okay for a few of us, but Emirana and those women and children, they are all ordinary people. They may not even last 3 days. Looked at Emirana and Anna and said in a deep voice, It's okay. The Beatty people have already taken Jeton away. Let's go out. Although Su Chen was in the Meta Realm, he could observe the situation outside. At this moment, he could naturally see that the Hyper-Jeton larvae had withdrawn. That's good. Musashi nodded. Su Chen smiled, stood up, and let out a white light again. The Meta Realm was retracted, and Su Chen and others appeared on the Earth again. Ultra Warriors, magical power. Unfortunately, you are just an insignificant pebble on the road to the rise of my Jeton. The Beidei people naturally discovered the appearance of Su Chen and others, but did not launch an attack. In its view, these humans were about to collapse. When the fear and despair provided by the humans he kidnapped became more, Jeton's strength would be even stronger. Now it is better to be prudent. The Beidei people conspired. But on Su Chen's side, Anna and the children who came out of the Meta Realm looked at the scene in front of them in despair. Although Su Chen used the meta field to protect them, he was unable to take away these buildings. Therefore, their base, their home, has become a devastated place. Except for a few houses that have not collapsed, the remaining tents and other things have collapsed or caught fire. Woo-woo. The children all cried one by one. Even the girls gradually cried. Have all the efforts for so long been in vain? After all, we are just tiny humans. In front of such a big monster, even Dinah, Anna said bitterly. Alas, let's help put out the fire together. Su Chen knew that it was completely nonsense to say anything about them and the Ultra Warriors at this time. Our strongest fighter, Ultraman Zero, is currently in an idle state, and Goss can only fight in the Moon Goddess form due to energy problems. And Su Chen's normal level is not as good as these two guys, so he said that he is not worthy. Pull out the water pipe and start to put out the fire. However, the next scene completely changed Dahi's life. A doll wrapped in mud lay quietly beside a pool formed by a broken water pipe. The owner of the doll was a cute little girl. She stood by the pool, gently picked up her doll, and burst into tears. Dahe, who witnessed all this, suddenly remembered his childhood experience. He stood in a ruin, crying helplessly, shouting the name of Ultraman. Because in the ruins were his parents, who were crushed by the monster and collapsed. However, Ultraman was not a god, and he could not take everyone into consideration. For the benefit of the majority, he still had to do his best to defeat the monster. Since then, he began to hate Ultraman. However, all this happened today to a child of the same age as himself. The Ultraman the child called seemed to be him. The door of his heart gradually opened, and Zero in the shield of Paraji also saw a ray of light. However, what really made Dahi completely open his mind was what happened next. This is... His resentment towards himself turned into anger, and he punched the rack with the Earth Defense Force sign. However, what he got was the 4 big characters of Yamada Industry. Okawa Wong couldn't believe it. Yes, everything is fake. We are all counterfeits. Yes, counterfeits are counterfeits after all. How can they be genuine? Several women talked to each other, while Chen, Emirana, and Musashi listened quietly, and then they also heard the truth of the matter. It turned out that the Earth Defense Force that Anna and others were named after was just a lie they told to protect these children. There was actually only one real member of the Earth Defense Force in the team, and he was a reserve member. However, it was this group of girls, who were either nurses, white-collar workers, or repairmen, who told a big lie to protect the children's dreams, and thus they truly grew into Earth Defense Force soldiers who could protect children. "They are great, aren't they?" Chen said softly. "Yes, they are great," Musashi nodded. After learning all this, Okawa Wong finally understood his mission. The door of his heart that had been closed for more than 10 years was finally completely opened. Zero, who felt the bright light, was also in a good mood. Okawa Wong walked solemnly in front of Chen, looked at Chen, and then looked at Musashi. "Let's go together to defeat Zetan and save everyone," Okawa Wong said firmly. "I've been waiting for you to say this." Chen smiled, stretched out his hand, and patted him hard on the shoulder. "Okay, let's go, Zero!" Okawa Wong roared, more excited than ever before. "Don't go!" At this time, Anna and others rushed over and dissuaded him. "Don't go, Dinah. I saw him being. You are not obligated to fight," Anna said bitterly. "Don't worry, Dinah is immortal because he is a legendary hero. We will definitely bring him back. Please believe us. Believe in the Ultra Warriors." Dahi smiled and touched Xiaowu's head, turned around and summoned the Ultraman Zero glasses and shouted, "Let's go, Ultraman Zero!" "Okay. P.S. Today's first update. Please recommend and collect. Wife, take the amulet and wait for me to come back at home, okay?" Chen reached out and touched Emirana's head, saying with a smile, "Husband, be careful." Emirana knew that this battle might be the most dangerous battle Chen had ever fought. However, as someone who had also experienced the destruction of his homeland, Emirana had no reason to stop Chen's battle, so he could only give Chen the best wishes and hope that he would return safely. "Don't worry, your husband is invincible." Chen smiled, stamped his feet on the ground, flew up into the sky, and completed the transformation. "Cosmos!" Musashi also took out the sun and moon and completed the transformation. So Chen was in the air and Zero landed in a very pretentious way. Only Gosmos was the quietest. After the transformation, he stood straight on the ground. "Everyone, let's go!" Chen called out and led the way to the location of the Hyperzetan larva. Watching Chen and others leave, Xiaowu suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Anna's hand, calling silently. "Xiaowu, you are going?" Anna asked. "Yes," Xiaowu nodded heavily. "Okay, I'll go with you." Anna nodded. Anna looked around, then looked at Emirana and walked towards Emirana. "Princess, I want to ask you to help take care of them and the children. Xiaowu and I have something to do." Anna looked at Emirana and said in a deep voice, "Okay." Emirana nodded. So Anna and Xiaowu set out on the road to find Dinah's light. On Chen's side, he came all the way to Hyperzetan's position and started fighting. "Randomly intersperse attacks, Musashi-kun. I'll help you solve the energy problem. Don't slack off anymore," Chen said. "With your words, I feel much more relieved. Come on." Without saying a word, Gauss propped up the sky with both hands to change his form, and he was the strongest, the future mode at the beginning. Gauss's future mode is the strongest form of Gauss that Musashi transformed into under the call of the light of hope of everyone. The strength is evident. Chen did not hide his private thoughts. The fire in his heart burned, the fire on his body boiled, and he appeared in the form of the blazing god of war. Go! The juvenile Hyperzetan is very powerful. He was equal to Belia back then, a super expert at level 89. It can be said that under level 90, this is almost the strongest. Su Chen and the other two activated the blazing god of war form. Su Chen's strength was about the same as level 82, Zero was level 84, and Gauss in the future mode was level 83. 3 beings at level 80, fighting against one at level 89, but still, they were defeated. 8-point light wheel, Zapelio beam, Spicium beam, Ultra Guillotine, Dilatium beam, Garnet bombing, Solar prominence sphere, Cosmic miracle beam, Plasma beam. Su Chen stood in the back row, responsible for the front output. With unlimited energy, he used all his strength for every beam skill. Have you seen a light wheel with a diameter of 80 meters? Well, you in front of the screen must have seen it, but Zero and Gauss hadn't seen it. It was the first time they saw that the 8-point light wheel could be used in this way. The Ultra Guillotine, the full-level Ultra Guillotine, was directly split into 36 pieces by Su Chen. It was powerful and caused considerable damage to the Hyper Zetan larva. Here, Su Chen and the other two continued to fight a war of attrition with the Hyper Zetan larva. On the ground, Xiao Wu and Anna were frantically looking for Dinah's transformation device. Finally, after searching one crater after another, they finally found Dinah's transformation device. Then Anna drove her fighter plane and sent Dinah's transformation device back to him. Because Su Chen and others had a good control, Anna's fighter plane was not attacked. Flying bird! Everyone is waiting for you. Wake up! After saying that, Anna threw the transformation device to the petrified timer on Dinah's chest. With the familiar BGM, Dinah's body glowed brightly, and Ultraman Dinah was resurrected again. Okay, it's time to get rid of him in one go. Su Chen stopped the light bombardment, and with a touch of his hand on his left arm, the Sega blade appeared. Zero, go ahead. Okay, Zero also combined the ice axe into a plasma spark knife, and he and Su Chen each found a tentacle of the young Hyper Zetan. Cut it off for me. Su Chen teleported and appeared on the path that the tentacle must pass through, then raised his left hand and chopped it down fiercely. Zetan! The young Hyper Zetan let out a painful roar and kept wailing. Su Chen did not hesitate and put his hands together and wiped his head. Ultra Guillotine! 36 guillotines flew out, chopping the tentacles of the young Hyper Zetan in front of them into 37 pieces, very cleanly. Gauss heavy attack! Soljet beam! Su Chen and Zero were in charge of close combat, while Dinah and Gauss aimed at the eyes of the young Hyper Zetan, one on the left and one on the right, and directly extinguished the light. After cutting off the tentacles, Su Chen and Zero once again targeted the front paws of the young Hyper Zetan, and without saying a word, they copied the previous combat mode again. In this way, the young Hyper Zetan became a completely disabled beast. Ultra Warriors, why do you want to ruin my good deeds? Why do you want to protect humans? Humans, worthless creatures! The Balt Starman shouted angrily. Su Chen and others flew to the opposite side of the young Hyper Zetan, and responded, "There is no special reason." Zero shouted. After that, Zero summoned the Paraji shield, bow and arrow mode. It has been like this since a long time ago. Because there was no blessing from Noah before, this time, Gauss and Dinah helped to inject energy. Su Chen, on the other hand, was in full swing. In order to show off, he even opened the Shining Ring shield. "That's all!" Zero shouted, and the fully charged Ultimate Zero was launched. On Su Chen, light shone all over his body, and the energy of his whole body, the energy intensity of level 82 instantly jumped several levels. Then he fired a strengthened version of the Zapelian ray. "Welcome our light!" Su Chen shouted, and 2 attacks landed on the young Hyper Zetan at the same time. Boom! The young Hyper Zetan was instantly pierced through. Looking at the cold young Hyper Zetan, Zero pointed his finger to the sky and started to show off. "You are still 20,000 years too early to comment on the value of humans." Ignoring the pretentious Zero, Su Chen reaped a lot of rewards. Host kills young Hyper Zetan. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points, 3 million. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Sega Storm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, a card for traveling back and forth between any planes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, a 3-minute experience card for level 93. Learning Sega Storm. Learning completed. Sega Storm has reached the maximum level. Experience value is full. Upgrade completed. Current level, LV.81, 35,920, Fuck. Big explosion. Big explosion. P.S. This is to pave the way for the later travel through Super 8. After all, the plot of Super 8 is before the Ultraman legend, so this requires a special prop. Otherwise, the protagonist's plane travel is just like Zero's Paragi shield and does not have the ability to travel through time. Killed a level 89 boss, not to mention upgrading to level 81 in one breath, becoming a boss above level 80, just those additional rewards are enough for this effort. Needless to say, Sega Storm's skills, in terms of pretentiousness, are more shocking than Sega Storm's appearance in the Ultraman universe. And the power is naturally very strong. Directly hitting Hyper Zeton to the ground, the scene is quite spectacular. As for the plane shuttle card, Chen was a little confused. Logically speaking, Chen now has the ability to shuttle planes, so he naturally doesn't need this. However, Chen felt that this thing must not be as simple as he imagined. Wait until after the battle to ask the system. The most luxurious reward this time is the 93-level Strength Experience card. Although it is only 3 minutes, it is enough to make himself have enough strength to participate in the next battle with Hyper Zeton. The surge in Chen's aura was not too obvious, because Chen was still in the form of the blazing god of war at this time, and the change was not very obvious. However, in terms of strength, there is a world of difference. Just as Zero pointed to the sky and cursed the Bautist's spaceship suddenly appeared above the young body of Hyper Zeton. The spaceship scattered like dominoes. Everyone was shocked. Do you think you won like this? What you defeated was just the young body of Zeton. After the Bautist said this, the disintegrated spaceship rushed directly into the back of the young body of Hyper Zeton, and then suddenly exploded. Chen and others hurriedly retreated and then saw the young body of Hyper Zeton shattered directly, and dust flew. In the dust, the breath of life and the rhythm of energy were also heard. Zeton! Hyper Zeton's voice sounded from the smoke and dust. This beautiful figure. This is the complete form. Hyper Zeton. Along with the voice of the Bautist, Hyper Zeton's figure appeared completely, and the powerful energy fluctuations made Chen's instinctive feeling tremble all over. A level 95 boss, this Hyper Zeton is worthy of being called the strongest monster. Through the detection function of the system, Chen has already seen the strength of Hyper Zeton. Level 95, a legendary monster. The strength is very strong. What is a perfect form? The courage is not as strong as the one just now. Zero looked at Hyper Zeton with disdain. Hyper Zeton looks very handsome, but the size is far different from that of the young Hyper Zeton. Zero has been out for so many years and he has seen all kinds of storms. How about Belladora, which is several thousand meters high? How about Belia, which is 300 meters high? Didn't they kill them all? However, he ignored a sentence. Condensation is the essence. After Zero landed, he rushed directly towards Hyper Zeton. However, although Zero's strength is not weak, compared with Hyper Zeton, it is completely not enough. Hyper Zeton teleported lightly, dodged Zero's punch, and appeared behind him. Zero stumbled and turned back to attack, but Hyper Zeton teleported again to avoid Zero's attack, and this time, he fought back. Zero was directly hit by Hyper Zeton's claw and fell back in front of Chen and others. "Let's go together. This guy is weird," Zero said. "Okay." Chen was not idle either. Although the opponent was a level 95 big boss, he was the kind of person who could easily kill Chen. However, at this time, you can't be stage frightened. If Saga doesn't appear, you will have to rely on yourself for the next 2. Chen jumped up, and the next second, he teleported behind Hyper Zeton. The Saga blade on his wrist slashed towards Hyper Zeton's back without any hesitation. However, Hyper Zeton's teleportation ability is comparable to Saga. Chen's teleportation, speed is enough, but in Hyper Zeton's eyes, the speed of attack is just like a child playing house. There is no difference. Shit! Chen's attack missed, and he suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles on his back. Without saying a word, he quickly teleported away from the spot. But Hyper Zeton appeared behind Chen the moment Chen disappeared, and threw a dark fireball directly at him. Plasma beam! However, Chen's prediction was not to be underestimated. As the saying goes, I predicted your prediction. Appearing behind Hyper Zeton, that is, behind himself, Su Chen threw a plasma beam without saying a word. Bang! Hyper Zeton was unable to dodge and was hit directly. However, this little attack was no different from tickling Hyper Zeton. Jeton! A light call. Su Chen could even feel the disdain in it. Ah! Taking advantage of Su Chen's successful attack, Zero leaped into the air and attacked Hyper Zeton with a Zero flying kick. But his foot was grabbed and thrown out. The rest of the people also suffered a lot in the melee and were defeated one after another. Let's go together! Su Chen continued to contain Hyper Zeton, using his teleportation ability. Hyper Zeton really had no way to deal with Su Chen for a while. Su Chen's close-range attack could not hit him, but his long-range attack had a very high hit rate, but it was ineffective. Taking advantage of Su Chen's good containment, the three people on Zero's side gathered together and began to release their strongest light skills. Zero Focusing Light, Soljet Light, Gauss Heavy Attack. However, Hyper Zeton turned around and created something similar to a black hole in front of him. Get out of the way! Su Chen wanted to curse at this time. If you say that Dinah and Cosmos are wild Ultramen who have not received systematic knowledge education, it is understandable that they don't know this. When you, Ultraman Zero, were in Ultra School, you were only thinking about how to go to the Plasma Spark Tower to learn Belia, right? You can't use light to fight Zeton. Your uncle, your second uncle, your father, your fourth uncle. Didn't they teach you? However, Su Chen's words were too late. Even if Su Chen activated the Shining Ring Shield and teleported in front of the three people to resist, it was useless. Along with Su Chen, all four people were beaten back to human form. Ultraman Zero and the other two were exhausted, and Su Chen naturally changed back to human form to match the experience of his teammates. In fact, Su Chen was indeed seriously injured, but with the supplement of chaos energy, it was basically equivalent to being hit by Emirana's little fist. Ha! After hitting Su Chen and others, the Balt Starmen laughed again. P.S. I have been doing experiments until now today, so I will update it once more. I'll make it up tomorrow. Good night. Ha! The Beatty Star looked at the three people lying on the ground, and Su Chen, who was standing in front of them like a giant, and laughed. Life is destined to perish from the moment it is born. Yes, all living things will eventually perish. The voice of the Beatty Star spread to every corner of the world, but only a few people at the scene and Emirana and others in the survivors' camp could hear it. Husband. Emirana frowned, looking worriedly at the direction where Su Chen and others were fighting, whispering softly. Princess sister, did brother Su Chen and the others lose? It was still the little girl holding the rabbit doll. She pulled Emirana's skirt tightly, raised her head and asked with a trembling voice, No, brother Su Chen will definitely win. Emirana reached out and touched the top of the little girl's head. While comforting the little girl, she was also comforting herself. Zero. Dahi Wang raised his hand and looked at the petrified Paraji shield, shouting loudly. And the Balt Starmen continued to talk nonsense. Zeton is the law that governs the universe. Zeton is destruction. I will use his power to eradicate all life in the universe. I will be the god of the universe and rule the world. Kneel down in front of fear and despair. Balt Starman looked at Dahi Wang with a desperate face and laughed brilliantly. He thought he had completely solved the involvement of this world. After making a series of ambitious speeches, he began to appear purple-yellow dark flames all over his body, which was the annihilation breath of Hyper Zeton. Along with the flames, Hyper Zeton gradually flew upwards and was about to leave the Earth to complete what he had just said. In the end, I still can't protect anything. Dahi Wang looked at the ground in front of him and shouted sadly. It's not over yet. The voice of a bird suddenly sounded from behind Dahi Wang. It's not over yet. Su Chen turned around and looked at Dahi Wang, who was kneeling in front of him, and said with a smile, But the power is gone. Dahi Wang turned around and looked at the already petrified Paraji shield, gritting his teeth and said, Some power can only be seen and obtained after exceeding the limit. Su Chen stepped forward to help Dahi Wang up and said lightly, Well? Asuka Shishin suddenly looked at Su Chen with a confused face. Who is this guy? Why is he stealing my lines? Asuka Shin thought in his heart, Dahi, we still have the power to protect. Musashi walked over, covering his arm, and shouted loudly. Protect? Dahewang muttered. Well, the power of protection. Protect the people and things that we all need to protect. Su Chen looked at Dahewang and said with a firm face, The real battle. The real battle. The real battle. It's just beginning now. The 4 human bodies of Ultraman roared at the same time. Dao Wuhu lost his voice, finally shouted out the words he had not heard for a long time at this moment. And it was these words that pushed everything to the highest peak. The Paraji shield seemed to have sensed the faith of everyone in protecting it. The silver-white Paraji shield flashed with a colorful pattern, and the whole appearance changed greatly. It was the breath of Sega. Ah! Dahewang and the other 2 raised their transformation devices and shouted at the same time. A fierce light also appeared on the 3 people. In this dazzling light, a colorful tornado suddenly rose, and Su Chen also turned his state to the highest in an instant. Except for the 93-level experience card, the blazing god of war form, the shining ring shield, and the Sega storm were turned on at the same time. 2 huge tornadoes flew up at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, directly surrounded Hyperzeton in the air, and then shot it down. Ah! Hyperzeton let out a painful whine. It fell to the ground suddenly. After the 2 tornadoes landed, one turned into Ultraman Nice, who was in the form of the blazing god of war and was covered in red. The other was Ultraman Saga, a legendary warrior covered in colorful light and full of mystery. Ah! An old voice sounded, indicating that the Ultraman Saga in front of him was definitely not young. Generally speaking, the strength of Ultra Warriors increases with age, of course, except for the new generation of cheaters. Noah and Regido are both Ultra Warriors born at the beginning of the universe. The King of Ultra is the oldest existence in the Kingdom of Light, and it can be said that he is older than the Kingdom of Light. As for Saga, although it is unknown how many years he has been around, how can the mysterious 4 Ultramen be simple? Ultraman? The humans below looked at Saga and Nice and murmured, No matter what form you take, I am invincible. I can just use one finger. The Bolt controlled Hyperzeton to stand up, looked at Sega and Su Chen, and began to show off. However, before he could finish his words, Sega and Su Chen teleported in unison. With Sega by his side, Su Chen approached him directly. The 2 kicked each other and directly hit Hyperzeton, causing great damage. Sega, at the moment Hyperzeton retreated, teleported again and appeared on Hyperzeton's back. As expected of Sega, he also teleports, but he is more skilled than me. Su Chen looked at Sega in front of him with envy, but he did not relax. Instead, he pulled the full Cosmic Miracle Light and blasted towards Hyperzeton, who was restrained by Sega. Boom! After a successful attack, Su Chen did not stop, but began to teleport continuously with Sega, and began to teleport at high speed nearby, followed by a light attack. Su Chen doesn't have an advantage in punches and kicks, but as for light, if they are at the same level, to be honest, Su Chen's current light skills are not comparable to Seiya. Among the 4 mysterious O's, Noah is the all-around king. Light skills, fighting skills, and secret techniques are all his specialties, and Leo is more inclined to instantaneous bursts. As the ultimate skill, Spark Legend, one strike is the energy of the entire universe. As for the King of O, he has lived a long time and has experienced a lot. He has a lot of secret techniques and mainly relies on equipment to fight. And Seiya is a serious fighting king. Seiya's ultimate skill is Seiya Extreme Fist, a serious fighting skill, and his Great Universe Vacuum Combat method is the strongest fighting skill in the universe. In front of him, Leo's fighting is not good enough. And now, as Su Chen and others said, the real battle has just begun. P.S. First update, please vote, please collect, please comment. Damn it if that's the case. Hyperzeton watched Seiya and Su Chen suppress him in many ways, knowing that he would definitely lose if he fought 2 people alone. So, without saying anything, Hyperzeton summoned 6 Fia spheres, which turned into 6 Fia synthetic beasts on both sides of him. They are Tyrant, King Ponton, Antonla, King Black, Bella Oaken, Goldras. They are all very classic monsters, the kind that can fight against Ultra Warriors head-on. Moreover, because they were summoned by legendary bosses, the strength of these soldiers is above level 70. Even the weakest Antonla is level 76. This Looking at the 6 monsters that suddenly appeared, the humans watching the battle on the ground suddenly became nervous, and Suchen was also a little confused. So you guys think that since there is one more me, you have prepared an extra monster for me, right? Nice, these 6 monsters are temporarily handed over to you. You must protect them well. Saijia looked at Suchen and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." Suchen nodded. He knew that it was very difficult for Saijia to deal with just one Hyper Zetan. After all, the 2 were level 95 big guys, and it would take a while to tell the winner. He couldn't spare the energy to help Suchen deal with these monsters, so Suchen could only agree. And whether 7 and the others would come, Suchen didn't know. If they couldn't come, wouldn't it be the end of the cow? However, Ultra Warriors will not let humans down. Just when Xiao Wu was getting nervous, a big hand suddenly stretched out from behind him and pressed on his shoulder. "Don't worry, we will definitely win," Zhu Xingtuan said with a smile. Hayata Jin floating in the air behind him. "Yes, no matter how terrible it is, no matter how big the disaster is, Shang Shushu, Old Man Hokuto Seiji, we can't retreat." Finally, it was Feng Yuan. "No matter how badly we are injured, we can cheer up." The 5 members of the family gave everyone a parallel sentence. "We must grasp the future. This is then." Everyone's actions explained to everyone what the Star Group did not say. Ultraman, Ultra 7, Ultraman Jack, Ultraman Ace, Ultraman Leo. The 5 Ultra Warriors transformed together and landed beside Suchen and Saijia. "Okay, now we have helpers. I will help the seniors deal with those monster weapons first, and then help you," Suchen said. "Okay," Saijia nodded. Seeing this, the 6 monster weapons on the opposite side rushed toward Suchen without saying a word, and Suchen rushed to the opposite side with 7 and the others. The 6 people each chose their own opponents. The other 5 were not much different from the opponents selected in the original plot, while Suchen went to Goldras. That is, the Golden Dragon who can be ranked in the top 3 in comprehensive strength among Ultraman Tiga. Goldras's strength is not weak. After being strengthened by Hyper Zetan, he has a strength of level 82, which is the same level as the killer Bitstar, killed by Suchen before. However, Suchen needed the help of Zero before, but now Suchen can kill him alone. Activating the Blazing God of War form and with the shining ring shield added to his body, facing the attack of the Golden Dragon Goldras, Suchen simply did not defend. Bang! Performing Bajikwan, Suchen went up and threw a flurry of punches, not competing with Goldras in any skills. Every punch hit the flesh, and Goldras was repelled every time. Suchen was full of fighting spirit. Siga/Blade! Suchen wiped his left hand on his right arm, and a shining light knife appeared. With a teleportation, Suchen followed the method of fighting the Silver Dragon Hilbegon yesterday to fight Goldras. Break! Crack! One of Goldras's horns broke. After Goldras lost his horn, his strength plummeted. The power that could create the space-time world and stop Suchen was completely gone. Goodbye. Suchen jumped up and was in mid-air. Suchen stretched out, his arms and energy gathered towards his arms frantically. Zapelio Ray! It was the Delasium light stream that killed Goldras back then. Now, it's time for him to taste Tiga's signature move. Boom! One hit, done. Host kills Sphia Goldras. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining an item, a copy of the Masterless Light. Masterless Light? What is that? Suchen looked at the system panel in front of him curiously, a little confused. Masterless Light can be used in conjunction with the stone statue to turn ordinary people or cosmic people into Ultra Warriors, and their potential is unlimited, the system replied. Fuck, doesn't this mean that I can turn Emirana into Ultraman? Suchen shouted instantly. Fortunately, everyone was scattered at this moment, and no one noticed Suchen. However, this surprise was incredible. The light of the unowned, this Goldras, really came at the right time. Suchen smiled happily. As for the Ultraman statue, or the unlimited potential, Suchen ignored them. The Ultraman statue can be found by just looking for it on Tiga's Earth, or in the entire universe. There are a few dead Ultramen in any world, so why not bring it back and recast it? As for the unlimited potential, Suchen can only treat it as a fart from the system. How many Ultramen in the settings have unlimited potential? However, growth takes time. Even if you can grow to level 100, it will take time to settle. Even for Su Chen, after reaching level 90, the experience points are estimated to be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. How many monsters would he have to kill to get that? Moreover, low-level monsters are completely useless to Su Chen now. Killing them does not even give him any experience points, let alone the items that are dropped. So potential is a very confusing thing. After checking the ownerless light in the system space, Su Chen nodded again with satisfaction, then turned around and flew directly to Seiya. A mere Goldras. What is that? Just a small monster. The real big boss is at Hyperzeton. The experience points of the level 95 big boss are estimated to be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Killing it, not to mention raising it to level 90 in one go, raising it to level 7 or 8 is not too much, right? Moreover, the most important thing is that killing Hyperzeton, the legendary big boss, the items that are dropped, Su Chen dare not even think about it. In the city, at this time, Seiya was performing a sonic collision and collided with Hyperzeton to create a huge fireball. Waiting for the smoke to clear, Su Chen landed beside Seiya, first removing all his amplification states, and then using the level 93 experience card. The Light of the Unowned is assigned to Emerana. If you have money to read it on Philo, you will know that when I write Ultraman stories, I always prepare Ultraman identities for the heroines. And the Light of the Unowned is also used a lot. So this is considered basic operation. Don't shout 6. Thank you. The second update, there will be another update in the evening. Today's 3 updates are considered to make up for yesterday's ode. Boom! A huge energy wave overflowed instantly, and in an instant, Su Chen entered an unprecedented level 93 experience. And this level 93 is no one else. It is Su Chen's level 93 in the future. This is like the other transformation method in fantasy novels, summoning the future self to come to the present to fight. The difference is that the experience card used by Su Chen does not have the skills he has at level 93. However, for now, the skills that Su Chen has are enough to compete with Hyperzeton. Nice, you. Although the main consciousness of Seiya on the side is Seiya's body, he also shares the memories of Zero and others. This ultra warrior who has never been heard of or seen before, not to mention some of his own skills, is now directly cheating and rushing into the legendary level in one breath. Is this also his special ability? Everyone cheat together, okay? With the strength of the two of us, we will definitely be able to deal with Hyperzeton. Come on! Su Chen shouted and said, okay. Seiya nodded, and then began to throw the light wheel at Hyperzeton. As for Su Chen, after using the experience card, he did not forget to brush his strength to the maximum again. Fiery God of War form. Shining ring shield. One is strengthened, the other is good-looking, a must-have for going out to fight. After getting it done, Su Chen clenched his fist and felt the surging momentum in his body. The next second, Su Chen teleported and appeared behind Hyperzeton. Sega Slashblade. At level 93, Su Chen was already able to use Sega Slashblade smoothly. While punching Hyperzeton in the back, Sega Slashblade was released, instantly cutting off one of Hyperzeton's 2 wings. Jeton! Hyperzeton screamed in pain, feeling a heart-wrenching pain. Seeing this, Sega was not idle either. After tacitly changing positions with Su Chen, Sega waved his hand and pulled out Sega Slashblade, cutting off Hyperzeton's other wing. Jeton! The attack was successful, and Su Chen and Sega teleported in front of Hyperzeton at the same time. Then Su Chen threw out his right fist, and Sega threw out his left fist, aiming at Hyperzeton's billion at the same time and punching it. Ah! The Batman screamed in pain. This punch directly hit the Batman who was controlling Hyperzeton in the position of Hyperzeton's brain. Then the two of them changed their moves instantly, and from below, they hit Hyperzeton's chin, sending Hyperzeton flying into the sky. I just killed my father, Ultraman! My husband, come on! In the human camp, everyone shouted excitedly as they watched Saiga and Su Chen start to beat Hyperzeton. Did you hear that, Taiga? Musashi Asuka! Su Chen shouted as he followed Saiga up. I heard it. It's everyone's voice. Musashi replied. Okay, then let's go together and kill Hyperzeton and live together. Su Chen jumped up and kicked Hyperzeton in the stomach backwards, sending him flying several kilometers away. Next, it was a shocking moment. Saiga used the Great Cosmic Vacuum Combat method, while Su Chen used the leg skills of Bajiquan to the fullest, and beat Hyper Zeton out of the atmosphere in one breath. As of the timeline of the Ultraman legend, in the history of Ultraman, only the final battle between Noah and Legend took place in outer space. Noah used a Noah Hellfire directly from the Earth to send Zaki into the universe, and then killed Zaki with a lightning Noah. Legend, on the other hand, used the power of the Aurora to connect with the Spark Legend, defeated Giga Endora, and saved the Earth. Now it's the turn of Su Chen and Saigia to show off. Jedon! Hyper Zeton, who was hit into space, was so angry that his whole body was on fire. Hyper Zeton directly charged a dark fireball, which was hundreds of times more powerful than the dark fireball. Let me do it! Su Chen flew in front of Saigia with the shining ring shield, and his hands gathered in front of his chest, starting to gather power, an enhanced version of the Delasium light flow. Boom! Go! At the same time, Su Chen and Hyper Zeton threw out their own big moves. Two powerful moves that could easily destroy a planet collided with each other, and then exploded with earth-shaking energy. Fortunately, all this happened in space and did not cause too much fluctuation. After the success, Su Chen did not sit idle and directly pulled a cosmic miracle ray and threw it towards Hyper Zeton's stomach. And Saigia, with a bright light on his body, all the energy in his body gathered at the position of his fist and rushed towards Hyper Zeton. Saigia flew above the line of the cosmic miracle ray, raised his huge fist, and went towards Hyper Zeton's head. And Su Chen's cosmic miracle ray was under Saigia's body and went hand in hand with Saigia, heading towards Hyper Zeton's stomach. At the same time, the attacks of the two people arrived at Hyper Zeton's body at the same time. Crack! Saigia's punch, just like in the original plot, smashed the Beta star on Hyper Zeton's head with one punch, and then a huge amount of energy began to overflow, impacting Hyper Zeton's body from top to bottom. Su Chen's cosmic miracle light burst out from the middle, breaking Hyper Zeton's body inch by inch until it merged with the power of Seiya's ultimate fist and completely crushed Hyper Zeton. The aftermath of the explosion turned into dots of blue light and flew towards the Earth, which were the humans who had disappeared. Su Chen also received information from the system. Host killed? Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. 150,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Seiya's Light Wheel. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Great Cosmic Vacuum Warfare. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Seiya's Ultimate Fist. Congratulations to the host for gaining the pet Hyper's Growthable current level 50. Congratulations to the host for gaining the item, Seiya's 30-second experience card. Congratulations to the host for gaining the form, Galaxy Miracle Form. Congratulations to the host for gaining the form skill, Galaxy Miracle Absorption. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the form skill, Galaxy Miracle Transformation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the form skill, Liporum Lightwave. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the form skill, Galaxy Miracle Clone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Ultra Telekinesis, Amplification X10. Learning the above skills, learning completed. All the above skills have reached the maximum level. Experience value is full. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Current level, ELV 89, 17259927 down plans. Fuck. Su Chen cursed directly. This killed a legendary boss, not to mention the experience value that exploded, and pushed himself to the same level as Arc Belia and Hyper Zeton larvae in one breath. The rest of the things that exploded. It's just a super explosion. The third update. Please recommend, please comment. 150 million experience points if converted into numbers is just a string of zeros. But if converted into words, it is 150 million. It is a small goal of Wanda King. As the level increases, Su Chen needs more and more experience points. Now it is 27 million, and it is about to reach 30 million. The experience points required are really not small. However, this 150 million experience points also made him jump from a level 81 rookie to a level 89 rookie. It can be said that as of now, there are only 4 Ultra Warriors in the universe who are more powerful than him in terms of individual strength. If Ultra Father was healthy, maybe it would be evenly matched. But now, Ultra Father is disabled. Among the combined Ultras, Xiao Meng's two ultimate forms and Super Taro are also characters that are half and half. Of course, if the new generation of Ultras are included in the future, it is hard to say. When it comes to cheating, who can compare with the big guys of the new generation? In addition to the experience points, there are a lot of explosive rewards. The first is the 3 super skills of Seiya. Seiya Lightning Wheel, Ultimate Punch, and Great Cosmic Vacuum Combat Technique. Seiya Lightning Wheel is, needless to say, much more powerful than the ordinary 8-point Light Wheel. And Seiya Ultimate Punch. If Noah's Lightning, Noah is the strongest light skill. Don't argue with me with the Spark Legend. The Spark Legend is my forbidden skill, the ultimate skill, not light. Then Seiya Ultimate Punch is the strongest physical skill. Since ancient times, one force has defeated 10 skills. Since Leo created the title of Fighting King, physical skills have also become a major category of Ultra Warriors' killer moves. And the Great Cosmic Vacuum Combat Technique is known as the first fighting skill in the Ultra world. This first is the first of the system, and it does not conflict with the previous Seiya Ultimate Punch. The two are one set, and the other is one move. One is a fighting skill, and the other is the use of energy in physical skills. They are incomparable. After leaving these 3 skills aside, the next monster is Hyper Zeton, which can grow. This point can be regarded as filling the gap for the opening of the pet space. It is worth mentioning that at level 80, no special system functions were enabled, and the system may have stopped there. A Hyper Zeton that can grow and is loyal to him is very nice. Even if this guy can only grow to the height of the Hyper Zeton he killed, it is enough. How many level 95 bosses can there be in this universe? The 30-second Seiya experience card can be used to save lives, and it is very precious. Chen knew that in the future, for a long time, he would not be able to gain a lot of experience points. That means that it is a very distant thing to upgrade to level 95 or above. And level 89, in front of level 95, is just like himself today, the kind that can be killed at will. In the subsequent battles, if there is no Seiya, he alone cannot beat Hyper Zeton. And the 93rd level of myself is the last straw that broke the camel's back. The new form was also refreshed in this battle. The Galaxy Miracle form sounds like it should be similar to Dinah's Miracle form and Zero's later Moon, Goddess Miracle form. They are all superpower forms. As for those skills, I will try them when I have the chance. The remaining 10-fold increase in Ultraman's telekinesis should also be an additional effect of the Galaxy Miracle form, which can be regarded as a benefit. In fact, this is also normal. If the superpower form is still insufficient in telekinesis, it is still a fart superpower. Zero's infinite form can control 4 head darts to attack at will. If the telekinesis is insufficient, then it's still a fart. Chen's momentum rose and fell, and Saga on the side looked confused. When Chen's breath stabilized, Saga slowly spoke. "Junior, you are very good," Saga said. "Senior Saijia, I have heard of your great name for a long time. It is a great honor to meet you today. It is true that hearing about you is not as good as seeing you in person, and meeting you in person is even better than hearing about you." Chen came up and threw a bunch of flattery at him without saying a word. His tone was also very relaxed, which made Saijia laugh. "Ha ha ha! I haven't been out for many years. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting junior like you as soon as I came out. Not bad." Saijia smiled and did not feel disgusted by Chen's frivolity. In fact, this is also because Chen knows too much about the mind of Saijia, an old monster who has not been out for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. If you say this to a middle-aged or elderly person in his 50s or 60s who has seen all the dust in the world, he will definitely think you are a fool. I just praised you a few words, and you complained. Do you really think you can be so arrogant? But it is different for those who have not seen the world for a long time. They haven't talked to anyone for many years, and they are still praising you sincerely. If you flatter them a few times in a clever way, the effect will be obvious. If Chen had been disrespectful just now, or if he felt that he was quite capable and acted a little arrogant, then he would have been in trouble. "Senior, I have a question," Chen suddenly asked. "Tell me, That is, Gauss is clearly one of the forms after Senior Regido split, but why did Gauss become one of your synthesis materials? This is Su Chen's question, and it is also the biggest question in the hearts of many Ultraman fans. In fact, my synthesis subject is still Zero, and even if Zero works harder in the future, he can even become me. However, their strength is still too weak at this stage, so I need to rely on their power to merge and descend. The reason I found Gauss is just because I will have a chance to hurt Regido when I meet him in the future, Saigia said with a smile. It seems that all the rumors are not groundless. Su Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Okay, I'm going to continue hiding soon. I feel relieved that this world has you, a group of excellent juniors, protecting it. Goodbye. Saigia smiled, returned his consciousness to Zero, and then the whole person began to crack. In space, Zero and the other two reappeared. We won! Su Chen smiled and said, Yes, we won! Zero nodded and stood in space with Su Chen and others arm in arm. Quote a sentence from Dinah. You are not like a righteous warrior like this, and Su Chen didn't know why, but suddenly remembered this. Flying bird. Huh? Looking at Su Chen, Asuka turned his head in confusion. In the future, if you meet someone who does something wrong for his own justice, don't mock him, guide him well, Su Chen said. What do you mean? Nothing. It's just that everyone is a senior after all, right? Be kind to the juniors, Su Chen said. Asuka seemed to understand. Fess first update. Please recommend and collect. On Earth, after the disappeared humans returned, they were in a carnival. Su Chen and his 4 companions naturally returned to their original camp quietly and saw the exciting scene of the children meeting their parents. Husband! Emirana came to Su Chen, gently took Su Chen's arm, raised her head and looked at him with a smile. Su Chen lowered his head and put his forehead against Emirana's forehead. Although the two did not say more, everything was self-evident. Everything was over, and Su Chen and others went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. Dahi chose to stay. He wanted to see what the future of this world would be like. Of course, Su Chen and others would naturally help solve the problem of illegal households. There are still people who will give face to the Ultra Warriors. Zero returned to the Kingdom of Light, but found that he had inexplicably gained 2 more powers. It was because after the synthesis of Sega, the power of Cosmos and Dinah remained in Zero, giving him 2 more powerful forms. Because of this power, Zero fell into confusion. At the time of separation, Su Chen also talked to Zero. Zero, the power given to you by Cosmos and Dinah is your nebula and your responsibility. You must not only learn to use this power, but also turn it into your own power. Don't rely too much on the Shield of Perigee. External objects are external objects after all. If the Shield of Perigee is damaged, you will not be able to use these 2 powers. This is also the main direction of your cultivation for a long time in the future. Su Chen's words gave Zero a lot of encouragement. Thinking of Su Chen, who was a rookie at the beginning but can now suppress him, Zero was very angry, and this grief and anger was also turned into motivation by him. After returning to the Kingdom of Light, Zero went to the monster cemetery, wearing his classic sack, and began to practice and cultivate his mind. Su Chen did not choose to participate in the following Zero's fighting plot. There was nothing to participate in. And if he participated, it would be a disaster if Zero could not awaken the radiant form. You know, without the radiant form, Zero could not defeat Belia. And if he could not defeat Belia, Zero would not use the Star Drive. Without using the Star Drive to revive the Flame Warriors, Belia could not be resurrected. If Belia could not be resurrected, there would be no plot for Zed. This magical nesting doll is really like this. There is no place to explain it. So, Su Chen still chose to return to his own universe, prepare to rest for a few days, and try the random Ultraplane shuttle card that can go back and forth to make some extra money. Because Su Chen knew that this shuttle card that can go back and forth can adjust the ratio of Su Chen's time between the 2 planes to a very low level. It is commonly said that 1 month in that world is only 1 day in the main world. Even if he traveled to the TV plot, it would be at most 1 or 2 years, at most 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years, or about a month in the main world, is not considered to be gone for too long. Dinah and Goss, one continued to be a swindler in the universe, and the other returned to the planet Julon to continue to expand his monster harem. A month later, Chen explained the situation to Emirana, and then used the plane shuttle card to disappear on the ground of Esmeralda. "Where is this?" "Earth." A flash of light passed, and Chen appeared in a quiet alley. Looking at the sky, it was late at night, and there were no people around. Chen used Ultraman's telekinesis to scan around, but did not find any surveillance, but found several rats. Chen shook his head. Rats were creatures that he was familiar with. There was no doubt that this was Earth. Walking out of the alley, looking at the bright lights and the familiar words on the street, Chen could be sure that this must be Earth. "Old man, hello." After finding a store, used the language that he had almost forgotten to communicate with the old man, and then he determined the location of this place. Neon, Yokohama, Chinatown. Chen finally understood why he saw those familiar words when he came out. It turned out that this was Chinatown. If the system sent him to China, he would not believe it. After all, this is the world of Ultraman, and the home court is still Neon. After determining the location here, Chen began to inquire about the news of Ultraman and monsters. However, after asking this question, the boss looked at Chen as if he was mentally retarded. "Young man, you are crazy. You take everything on TV seriously. Really, if there is a problem here, I will take you to see a doctor." Before the boss finished speaking, Chen hurriedly slipped away. It's not good to be treated as a lunatic. After leaving Chinatown, Chen began to think about the background of this world. If you say that this world is not the Ultraman world, Chen would not believe it. It has been said that it is a random Ultra World shuttle card. However, a world without monsters and Ultraman, and monsters and Ultraman only exist on TV, Chen really couldn't remember it for a while. There are many that fit this plot. Before the plot officially began, Tiga, Gaia, Nexus, Max, and even some theatrical versions, such as Super 8 and Super Spacetime Showdown, all belong to that plot. Therefore, Chen now needs to combine the background of the times and the things he has investigated to confirm what kind of world this world is. After finding a place to deal with it for a night, the time came to the next day. Early the next morning, Chen began to wander around Yokohama, trying to find some clues. During this period, Chen passed by some places, but still did not see the familiar people or things in his impression. Moreover, even if he saw people, he might not recognize them. After all, this is the real world, not those special effects actors, and some characters' faces will definitely be different. Let alone Emirana, there is a big difference between her and her actor Tao Tsuchiya. The height, face, and figure are much better than Tao Tsuchiya when she was 16 years old. Therefore, Chen can only try to find out some familiar news. Just as Chen was wandering to the beach and preparing to sit down and relax, suddenly a huge mirage appeared in the sky. The smoke and dust blocked the sun, and even affected reality in some areas. Just as Lena explained, it was no different from the end of the world. This mirage, and the city of Yokohama. Could it be? Chen suddenly remembered this familiar plot. This is Super 8's Earth, a parallel universe of Dagu and his friends. No wonder there are no Ultra Warriors or Earth Defense Forces here. So that's it. Chen suddenly realized. Second update. Please recommend. Please comment. Please collect. Of course, based on a mirage, it is not possible to simply determine that this world is Super 8's world. Further exploration is needed to determine the nature of this matter. So in the next 2 days, Chen observed this world while looking for clues about Dagu and others. Finally, Chen found a dessert shop that day and discovered Hokuto Seiji in it. Hokuto Seiji is 80% similar to the image in movies and TV shows, and you can see the shadow of old man Keiji Takamine. After checking in every day, Chen also waited for Daiko to appear. Unlike Nagano Hiroshi, who is already 36 years old in Super 8, Daiko here, although he is also in his 20s, still looks like a young and handsome guy, just like Daiko in Ultraman Tiga. Also appearing with him is Daiko's childhood sweetheart, the daughter of the first generation, Lena. Similarly, Lena here is not the Yoshimoto Takami who went to the sea later. She is in her 20s and in her youth. And unlike the capable image with short hair in the victory team, Lena with long hair is more beautiful. All of this was silently seen by Chen, but he did not do anything. because he knew that it was not the time to come forward now. That afternoon, Chen secretly followed the human bodies of the 7 Ultramen and headed for the dance venue they had agreed on. On the way, Hayata Susumu also asked Daigu about the issue of marriage. "Daigu, how are you and Lena doing recently?" With Chen's hearing ability, even if he was more than 100 meters away, he could distinguish the voices of Daigu and others from the many noisy voices. That's it! Daigu put his hands in his pockets and answered somewhat ambiguously. Recently, he has been anxious about the problems of the Ultramen and monsters that keep appearing. He is confused about the matter with Lena. Is it time to think about it seriously? Hayata Susumu turned around and asked with a smile. "Consider what?" Daigu asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Hayata Susumu looked at Daigu, who looked like a fool, and said in surprise, "Need I say this? Of course, we are getting married?" Hayata Susumu's words made Daigu's already confused mood even more confused. Marriage, this question that has been lingering in his mind for the past 20 years, today is indeed. Just thinking about it, he suddenly tripped, and Hayata-jin quickly supported him. Tripped over a stone? Asuka looked at Daigu's back with a teasing look and said, "Hey, you are too shaken." Imeng teased Daigu. 3 good friends, such words are countless. Daigu covered up awkwardly and walked forward. At this time, it was afternoon school time. On the crosswalk on the road, there were mothers pushing baby strollers, bustling children, and a large truck slowly approaching. Dark Shadow Mage, Chen, hiding in the dark, looked at a voice covered in black shadows on a high platform not far away and whispered softly. He raised his hand slightly, gathered a purple-black whirlwind in his palm, and then threw it towards the road. The purple-black whirlwind that no one could see swept over the mother pushing the stroller, and the stroller in her hand instantly slipped out of her hand. But the whirlwind continued to move forward until it enveloped the truck driver's eyes, and then knocked him unconscious before slowly dissipating. However, it was this little bit of wind that completely turned the scene, which should have been safe, into a situation where the car was about to be destroyed and people were about to die, and many people were killed. The truck lost control instantly because the driver fainted, and the stroller was slowly running towards the middle of the road. The elementary school students on the crosswalk stopped one after another because of the mother's scream, seeing that a tragedy was about to happen. However, at this critical moment, Hayata, Susumu, and the other 4 looked at each other without hesitation, and then quickly divided the work. Hokuto Seiji rushed to the truck, opened the door and got in the car, pulled the driver's foot away, stepped on the brake, and then pulled the handbrake. Hayata Susumu and Go Hideki rushed to the group of sluggish children, each picked up a few, and ran to the side of the street. The remaining Juxing Tuan pushed the stroller and ran to the side of the road. All this seemed normal, but it was not normal. If it happened normally, the truck was moving slowly, and the 4 people were all young men, then there would be no problem. But the problem was that the truck was moving very fast, and the 4 people were all old men in their 50s, 60s, or 70s. Moreover, the speed of the 4 people just now was obviously beyond the range of normal people. The first to bear the brunt was the stunned look of Daigu and the other 2. Daniel was stunned. Seeing that everything was settled, the children were saying thank you to the old man, and Daigu's eyes were full of enthusiasm. That dream, it might be true. Daigu continued to go to the gathering place, while Chen secretly caught up with the Dark Shadow Mage and confronted him. "What do you mean?" The figure of the Dark Shadow Mage was shrouded in a black mist, and it seemed that he had no entity. This guy was originally a spiritual body, a high-dimensional life form like the Kyrialoid people. However, unlike the Kyrialoids, the strength of this Dark Shadow Mage is as high as level 85. He is a little stronger than Ultraman before they parted. Chen put his hands in his pockets and smiled. "I'm just an Ultraman passing by." Chen's words made the Dark Shadow Mage stunned. "Ultraman, mind your own business." The Dark Shadow Mage snorted coldly. No, I'm not meddling in other people's business. You're a level 85 boss. It would be great if you killed me, Chen said. What the hell is level 85? You'd better not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I will make you die in pain. After saying that, the Dark Shadow Mage disappeared. Su Chen shrugged and let the Dark Shadow Mage leave. Now, it's not the time to kill this guy. We have to wait until all the monsters appear before we can kill them all in one go. Several days have passed. On this day, at the red brick warehouse by the sea, Dagu, as a professional, was introducing a group of foreigners there. Suddenly, time and space split and merged briefly. In the eyes of Su Chen and Dagu, a huge monster suddenly appeared in the red brick warehouse and was wreaking havoc. Isn't this Kudo Hiroyuki's little one? King Jesla is also a very classic monster. Su Chen sat on the drum tower watching all this, smiling and murmured, King Jesla is worthy of the word king. His strength is still good. As the fight went on, Mebius temporarily fell into a disadvantage. Then, under the guidance of Dagu, Mebius pulled out the little one's dorsal fin and used the Mebius ray to destroy it. And the historic meeting took place at this moment. The first update, I've tried it out, please vote and comment. If you have the conditions, please give a reward to increase the popularity. Moi! Excuse me. Dagu woke up from another world and then saw Hibino Mirai surrounded by a group of children. He looked at all this in surprise and then quickly reacted, said something to his clients, and then went forward to pull Mirai to run not far away. On the beach, on a bench, Dagu and Mirai sat side by side. Mirai wearing a juice uniform and Dagu wearing a suit, sitting together seemed a bit out of place. So much so that Su Chen behind the two of them thought that at this time, Dagu should actually wear a victory team uniform. It's really incredible, Dagu shouted excitedly. Just now I seem to have really entered another world where monsters actually exist, and you are active as Ultraman in this world. Dagu looked at Mirai and said. Mirai was confused. So the world now is different from the world I am in? That's right. Although it's complicated, you came to our world this time, Dagu said. The monsters and Ultraman in this world are all in movies and TV shows, so in their eyes, we are just movie characters. You should know something about movies, TV shows, etc. in the future. A voice suddenly sounded behind the two. Huh? Dagu and Hibino Mirai turned to look at Su Chen at the same time, their eyes full of surprise and a little panic. Behind the two, Su Chen leaned against a statue, holding a dessert from Beidou Xingxi in his left hand and a glass of Fat House Happy Water in his right hand, eating happily. It's still comfortable to eat food on Earth. I haven't drunk Coke so heartily for a long time. Su Chen smiled, flipped his hand and threw the food and Coke in his hand into the system space and walked towards Dagu and Mirai. Earth? We? These people? Dagu and Mirai focused on different points, but both of them found the highlights. Introduce myself, Su Chen. Ultraman nice. Su Chen first stretched out his hand to Dagu and said with a smile. You are also Ultraman? Dagu shouted in surprise. It should be said that we are all Ultraman. Su Chen circled the three people with his hands and said, Don't joke, how could I be Ultraman? Dagu obviously didn't believe it. Well, you will know in a while. Now, Future-san, tell me the reason and purpose of your coming here. Su Chen reached out and patted Future's shoulder and said, This? Future was still confused for a while. But there is no extra time for you to think about the problem clearly. Time is tight. Let's exchange information with each other. Su Chen randomly showed the ability that only Ultra Warriors can have, and after proving his identity, he quickly said, Okay. Then, Future talked about the girl with red shoes. Su Chen was also puzzled about this question. In later generations, there is no specific introduction to the girl with red shoes. Some novels say that the girl with red shoes is Ultraman Ancestor, which is the combination of the three ancient Ultramen. However, from the official point of view, the girl with red shoes is just an image representative of Yokohama. She appears in the film and television just to highlight the commemorative significance of the 150th anniversary of the opening of Yokohama. In fact, from Su Chen's point of view, this is more like the embodiment of the world's will. When the world's will discovered that this world was about to be invaded by evil, it summoned the Ultra Warriors to come to this world to help defeat the monsters. Of course, Su Chen also knew at this time that the statue behind the three people that Su Chen had just leaned on was the prototype of the girl with red shoes. Maybe the spiritual will of the girl with red shoes was placed in it. 7 heroes? After listening to the future, Dagu murmured. That's Su Chen? You must be one of the 7 heroes. Future looked at Su Chen and said excitedly, I am not the 7 heroes, there is someone else. Also, let me talk about the mastermind behind this world, Su Chen said. Okay. Then Su Chen told the story of the Dark Shadow Mage, including the crisis that happened that day and his conversation with the Dark Shadow Mage. It seems that the purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes is likely to be the 7 warriors. Future shouted anxiously. We must find them immediately and deal with the upcoming crisis together. Future's 2 consecutive sentences ignited Dagu's passion. Then Dagu remembered the scene of Hayata Jin's transformation in the theater version of Future that day and pulled Future to stand up. Come with me, I may know who 4 of the 7 warriors are. Su Chen. Future did not act immediately. He still chose to ask Su Chen first. After all, Su Chen had proved that he was an Ultraman. Although I know the identities of these 7 warriors, Dagu classmate does know. Let's go and see together. Su Chen smiled and headed towards a Mercedes-Benz G not far away. As for the car, there is never a lack of evil forces in this world. Su Chen only needs to find them and borrow some. All the way to Hayata Jin's bicycle shop, Dagu first greeted Hayata Jin. Kuniji, wow! Oh, Dagu, are these 2 your friends? Hayata asked in confusion. However, before Dagu could speak, he saw Mirai excitedly running towards Hayata, shouting, Hayata Nissan! Facing all this, Su Chen silently took out his camera and began to film it all. Who are you? I am Mirai. You protected the Earth as Ultraman, don't you remember? Mirai looked at his brother, who obviously didn't know him, and his tone of voice was a little low. What are you talking about? Dagu, who was on the side, saw that this situation might not be right, so he stepped forward and pulled Mirai to the next stop. However, while being pulled out, Mirai shouted, Ultraman is not a god, this is what I learned from you. Su Chen smiled at Hayata, silently put away the camera, and turned to the next stop. In the store of Zhuxing Tuan, as soon as Dagu pulled Wei Li in, he heard Wei Li say directly, 7 Nissan. However, Zhuxing Tuan was confused. He vaguely remembered that his mother seemed to have passed away when he was 30 years old, and he was now 60 years old. The young man in front of him was only in his 20s. Could it be that his father didn't tell him that he had a son in his old age? The next stop, Su Chen filmed the whole process. I tell you, you must be careful this time, otherwise. However, before Dagu finished speaking, Wei Li caught a glimpse of Shang Shushu in the store. Jack Nissan, Wei Li shouted and ran in, but the Shang family was confused. Don't you know this name? Wei Li murmured, and then continued to shout. Then, New Man Nissan, Returning Man Nissan? The Shang family looked at Wei Li as if he was a fool, and then Dagu pulled him away apologetically. The same thing happened to Beidou Seiji next. Aisi-ni-san, Sister Yuko is here too. Mirai looked at Hokuto Seiji and Minami Yuko excitedly and was extremely excited. However, a girl came over with a plate of bread and asked in confusion, Mom and Dad, have you seen this person? Then, Hokuto Seiji and Minami Yuko looked at Mirai very seriously and finally shook their heads. I don't know him. PES, second update. Please recommend. Please add to favorites. Please comment. Put the Ultra rings on your hands together. Ultra Fusion. Mirai continued to perform on her own, and it seemed that she didn't have the mature atmosphere of the TV show in Mebius. Smee, Masai. Daegu, who was behind, couldn't stand it anymore and said sorry to Hokuto Seiji and his family of 3 and quickly stepped forward to pull Mirai away. We're leaving. However, the dragged-away Future still didn't give up. She turned around and looked at the 3 people, shouting, Aisini-san, Sister Yuko, it's me, Future! However, Hokuto Seiji and Non-Yuko looked at each other without any reaction. After leaving the dessert shop, Su Chen and his 3 companions came to the observation deck again. The 4 of them are brave Ultra brothers. But it doesn't seem to be the case in this world, Future murmured with a look of loss. People in the parallel world will not remember their identities in the other world unless they are stimulated too strongly. Even if you force these memories into them, they will not awaken their memories or their abilities. Su Chen looked at the several videos and some wonderful photos on the camera, nodded happily, and said while putting them away, Nice, San, do you know something? Future asked. Just call me Su Chen. Su Chen was still a little ashamed of the name Nice that he had given himself. People outside the Earth don't know what the word nice means, but Earthlings know it all. "Oh, Su Chen!" Weilai waved his hands in embarrassment. Su Chen smiled, looked at Weilai and Dagu, and told the story. In fact, there are indeed 7 warriors in this world who are Ultra Warriors in another world. The 4 you saw are the long-famous Ultra Brothers, Ultraman, 7, Jack, and Ace. In addition, there are 3 more who are Ultra Warriors from another parallel world. Strictly speaking, they are not of the same generation, but in this world they are 3 good brothers who grew up together. Su Chen's words made Dagu slightly stunned. Yes, the remaining 3 warriors are Dagu, Asuka, and Wiming. In fact, there is an 8th warrior, but it's hard to say whether he has the chance to awaken. The 8th warrior that Su Chen mentioned was naturally Teng Gong. However, in this world it seems that Teng Gong is just a professor and has no chance to awaken. "What kind of world is this?" Weilai murmured. In fact, there are countless parallel worlds in this universe. Basically, each world has a Dagu, a Fei Niao, and a Womeng. However, not everyone can use their identities in other parallel worlds. So, Dagu and others in this world can awaken the memories of another world, which is both a responsibility and a kind of luck. Su Chen said a lot in one breath, and Dagu and Womeng were both confused. In fact, the 2 of them only understood half of it, and the remaining half... Heh. Then what should we do? The crisis is coming soon. If there is no help from Nissan, I feel that Future said a little dazedly. Crisis is often accompanied by opportunities, and dreams are the cornerstone of turning the impossible into the possible. So Dagu, think of your dream, think of your promise. If you can't even find your original intention, then there is no hope for this world. Su Chen patted Dagu on the shoulder and said, "Dream, promise." Dagu fell into deep thought. Just as Dagu was thinking, an invisible whirlwind suddenly blew over the sea not far away. Of course, although it is invisible, that is only for ordinary people. For Su Chen in the future, there is a great crisis hidden in this whirlwind. The whirlwind made the dock a mess. People were constantly fleeing. Suddenly, the whirlwind dissipated, and on the dock, a monster with 2 heads and a red body appeared. It was the 2-headed monster, King Ponton. Monster! Dagu looked at the monster in surprise. If he had seen the monster defeated by the future in another world before, then now, this monster really appeared in his own world, which was very abnormal. The monster appeared and began to wreak havoc, and humans screamed and ran in all directions. That, it is indeed Ponton. Dagu also remembered that he had seen it on TV when he was a child. But why there should be no real monsters in the world where I live? Dagu was like an ant on a hot pot, anxious and at a loss. Su Chen patted Dagu on the shoulder and said, "I've said before that this world has been coveted by someone with ulterior motives, so this monster must have been summoned by someone." Su Chen's voice made Dagu a little stunned. "Remember what I told you. Act quickly. This monster is left to me." Su Chen said, "Okay. Future, you go and help too. I'll help you, this monster." However, before Future could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Chen. "No need. With your rookie skills, it's better to go and help." Su Chen waved his hand and took a step forward. The next second, a beam of light shot up into the sky, and an ultra warrior with red, blue, gold, and silver all over his body appeared on the ground. "This figure is not a warrior from the Kingdom of Light," Future murmured, looked at Su Chen and turned around and ran away with Dagu. On his side, Su Chen looked at the angry King Ponton, smiled, raised his hand, and hooked his finger at him. King Ponton immediately felt greatly insulted. Without saying anything, he rushed towards Su Chen, spitting fire into his mouth. Su Chen raised his hand and gently dispersed the 2 fireballs. Everything seemed so elegant. "Stop!" When Ponton ran to Su Chen raised his hand and grabbed its throat, then suddenly lifted it up and smashed it to the ground. "Damn it! Ultraman, The people around saw Su Chen's great power and stopped running. They watched Su Chen go crazy and shouted happily, "Come in, die!" After controlling Ponton, Su Chen directly dragged it into his pet space, handed over to his pet Hyperjeton. On the dock that was not damaged much, Su Chen stood in the wind like a god. However, in a corner that no one could see, a man covered in black mist and wearing a black cloak was punching and kicking a very ugly cosmic man. I say, why don't you do it? Didn't you vow to make Ultraman your collection? Why don't you do it? The Dark Shadow Mage looked at the useless Super Hippolyte and felt very disappointed. Well, boss, I did say that, but I obviously can't beat this Ultraman. Super Hippolyte said that he was not a coward, but just knew when to advance and retreat. This is the highest realm of military tactics. P.S. I came here earlier today, updated earlier, and went to bed earlier. Then, I'm asking for a wave of recommendation votes. The votes are closely related to the performance of the book. Because it is during the recommendation period, these data are needed to advance. Everyone, give it a try. Fortunately, the Dark Shadow Mage can't read minds. Otherwise, he would have sent Super Hippolyte to become a part of Giga Chimera on the spot. On the dock, Chen just stood straight. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. A minute passed. The crowd of onlookers all noticed something. What do you think happened to Ultraman? He's not in a daze, is he? I've never heard that Ultraman can be in a daze. Is Ultraman thinking about life? The discussion of the crowd made Chen, who was standing there, a little confused. Strange, why doesn't Super Hippolyte come out? Could it be that this guy has been offline? Chen looked around and had been waiting for Super Hippolyte to come out and turn himself into a bronze statue. However, after waiting for more than a minute, there was still no movement. Could it be that Super Hippolyte has changed his nature, or has he really been offline? What Chen had never expected was that Super Hippolyte was not offline, nor was he changed, but was afraid. A big villain actually stopped attacking because of fear. It is unknown whether all this is a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality. There was no other way. Before the enemy appeared, Chen could only choose to fly away silently. Well, it was the first time that Chen left in such a classic way. Before, he basically pressed down with both hands to restore his human body directly, but this time, it was the first time in several years. After restoring his human body, Chen went to find Dagu and Wei Xiang. At this time, Dagu and Wei Xiang were trying to persuade their friends and Nissans, trying to make them remember that they were Ultra Warriors. However, when Dagu heard Fei Niao's words, "Dagu, do you really think you are an Ultra Warrior?" he was silent. Yes, all of this was said by Chen. He had no real evidence, and all of this seemed like a dream, an unreachable dream. So Dagu retreated. He, Wei Xiang and Chen stood together, looking at Dagu's appearance, distressed. Don't worry, this guy represents the hope of mankind. He can definitely defeat himself and become a real warrior. Chen smiled. There was still time. As long as nothing unexpected happens, with his current strength, he is fully capable of defeating everything in this war. The awakening of the 7 warriors is just to make the plot more complete. By the way, the previous Ponton provided Chen with 80,000 experience points and also exploded a skill of vertical guillotine. It can be said to be a small explosion. In fact, Chen has now discovered a new pattern. In addition to the experience points, which are linked to strength, the probability of the explosion is closely related to the plot. Basically, the monsters that play a key role in the plot can explode. Moreover, they often explode good things. In the process, Chen also discovered that the explosion rate of the monsters killed by Hyperzeton is the same as that of normal ones. Therefore, there is another way to upgrade in the future. Time flies, and it is 7 o'clock in the evening. Because of Chen's appearance, the monsters did not cause too much damage to the city, and there was no injury to the villager's wife, and everyone gathered together. Dagu, you told us something today. We think it might be true, but... Zhu Xingtuan looked at Dagu and said in a deep voice, "But we haven't found a way to awaken yet, so," Hayata Jin added, "so we need some time to digest these things." The appearance of the monster brought a huge shock to Hayata Jin and others. But at this time, Dagu also needs persuasion. At this time, in a hidden place in Yokohama, the Dark Shadow Mage said to the Super Hippolyte, "Hippolyte, this is my last chance for you. I will send King Goldras and King Hilbegon to cooperate with your attack. You must eliminate the Ultra Warriors for me. Do you understand?" "Understood, boss." Super Hippolyte was originally a hired man, and the Dark Shadow Mage was his boss. Now that the boss has spoken, and there are helpers, then of course the task must be completed. If you can't handle it, I'll help you. The dark shadow mage looked at the Super Hippolytus with a grin, said something in a deep voice, and then disappeared. At the same time, two huge monsters appeared on the Yokohama dock. Moreover, except for Chen, no one else knew the monsters. "Why do these two monsters look so familiar to me?" Dagu murmured in confusion. "These two guys were killed by you before. It's strange that you are not familiar with them." Chen rolled his eyes and said, "So, I really am." Dagu seemed to understand. "Okay, I can't let the monsters act so recklessly. If you can't stand it, you can come and help us. Future, it's time for us to go up." Chen called out and shouted, "Okay." Under the stunned faces of Hayata Jin and others, Chen took a step forward with Future. Two beams of light shot up from the city, and two Ultra Warriors, representing hope and the future, appeared in front of King Goldrush and King Hilbegon. "Ha ha! Ultra Warriors, you finally showed up. Now I'm going to turn you all into my collection. Ha ha ha!" Seeing Chen and Mebius transforming and entering the arena, Super Hippolyte, backed by two powerful monsters, came out. "Garbage!" Chen saw Super Hippolyte and started to curse. You have no manners." Super Hippolyte looked at Chen and yelled, "I'm just scolding you. What can you do? Garbage, garbage." Chen yelled and cursed. You, go ahead and kill him." The battle was about to break out amidst the curses. It must be said that these two transformed monsters with the word king on them were really strong. King Hilbegon had a strength of level 79 and killed more people than Zoffy could not check under normal circumstances. Moreover, without the shortcoming of myopia, King Hilbegon is much stronger. As for King Goldrush, although he has lost the ability of the space-time world, his level is as high as 83. With such combat power, unless the Ultra Brothers come together, otherwise. This three-headed monster, two Ultra Warriors. Such a voice was heard in the crowd. At this time, Dagu once again saw the girl with red shoes and remembered his promise with her. When this world faces the crisis of destruction one day, will you become an Ultra Warrior to protect everyone? Yes, Dagu, who remembered this, also remembered his battle in another world. As the light gathered, a magic stick with half black and half white appeared in his hand. "This world, let me protect it. Second update, please recommend, please comment, please collect. Tiga!" After many years, Dagu once again performed the classic transformation action, holding up the divine light stick and transformed into a sky-high ray of light, landing between Chen and Mebius. "You kid, you're finally here." Chen looked at the transformed Tiga, reached out and patted his shoulder, and shouted with a smile, "Nice, Mebius, thank you." Dagu looked at Chen in the future and said in a deep voice, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's go together." Chen waved his hand, and the polite routine ended here. It was time to destroy the enemy in one go. Okay. So Dagu met his old rival King Hilbegon. Mebius found the classic cosmic man Super Hippolytus from the Showa universe, and Chen fought with the strongest King Goldrush. To deal with the old opponent, Dagu did not follow his previous combat experience. He had already understood from watching the battle just now that this King Hilbegon was not the Hilbegon he had dealt with back then. This guy was not only strong, but also seemed to have undergone myopia surgery. His vision is just right now. Therefore, Dagu did not underestimate the enemy. He went up and directly switched to the powerful type, and went up to play boxing with Hilbegon and the other two. Mebius, on the other hand, switched to the fiery courage form. This is a real battlefield, not a TV show, so everyone knows that you should use the strongest form right away. But Chen was relatively relaxed. With the teleportation of the great cosmic vacuum warfare method, dealing with a small Goldrush is simply a piece of cake. Sega, drilling fist! Chen punched Goldrush King Billion, and with one punch, he was stunned. There is a saying that if you hit a club, you hit a club. Chen's punch directly knocked Goldrush King unconscious, and then Chen picked him up and threw him into the pet space without saying a word. Jeton, delicious food is coming again. In the pet space, Hyper Jeton, who was still in the developmental stage, saw that there was delicious food coming again, and went forward to kill Goldrush King in a few moves, and then absorbed it. On Chen's side, he also got 1 million experience points, as well as Dinah's classic ray. However, Chen's skill bar is already too full, and in his opinion, this kind of light is completely unworthy of the stage. Su Chen currently has three main light skills. One is Tiga's Zapelio light, which is also the first light skill Su Chen has obtained. With the shining ring shield, it can deal multiple damages. The second is Su Chen's strongest light skill at present, the Cosmic Miracle Light. Only Super Taro can use this light now, and Galaxy will also use it later. But the comprehension of these two people is not as good as that of Su Chen now. Just imagine, even if Taro counts the stage play, how many times can he use the Cosmic Miracle Light? The same is true for Galaxy, and the number of times he has used it may not even be a fraction of what Su Chen is using now. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and Su Chen is in such a state now. As for the third one, it is naturally Seiya's Plasma Light Wave. This light skill that is comparable to Hyper Zetten's Dark Fireball is actually far underestimated. If a signature beam skill that can become one of the four mysterious O's is not a signature beam skill, can it still be considered a signature beam skill? Therefore, Su Chen plans to keep Soljet Beam for show. When he meets a junior in the future, he may be able to teach him a little bit. While Su Chen quickly solved King Goldrus, Tiga and Mebius also quickly killed their opponents. Su Chen looked at the two exploding monsters in dismay, feeling aggrieved. This is the first time in such a long time that he has not been able to grab a monster. However, killing the monster is also a happy scene. However, just when Gu and Mebius were jubilant and ready to retreat, black fog rose again in the city. The Dark Shadow Mage gathered the souls of the monsters killed by Su Chen and others, as well as the huge negative energy, and summoned a huge monster. This is, looking at the monster in front of them, whose mouth was taller than their height, Dagu and Mebius were stunned. This is the combined monster, Giga Chimera. Brothers, the biggest crisis is coming. Su Chen looked at the Giga Chimera in front of him and said in a deep voice, "This guy is huge and naturally strong. On the system interface, the level of this thing has reached level 89. It is exactly the same as the Arc Belia back then. Everyone, don't underestimate this level 89 monster just because Su Chen is now level 89. In the entire universe, there are definitely no more than 20 above level 89, and those big guys are basically either dead or sealed, and some are cracked. And level 89 can already dominate a large area of the universe. Let alone the Ampera star who fought with Ultra Father for a lifetime but died in Xiao Meng's hands in the end is a level 89 monster. Belia has struggled all his life, and the current strongest single-form Arc Belia is also level 89. And all this is showing that the guy in front of him is definitely not easy to deal with. Boom Boom Giga Chimera came up and opened fire on Su Chen and the others without saying anything. Seeing this, Su Chen opened the Shining Ring shield without saying anything. They were both level 89, and if Su Chen fought Giga Chimera head-on, he would definitely be injured. However, it was different with the Shining Ring shield turned on. This kind of attack had no effect on Su Chen. Everyone, be careful. After Su Chen reminded Dagu and Mebius, he began to fight back. Of course, they were just paddling in the early stage. Seeing that Su Chen and the other two gradually fell into a hard battle, Asuka and Memu, who were watching the show at the back, also woke up. Dagu and the others are fighting with all their might now. We have to do what we should do too. After saying these words, the two also recalled everything they had in the parallel world. Wait for us, Daiko. I'm coming now. The two finished speaking. The light seemed to come from the sky, turning into a flashing sword and a sapphire cone, and fell into the hands of the two. Dinah! Gaia! There should be a broken voice here. As the two roared, the light once again enveloped the two. Dinah's figure rose from the ground and turned into a giant that looked very similar to Tiga, and Gaia was in the classic Earth Guardian mode. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. As the Earth Guardian, Gaia must give Mother Earth a deep love every time she appears, and this time is no exception. Flying bird, my dream. Liang and Dunzi looked at Dinah and Gaia transforming in the distance. While happy, they were also full of worry. Daiko, we are here to help you. First update, please recommend, please collect and comment with 5 stars. Flying bird, I dream. Dagu looked at the two people who came to support him and shouted with a smile. Stop talking nonsense, come on, together. Su Chen said, and then continued to release the light skill to attack Giga Chimera. However, under the premise that Chen deliberately let it go, even with 5 Ultra Warriors fighting against Giga Chimera, they were defeated step by step and could not gain any advantage at all. "Just Dad! Ultraman!" The crowd watching this scene shouted and cheered for the Ultra Warriors. Until the end, everyone believed that Ultraman would win. We also heard this cheering voice. Yes, we also fought while listening to this voice. The 3 people except Hayata-jin kept talking and telling about the scene in their memories. Anu and others who came late also talked to Tuan and others and recalled the bits and pieces of fighting in another world. "Let's go too!" A flash of light passed, and the beta magic rod appeared in Hayata-shin's hand, shouting loudly. "With Daiko and the others together," said Moroboshi Tuan. Then the 4 of them took out their transformation devices or raised their right hands to complete the transformation. A flash of light passed, and a classic Ultra Warrior appeared in the original place. It was Ultraman, Ultra 7, this is 7's real name, Ultraman Jack, Ultraman Ace. That's in the crowd, a few familiar extras, who were actually members of the Super Victory team in Dyna, Korea, Nakajima, and Staff Officer Quan Teng, looked at the 4 Ultra Brothers excitedly. "We've seen it before. Ultra Brothers, just fucking daddy! Just fucking daddy!" The cheers rang out again, and the crowd looked at more and more Ultra Warriors, and their expectations for victory became more confident. That's Guangsu Chen looked at everything in front of him and said with a smile, "Everyone, come together." 7 muttered as he flew to Su Chen and the others, and then they all went towards Giga Chimera. Next, there was a classic CG scene. All the Ultra Warriors showed their magical powers. The first generation went directly into the mouth of King Jesla on Giga Chimera, and a specium ray shot out from it. Ace flew to the other head formed by King Goldras and cut off one of the horns with a vertical guillotine. Jack also used his Ultra Bracelet to kill the horn on the head formed by King Hilbegon. The scene was quite spectacular. "It's time to solve everything." Su Chen looked at all this, dodged to a distance, and wiped his left hand on his right arm. A halo emitting 7 colors appeared in his hand. "Sega Halo!" Su Chen shouted in a low voice and threw the Sega Halo straight out. The Saiga light wheel, which looked particularly bright in the night sky, split into 4 and flew towards the remaining horns of Giga Chimera and the places that could be cut, and cut off all these horns. After winning in one wave, everyone flew to a place not far from Giga Chimera and confronted it. Giga Chimera realized that he might be finished, so he decided to decide the outcome in one wave. All the mouths on his body began to glow, and a fiery red light was emitted from his chest, sweeping along the sea surface towards Su Chen and others. "How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert?" Su Chen shouted, and instantly felt that he was possessed by Fahai. "Galaxy Miracle Form, open!" In an instant, Su Chen chose to open the Galaxy Miracle Form. In an instant, the azure light on Su Chen's body shone, and then the original red parts of his body were all replaced by blue. The Galaxy Miracle Form is a blue superpower form. Ultra Freeze. Ultra Water Stream's Change, the legendary magical Ultra Spray, was used by Su Chen at full power in the Galaxy Miracle Form. In the Galaxy Miracle Form, while ensuring that the original properties remain unchanged, the speed increases, the effect of using superpower skills increases significantly, and the speed of using light skills increases. In short, it is to comprehensively strengthen the speed and reduce the precasting swing. Ultra Water Stream, strictly speaking, is also a superpower skill. Seeing Su Chen perform Ultra Freeze, the remaining Ultramen were not idle, and they also released their own freezing skills to prevent Giga Chimera from releasing this big move. Then, under this cold and hot, the place where Giga Chimera released the skill exploded. "I advise you to learn physics well before you come out to mix." This effect is much stronger than the effect of the original plot where Dagu and others rebounded Giga Chimera's skills. In this way, Su Chen naturally had to sneer. Damn! Seeing this, Giga Chimera knew that he would lose if he stayed any longer, so he flew away in one breath. Everyone saw this and hurriedly chased after him. In the universe, Su Chen swiped out 10 Saiga light wheels in one breath, while the rest of Ultraman cooperated with 7 to release the head darts, maximizing the power of the head darts and beating Giga Chimera half to pieces. Everyone, in one breath, Su Chen shouted. Zapelio Ray, Soljet Ray, Quantum Streamline, Spisium Ray, Cluster Ray, Spisium Ray, Metallium Ray, Cosmic Miracle Ray. Everyone released their strongest skills in one breath, with Su Chen's Cosmic Miracle Ray as the main body, and everyone's rays merged into one and then crushed Giga Chimera in one breath. Host kills Giga. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points, 3 million. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Ultra Long Distance Teleportation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Clone, exclusive to the Galaxy Miracle form. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Ultraman Tiga Final Holy War Shuttle Card. Learning the above skills, learning completed. The above skills have reached the maximum level. Not bad. This shuttle card for the Final Holy War just solves the problem of finding the stone statue. Su Chen nodded, with satisfaction. The remaining skills still have 3 million experience points, which can be regarded as a big explosion. Victory! Seeing the big explosion in the sky, the humans on the ground looked at this exciting scene and shouted with laughter. Su Chen and others also returned smoothly. However, unlike the people who cheered, Su Chen and others all had solemn faces, because the crisis is far from over. Second update. I want some recommendation votes. There are too few recommendation votes. Not enough. Woohoo. Just as people were cheering and shouting, "Long live the Ultra Warriors," countless clones of the Dark Shadow Mage jumped up and formed a huge Dark Shadow Mage with purple smoke all over his body, standing on the sea. We will not disappear. The voice of the Dark Shadow Mage, like a nightmare from hell, lingered in everyone's ears. We can summon powerful monsters countless times, create a desperate darkness in people's hearts, and make all the hot Ultramen in parallel worlds disappear. Ha! The voice of the Dark Shadow Mage enveloped people's heads, pressing them so hard that they felt like they couldn't breathe. They clenched their teeth, but none of them gave up hope of living. You fart! Su Chen stepped forward, stretched out his right index finger, pointed at the Dark Shadow Mage, and cursed loudly. Everyone was stunned. The righteous Ultra Warrior would also curse? Impossible. Dagu and the others didn't have such thoughts. Ultra Warriors are also human beings. Isn't it normal to curse? Dagu said seriously. In any despair, the light in people's hearts will not disappear. When Dagu finished speaking, he directly pulled the Zapelio Ray and turned it on. The magical thing is that when Dagu turned it on, a dazzling light suddenly lit up on his body, like a god full of hope. Then something even more magical happened. All Ultramen except Su Chen, just like they were connected to Dagu's hotspot, also began to release their ultimate moves in the shining state. Seeing this, Su Chen opened his shining ring shield without hesitation. Under the dazzling light, Su Chen looked the same as the other Ultramen. However, the difference is that Dagu and the others are the sublimation of energy, which is a qualitative change, while Su Chen only added a shield with special effects. However, in this situation, it is enough to deal with a Dark Shadow Mage. Zapelio Ray, Spisium Ray, Cluster Ray, Spisium Ray, Metallium Ray, Soljet Ray, Quantum Streamline, Mubim Ray, Kazumum Ray. Su Chen released the Kazumum Ray, which was specifically designed to target this kind of evil monster. Kazumum Ray, when used against ordinary monsters, can be used to purify them if they are controlled, but the more evil a monster is, the greater the damage it causes. Countless rays of light gathered in the air again, and then rushed towards the enlarged Dark Shadow Mage in one go. Sizzle! The rays of light filled with the light of hope directly smashed the Dark Shadow Mage's collective into pieces. We will not disappear. Amid the Dark Shadow Mage's wails, the Ultra Warriors once again won. Host kills the Dark Shadow Mage collective. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points, 2 million. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Shining Zapelio Ray. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Shining Delasium Lightstream, exclusive to the Blazing God of War form. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Timer Flash. Learning the above skills, learning completed. The above skills have reached the maximum level. The experience points are still not enough. The further I go, the slower I will upgrade. Several skills are basically enhanced versions, and they can be used in the future. However, the experience points are still not enough to upgrade. which makes Su Chen a little distressed. Of course, this is already a lot. Su Chen naturally knows that greed will not end well. Putting away his thoughts, Su Chen and all the Ultra Warriors fell to the ground together. The sky was also lit up with a fish belly white, and with the landing of the Ultra Warriors, it also meant the arrival of light. Parting is always full of melancholy. For Su Chen, he has stayed in this world for a long time. If they wait until they get married before going to Ultrastar, it will be who knows how many years later. So when they left in the future, Su Chen also left with them. Goodbye, Dagu. Su Chen looked at Dagu and said with a smile, Goodbye, Su Chen. Although they were separated, they did not regret it, because there would be a better reunion in the future. Returning to Esmeralda, only a few hours had passed. Husband, you came back so quickly. Have you finished your work? Emirana looked at Su Chen and asked with a smile. It's not a big problem. It's all solved. Su Chen stretched out his hand and took Emirana into his arms, saying with a smile, I knew that my husband is the best. After speaking his mind for a while, Su Chen rested at home for a while and prepared to set off again. The target location this time was very clear, the timeline of Ultraman Tiga's final holy war. Su Chen's purpose was also very clear, following Dagu, entering Luluye and finding some giant stone statues, preferably of high quality. Then, kill Demigur. In this way, the goal is achieved, and it may be upgraded. Isn't it great? Think about it and do it. Before leaving this time, Su Chen made his goal clear to Emirana. My husband, you mean that I can also become an Ultra Warrior, right? Emirana shouted excitedly. During this period, I have been thinking of a way. Now, the world I am going to has a way to turn you, my wife, into an Ultra Warrior. Then we can fight side by side. Su Chen said, Yes, 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 my husband. Emirana nodded gratefully. All along, she always felt that she was a burden to Su Chen, especially when Su Chen left this time without taking her. She felt very lost. But when she heard that Su Chen was looking for a way to turn herself into an Ultra Warrior, she was instantly happy. Wait for me at home. Then we will go to the Kingdom of Light together and let Ultraman Aguang put my goal into practice. Su Chen had consulted the system before. In order to let Emirana perfectly integrate the ownerless light, in addition to the giant stone statue, some sophisticated instruments are needed. The most suitable place in the universe is naturally the Science and Technology Bureau of the Kingdom of Light. As the director of the Science and Technology Bureau, Ultraman Hikari Aguang is naturally the best helper. Yes, Emirana nodded. Then, Su Chen made a little preparation and used the shuttle card of Ultraman Tiga's final holy war to go to the world of Ultraman Tiga. Tiga World, Neon, Token. It was still a quiet night, and it was still the familiar Chinatown. Su Chen appeared in a quiet alley in this world again. Let's find a place to live first, and then find out the news tomorrow. Su Chen murmured, walked out of the alley, and went far away. P.S. First update, vote, please vote. Please vote like crazy. The plot of the final holy war takes place 2 years after Tiga defeated Gatanjea. The background of the story is that TPC, considering the loss of Tiga's power, attempts to find Ultraman's power again. All this started from Luluye, the place where Tiga and Gatanjea fought the final battle. The next day, after Su Chen woke up, he first found a black society nearby and borrowed some funds, and then asked about the progress of the story. When he learned that Tiga had defeated Gatanjea 2 years ago, Su Chen knew that the plot would take place in the near future. After leaving here, Su Chen turned into Ultraman, and then used his clone ability. In the invisible state, he sent all the clones to TPC to inquire about the news. Damn it, I must bring an artificial intelligence next time I come here. It's too hard to inquire about the news like this. Su Chen's main body floated in the sky above the TPC base and became invisible, cursing. In a technological society, artificial intelligence plays a very important role. Of course, the technology tree of the general Ultraman world is not too bad. If you want to completely invade the network of every world without being discovered, Su Chen estimates that he needs at least a Gilbaris. Only a cosmic-level artificial intelligence brain can invade the network world of these Earth Defense Forces without being noticed and be invincible. Regardless, as of now, Su Chen's plan to use the clone to get information is actually very reliable. The clone entered various departments of TPC and began to look for the information Su Chen needed. Plan F must be implemented. An old man holding a small fan stood in front of the command table and shouted loudly, "We have lost the power of Ultraman. What if there are more monsters coming?" There is an idiom in China called preparing for a rainy day. What we are doing now is to prevent trouble before it happens. Do you understand? Yoshioka's words are very convincing. To be honest, as an Earthling, his idea is completely correct. There is nothing wrong with the idea of having the power to fight against monsters in order to protect the Earth. This is just like Iron Man next door, trying to protect the world with armor. However, the idea is good, but the process and results are unbearable. So, these hawkish representatives usually have a good end, but they will not have a good reputation. Similarly, the staff officer Gondo in Dyna is in the same situation. By the way, Gondo is dead, right? After some monitoring, Chen learned the current timeline. In order to appease the world, the TPC executives arranged the wedding of Daiko and Lena, and the two are currently on a honeymoon trip before the wedding. It is said that it will end in 2 days. On the other hand, Plan F has already begun, and Captain Iruma K and Director Yoshioka's men have already set off for Luluye. It seems that the situation is not too bad. Chen stroked his chin, took back all the clones, and quietly left the TPC base. After returning to his residence, Chen began to plan the next plan. According to the development of the plot, Camilla will be blown out by the explosives of TPC, and then Yulian will release the seal and seal them in Lului. However, the spiritual consciousness of Camilla and the other two will leave approach Dagu, and finally give Dagu a dark divine light stick. However, from then on, Dagu's divine light stick will transform into a half-black and half-white light and dark divine light stick, representing the fact that Tiga used to be dark and is now a bright Ultraman. Time passed quickly. On this day, Chen received news that confirmed that the victory team began to prepare to attack Lului. After learning the news, Chen transformed and chased after them. Sure enough, halfway through, Chen saw Dagu driving the Victory Swallow No. 1. Well, this time, it is the only time that Dagu did not crash and landed safely. Chen smiled and murmured, just hanging Dagu's plane and slowly flew towards Lului, all the way to a small island, which was filled with the breath of darkness, and there was also a breath of light that blocked a lot of darkness. On the sea outside the island, there was a ship with the words TPC printed on it, and there was no one on it. Following Dagu landing on the ground, Chen restored his human form, unlocked his invisibility, and walked towards Dagu. Who? Dagu looked back at Chen and instantly pulled out his Victory Hepa gun. I hate people pointing guns at my head the most. Chen frowned and blurted out a word without thinking. However, after saying it, Chen felt that his words were very angry. Ahem, I'm not an enemy. Chen shrugged and said with a smile, "How did you get to this island?" Dagu looked around. Apart from the ship on the sea and his own plane, there were no other means of transportation. I flew here with you, Chen said with a smile. This is not a place for you to stay. Leave quickly. There will be big trouble here soon. Dagu frowned, obviously not taking Chen's words to heart. He put away his gun and said lightly, "Sure enough, it's still the same, Dagu. I have to say that you still look good in this look. You are really ugly in a suit." Not long ago, Chen said goodbye to Dagu from another world. After comparing the two, he said, "What do you mean?" Dagu was puzzled. "You will understand later." "Okay, we should go into Luluye to take a look. Don't you want to meet your old lover?" After Chen finished speaking, he stepped forward and put his arm around Dagu's shoulders and walked into Luluye. Dagu took a deep look at Chen and finally confirmed that this man was definitely not a simple person. After going all the way in, Chen and Dagu saw the three people in front of them. Among the three people, the leading woman had long, smooth hair draped behind her head and wore a black robe, which made her look very attractive. However, the two muscular men behind her completely destroyed this beauty. Darum and Hitler, like two non-mainstream killers, were dressed in a weird style and looked very unbearable. "Sister, why is there one more person?" Darum looked at Chen and whispered to Camilla. However, except for Dagu, the others present were not ordinary people, so it was better not to say such whispers. "Ahem, I just passed by and borrowed 2 stone statues. If you have something to do, you can fight first. I don't mind waiting a little longer. Su Chen coughed lightly and said with a smile, Boy, this is a matter between us old brothers. It has nothing to do with you. Be sensible and leave quickly. Otherwise, I will grind you to ashes later. Do you believe it? Darum looked at Su Chen and said loudly, I don't believe it. Su Chen shook his head and said seriously, Second update. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend the ticket. Please give a 5-star review. If you believe it, then what, you don't believe it? When Durham heard Su Chen's voice, he subconsciously thought that Su Chen had given in. However, he turned his mind around and understood that Su Chen was saying that he didn't believe it. You can't beat me, why should I believe it? Even if I lie down and let you kill you, you can't kill me, so why bother? Su Chen shrugged and said helplessly, I fucking... Durham was so angry that he almost exploded directly. Okay, Durham, today is the day for me to meet with our old friends. Don't make random killings. Let our old friends deal with such a small character. Camilla reached out to stop Durham and said, Stop talking nonsense. Where is the captain of the intermediary? Dagu looked at the people who were talking to each other and was inexplicably agitated and shouted, So fierce! Camilla looked at Dagu and said with a smile, But I like you like this. Camilla slowly walked to Dagu, first put her hand on his shoulder, and then moved to his face, just like the old lover did back then. Dagu, you have a dark power stronger than anyone else. Show us that power again. Camilla said to Dagu in a gentle and persuasive manner. Dagu heard this and slowly took out the dark light rod and slowly said, Even if there is still darkness in the hearts of humans, I believe that humans can turn into light with their own power. Hearing Dagu say this, Camilla and the other two smiled at each other. They knew that everything would be different. Tiga, Dagu raised the dark light rod, and in a black light with lightning, the tall body of Dark Tiga appeared in Luluye. With the appearance of Dark Tiga, the barrier cast by Yulians suddenly disappeared. Just like the darkness that enveloped the world 2 years ago, the huge darkness once again enveloped the whole world. Countless small Zoga began to rush out of Luli, trying to expand the darkness to the whole world. Inside Luluye, Su Chen witnessed all this and shook his head slowly. No matter what, if Dagu wanted to save Arumahui, then he had to use the dark power to transform. If he didn't have a group of good teammates when he killed Darum and Hitler, the outside might have become a hell. Dagu, this little ant is left to you to deal with. As long as you kill him, we can go back to that time again. No one can stop us from dominating the universe. Camilla pointed at Su Chen and said, I say, woman, why are you staring at me? Su Chen shook his head helplessly. At the same time, he was muttering in his heart, It's true that the old saying is right. The mouth of a bamboo snake is like a sting on the tail of a wasp. Both are not poisonous, but the most poisonous is the heart of a woman. Let Dagu make his own choice. Camilla floated in the air, and Darum and Hitler also transformed. Dagu, thanks to you, the barrier has disappeared. Kill this earthling, and then join us to rule the world. Camilla tempted again. I said, I'm different from you, and I won't hurt humans. I'm gonna beat you. Dagu took a classic fighting pose and said to the three people, Hey, you're alone. What can you do? Camilla shook her head and said, No, he's not alone. Su Chen, who was standing next to Dagu, said with a smile, No matter who turns into Tiga, I, Su Chen, will help out. Nice, Su Chen shouted in a low voice, and a dazzling light flashed, and nice Ultraman appeared next to Dagu. You are also Ultraman? Dagu looked at Su Chen and finally understood. Why was this human so bold, and why did he say that he flew here? Okay, these two little trash, I'll leave it to you. I'll deal with your ex-girlfriend. Su Chen patted Dagu on the shoulder and said, Okay. Dagu nodded. It's good to have helpers. At least I don't have to fight 3 people alone. And these 2 noobs are just a little bit of trouble for Dagu. The battlefield was divided and Darum shouted, My friend, and rushed towards Dagu. Su Chen and Camilla moved to the ruins of the ancient city. Who are you? In the ancient times, I didn't see an Ultraman like you. Camilla didn't transform, but floated in the air, looking at Su Chen and said, Guess! Su Chen smiled. What is your purpose? Camilla asked in a deep voice. First, I want to find a few complete stone statues of giants, preferably female giants, and the kind with potential. Do you know where they are? Chen got straight to the point and stated his purpose directly. To be honest, it is more convenient to have a native like Camilla to help find it. Just say it. Camilla didn't answer Chen's words and continued to ask. No, no, no. I will only consider the second one after I complete the first one. Otherwise, I will beat you and tell you. Chen said. You. I believe you can also feel that you can't beat me. Chen shrugged. Humph! You won't know whether you can beat me or not until you fight. Camilla snorted coldly and took out her transformation device. A flash of light appeared, and a female Ultraman with a good figure appeared in front of Chen. Come on! Camilla shouted, waving her light whip and attacking Chen. But Chen didn't say anything and teleported directly behind Camilla and strangled her neck. Tell me, where is the stone statue of the giant, the female giant, the stronger one, the complete one? Chen shouted and asked in a deep voice. You. Camilla was terrified. Chen's move directly broke her perception of power. It's not that she can't teleport, but she has never seen such a silent and fast teleportation. Moreover, Chen's strength is more terrifying than teleportation. When Chen grabbed her neck, she felt the threat of death. I'll take you there. In the end, this arrogant female warrior chose to succumb to Chen. They came to a dilapidated temple, and Chen found several giant stone statues of female ultra warriors in this temple. This used to be the headquarters of Julian. On the side of the light force, except for Achilles and Helao, these female warriors are the strongest. They are all Julian's guards and are very powerful. Camilla said quickly. Lie, the bear will be deflated, Chen shouted. Camilla, have done all kinds of bad things in my life, but I will never lie, especially to the enemy. Camilla said disdainfully. Well, I wish you grow to F. Chen nodded with satisfaction, gave Camilla a blessing, and then waved his hand to collect these relatively intact giant stone statues. As for the remaining light inside, after going to the Kingdom of Light, I will leave it to Superman Aguang to deal with it. First update. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. During the time when Chen threatened Camilla, Dagu also killed two good friends of Tiga 30 million years ago, successfully seized the power of the two people, and evolved into the burst form. So, don't think that Dark Tiga is as weak as the data says. He has combat power, and it is quite powerful. On the other side, Captain Iruma Hui also detonated explosives and killed Zoga's nest. The members of the victory team outside came in and successfully received Iruma Hui. Everything went smoothly. Dagu, who had completed the evolution, staggered to the ruins of the super-ancient city, and then saw Chen holding Camilla hostage. Well, am I late? Dagu raised his hand and scratched his black head. At this time, Tiga had not absorbed Camilla's light, so his head was still black, and said, No, I just asked Miss Ka for a favor. The rest is up to you. Chen would not interfere with the internal affairs of the two old lovers. He did not need to participate in the following scene. It would not be too late for him to take action after Demoggia appeared. There is an essential difference between killing a level 81 monster and a level 89 monster. Next, it was a large-scale family ethics drama. First, it was Miss Camilla, waving her big whip and giving Tiga a love education. During this period, the big whip also turned into a lightsaber from time to time, stabbing Tiga to make him sober. Chen turned back into a human body, took out the alien brand camera, set it up, adjusted the angle, and took this wonderful moment. In his hand, he also held a digital camera, wandering around, looking for various suitable angles, which was wonderful. At this time, the explosive form of Tiga was at level 75. If it were placed in the Kingdom of Light, it would be considered a great master. However, in front of the level 81 Camilla, it was not enough. In a few minutes, Camilla knocked Tiga to the ground and was about to collect the body. Camilla was holding a big whip and preparing for a big move while observing Chen's direction. It was obvious that she was afraid that Chen would intervene at a critical moment. However, Chen obviously did not have this idea. He took out another camera and pointed it at the exit of Luluye. Camilla was puzzled, but she did not soften her hands. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Camilla now thinks of Tiga, but she didn't think about it. Tiga is Tiga and Dagu is Dagu just inherited Tiga's body and genes. He is already Tiga's great-great-great-great-grandson. This is not a mess. So the first act ended, and the second act, which is also the superb part of this family ethics drama, came. Just when Camilla was about to take action and kill Tiga in one breath, a yellow fighter flew over not far away. The one driving the fighter was Dagu's fiancée, Lena. Lena saw someone trying to fuck her husband. What could she do? Without hesitation, she fired at Camilla's bear. Camilla was hit, but although she was not injured, a woman would feel pain if she was hit in that place. In anger, Camilla turned around and took out her big whip and swung it at Lena. As for Dagu, he would naturally not watch his wife's plane crash and die. Not everyone is Dagu and Shinjo. They both have buffs, so even if the plane crashes, the people will not die. Unlike Lena, there has never been a plane crash in the whole play. Once the plane crashes, it may be over. His fiancée was killed. Does he really have to marry this violent woman in front of him? Wouldn't his life be bleak in the future? Dagu, with countless thoughts in his mind, made a prompt decision and saved Lena. At the moment of saving Lena, the energy that he had just absorbed from Camilla in his body was instantly sublimated, and the composite form of Tiga was finally completed. Just for that kind of woman. After seeing that Tiga saved Lena at all costs, Camilla, whether out of anger or jealousy, or anger because of jealousy, swung the big whip at Tiga's back and knocked him to the ground. 30 million years ago it was Julian, and now it's... Camilla shouted and beat him, and it was so satisfying. Chen, who was watching on the side, stepped back. This domestic violence scene was too brutal. Fortunately, my Shauna is not that kind of person. Otherwise, Chen was very glad that he found a good wife. Tiga lay on the ground, holding his wife's airplane in his arms, and turned his head to look at Camilla, who put away the big whip. But this is the only way to settle the old account. I want to kill you quickly. After Camilla finished speaking, she opened her hands, and countless dark energy began to flow towards Camilla's chest timer. The black mist surged, and Camilla gradually disappeared in the darkness, and then gradually grew larger. "This is darkness!" Lena shouted in shock. On the other side, Chen slowly put away his video camera and watched everything with his hands behind his back. "Nice, Tiga. This time, I will kill you one by one." Camilla's head appeared from the gradually solidified black fog, along with an ugly monster head. "Demogia, a level 89 super boss, is really amazing," Chen murmured. At this time, everyone noticed that there was a human in the ultra-ancient ruins, watching everything silently. Who is he? Human? Or ultra-ancient? Chen's clothes were still Esmeralda's clothes, close to the ancient Chinese warrior clothes, and would not look too abrupt in the human world. However, appearing in this place, it seemed a little different. In the sky, after Camilla finished speaking, she began to attack. A large amount of light flew towards Chen and Dagu. For Dagu, this kind of attack is tantamount to fatal. There is a difference of nearly 20 levels. However, this kind of attack is just a drop in the bucket in front of Chen. Even in human form, Chen can easily dodge these attacks by relying on teleportation ability. However, in order to protect Lena, Dagu still died after fighting with Demogia. This battle has nothing to do with the position, but the disparity in strength. Even if he stood on the right, Dagu was still suppressed to death. The kind of light was directly turned off. However, just when everyone thought everything was over, a miracle happened. In the ultra-ancient ruins, the light on the remains of the defeated giants rose one after another, gathered into a dazzling light in the air, and then hit Dagu heavily. Swish! In the sky-high light, Ultraman Tiga, shining with gold, was resurrected again, and this time he was resurrected with his strongest form, Shining Tiga. P.S. Second update. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please vote for recommendation. Please give me 5-star praise. Tiga resurrected. It turns out that there is more than just endless darkness sleeping in this ultra-ancient ruins. The members of the victory team shouted. "Well, it's time for me to perform." Chen smiled, and with a thought, a beam of light shot up into the sky again, and the huge body of Ultraman Nice appeared again on the land of the Luluya ruins. Shining Ring Shield, open. Chen did not say anything and directly opened the Shining Ring Shield, making a fake look real, passing off inferior goods as good ones, to confuse the audience and pretend that he had also obtained the Shining form. That's another giant! The members of the victory team who were about to leave were stunned when they saw Su Chen's figure. He is the giant of light sleeping in the ultra-ancient ruins. Everyone talked about it. After opening the Shining Ring shield, Su Chen also pretended to become the Shining Form. Of course, in terms of strength, there is still a certain gap between Su Chen and the Shining Tiga beside him. After all, Shining Tiga, who has obtained all the light of the super ancient giant, is a legendary strength, a level 90 boss. However, in terms of combat power, if Su Chen is fully combat capable, he may not be a match for Shining Tiga. However, at this time, the two are teammates, so there is no need to care about these minor details. Fire God of War form, open! Momo also opened the Fire God of War form, which increased his strength by a small step again. Su Chen can be regarded as having the means to compete with Shining Tiga. Let's go, together. Okay. Su Chen and Shining Tiga looked at each other and rushed to Demoja's position in one go. However, the rays of light emitted by Demoja were completely ineffective when hitting the two. This is the Shining Ring Shield, which can defend against all energy attacks. The Shining Ring Shield. Damn it, all of you die! In Camilla's life, the man she loved most was Tiga, and the man she hated most was also Tiga. But just now, when Su Chen was holding her neck and forcing her, she had promoted Su Chen to the same position as Tiga. Of course, it was just hatred. So, facing Su Chen, she was endlessly angry. Camilla manipulated the tentacles of Demoja to reach out to Su Chen and Shining Tiga, trying to tie them up and devour them. However, with only one Shining Tiga, he might still be tied up, but with Su Chen, this would never happen. Sega Light Wheel. The Sega Light Wheel, which was colorful and a little golden, flew out of Su Chen's hand, then split into three, cutting off all the tentacles near Su Chen. Ultra Guillotine. Then, Su Chen received an Ultra Guillotine with almost no backswing, rushed to Tiga, and cut off all the tentacles that had tied Tiga. Let's kill him in one go. Su Chen shouted at Shining Tiga. Okay. The two looked at each other in tacit understanding, and then Shining Tiga began to charge Shining Tiga's strongest light skill, Gyarados Beam. This skill is considered the ultimate version of Shining Zapelio Beam. Although Su Chen's Shining Zapelio Beam has reached the maximum level, this change is still not available. This is like learning the Dugu 9 swords. Although Ling Hu Chong learned it very well, Dugu Chubai developed the Dugu 9 swords many years later and became the Dugu sword art, which is even more powerful. Su Chen is currently like Ling Hu Chong, while Shining Tiga is Dugu Chubai. Of course, this is only for Shining Zapelio Beam. Shining Tiga charges Gyarados Beam, while Su Chen pulls up the energy and launches the Cosmic Miracle Beam. So far, in terms of single-unit light skills, the Cosmic Miracle Beam is definitely the strongest light skill in Su Chen's hands. Even if it was Sega's Plasma Beam, he would have to stand back. After all, Plasma Beams were not wave-type beam skills, but sequential beam skills. For Su Chen, he could choose to continuously output wave-type beam skills, and as he had almost unlimited energy, he could not lose as long as he could suppress the beams. Therefore, Su Chen directly charged a beam of Cosmic Miracle Light and threw it out with Tiga. No, two powerful beams went straight to Demoja, and Camilla screamed madly in the face of all this. Boom! Two beams pierced Demoja's body and rushed straight to the bullfight. Endless light exploded in an instant and began to quickly disperse the darkness that enveloped the whole world. Host kills Demoja. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points, 3 million. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Gyarados Beam. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Thug, Galatron K2. Congratulations to the host for gaining the item, Skill Inheritance Card. Learning the Gyarados Beam. Learning completed, the Gyarados Beam has reached the maximum level. After killing Demoja, not many things were dropped. 3 million experience points are the standard for level 89, needless to say. Gyarados Beam, Tiga's strongest skill, must have. As for the remaining two things, one is Galatron MK2, which Su Chen is very familiar with. This is a classic robot that appeared in the Geed movie. Its strength is enough to make Zero, Orb, and Geed fall into a difficult battle. If Geed had not turned evil in the end, it is estimated that the three of them would have been crippled. The strength is evident. As for the last skill inheritance card, Su Chen was a little confused and didn't know what it was. However, it is always good to have good things. After Su Chen was ready, he informed the system. 3 million experience points plus the previous 23939 Turu. Now the total is 269,390 Tuni. Just a little bit short of being able to upgrade to level 90. With more than 60,000 experience points, hehe, I will soon become a level 90 boss, Su Chen thought happily. Boom. Lului began to collapse rapidly. Without the huge dark power and the support of the light power, everything broke quickly. And Su Chen, following the light of Dagu, turned back into a human body. In the ruins, Su Chen saw Dagu and Camilla lying on the ground. Such a strong light, Dagu is completely integrated with Tiga. Su Chen stood behind Dagu, looking at his back, smiling and murmured. However, the legend of Tiga has spread in various universes. Let's not talk about anything else. The next Super 8 universe is a classic Tiga. And in the theatrical version of Ultraman Galaxy S, the 3 heroes Targa are probably Tiga and others in the parallel world. Thank you. Dagu turned his head to look at Su Chen and nodded. Thank you. It's too formal. I believe we will meet again. Su Chen smiled. Although his purpose was to get the statue and experience, as an Ultraman, he still had to contribute. This is my light. If you need any help, just contact me. Even if it's across a parallel universe, I will come to help. As he said that, Dagu stretched out his hand and pulled a ray of light from his chest and handed it to Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen nodded and waved to accept the light. First update. I was doing experiments this afternoon, so I updated it this time. Sorry. With a helper from a level 90 boss, and also his childhood idol Dagu, Su Chen naturally agreed and accepted it enthusiastically. After saying goodbye to Dagu, Su Chen left the world of Tiga directly. After Su Chen left, Dagu experienced a farewell similar to the original work, and then returned to marry Lena. No one in the victory team, including Dagu, mentioned Su Chen. No one entered this incident into the database of TPC. Everyone just kept it in their mind and buried it in the ground. It was as if Su Chen was a giant from the ancient times who appeared once, helped Dagu defeat Demogia, and then disappeared. In fact, this practice was also caused by the revision of the world's laws. If TPC had entered Su Chen's information, then Asuka of the Super Victory team would naturally know Su Chen, and Su Chen would naturally be exposed in the world of Ultraman legend. Therefore, Su Chen, intentionally or unintentionally, also caused this incident to proceed perfectly. After returning to Esmeralda, Su Chen met Emerana, who had been away for several days. This time of crossing, the time was synchronized. Su Chen left for a few days and went back for a few days. Husband? Xiao Na? Looking at Xiao Na, who was as gentle as water, Su Chen couldn't help but compare himself with Dagu's ex-girlfriend, and instantly felt a sense of superiority. After staying in Esmeralda for a few days, Su Chen took Emerana to the universe where the Kingdom of Light was located. Captain, the second princess of the royal family of Esmeralda in the neighboring universe, will visit our Kingdom of Light in a while. Zafi, wearing his big red cloak, came to the headquarters of the Space Guard and looked at Ultra Father and said, Esmeralda? Is it the universe that Zero went to before? Ultra Father thought for a while and said, Yes, it is that universe. Ultraman 7 and I have met this princess before. Zafi nodded. In that case, let's pack up. By the way, let's swap the recent tasks of Zero's Ultimate Zero Guard. They are all old friends and it will be easier for them to talk, Ultra Father said. Yes, Captain. Zafi nodded and then went down to prepare. At noon that day, the top leaders of the Kingdom of Light, such as Space Guard Captain Ultra Father, Silver Cross Captain Ultra Mother, Space Guard Captain Zafi, Space Guard Chief Instructor Ultraman Taro, and the leader of the new generation Ultraman Zero, all came to the Ultra Airport and were ready for battle. Finally, at a certain moment, a space-time gate suddenly appeared above the Ultra Airport, and a figure different from the common Ultra Warriors in the Kingdom of Light walked out of the space-time gate. On the chest timer of this Ultra Warrior sat a gorgeous princess in royal palace clothes. The visitors were Su Chen and Emerana. Husband, this scene looks a little wrong. Are they not welcoming us? Emerana's voice came to Su Chen's ears along the timer. Don't worry, these are the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Light, who are here to welcome us. You are a princess of a country after all. This involves the friendly diplomacy between two universes and two countries. The Kingdom of Light must pay attention to it. Su Chen smiled and said in a voice transmission, and then he fell directly to the Ultra Airport. Well, for the convenience of communication, I suggest that we change into human form. Looking at Emirana sitting on Su Chen's timer, Ultra Father suddenly said, "It's feasible." All the Ultras nodded. "Thank you, Ultra Father." Su Chen bowed his hands and thanked. So, led by Ultra Father, everyone began to change into human form. Su Chen and Emirana, needless to say, have their own human forms. Ultra Father is a classic kind old man, and Ultra Mother is a beautiful middle-aged woman. Zafi became the appearance of Shingo Sakamizu, and Taro became the appearance of Higashi Kotaro, but he was also old. The other Ultra Brothers all took on the appearance of their human bodies, while Zero turned into Taiga. Of course, he could also turn into Storm. As for the Mirror Knights, they had no choice but to maintain this form. "Welcome, Esmeralda, to visit the Land of Light." Zafi stepped forward and stretched out his hand, saying to Su Chen. Everyone understood that although Emirana was a princess and represented Esmeralda, the one who made the decision was Su Chen, a powerful Ultra warrior who was slightly stronger than Ultra Father in his heyday. "Captain Zafi is too polite. We came to the Land of Light to ask for help. We are all warriors of light fighting for justice. If you are polite, don't say anything." Su Chen said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. In that case, let's go to the Space Guard headquarters first. You finally came to the Land of Light, so let's take you to visit the Land of Light first." Ultra Father laughed. "That's great." So, everyone boarded the unique sightseeing boat of the Kingdom of Light and began to travel in the Kingdom of Light. The Ultra Warriors passing by were all very curious. Why did the captain and the others wander around in human form? Isn't it hard? On the way, Zero explained to Su Chen that this sightseeing boat was only developed in recent years. A few years ago, when the Ultra Galaxy legend was in the plot, humans came to the Kingdom of Light and could withstand the light radiation here. Therefore, after learning from the painful experience, in order to facilitate the future alien life, especially the Ultra Warriors and their families, to come to the Kingdom of Light, the Kingdom of Light specially made this batch of sightseeing boats, and there are special rooms that can isolate light radiation. The Esmeralda people, especially the royal family members, are actually not afraid of this level of light radiation. Su Chen suddenly said, "Really? Yes, Captain. Emirana has the powerful energy of emerald ore in her body. This energy is extremely powerful, even comparable to that of my father and the others." What Zero said was not without purpose. Emirana's energy is enough to allow James to transform and fight, and James's strength is not much different from that of the Ultra Brothers. So that's how it is. It seems that our Kingdom of Light still knows too little about the universe. Ultra Father nodded. The crowd wandered all the way and soon arrived at the Space Guard headquarters. "What a rich plasma spark energy," Su Chen said with a smile. "The Ultra Warriors of the Kingdom of Light can become Ultramen precisely because of this energy. The Plasma Spark Tower is also the greatest treasure of our Kingdom of Light. Back then, Belia and Zero were punished because they touched the Equal Resignation Spark Tower." Seven explained. "Second update. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. Please vote for all kinds of tickets." According to the explanation in the Ultra Galaxy legend, the Ultraman of the Land of Light was actually very similar to humans in the beginning. Although they are all cosmic people, their appearance is similar to that of the cosmic people on the neighboring Esmeralda and the planet Anu. The reason for this change is that the sun of the Ultra Star has gone out. The scientists of the Land of Light are also very powerful. They directly developed an artificial sun, the Plasma Spark Tower. However, the light radiation of the Plasma Spark Tower is too strong. After countless years of changes, the residents of the Land of Light have undergone a benign evolution and have become Ultra Warriors with powerful strength. Of course, Su Chen knows that in the Ultra Galaxy legend, what Mebius said must be beautified and downplayed. In the process of evolution, especially in the evolution guided by light, there will definitely be wrong directions. However, in the end, it still correctly led to the current situation. History is written by the victors. Therefore, the plasma spark tower can be said to be a sacred symbol for the residents of the Land of Light, or it can be said to be the biggest taboo. After discussing with Ultra Father and others for a long time, Chen finally got the topic on the right track. This time I came to visit the Land of Light first, to establish friendly diplomatic relations on behalf of Esmeralda and the Land of Light, so as to achieve the goal of peaceful coexistence between our two universes and jointly defend justice. Second, it is to visit old friends. After all, we have experienced many battles with Zero, and Mirror Knight and James are the royal guards of our Esmeralda. As for the last one, Chen looked at Ultra Father's calm face, pondered for a moment, organized the words in his mind, and continued, I plan to borrow the technology of the Land of Light to let Emerana complete the evolution of light. That is, to become Ultraman. Chen spoke at once and got to the point directly. Let the cosmic people become Ultraman? The headquarters of the Space Guard was instantly in an uproar. Except for Ultra Father, the rest of the people, including Ultra Father, started to shout. Chen, the evolution of the residents of the Land of Light took hundreds of thousands of years to complete. You said that we have never had such a precedent in making Emerana evolve into light. Ultra Father said loudly. Yes, nice. You have to think it through. This is not a simple matter. If something unexpected happens, it will be troublesome. I don't agree, nice. You will cause a safety hazard to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Maybe. Anyway, I just don't agree. Basically, everyone held an opposing opinion. Chen ignored the opposition of the crowd and looked at Ultra Father. Chen knew that even if others extinguished the plasma spark tower, the man in front of him should still speak. Nice? Are you sure? Ultra Father asked. Of course, I still need to discuss the details with Hikari, but there will definitely be no problem. Chen said, That's good, Zero Other, nodded and shouted directly to Zero Ultra Father. Later, you will take Nice to find Hikari. Ultra Father made the final decision. This? Okay. Although Zero was helpless, he still agreed. After talking to these Ultramen for a while, Chen and Zero took Emerana to the Science and Technology Bureau. There, Hikari had received the order from Ultra Father. Turn a cosmic person into an Ultraman? Are you sure this is feasible? Hikari's first words when he saw Chen and Emerana were these. In the world of Tiga, there were humans who used the optical genetic factor converter, combined with Ultraman Tiga's transformation device and a stone statue of Ultraman to accomplish all this. Hikari, don't you think you are not as good as an Earthling? Chen shrugged and said, There is also this matter. Tell me in detail. As soon as the question about research was mentioned, Hikari immediately became interested. Although the civil servants of the Kingdom of Light are all monster-killing beings, for Hikari, science and technology are also the direction he is interested in. So Chen carefully told Hikari the story of Masaki Keigo. After listening to it, Hikari suddenly realized it, but then he had other questions. According to what you said, that Earthling has the genes of the ancient Ultra Warriors on Earth, so that he can complete the evolution, but Princess Emerana doesn't seem to have this gene. The genetic genes of the ancient Ultra Warriors. When Hikari heard this name, he had already scanned Emerana and then conducted a genetic analysis of Emerana. The final conclusion was that Emerana did not have genes related to Ultraman. I also have a solution for this method, Chen said while taking out the ownerless light that burst out of the system. As soon as the light appeared, Hikaru and Zero on the side widened their eyes. This, such a pure light, such a gentle light, the two whispered. With these stone statues, this light, and your science and technology, I believe that it should not be a problem to let Emerana complete the evolution. Chen said. No problem, no problem. Hikaru suddenly understood. All the problems that he had not thought clearly just now suddenly became clear in his head. I will scan these stone statues first. Hikaru, who entered the scientist mode, was like a demon. He pulled the analysis instrument over and began to scan the stone statues. In these stone statues, there are some Ultra Warriors' will and light left. We need to eliminate these wills, Hikaru said. Well, and these stone statues are not very exquisite. We need to modify them, Chen said. Yes, these stone statues are a little damaged, but it doesn't matter. I have the materials and the technology. Give me 10 minutes and I'll help you finish it. Follow this design. Chen waved and threw a design drawing to Hikari. This is the design drawing of the female Ultraman warrior that Chen and Emirana worked on for several days. While it meets Emirana's aesthetics, it also meets Chen's aesthetics. No problem, it will be done soon. Superman Aguang stepped in, and with the high technology of the Kingdom of Light, it was done in minutes. Soon, a stone statue of a female Ultraman appeared in front of Chen and others. Next, it is to merge Guang, Princess Emirana, and the stone statue. Superman Aguang said excitedly. I went home to accompany my mother for a follow-up check today, so I will update once for the time being. I will pay it back tomorrow. Chen has a detailed plan provided by the system. After discussing with Hikari, Hikari was amazed. Why didn't I think of this? It can be done this way. Sweep Dazni. Soga? Is this possible? If Zero on the side was not Ultraman, his jaw would have dropped to the ground. Although he has not been in the main station of the Kingdom of Light for a long time, he is well aware of the name of Hikari. It is not an exaggeration to say that Hikari is one of the strongest scientists in the entire universe. And now Hikari actually jumped up excitedly because of Chen's words. Chen is not the Phoenix legend, but your plan requires a lot of energy to activate, and the required energy intensity is very high. No one in the Kingdom of Light can achieve it except Ultra Father, Hikari said in a deep voice after listening to Chen's words. In Chen's entire plan, the technical level is secondary. With the technology of the Kingdom of Light, it can be done. However, the most important point is that after starting the instrument, a legendary peak warrior needs to continuously input energy throughout the whole process. And in the entire Kingdom of Light, only Ultra Father can do this. Actually, now that Zero is wearing the Paraji shield, he also has the strength of a peak legend, but he can't last long. 3 minutes. Fast boys are simply not good enough. Hikari, let Chen solve this problem by himself. This guy is a peak legend warrior, Zero said with a smile. The last time they parted, Zero knew that Chen's strength had reached level 89. Level 89 is the peak legend, so there was no need to worry at all. What's wrong with the universe recently? There are more and more monsters. You and Nice are both amazing warriors. Hikari looked at Chen, and after a lot of thinking, he finally confirmed that the guy in front of him was really a peak legend. Okay, let's get started. Chen smiled and said, Okay, we're about to create a miracle. The two nodded with a smile and then began to prepare. 3 hours later, all the instruments were ready. After Chen used the system to detect it, he confirmed that there was no problem, and then he started. Galaxy Miracle Form. Chen changed his form to Galaxy Miracle Form without saying a word. Wife, let's start! Chen put Emirana on the table in front of him and said with a smile. Yes! Emirana nodded, her heart full of anticipation. Let's start! On the other side, Hikari pressed the start button of the instrument. Chen immediately waved his hand and shot the ownerless light into Emirana's body. Well, Emirana groaned. At the moment when the huge energy entered the body, there would inevitably be pain and swelling. However, with the continuous input of Chen's energy, it was a wonderful feeling that hit the soul directly. The conversion progress is 1.2%, and it is rising steadily, Hikari said in a deep voice. Okay. Chen nodded and continued to maintain the stable input of energy. The conversion progress displayed on the instrument was also rising continuously. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. The conversion progress is 100%, and there is no abnormality, Hikari said quickly. Okay, prepare for fusion. At this time, Emirana was like a little sun and like a goddess in mythology, shining brightly. With Chen's order, Hikari pressed the fusion button. Seeing this, Chen increased the energy output with his left hand and sent out a traction beam with his right hand, and the auxiliary instrument sent Emirana to the timer position of the stone statue. 1 go! Chen shouted in his heart, and the energy output increased again, and the whole instrument began to tremble. At the timer position of the stone statue, Emirana slowly merged into the stone statue. The timer of the stone statue began to become transparent from its original petrified state. Then it began to flash red. At first it flashed very slowly and very weakly. But with the continuous input of Chen's energy, the timer flashed faster and faster. until the frequency of the red light flashing exceeded the sampling rate of the human eye. The red light flashed slowly. Buzz! A sound that hit the soul sounded, and everyone subconsciously distracted. When their attention was focused again, the red timer had turned into a dazzling blue. Crack, crack, crack! The stone statue began to make crackling sounds, and some stone chips began to fall off the stone statue's skin. As the timer lit up completely, the second eye began to become transparent, and then slowly lit up with white light. The three iconic lights lit up completely, and Chen felt relieved. This proved that the fusion was successful. The rest was to continue to input energy so that Emirana could completely control this body. Another 3 hours later, Hikari's eyes were sore, and Zero, who didn't know when, took the Paraji shield and the members of the Ultimate Zero Guard to guard the door. Within 3 hours, the stone statue kept shaking, but there was no superficial change. At a certain moment, Chen clearly felt that his energy was sucked away. Chen was delighted to see this, and cooperated to increase the energy output again. Emirana's stone statue began to emit light slowly. From the small 5-watt incandescent lamp at the beginning, it has become a light comparable to the sun. Swish! Suddenly, all the light converged into the giant stone statue. After the light dissipated, Chen's energy input suddenly stopped. In front of Hikari and Chen, there was a person with a slender figure and full of extreme beauty. The shape of the head was like a noble princess. Height 48 meters, weight 37,000 tons. Hikari broke the data. Not bad, perfect. Chen looked up and down at the image of Ultraman that Emirana turned into and said with a smile. After checking it with the system, Chen realized that the fusion was very perfect. Moreover, because Emirana already had very powerful energy, this fusion directly brought Emirana's energy level to level 60. You know, Hyperzeton, who swallowed a Pawn King and a Goldross King, is only level 55 now. Later, once she becomes proficient in the use of energy, Emirana will definitely be a qualified Ultraman. Husband, we succeeded. After Emirana got familiar with the control of her body, she jumped down from the platform in one step, got into Chen's arms, and shouted excitedly. Well, we succeeded, Chen said with a smile. P.S. First update. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please vote for the recommendation ticket. This is definitely an epoch-making feat. I, Hikari, will be remembered forever. Hikari looked at the stable data on the instrument and shouted with his fists clenched. Calm down, buddy. Calm down. Chen smiled, stepped forward and patted Hikari on the shoulder and said, Nice. Are you interested in joining the Science and Technology Bureau? Hikari looked at Chen and asked, Let's talk about this later. Chen quickly refused. What a joke. I'm not a scientist. Why would I join the Science and Technology Bureau? After entering, I'll feed the mice? Don't you know that feeding mice requires professionals now? Well, I'm sorry, but the door of the Science and Technology Bureau is always open to you. The theories that Chen just proposed made Hikari subconsciously think that Chen was a very powerful scientist. However, all of this was just the answer given by the system, and Chen just copied it. After going out, Chen saw Zero wearing the ultimate armor, with Mirror Knight and others waiting in full battle array, and there were thousands of Ultramen watching in the plane. Among them, some had timers, and their strength was above level 30, or they were relatives of the Ultra Brothers. There were also some who did not have timers, and they were all ordinary citizens of the Kingdom of Light. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the Blue Clan. Nice, did you succeed? Seeing Chen come out, Zero turned around and asked, Okay, put away your equipment first. If you don't know, you might think that Belia has invaded again. Chen rolled his eyes and said, Oh. Zero nodded, and the shield of Perigi retracted and turned into a bracelet on his wrist. Well, nice. The princess? The flame warrior asked anxiously. Of course it's done, wife. Come out and show them. Chen waved his hand to the back, and then the figure of Emirana, Ultra Warrior, slowly walked out from inside. So beautiful. The Ultramen who were watching around shouted as if they had seen a goddess. Go away. Go away. The front door of the Science and Technology Bureau is not for you to watch. Hikari came out and began to disperse the crowd around. Ah, what a pity. I still want to see the goddess a few more times. Although he said so, Hikari was an official after all, and these people left one after another when they saw him. And Chen inadvertently caught a glimpse of Taiga, who was very familiar to later generations, in the crowd. Of course, Taiga at the moment was just a primary school student in Ultra School. Following Zero, Chen and his group came to the base of the Ultimate Zero Guard. This is a good location, but why does it look like it has been broken up? Chen looked at the base of the Ultimate Zero Guard and said with a smile, "To be honest, nice. Don't disbelieve it. This place has really been broken up." So Zero told Chen about the memory that he had lost and found again. Basically, it was the plot of the Ultimate Zero fight. "You mean you have gained new power again? I'm envious." Chen knew all this, but he still had to envy it. Hehe, although that form consumes a lot of energy, the combat power is awesome. After it is activated, in the entire Kingdom of Light, except for the King of Ultra, no one can be my opponent, Zero said with a smile. That's true. Shining Zero, a true legendary combat power. And in the entire Kingdom of Light, the only one above level 90 is the King of Ultra. Although Ultra Father can reach level 90 with the true sword in hand, he is now seriously injured and cannot even defeat Belia. After several people gathered together to celebrate Emirana's transformation into Ultraman, Chen prepared skill inheritance for Emirana. The skill inheritance card obtained last time can copy Chen's 5 skills on it and let others learn. Emirana is now a blank sheet of paper. She has only a level of 60, but her actual combat level may not even be able to defeat an elite warrior of level 40. Therefore, Chen has to carefully screen his current skills and then prepare a suitable inheritance for Emirana. By the way, Chen, since the princess has become an Ultra Warrior, does she need to systematically learn the combat of Ultra Warriors? Zero looked at Chen in silence and suddenly said, "Learn?" Chen was puzzled. Yes, the Ultra Warriors of the Kingdom of Light are not born knowing how to fight. They need to study systematically in the Ultra School, pass the assessment, enter various departments, and then go through countless actual combat before they can become a qualified Ultra Warrior. Zero said. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Chen was still struggling with all his skills, but now he has figured it out. Some common skills, such as flying and ultra telekinesis, can be learned in the Kingdom of Light, and Chen only needs to teach Emirana those skills that cannot be learned but are extremely powerful. With your strength and the status of Her Royal Highness, it should not be a problem for you to enter the Ultra School to study. Zero said again. Okay, let's go find Ultra Father now. So things went smoothly. Emirana entered the Ultra School to study the next day. Emirana herself is also full of interest in this matter. Unlike us, learning shit. Regarding the selection of skills, Chen took out these 5 after combining all the skills. Shining, Ring Shield, Great Cosmic Vacuum Combat Technique, Super Acceleration Teleport, Kismium Ray, Geraldus Beam, 2 Tiga, 2 Sega, and 1 Gauss. Shining Ring Shield is good-looking and has extremely high defense. Great Cosmic Vacuum Combat Technique, the strongest fighting skill in the universe, naturally needs no further explanation. Super Acceleration Teleport and Great Cosmic Vacuum Combat Technique must be matched, otherwise it will not be easy to use. Kismium Ray, a powerful skill of Gauss's Eclipse mode, is the most suitable for a kind-hearted girl like Emirana. Don't criticize. The last Geraldus Beam is the most powerful beam skill in Chen's hand, needless to say. After considering it several times, Chen decided to release this lineup and copied it to the inheritance card. However, it is too early to use it on Emirana now. It will not be too late to use it when she has learned it almost. What Chen could not have imagined was that Emirana's learning speed was so fast. Second update. I am very confused about what plot to pick up next. I want to go straight to the theatrical version of Ultraman Ginga S and then pick up X, so that it will be smoother. I don't want to write about Ginga because his combat power has collapsed too seriously and it is difficult to make it perfect. Teacher Ultraman, is this how you put the 8-point light wheel? Teacher Jack, how do you think I use this Ultra Javelin? Teacher Ace, you said you would teach me the vertical guillotine today, Teacher Max. I heard from my husband that you are the fastest and strongest. Please teach me. In just 1 year, Emirana completed the courses that students of the Ultra School would need thousands of years to learn, and even surpassed them. Now the Ultra Brothers can no longer teach Emirana anything. Princess Emirana, I declare that you have graduated from Ultra School. However, since you are not a citizen of our Land of Light, you will become a reserve member of the Space Guard after graduation. But the first generation said this and couldn't continue. Ahem, this is your graduation certificate. Citizens of the Land of Light can be assessed to join the Space Guard and other departments if they have this. But as for you, you should go home. If you need to go out for exercise, let Nice take you. Well, we have something else to do, heh? After Taro finished speaking, he took the first generation and ran away. Emirana was left standing there, a little messy. After returning home depressed, Emirana looked at Chen, who was watching TV, and called her husband sweetly. My princess, why did you come back before get out of class today? Did you skip class? Having experienced college life on Earth, Chen knew that skipping class was a bad behavior. However, as a college student, he had skipped classes before, so he subconsciously thought that Emirana had skipped classes just like himself before. My husband, I think I've graduated. Then, Emirana took out her graduation certificate and handed it to Chen. Oh my God, Taro didn't teach me well or what? Let's go and settle the score with him. In a year, although Chen didn't go out to hunt monsters to increase his experience, he became more proficient in the skills he controlled. The full level given by the system and the effect of practicing on the basis of the full level are completely different. Now Chen is confident that he can kill himself a year ago within 300 rounds. Note that it is to kill, not to defeat. Of course, level 89 is always level 89 until death, and there is no way to compare with the big guys at level 90. However, it is still no problem to beat a small Taro. Husband, don't. I really have graduated. If you don't believe me, we can practice. Emirana looked at Chen with a tentative look in her eyes, but Chen saw that she was eager to try. Then Ultra Arena? Chen looked at his wife and said, let's go. In the Ultra Arena, Emirana, who was already level 68, stood opposite Chen. It must be said that the upgrade alone had shocked the first generation of Ultramen. They had never seen an Ultraman who basically upgraded a major realm in 1 year. You know, for the citizens of the Kingdom of Light, 1 year is only 1/3 of the summer vacation. After a year's work, some Ultra Warriors can't even learn an 8-point light wheel. But Emirana, she is. Thinking of this, Taro, who was secretly watching nearby, was speechless. Husband, you are much stronger than me, so I just made a move casually. Emirana looked at Chen and said with a smile, go ahead. Chen nodded. Then, Chen accepted the baptism of love. Spicem Ray Point Light Wheel, Ultra Guillotine, Horizontal Guillotine, Vertical Guillotine, Spicem Ray. As soon as she came up, Emirana directly bombarded with rays. Moreover, the commonly used skills such as Spicem Ray, the rest were forbidden techniques. Ultra Father made it very clear to Ace that Emirana was a guest, and she was also the wife of the legendary top warrior Ness. She should teach everything that she should not teach, and everything that she could teach. Then, Emirana herself didn't know what forbidden techniques were and what wasn't. After learning, she used them directly. Chen was shocked when he saw the rays that surrounded him in less than 3 seconds. Although these rays could not harm Chen, Emirana's energy was too much. In fact, the first generation also realized this, but according to what Chen said at the time, Emirana had powerful energy in her body, so they were not suspicious, but just a little envious. Moreover, under normal circumstances, Ultra Warriors would not have the problem of severe energy depletion under the coverage of the Plasma Spark Tower of the Kingdom of Light. Of course, if they released skills recklessly, it would be different. But they were still shocked by Emirana's situation. Facing Emirana's attack, Chen blocked it with a wave of his hand. Then, Emirana began to fight in close combat, exerting everything she learned in the Ultra School. The strength is not enough. The speed is a little bit short. Hit here. Even if it is a few levels higher than you, it can still work. The leg skills are good, but a little slow. Speed up, speed up. Your arms are a little longer. You must use your advantages. Chen taught language while fighting, defending throughout the process, and then gave instructions. Emirana felt that she was improving very fast. 3 hours passed. Emirana felt a little tired, so she stopped. Chen did not rush, smiled and took Emirana away. After returning home, Emirana expressed her thoughts. Husband, Taro and the others said that to become a real Ultra Warrior, actual combat is the most important. Otherwise, you take me out to fight monsters. Chen heard this and considered it. Okay, but we have to wait a few days. Chen nodded and then took out the inheritance card. Here are 5 of my skills. You can master them initially by crushing them. Chen said. Yes. Emirana nodded obediently, took the card and crushed it, and then the knowledge related to the 5 skills entered her eyebrows. This is amazing! Emirana carefully experienced the relevant information in her mind and shouted in surprise. Of course! Those 5 skills are all classic skills. So on the next day, Chen said goodbye to Zero, took Emirana and left the Kingdom of Light, and began to train in various universes and improve his strength. Because he has the ability to travel through time and space, this is not very difficult. If he is tired, Chen will take Emirana to find a place on Earth to rest. After resting enough, he will go out to fight monsters, and his life is very happy. Chen is very happy here, and in the Kingdom of Light, something extraordinary is happening. Third update. Please vote. Please. The last time the Kingdom of Light was invaded on a large scale was during the Belia Galactic Empire, but the invaders that time were all Dark Lopus. Although they fought with a fearless spirit, they had no thoughts and would die as long as they killed someone. However, this invasion was the same as the Ultra War that lasted for tens of thousands of years. Countless monsters and cosmic people invaded the Kingdom of Light recklessly. Behind all this, there is an extraordinary plan. Father, there are more and more monsters. I think this is definitely not a simple monster invasion. There must be someone behind the scenes controlling these monsters. Taro looked at Ultra Father and said in a deep voice, Hold on a little longer. Zero and the others are on a mission in another universe. We can't contact them for a while. Someone has also sent a message to K-76. I hope the king can see it. Ultra Father said as he repelled several monsters. Okay, I got it. So Taro joined the battle again. It must be said that although the Kingdom of Light does not have many high-end combat forces, there are not many monsters that can be counted. Moreover, the combat power of the Ultra Warriors under the Plasma Spark Tower has increased exponentially. Stream Ray. Everyone released their classic rays to fight the enemy. And just as the battle was fierce, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of all the monsters and Ultra Warriors and swung the dagger in his hand towards Taro, who had the strongest combat power. No, be careful, Taro. At the critical moment, the first generation, 7, Ultra Father, Ultra Mother, and others stood in front of Taro and blocked the evil power of the Dark Spark. However, the energy of the Dark Spark was so strong that although the resistance of the crowd offset part of the power, the entire Kingdom of Light, except for a few people outside, including Tiga who came to support, was turned into a spark doll. I don't know where Tiga came from. It feels like the system of Galaxy is very broken. Wipe? Let's just make do with it. And Taro, because of the protection of everyone, although he also turned into a spark doll, he retained his consciousness, which is a good thing. After Dark Lugiel turned everyone into spark dolls, he was about to destroy the entire Kingdom of Light in one go. Suddenly, a dagger flashing with silver light blocked the dark spark and stopped it all. Next, it was the battle between Galaxy Ultraman and Dark Lugiel. The final result was naturally a loss for both sides. Galaxy, carrying the residual energy of Dark Lugiel, traveled through time and space to a strange Earth and stayed there. The story of Galaxy and victory will also be continued here. On Chen's side, he continued to travel and fight with Emirana in the universe. However, the monsters encountered during this period were all junk. Basically, Emirana solved many of them casually. Some of the monsters that Emirana could not solve, Chen did not take action, but sent Hyper Zetan out, and the two fought together. Therefore, Hyper Zetan was also upgrading his level during this period. When Chen decided to stay quiet for a while, Hyper Zetan and Emirana had both reached level 72. However, Chen was still at level 89. Of course, this was not because Chen was unwilling to upgrade his level. His experience points were full long ago. However, the system gave him an upgrade task. Chen, who had never encountered such a thing before, was a little surprised. However, the ending given by the system was also reasonable. It is not an easy thing to advance from the 89th level of the legendary peak to the 90th level of the legendary level. For a normal Ultraman to advance to the legendary level, it must go through countless years of precipitation. Even the current leader of the new generation, Zero, has the strength of the legendary level in the glorious form, but it is not durable at all. Therefore, an extraordinary task is needed to achieve this. The task is very simple. Kill the super time and space demon Atarga. After having this task, Chen began to look for Atarga's traces in many parallel universes. However, after searching for 3 years, there was still no trace of Atarga. It was during these 3 years that everything changed. Giraldus Beam. On a planet that was 90% water, Emerana killed the invading monster Baltan with a beam of light, and then looked at Chen. "Husband, I've done it!" Emerana looked at Chen as if she was offering a treasure. "Well, my wife is awesome!" Chen gave her a thumbs up without hesitation. "Husband, where are we going next?" Emerana asked. Chen thought about it carefully and said, "Let's go to the Gauss universe. We have been looking for Atarga's traces for a while, but we can't find them. Maybe we should just sit back and wait." Atarga had been to the Gauss universe when he completed his goal, so Chen planned to go to the Gauss universe to wait. As long as Atarga was killed, everything would be fine. "Okay, it's been a long time since I last saw Musashi." Emerana nodded. So Chen took Emerana to the Gauss universe. Meanwhile, on the planet Julan in the Gauss universe, a little yellow man was fighting back and forth with Gauss, who had transformed into a corona form. No, it should be said that he was suppressing Gauss in a corona form unilaterally. "Stop!" At the critical moment, Chen came across time and space. "Ultraman Nice!" Atarga had also heard of Chen's name, and he also knew that Chen had been tracking his whereabouts. The reason why he had not been presumptuous in the universe in recent years was because he had heard of Chen's existence and temporarily avoided the edge. "Super Space Demon God Atarga, I have been looking for you for a long time." Chen brought Emerana to land in front of Gauss, let Emerana look at Gauss first, then waved his hand to block Atarga's Atarga Hellfire, and said lightly, "Atarga, without a doubt, is the 89-level big boss, and even the uncharged version of Ultraman Zero cannot kill him. Jing Jing just killed his mask, and now Chen wants to kill him. Ultraman Nice, the battle with you will be the last performance. Gaussi, you are lucky. See you next time." Atarga was very tactful. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran away. "Musashi-kun?" After Atarga left, Chen looked at Gaussi, who had turned back into the moon goddess behind him. "Ahem, Nice, long time no see, it's so embarrassing to meet you." Gaussi said a little embarrassedly. "Okay, let's take a break first, and then go after Atarga," Chen said. "Yes!" For the time being, it's like this. The plots of Ginga and Ginga Ultraman S will be skipped directly and come to the theatrical version. Then, I have a date tonight, so there may be no update. I will make up for it tomorrow when I have time. Chen didn't expect that time would pass so quickly, and the timeline has already reached the plot of Ginga Ultraman S. And Gaussi didn't expect that at the critical moment, it was Chen who came to save him. "Nice, from what you said, you have been chasing Atarga all this time?" Musashi asked after the 3 of them turned back into human form. "It's not really a chase. I haven't even seen his shadow before. This time I'm following the trace of his space-time city." Chen certainly couldn't say that he knew Atarga would come here, so he came here to wait in advance. "I see. By the way, when did the princess become an Ultra Warrior? I remember she..." Musashi looked at Emerana, who had turned back into a human form, and asked in confusion. "It's a long story," Chen then told Musashi roughly. "You're amazing. You actually thought of coming here." Musashi smiled and praised after listening. "Okay, it's almost time to rest. We should set off. If we're a little later, Atarga will run off somewhere again," Chen said. "Yeah." So Chen and the other 2 transformed again, crossed space and time, and headed for the Earth in the Milky Way universe. Just when Chen and the other 2 had just left planet Julan, Zero broke through the void and came. "Hey, where's Atarga? Why is Gaussi gone too? Could it be that Gaussi has..." Actually, Zero was the one who was really chasing after Itarga, and Su Chen was just an imposter. However, because of Su Chen's appearance, Zero, without a doubt, lost the chase. At this time, on Earth in the Galaxy universe, the human body of Ultraman Galaxy, Hall Light, had just returned from traveling around the world and brought all kinds of gifts to the members of the UPG. Well, thank you, Xiao Guang. Everyone thanked Hall Light. Just when everyone was rejoicing over Mana's rebirth, the alarm bell of the UPG suddenly rang loudly. "Attention everyone, take your positions!" Captain Jinno quickly put down the coffee cup in his hand, walked quickly to the operating table, and ordered the team members. As a super artificial intelligence, Mana was responsible for part of the responsibilities of Ichijo Terra Tomoya before. An abnormal situation was found above T9. Mana said, "The time and space there have been distorted." Ichijo Terra Tomoya, who was wearing a white coat, added, "Go investigate the situation immediately. UPG is dispatched." Captain Jinno ordered, "Got it." After the four saluted, they drove to the place where the incident happened. Things went on as normal. The four UPGs fought Elena together, but there was no result. After a fight, a stalemate was formed. At this time, in the space-time city, the yellow man Itarga jumped down. "I am the space-time warrior who tracks and seals the Ultra Warriors, Itarga." Itarga first introduced himself. "Itarga?" Hall Light frowned. "Lady Elena, human, leave it to me." Itarga saluted quite gentlemanly and then fired skills at Hall Light and others. Seeing that the fireball was about to come, Hall Light was about to transform, and a red and black Ultra Warrior with a V-shaped timer appeared in front of Itarga. "Victorium Slash." The one who came was Ultraman Victory. "Victory, you are another Ultraman in this world." Victory heard this and didn't say much nonsense. The two of them started fighting without saying a word. However, the gap in level and strength was there, especially after Jinga was nerfed, which was worse than Miyamoto. The two were directly knocked to the ground by Itarga's Itarga Hellfire. At the moment when the two were facing the seal, three figures came across time and space. "Itarga, surrender!" Su Chen shouted and directly used his nice kick, kicking Itarga's billion. Seeing this, Itarga quickly became serious. After waving his hand to knock Jinga and Victory away, he raised his hands to block his face and blocked Su Chen's kick. Su Chen hit the kick but did not retreat. Instead, he kicked Itarga several thousand meters away with his feet alternately. "Sega, drilling punch!" After a backflip, Su Chen raised his hand and blasted at Itarga's face again. "Don't hit someone in the face, damn it!" Itarga cursed in his heart and was also ruthless. He raised his hand and punched Su Chen directly. However, Su Chen's move was Sega's unique skill, and he knocked Itarga back with one blow. "Itarga Hellfire!" Itarga raised his hand and waved at Su Chen, and countless fireballs came over. "Sega Light Wheel!" Su Chen raised his hand and wiped it all over his right arm. A 7-color light wheel was divided into dozens of pieces, blocking all of Itarga's Itarga Hellfire. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Chen fired a series of Spicem rays at Itarga's face. "Vanama," Itarga was furious. "Isn't this Ultraman nice called Ultraman Slapping Face? Why did he specifically hit him in the face?" At this time, after Gao Si and Emirana treated the injuries of Ginga and Victory, the four of them turned back to their human bodies and went to help the UPG team to deal with Elena. Today's battle ends here. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you." Seeing that he was in a bad state, Itarga flashed and took Elena away, who was surrounded by Li Tangguang and others, and returned to the space-time city. Seeing this, Su Chen did not continue to chase. The situation in the space-time city is very complicated. If he went in rashly, even if he was also level 89, he might suffer. So, Su Chen silently took a look at the space-time city, then turned back to his human body and went to find Emirana. "You are all Ultra Warriors?" Li Tangguang looked at Su Chen and the other two and asked in surprise. "Well, my name is Su Chen, Ultraman Nice. This is Haruno Musashi, Ultraman Cosmos, and she is Emirana. Emirana doesn't have an Ultraman name yet, so she's just Emirana." "Wow, it's a surprise to see 5 Ultra Warriors at once." Sakimaya looked at Su Chen and the others and shouted with a smile. Yes, I didn't expect that there would be a female Ultra Warrior." Yamada Arisa looked at Emirana and said with a smile, Let's go back to the headquarters first. We still need to study the matter about Itarga carefully." Xiang said. Yes. So Su Chen and the others followed the UPG team members back to the UPG headquarters and also met Captain Jino and Ichijo Terra Tomoya and others. I did experiments all day today and came back late at night, so I can only update once. But today, I finally finished the experiment. I will start writing my graduation thesis tomorrow, and I will update twice a day. I will pay back the debt slowly after I graduate. Arigato. By the way, nice. Why did you hit Atarga's face just now? I saw that almost every move you made was aimed at the opponent's face. Musashi looked at the UPG people who were discussing happily and asked this question first. He doesn't have much strength, but he always wears a mask. Are you afraid that others don't know that he is a killer? I just don't like him looking like this. Su Chen couldn't say that he wanted to try his fist to see if he could break Atarga's mask and hit Zero in the face. If he said that, then... So Su Chen adhered to the principle of pretending to be cool and said some cool words. Is that so? Musashi looked confused. Husband Musashi, what are you whispering over there? Emirana looked at Su Chen and Haruno Musashi and asked. No, nothing. Let's continue talking. By the way, what is the identity of that woman? Latang Guang asked in confusion. Beings who can manipulate the power of the magic mirror and seal the Ultra Warriors are definitely not simple people. I don't know either. Musashi didn't know all this because he didn't have the experience of the space-time city. But Su Chen knew. I do know a little. Su Chen stepped forward and told the story. Her name is Elena, and she is the princess of the planet Zando. Well, like my wife, both are princesses. Su Chen didn't forget to bring out Emirana to show her presence. Emirana? Is she a princess? Everyone exclaimed. Emirana is the second princess of the royal family of Esmeralda, a legitimate descendant of the royal family. Musashi explained with a smile. It was finally his turn to speak. Woohoo, Musashi felt so miserable. Damn tall. After Su Chen witnessed everyone's surprise, he continued, their entire royal family has the power to control the magic mirror, and Elena was kidnapped by Atarga after the planet was attacked, and then she became a tool for Atarga to seal the Ultra Warriors. So, I found this place along the way. After Su Chen finished speaking, he picked up a cup next to him and took a sip of water. After all, Ultra Warriors are also human beings, and they also need to eat and drink water. After listening to this, everyone suddenly realized, then we have to find a way to save her, Li Guang said with a smile. Yeah. As Ultra Warriors, saving innocent people is their mission, and this will never change. At this time, in the space-time city, Elena was brainwashed by Atarga again, and then sent to the headquarters of UPG. Boom! Elena's first move was a powerful energy attack. From this point of view, Elena's own strength is much stronger than Emirana. Not only can she control the magic mirror, but her own physical skills are also extremely powerful. Of course, that was in the past. Elena has invaded the headquarters, Mana exclaimed. Let's go and catch her. Matsumoto Yamada Arisa said, you can't beat her. Or leave it to me. When Su Chen was about to say leave it to her, Emirana suddenly stood up. Husband, we are both princesses. Let me try to see which princess is stronger. Emirana shook her little fist and said, holding her wrist. Be careful. Su Chen nodded. They have been married for many years, and Su Chen naturally knew that since Emirana said it in front of so many people, it must not be a joke. He naturally would not refuse her face. Leave it to me. Emirana smiled, turned and walked out of the command room, heading towards the route Elena was traveling. In the passage, Emirana and Elena met each other on a narrow road. Hand over Ultraman Jinga, Elena said this. Although I know that it's all nonsense to say to you, I still want you to wake up, Emirana said. Humph? The two of them fought directly after a disagreement. The fight between women, especially the fight between two women who know martial arts, is not like the fight between street shrews, either scratching faces or grabbing hair. The fight between the two is quite beautiful. Although Emirana is wearing a long skirt, every move and every style does not let the clothes affect the performance of the battle. Elena's dress is more convenient for fighting, and the whip kick can't stop at all. However, Emirana's physical fitness belongs to the human body of the Ultra Warrior's body, and the royal family members of Esmeralda are in good health. In terms of skills, Emirana not only studied at the Ultra School for a year, but also experienced several years of actual combat. In addition, Chen taught her the great cosmic vacuum combat method. Emirana also crushed Elena in terms of fighting skills. In summary, Emirana won in melee combat. Elena also quickly realized that she was no match for the woman in front of her in terms of physical skills, so she began to use the power of the magic mirror to launch energy attacks. Seeing this, Emirana rolled on the spot, wiped the bracelet on her wrist, and completed the transformation. An ultra warrior about 1.75 meters tall appeared on the spot. "You are also an ultra warrior?" Elena looked at Emirana and exclaimed. "Kizimum Ray!" Emirana didn't say much nonsense and directly fired a Kizimum Ray, which made Elena fall asleep. "Done!" Emirana reversed her transformation, stepped forward to pick up Elena, and walked to the command room. "Hiss! Damn tall!" The people in the command room, except Chen, were all looking at all this in surprise. Musashi was puzzled. The light that Emirana emitted after she transformed just now looked so familiar. When Emirana came back, Ichijoji and Mana hurriedly checked Elena's whole body, and Musashi came over carefully and asked, Emirana, the light you used just now?" "Oh, that was taught to me by my husband. He said it was called the Kismium light." Emirana said honestly, "Hey, why do you know my light, too?" Musashi turned his head and looked at Chen, wondering. "I not only know your light, I also know Tiga's light, Dinah's light, the first generation's light, Taro's light. I know a lot more." Chen smiled and said, "Oh my God." Musashi was very angry. Elena gradually woke up. With a kind heart, she apologized for her previous behavior. However, because Emirana was in human-sized form, the power of the light was very ordinary, so it could not completely purify. So, Elena was still like that, thinking that Ultraman had destroyed her hometown. P.S. First update. Please vote for recommendation. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give me everything. Just as everyone was trying to persuade them, Atarga's voice suddenly came from outside. "Lady Elena, Ultraman Ginga is the culprit who destroyed your hometown. Seal him quickly." Elena, who heard this voice, had a headache again. She broke free from Li Tongguang's hand and ran outside. Well, if I remember correctly, Xiao Guang had a childhood sweetheart in the Falling Star town, right? Seeing Li Tongguang chasing Elena, Chen looked at Ichijoji Yuya and suddenly asked, "Well, what do you mean?" Ichijoji Yuya didn't actually pay much attention, but when Chen suddenly said this, he felt that Xiao Guang was a little fickle. Huh! In an instant, 3 of the 4 Ultra Warriors present began to despise Li Tongguang, and the remaining one, Xiang, might have despised him if he wasn't Li Tongguang's teammate. After chasing out, everyone saw Atarga being covered by artillery fire in front of the UPG headquarters building. However, human artillery attacks can't hurt Atarga at all. Just when Atarga was about to kill Chen and others in one go, a stunning figure suddenly came across time and space. Ah! Accompanied by his exclusive BGM, Ultraman Zero made a brilliant appearance. "Finally found you, Atarga." Wearing the ultimate armor, Ultraman Zero shouted to Atarga. After greeting the enemy, Atarga turned around and found Chen and others on the ground. "Long time no see, Chen, and your highness the princess. Hey, Musashi, why are you here too?" "Fight your fight first." Chen rolled his eyes, and Musashi shook his head bitterly. "So have you forgotten your former comrades? You just saw me reluctantly? Ultraman Zero, prepare to die." Atarga shouted, rushed forward, and fought with Zero. "My husband? Why don't you go to help?" Emirana looked at Chen, who was bored, and asked in a low voice. "Now is not the time to finish Atarga off in one go." Chen shook his head and said, Oh. Emirana nodded as if she understood. The battle of the captain continued. Zero was wearing the ultimate armor, and his strength was already level 89. However, because he came across time and space, his energy was weakened. However, in terms of physical skills, Zero could suppress Atarga. After a fight, found that he could not beat Zero in physical skills, so he began to supply energy. Atarga Hellfire! Atarga sent out his most commonly used big move and rushed towards Zero. Ultimate armor, Zero shouted, and the shield of Paraji flew out of Zero's body, landing in front of Zero and turning into a shield, blocking all of Atarga's attacks. Final Ultra Zero. Now that the shield of Paraji has been released, there is no reason to take it back. Zero shouted, and the shield of Paraji turned into the ultimate bow and arrow. Zero held the bowstring and fired a non-charged version of the final Ultra Zero straight at Atarga. According to Zero's experience, in the past, when the final Ultra Zero appeared, it would definitely kill anyone who stood in its way. Even Belia and Hyperzeton larvae, they would all die. Victory? Xiang shouted excitedly. Not necessarily. Su Chen shook his head. Whether according to the original work or Su Chen's current eyesight, he could see that Zero's attack did not cause any substantial damage to Itarga. Win! As for Zero, he thought his move had worked, and turned around in a cool manner, thinking that he was a real man who never looked back at the explosion. Roar! Itarga let out a long roar, and slowly emerged from the dispersing flames. Zero turned around and was shocked. He saw that the big scarf around Itarga's neck was completely burned because of the flames. Moreover, Zero's attack was not completely ineffective, and Itarga's mask was destroyed. What a good mask! What a pity! What a pity! Su Chen shook his head. Boom, boom, boom. And Itarga took advantage of the situation and shot countless hellfires at Zero. Taking advantage of Zero's dodging, Itarga picked up Alina, flew into the sky, and entered the space-time city again. And Zero, looking at the departing Itarga, murmured, "After all, there is no winner." The kidnapped Alina, under the manipulation of Itarga, soon issued her own declaration of war against Ultraman Jinga. A time limit was set, before sunset. If Ultraman Jinga did not come before sunset, they would kill the sealed Ultra Warriors. However, when Su Chen heard all this, he was very unconcerned. Let alone Nexus is the incomplete form of Noah. Even if it is Tiga, the boss of the three gangsters in the Heisei era, he can knock you down with a shining form. These big guys are just bored and want to play games, and Itarga took it seriously. Did he really think he could catch these people at will? However, Ginga and others didn't know that. They shouted to save people. You can't go, you have something important to do. So everyone split into two groups. Su Chen and Zero went to the suburbs to train the two juniors. Musashi and Emirana went to the space-time city with the rest of the people to rescue Tiga and other Ultramen. Do you think this method is a bit stupid? Zero asked Su Chen, who looked bored. In fact, Ultra Fusion Bracelet can be given to them directly, but if they want to coordinate their bodies after the fusion, they still need to learn to cooperate. Su Chen shrugged and said, "Yes, their fusion is not like me and Kazdina. After the fusion, the consciousness of the original body of the Ultramen controls the battle. They are fighting with their own consciousness. If they don't have a good tacit understanding, they may not even be able to walk." Zero nodded. "Let me add something to them." Su Chen smiled and transformed directly. "You two, try this." Su Chen smiled and opened the metadomain directly, covering in Zero. "Here is your magical skill," Zero said in surprise. "Nexus's skills can not only improve our combat effectiveness, but also increase gravity," Su Chen said and directly added gravity. "You two, work hard. If you can't even overcome this, you might as well go home and hug your children." Su Chen finished speaking, folded his arms, and looked down. This situation is a bit interesting. In this way, the two of them soon developed a very high degree of tacit understanding and quickly completed the test. However, why are the two of them so resentful of Su Chen in their eyes? While Su Chen and Zero helped Li Guang and the other two to complete the postgraduate entrance examination, Emirana also used Shepperton and the power of the Victory Crystal to rescue all the sealed Ultra Warriors. In this way, the decisive battle is imminent. The beast that updates every 2 days has dropped to the 11th place on the new book list. It is simply unbearable. Brothers, work harder and do it for us. There is another update today. I don't believe it. In addition, I would like to thank the head of Vliet Tuuf. I owe you 2 chapters. I will pay you back in a few days when I am free. Today I was notified to do another experiment. Oh my God, I can't stand it anymore. In the city where the crowd was evacuated, 12 Ultra Warriors came side by side. They are Ultraman Tiga, who is known as the Super Ancient Giant and is also the most popular Ultraman in China. Asuka, who plays the human body and is always the phoenix in our hearts. Ultraman Dyna, the filial son of the Earth who always surprises people when he appears. Ultraman Gaia, the fastest, strongest, and greenest. Ultraman Max, the bond of light, the infant form of Ultraman Noah. Ultraman Nexus, the loving warrior, the product of the split of Ultraman legend, and the advanced fusion material. Ultraman Cosmos, The last younger brother of the Ultra Brothers, whose human body can no longer grasp the future, is Ultraman Zero's 10th uncle, Ultraman Mebius. The last Ultraman of the old Heisei era, the cheating king of the Ultraman world, whose black history is mastered by Chen, Ultraman Zero. The warrior from the future, the big brother of the new generation, whose combat power setting is very confusing, is also called the Lead Ultraman, Ultraman Jinga. The Ultraman warrior from the underground, whose human body's name is always misunderstood, Ultraman Victory. Of course, the two of them have already combined into the first ultimate combined Ultraman of the new generation, Ultraman Jinga Victory. Finally, it is our protagonist, Ultraman Nice, and the heroine, Emirana. Standing on the top of the space-time city, watching all this, Atarga was a little uneasy, but still as steady as an old dog. Your opponent is not me, but your most feared enemy. As he said, Atarga directly used the fear of human beings to create a dark Lugiel. So the old Lu's style has dropped by dozens of levels. However, the powerful dark Lugiel was directly by Ginga Victory. That's awesome! Chen gave such an evaluation. It was too easy to die. Emirana said so. After killing Dark Lugiel, everyone continued to move forward. Soon, a new monster appeared in front of them. This monster appeared in the Ultraman world for the second time. The first time was also on the Earth of Galaxy. At that time, Hardsteel Galaxy and Victory were the absolute bosses in the middle period. And now, this is the combination of the monsters we have fought before. Dyna looked at the 5 emperors with green faces, clenched his fists, and said in a deep voice, "The real battle has just begun." Dyna's next action shows that he must be transformed into a bird now. In fact, Dyna must also be a bird. After he said this, he raised his thumb and said in a deep voice, "Xiaoguang, your Earth, you will protect it by yourselves." Gaia turned to Galaxy Victory and said, as the big brother of Heisei, Tiga was the last to speak, and his meaning was concise. "Go." After Tiga finished speaking, he took a classic fighting posture and went towards the 5 emperors. This is the first time that the Heisei 3 gangsters have fought the 5 emperors. A classic scene. A classic scene. Chen smiled and murmured, "Husband, what is this place? Pay attention to your image." Emirana transmitted the voice. Oh. Chen nodded hurriedly. Tiga and the other 2 rushed forward and surrounded and beat up the 5 emperors. The scene was simply too spectacular. In fact, the 5 emperors only appeared a few times. However, as a villain, he appeared 4 times, and 3 times he was killed by the 3 gangsters. So it is not wrong to say that the Heisei 3 gangsters specialize in fighting the 5 emperors. However, what was not normal was that the 3 of them could defeat the 5 emperors. They were extremely powerful and could defeat Jinga and Victory, but they were killed by Tiga and the other 2. How could you be angry? After the 5 emperors were dealt with, the rest of them flew towards the space-time city in one go. On the first floor of the space-time city, everyone arrived and saw the Atarga, puppet guarding the first floor, Dark Mephisto. As the boss of Ultraman Nexus in the early and middle stages, Dark Mephisto could be said to be shining. At the same time, he also earned enough tears. At this time, he was the enemy. Light is a bond. As long as someone inherits it, he will shine again. The core idea of Ultraman Nexus was said by Nexus, who took a step forward and then rushed directly towards Dark Mephisto. Why didn't Atarga get a Dark Zagi? Chen and others said to Mebius beside them while flying upwards. When Mebius was sealed with Tiga and the other Ultramen also told each other about their previous battles, so they knew something about it. He might be afraid of creating a Dark Zagi. If Nexus finds the large code and directly turns into Noah, he will be dead. Mebius said with a smile, "I think so too." Chen nodded. The second floor is guarded by Max's nemesis, the high-speed astronaut, the Slan Starman. In fact, although he is called a high-speed astronaut, his speed is not that fast, and he is still a puppet. In the later Ultra Galaxy Fight 2, he was resurrected by the little Golden Man, different from the minions, and finally became the only person killed by the little Golden Man in the whole play. It can be said that his fate is ill-fated. The future of the Earth is in the hands of mankind itself. As a civilization observer, Max Ultraman has always adhered to the principle that the progress of planetary civilization is determined by himself, So after he said this, he went straight forward and started fighting with the Slan Starman. As expected of the fastest, strongest, and greenest, come on! Su Chen silently cheered Max on and flew to the third floor. On the third floor, there was the nemesis of Mebius, and also basically the nemesis of the older generation of Ultra Warriors in the Kingdom of Light, Empera. As the great emperor of the Dark Universe, Empera was actually the same as the Dark Lugiel. Both of them were big bosses of level 89. However, as a puppet here, he was much worse. Basically, he was only one level stronger than the normal Mebius. Mebius could suppress him in any form. However, the Great Emperor had the style of the Great Emperor after all. When everyone was flying, he shot down Mebius with a beam of light, just like shooting down a bird, and the two of them fought directly without saying a word. Facing Empera, who had beaten him into a human form in the past, Xiaomeng was not panicked at all. Although the future can no longer grasp the future, Mebius can. All the way to the fourth floor, here is the special show of Ultraman Zero. Xiaoguang, Xiang, the future of this planet is entrusted to you. You are ignoring my existence, right? Su Chen rolled his eyes and said, Yes, all right, go ahead, leave this to me. Ultraman Zero shouted and said, Okay, third update. Please vote. Please recommend, please vote for the monthly ticket. Please vote for anything. Su Chen and the other three rushed to the top floor of the space-time city in one go. Here Targa, who had lost her beloved mask, was waiting for the arrival of Su Chen and the others. As soon as the four appeared, Targa launched an attack directly, and countless rays of light came towards the four. Seeing this, Su Chen opened the shining ring shield without saying a word. Emerana did the same and opened the shining ring shield directly. Although Emerana was only level 72 at this time, Targa was a skill released between warehouses after all, so it was not very powerful. In addition, Su Chen was taking care of them, so poor Gauss and Galaxy Victory were in big trouble. Targa's attack, as well as some of the attacks reflected by Su Chen and Emerana's shining ring shields, all fell on the two of them, causing great damage. Shit! Gauss only had time to say this sentence before he was hit and stiffened and lay down. I say, can you at least use a skill to block it? Su Chen shook his head helplessly, added some energy to the two, restored a mouthful of blood, and said, Lady Elena, the hateful Ultra Warriors have appeared, and it was them who destroyed your beloved hometown. Targa continued to bewitch Elena with words. The light of the auditorium shouted loudly in the body of Galaxy Victory, Elena, wake up quickly! Humph! Elena snorted coldly and responded with disdain. This time, I will definitely seal you up. Everyone knew that only by killing Targa could this all end. So Su Chen and his four companions rushed towards Targa in one go, and the battle was about to start. 4 people fighting one was naturally a bit too much. Therefore, Emerana and Gauss, who were basically in the auxiliary circle, stood outside the field to rest, ready to rescue Elena at any time. Targa, you can't run away this time, Su Chen shouted sternly. Nice Ultraman. Confident. Targa is worthy of being the top boss of level 89. Because of his ability to travel through time and space, he can basically be regarded as a half-step legendary level. And now he is in his own time and space city, and his strength has been greatly enhanced. For a while, Su Chen and Galaxy Victory can't beat him. And just when the three were fighting fiercely, suddenly, Elena appeared outside the time and space city, picked up the mirror, and tried to seal Su Chen and the others up. However, Su Chen had the shining ring shield on the whole time. This sealing attack was also an energy attack, so it was directly rebounded. And Galaxy Victory, because of Su Chen's secret reminder, also blocked it with an energy shield. Seeing this, Emerana and Gauss on the side stepped forward to save Elena. Gauss changed his form from Luna to Eclipse in one breath, and then he and Emerana worked together to release the Zimium Ray. Kazimium Ray! 2 powerful rays instantly purified the evil energy in Elena. Princess, take advantage of this moment to bring Elena back, said Gauss. Yes, Emerana nodded, and her consciousness entered Elena's spiritual world, using the experience of the two of them getting to know each other through fighting to persuade Elena. At this time, Targa would naturally not leave it alone. Don't even think about it, Targa shouted and attacked Emerana. Did you ask me before you touched my wife? Su Chen snorted coldly, teleported in front of Emirana, and blocked the attack. Next, it's time to settle the accounts. Su Chen shook his wrist, and flames rose from his body. Blazing God of War form, open. After opening the Blazing God of War form, Su Chen's power level instantly reached above level 90. Although he did not reach the true level 90 and did not comprehend the relevant laws, he could not reach the combat power of a legendary warrior, but it was more than enough to deal with Atarga. Wife, you and Goss take Elena away. Leave this to me and galaxy victory. Su Chen clenched his fists and said to Emirana behind him without looking back. Yeah! Emirana nodded and turned around and left with Goss. Su Chen jumped up and turned his body upside down in the air, with his head down and his feet up, and used the great cosmic vacuum war method. Try this! Su Chen shouted and began to attack Atarga in the air. Seeing this, Galaxy Victory also used Victory's Ultra Armament, exerting the power of the monster, and went forward to beat Atarga with Su Chen. Xiaoguang, it feels like we are a little useless. It seems that Nice can handle it alone. Xiang said to the Hall Light while fighting. It's a bit like that. The Hall Light said helplessly. The battle continued. Under the space-time city, Tiga and the other two were at the last moment to deal with the 5 emperors. After beating up the 5 emperors, the 3 landed and began to change their forms. Gaia directly reached the strongest supreme. Dinah changed to miracle type, and Tiga was the famous Daiko happy type, the powerful type. After changing their forms, the 3 fought the 5 emperors again and then released their ultimate moves. Delarcum Light Stream, Lipolium Light Wave, Photon Stream. The ultimate moves of the 3 hit the 5 emperors and exploded directly. The first battlefield, win. On the second battlefield, Nexus had already changed into a red youth form. After kicking Dark Mephisto over, he landed and released a cascading storm directly to kill Dark Mephisto. On the third battlefield, which is the second floor of the space-time city, Max held Max Galaxy and killed the Slan Starman with 1 sword. On the fourth battlefield, the third floor of the space-time city, Xiao Meng activated the Fiery Courage form, rushed forward to hug the Anpera Starman, and used an Ultra Bomb to destroy him. In the fifth battlefield, Zero, who was on the fourth floor of the space-time city, respected his opponent, Belia. Strong Corona form. Zero first activated the Strong Corona form, went forward to hug Belia, and used Ultra Tornado to send him into the sky. Then, a Garnet Basta Ray stunned Belia. Then Zero flew into the air, transformed into the Moon Goddess Miracle form, and used Miracle Zero Head Dart to clean Belia. Watching Belia fall to the ground, Zero directly activated the Shining form. Shining Amerim Cut. Then, in the Shining form, Zero pushed Belia from the 4th floor of the space-time city to the negative 1st floor of the space-time city in one breath, completing the kill. In the final battlefield, after Su Chen used the Great Universe Vacuum Warfare on Atarga, Atarga was scared. He didn't even want the space-time city and went directly to space. Su Chen and the others hurriedly chased after him. On the ground, watching Su Chen and the others leave the Earth, everyone decided to destroy the space-time city. Everyone connect to my hotspot. This is Su Chen's imagination. I saw Tiga activate the Shining form, and the rest of the people also activated the Shining form one after another. Zapelio Beam, Soljet Beam, Quantum Streamline, Fiery Vibration Wave, Cascading Storm, Maxium Cannon, Mebim Ray, Cero Beam, Giraldus Beam. P.S. In the original plot, the space-time city was destroyed after defeating Atarga. This time, the order was changed, just like the butterfly effect. After Tiga activated the hotspot, everyone burst into the Shining form and then smashed the Atarga space-time city in front of them in one go. Another thing to note, in the translation of Xinchuanghua, Shining Ultraman Zero is translated as Ultraman Zero Shining form, but we Ultraman fans usually call it Shining Ultraman Zero, and Shining form generally refers to the kind of Shining Ultraman like Tiga. When they arrived in the universe, they caught up with the minion Atarga in one go. Atarga, you can't escape, Su Chen shouted. Atarga, you have been creating fear in us, but you don't know that what you fear most is the bond between us Ultraman warriors and humans. Hall Light shouted loudly. Stop talking nonsense, Atarga said disdainfully. As a villain, a big villain who only believes in his own power, what bond is the most annoying? Su Chen and Galaxy Victory didn't waste any time and went straight to the big one. Siga, extreme punch. Su Chen's whole body of energy burst out, and he rushed straight to Atarga in one breath. Ultra Fusion Ray. Galaxy Victory also pulled out the energy of the Ultra Warrior stored in the Ultra Fusion Bracelet, and then released his strongest light skill. Come on! Atarga also released his strongest skill and came towards the two. Su Chen directly broke through the layers of obstacles in one breath and came in front of Atarga. Then, he punched him in the face. Galaxy Victory's Ultra Fusion Ray hit Atarga's abdomen directly. Boom! Su Chen teleported and evacuated suddenly, and Atarga exploded. Host killed the space-time demon Atarga. Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade task. Experience value is full. Upgrade completed. Current level, LV.90. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Ultra Fusion Ray. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Aurora Power. Huh, I finally upgraded. I thought I couldn't upgrade to level 90. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the 50 million experience points, and then looked at the zero in front, knowing that Atarga would not give experience points this time. But fortunately, there is an Ultra Fusion Ray and an Aurora Power, which are very powerful skills. Under the setting sun, the Ultra Warriors landed on the ground, and there was a momentum of the return of the brave. Parting is always full of melancholy. However, for the Ultra Warriors, every Ultra Warrior in every world is not fighting alone. One day, they will meet at the next stop and fight for a common goal and for justice. Xiaoguang, Shang, the future of this earth is left to you. Su Chen stood in the center and smiled at the hall, Guang and Shang who had turned back into human bodies on the ground. Yeah! By the way, don't forget the training I gave you. In the future, you must continue to work hard, understand? Zero said loudly. Got it! After saying goodbye, Su Chen and the others took Ultraman Zero's ride and left together. In fact, among all the Ultraman, except Mebius, Max, and Emerana, the rest have the ability to travel through planes. Needless to say, Tiga, just by virtue of his ability to open the flash at will and share hotspots with others, he must have this ability. Don't criticize, this is my previous setting. After Dinah disappeared into the black hole, he became a universe traveler, so he can naturally travel through. As for Gaia, it was not reflected in the previous plot, but in Ultraman Orb Origin, he and Aguru traveled through time and space to the Earth in the Orb Origin universe, so he can naturally travel through. You say Nexus can travel through. It's hard to say, but you say he can't travel through. What if he remembers the large password? Needless to say, Gao Si is a traveler in Street 2. Zero has a cheat, and Su Chen also has a cheat. So in summary, Max and Mebius, the two Ultramen from the Kingdom of Light, can't travel through. However, according to the subsequent plot, the Kingdom of Light may have developed equipment that can travel through the universe based on Zero's Paraji shield. Apart from other things, the Showa bosses who made guest appearances in the new generation, one by one, traveled through the universe. After leaving the Earth in the Milky Way universe, Su Chen returned to the Kingdom of Light with Zero, Mebius, and Max. Last time, Su Chen, you didn't even know that something big happened in the Kingdom of Light. Zero then told him about the conspiracy of the Dark Lugiel against the Kingdom of Light. Emeralana and I have been training in other universes, and we didn't hear about the things in the Kingdom of Light. When I found out, you all returned to normal. Su Chen shrugged and said, That's true. After all, we are separated by the vast universe. After returning to the Kingdom of Light, Su Chen stayed for 2 days and then returned to Esmeralda. After all, this is the home of Su Chen and Emeralana. In fact, after Su Chen and Emerana returned to Esmeralda, Esmeralda was instantly promoted to the ranks of the universe's super civilizations. There are not many super civilizations in the entire universe. When the Reblondo star was still alive tens of thousands of years ago, the civilization he led was one. The civilization of the Kingdom of Light is naturally one. The civilization of the Absolute People, where the future little golden man Tartarus is located, is also one. For this universe, first-class civilization may be achieved by relying on the power of technology. For the master super civilization, there must be a legendary strongman. In other words, a big man above level 90. Now Su Chen is the symbol of Esmeralda's civilization. Of course, not many people know all this. Even Zero currently thinks that Chen is only level 89. As time goes by, Chen sometimes takes Emirana out for a walk, and when he has time, he will concentrate on training Emirana and Hyper Zeton. Although Hyper Zeton is still only level 72, his combat skills are much higher. On this day, Chen was sleeping at home when he suddenly received a call. "Hello. Nice. A life in a universe is about to face a catastrophe and needs your help." The voice was very familiar. "Fei Niao, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you've wandered to a place in danger again?" Chen said with a smile. "With your speed, it should be a little early to go there, but it's no big deal. I'll give you the coordinates." After Fei Niao finished speaking, he sent Chen a coordinate, and the voice disappeared. Is this the world of the original beginning of Orb? Chen looked at the location coordinate information in his mind and murmured, "P.S. According to the timeline of the original beginning of Orb should not be too late, mainly because the plot of Orb TV is relatively later, so let's write about the original beginning in advance. After the original beginning ends, it will be X's TV. I will follow the timeline I understand and write about the new generation that I think is worth writing about. Who knows, he might even catch up with Triga. I'll see what happens in the evening. Maybe there will be another update." After sorting out the information sent by Dinah, Chen began to prepare to go to the world of Orb's origin. The world of Orb's origin is the famous O50 universe. After Tsuburaya and the Land of Light civilization and the ancient civilization, a new Ultraman birthplace was created. This new one refers to a large place where many Ultra Warriors can be born. Although only Tiga survived from the ancient civilization, this cannot deny the fact that a large number of Ultra Warriors were born in the ancient civilization. And O50 is the new birthplace of Ultraman that was born after Orb's worldview was gradually improved. Among the new generation, except Orb, Rob's 3 brothers and sisters, and Ultraman Fuma are all warriors born in O50. The time point when the story of Orb's origin takes place is the story of the birth of O50's eldest brother, Orb. The sight turns to O50, the top of warriors. "We're almost at the top!" Kai and Gagala agreed to climb to the top of the warrior's peak on both sides. Almost at the same time, they came to the location of the warrior's peak, where the power of Orb was stored. "Gagula! Kai!" The two called each other's names. Gagula, who had been training day and night and had a strong physical fitness, stood up first and went to the location of the orb ring. At this time, Chen, who was ready, brought Emirana across time and space, stood above the O50 planet, and looked at the 2 future protagonists on the warrior's peak. "Wife, do you think the light power on this planet will choose between the 2 of them?" Chen looked at Emirana and asked. "It should be the one who climbed to the warrior's peak first. Although the physical fitness of the one who came up later is much stronger than the one who climbed up first, he is still a few seconds behind. The one who climbed up first was naturally Kai, as Emirana said. In fact, in the plot, Kai did climb to the warrior's peak first. Let's go on." Chen didn't expect that Emirana would hit the nail on the head. Chen, who suddenly lost all his sense of mystery, could only say this. Sure enough, after Gagra reached out his hand to explore the power of the orb ring, he was ruthlessly rejected. Kai stepped forward and pulled out a short sword from it. It was the Great Sword of Orb. "Although I feel that this light is fair, I still think it's ridiculous. Obviously, the one who came up later is a qualified warrior," Emirana said. "Didn't you notice that the one who got this light was wearing gloves?" "Eh? What does this have to do with wearing gloves?" Emirana looked at Chen in confusion. Was the one who was rejected retreated by a burst of electric light? Obviously, it's because there is no insulation, and the one who got the light was wearing gloves, so it's obviously an insulator. Chen analyzed it and was shocked himself. So, the reason why Orb Light rejected Gagra was because he didn't wear gloves? What nonsense are you talking about? Really? Emirana was fooled by Chen at first, but after a little thought, this is not right. So, he quickly rolled his eyes at Chen and signaled him to stop making trouble. "Hey!" Chen smiled and said nothing more. "Of course, everything looks like this. Is it really like this?" Maybe Chen's inference is correct. Kai, who got Orb Light, completed his first transformation. After the test of the Warrior Peak, the whole environment instantly became much better. Unlike before, it was full of a lot of wind and snow, and it was not necessarily clear to see things. And Kai also changed back to the human body mode, sighing. Since Orblight chose you, Kai-san, then you are Ultraman Orb. Although Gagura was a little disappointed, he was not a person who could not afford to lose, but he still had some grudges in his heart. There is someone better than me. That is you, Jagger. Kai looked at the Orb Holy Sword in his hand. Although he had thought about getting this light, he didn't know what to do after getting it. It's like in reality, you like a girl very much and want her to be your girlfriend, but after you rashly confessed, she actually agreed, and you don't know how to get along with her next. Kai was in this state of mind at this time, and Jagger, who was also chasing this girl, became a loser, but he was Kai's friend. Moreover, next, the Orb Holy Sword also issued a task, which required Kai and Jagger to complete it together. Why do I feel that the Orb Light is a scumbag the more I analyze it? Ahem. Let's get back to the point. After receiving the task, the two flew towards the Stargate. And Kai, I just checked, the origin of the name Red Kai was not available on Earth until the 1950s, so at this time he was only called Kai, and Jagger used the light of the Orb Holy Sword to go to the Sagittarius Galaxy together. Let's go. We should catch up. This young Ultraman is also very tragic. He went straight into battle right away. In comparison, the warriors of the Kingdom of Light are much better, Emerana said. Yes, the Ultraman of the Kingdom of Light has been learning since childhood, and there are so many experienced predecessors teaching them, while these wild Ultraman have to go into battle right from the start. But the results of all this are the same, and the speed at which the wild Ultraman improves through actual combat is thousands or even tens of thousands times faster than that of the Ultraman of the Kingdom of Light. Chen said. That's true, Emerana nodded. After chasing all the way up, after passing through the Stargate, Chen and the others followed Kai and Gagula and came to the location of the Sagittarius Galaxy. On the planet Ruri, Beelzebub was wreaking havoc, constantly injecting puppet viruses to control the cosmic people here. As soon as he entered the Sagittarius Galaxy, Kai heard all this. In fact, this is also a kind of talent of Kai. It is precisely because of this talent that he will become the human body of Ultraman Orb. Entering the Sagittarius Galaxy, Honkai flew directly with Gagula, and Chen and Emerana, who were following, caught up. Why did they change direction? Emerana asked in confusion. Then go and see. Chen smiled and accelerated to catch up. Soon, Kai and Gagula arrived on the planet Ruri and saw Beelzebub wreaking havoc and screaming cosmic people at a glance. After landing, they saw two people controlled by Beelzebub killing each other. Just as Gagula was about to stop him, he saw Beelzebub falling from the sky. Kai saw a monster appear and transformed without saying a word. This is the cosmic demon Beelzebub. Don't be stabbed by his poisonous needle. After listening to Gagula's words, Kai chose to attack from a distance, and then it was a classic scene. Quick, a picture. Take a picture. Chen quickly took out the camera and started filming. Kai's light shot Beelzebub in a classic human outline and then missed. Too bad. Chen shook his head helplessly. The third update. Here comes the third update, brothers. Rush to the top of the list. Kill. To be honest, Chen has seen so many Ultraman, and among them, Orb is the worst. Of course, overall, Brother Rob is the worst. Well, they are all from 050, so there is not much difference. Let's go. We should go down and take a walk, Chen said, looking at the chicken-like Beelzebub. Okay. Emerana nodded, and the two broke through the clouds and fell down. Oh no, there's someone coming from the sky again, Gagula said in a deep voice. With the huge impact, the figures of two giants fell from the sky. Who is this? Ultraman? Gagula and Kai looked at Chen and Emerana in surprise. Be careful. The stunned Kai was hit hard in the chest by the light ball gathered by Beelzebub, causing huge damage. Then Kai, who was like a chicken, was beaten back to his human body. How miserable! Chen shook his head bitterly, looked at Beelzebub, who had no deterrent power, and waved his hand to release Hyperzaton. Jedon, Master! Jedon's voice was fed back to Chen's ears, and it was the voice of a young girl. Kill him! Chen pointed at Beelzebub and said, Jeden Yaster. Hyperzeton nodded, then teleported and stepped on Balzab to death. For Hyperzeton, he was too lazy to even move his hands. Don't run around, watch carefully, and if Balzab appears, kill him, Su Chen said to Hyperzeton. Jeden, understood, master. Hyperzeton nodded, then stood straight and was responsible for keeping watch. Su Chen and Emirana looked at each other, and then looked at the two cosmic people on the ground who were poisoned by puppets. These were the parents of the child held by Gagula not far away, and they looked like they were dying. Kizimum Ray. Su Chen and Emirana released the Kizimum Ray at the same time, using the huge light energy to remove Balzab's puppet poison. In fact, the Kizimum Ray is not an antidote to the puppet poison. Balzabub's puppet poison can only be removed by using the fruit of the Tree of Life on the Tree of Life, and it also has huge side effects. However, the poison in these two aliens is relatively mild, and Su Chen is a level 90 boss. If he can't even solve this little puppet poison, what kind of level 90 boss is he? Those two Ultra Warriors can actually remove Balzabub's puppet poison? Gagula and Kai looked at Su Chen and Emirana in surprise and said, "Swish!" While the two were talking, Su Chen and Emirana reversed into human bodies and walked towards Kai and Gagula. Which one of you was that Ultra Warrior just now? Su Chen looked at the two and asked, "It's me, Senior. My name is Kai, and I'm Ultraman Orb." Kai looked at Su Chen excitedly and said, "Kai, shouldn't it be Red Kai?" Stretched out his hand and scratched his head, a little confused. Red Kai? Who is that? Kai-san was confused. "It's not important. Your fighting is really rubbish." Su Chen quickly changed the subject in the tone of a senior. "Senior, I've only been an Ultraman for less than a day." Kai defended himself. "No wonder." Su Chen shook his head helplessly. At this moment, another Balzabub appeared in the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This thing is like a fly, and it makes a sound when it flies. Jeton. Seeing this, Hyperzeton began to strictly follow the orders of his master and prepared to kill it. At this moment, Kai shouted, "Please wait a moment." Kai knew that Hyperzeton was Su Chen's subordinate, so he tried to stop it. "What?" Su Chen waved his hand to stop Hyperzeton and turned to look at Kai. "Okay, let me solve this monster myself." Kai looked at Su Chen. "Please." Seeing that Su Chen seemed to be tempted, Kai hurriedly said again, "Since you have the heart, go." A Balzabub can only provide a little experience. Su Chen was too lazy to do it. However, for Kai, it was a not too small opponent, just right for training. Seeing Su Chen nod, Kai was very excited and transformed directly. "Go, he needs your help." Su Chen looked at the arrogant Gagula and said, "Okay." Gagula looked at Su Chen deeply, then nodded and turned to help Kai with words. Sure enough, with the help of Gagula, Kai made a shovel and sent a beam of light under Balzabub, sending it away. Kai-san, the first kill. After dealing with a Balzabub, Kai took these survivors and prepared to go to other settlements. This place has been targeted by Balzabub and it is not safe. Faced with Kai's choice, Su Chen did not object. In fact, this is indeed the right choice. Moreover, Kai's ideal is to have no sacrifice. As they walked, Gagula persuaded Kai. "Kai-san, it is impossible to have no sacrifice in battle," Gagula said. "The word impossible is just an excuse for those who give up," Kai said lightly. "Everything has its limits." Gagula shook his head helplessly. "Faith is not omnipotent." Kai turned his head and glanced at Gagula. "I agree with what you said, Gagula, but is it wrong for me to pursue my ideal?" "Yes, but it's stupid." Gagula smiled. "Then I am destined to not be able to become a smart person." Kai smiled and continued to move forward. "You all make sense," Su Chen commented behind his back. "Sacrifice is indeed inevitable in battle, but if you think that you must sacrifice some people in every battle, then you must not be a qualified fighter. But on the contrary, if you don't fight in order to have no sacrifice, then you are also not a qualified person." Su Chen said this. "What the senior said makes a lot of sense." Kai nodded, not quite understanding. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. Work hard and learn. One day, you will understand." Su Chen smiled and said, "Yeah, of course," is the plot of encountering the bird. The bird, which is also controlled by the puppet degree, has become more ferocious. And Kai, for the first time, became Ultraman Orb at normal height and went up to fight the bird. However, as expected, he was beaten down again. Think about it. The last Ultraman who tried to kill the bird with light had already suffered a great loss. and now he is thinking of using light to kill the bird, which is really, P.S., my sister is sick and has to go home. There may be only one update today. I will write it if I have time in the evening. If I don't have time, I can only talk about it tomorrow. Using light to kill the bird is undoubtedly a wrong decision. After the bird absorbed a part of Orb's light, it beat Orb back to human form. However, the advantage of being a newcomer is that even if he is beaten back to human form, he can transform and fight again, and there is no CD. Isn't it annoying in comparison? Zed, who has a 20-hour transformation time limit, seems much more miserable. Senior, let's go after this monster. Although Kai was beaten back to human form, he was still energetic. He ran to Su Chen and shouted to him. Okay, Su Chen nodded. The story on this planet is just a small episode. It is also the place where Orb's first transformation battle took place. Everything that comes next is the top priority. However, if you go out and chase the enemy, it is definitely not very convenient to fly by yourself. Su Chen and Emirana transformed before when they traveled through the universe. Now, naturally, it is convenient to do it. Under the stunned expressions of Kai and Gagra, Su Chen waved his hand and released a small aircraft. This is a spaceship produced by the Kingdom of Light. I robbed it from Hikari. Let's go and chase it, Su Chen said. Ah! Oh. The two followed Su Chen on board, and then the artificial intelligence inside the spaceship started up and chased after the bird. As for Hyperzeton, Su Chen took it back to the pet space. There were a lot of battles, so it wouldn't be too late to release it. On the other side, in the universe, Tachibana and Yu Yan, who were chasing their boss General Sen Luo, were driving the spaceship towards the planet. As they were flying, a giant bird suddenly appeared in front of them. What a strong suction! The two were about to run away in the boat, but suddenly a huge suction came, and various alarms on the spaceship began to sound. What on earth is this? The two continued to try to pull the spaceship back while cursing. However, Bemonstan, who was controlled by the puppet poison, only had the desire to eat, and it was impossible for him to let go of the food in his mouth. At this time, Su Chen and others caught up. Oh no, there's a spaceship over there, and it's about to be sucked in by the monster, Kai exclaimed. I'll go save the spaceship, and you deal with the monster. Gagula and Kai assigned their tasks almost instantly. Okay. The two looked at each other and nodded. Then Kai took out the holy sword of Orb, turned into a beam of light and wrapped Gagula, first appearing in the spaceship of Yu Yan and the others. Then Kai nodded to Gagula and transformed himself to deal with the bird. Kai stood in front of the bird, and the huge suction force disappeared immediately. Gagula took the opportunity to take the spaceship away from the swallowing range of the bird. Although he is very green, he is very active in fighting. As long as he works hard, he will definitely be a qualified warrior in time, Su Chen said with a smile. Yeah. Emirana nodded and couldn't help but think of the days when she just started studying at Ultra School. At that time, she was the tallest among her classmates, but she was the worst at using her strength. Fortunately, she had a strong academic ability. In 1 month, she reached the same level as her classmates. In 3 months, she could fight a group of people. Until the graduation of the year, several teachers were shocked. And now Kai's growth is also rapid. However, growth always comes at a price, such as now. The huge suction from behind caught Kai off guard. After turning around, he directly shot a beam of light at the belly of the bird. However, ordinary light skills are simply sending food to the bird. The bird sucked it like this, and Kai was confused again. The light is useless to that guy. You should learn a lesson, okay? Gagula cursed helplessly. And Kai did hear what Gagula said, and he planned to change his attack strategy. However, would the bird give him this opportunity? Bemonstan dived and hit Orb onto a huge meteorite not far away. Just in case, Xiaohai, you go and watch it. Su Chen waved his hand and released Hyperzeton, saying. The human-sized Hyperzeton nodded to Su Chen, indicating that he understood, and then teleported to appear above Orb and Batory. In Yu Yan's spaceship, Tachibana and Yu Yan, who had already woken up, saw another monster appear and became anxious. Another monster has appeared. It's over. Can your friends beat it? Tachibana exclaimed. The new monster is not our enemy. Seeing this, Gagra smiled and knew that Su Chen had taken action. Then this sentence, we will win. In the field, Kai began a difficult battle. He did not find the trace of Hyperzeton at the first time. Moreover, he did not think of relying on the power of Chen and Emerana, but just wanted to kill the monster by himself. Bemonston fired a fireball at Orb's chest. After Orb was tough, he went up and started to fight with the bird. However, Orb, whose fighting skills were almost zero, had no advantage in fighting. After fighting for a while, Bemonston was hungry again, and the mouth of his abdomen opened wide, and the huge suction force came to Orb again. After Orb resisted for a while, he suddenly had an idea. Then he was seen shining all over, and then he rushed into the belly of the bird in one breath, and then he directly tore the belly of the bird and rushed out from behind him. He can actually think of this way. So smart! Emerana's eyes lit up. When she and Chen were training in the universe, they had also encountered the bird. This classic cosmic monster must be one of the training objects that Chen found for her. However, the way she got rid of the bird was to use the great cosmic vacuum combat method to kill the bird alive. Or, using the light skill accurately, without hitting the belly of the bird, he could also kill him. However, Kai was able to think of getting into the belly of the bird and breaking through it after turning into light. He is a talent. This method is not advisable. If you don't have enough energy to break through Bemonston's belly, you will turn into a poop. Chen shrugged and said, Emerana nodded. But the effect is very good. It deserves praise. Besides, this guy has made great progress. At the beginning, he was a rookie who couldn't even keep the lights steady. Now he can kill Bemonston, Chen said with a smile. My husband, didn't you say that he is a junior worth cultivating? Yes. First update. The experiment is a bit tight these 2 days. If there is time, there will be another update in the evening. After the battle, Chen took the spaceship of Yu Yan and others into his own spaceship. By the way, the science and technology of the Kingdom of Light is still very good, and the capacity of the spaceship is also quite large. Let me introduce you, Chen, Ultraman Nice. This is my wife, the second princess of the Kingdom of Esmeralda, Emerana, who is also an Ultraman. Chen now feels more and more that it feels very high class to bring his wife out and introduce her to people. Look at you, you are all so unsophisticated. Look at me, my wife is a princess and she is also the princess of the most powerful force in the universe. Esmeralda? Is it the Esmeralda in another universe that owns the Esmeralda ore? Yu Yan said in surprise. Huh? Have you heard of it? This time it was Chen's turn to be surprised. Yes, our previous queen had diplomatic relations with Esmeralda, but when it comes to our generation of queens, there are fewer diplomacy with other universes. Yu Yan nodded. However, I also heard these from General Sen Luo, and I am not very clear about the details. Chen nodded when he heard this. In theory, Asana, the previous queen of the royal planet Ganon, was a member of the Galaxy Rescue Team. It is connected to the Kingdom of Light universe, and this universe has a magical stargate, and it is normal for it to have diplomatic relations with Esmeralda. Wife, have you heard that our family has diplomatic relations with other universes? Chen whispered to Emerana. These things are usually handled by my eldest sister, and I am basically an idle person. Emerana shrugged. Okay. Chen also realized that his wife was a lazy person. My name is Kai, and this is Gagula. Then, Kai and Gagula also introduced themselves, and then discussed the next action together. When they learned that they were going to the base camp of Dr. Talent, Planet Inyin, Kai immediately wanted to go with them. Chen would not refuse, so everyone set out together and headed for Planet Inyin. The spaceship produced by the Kingdom of Light is naturally very fast. According to Yu Yan and others, this spaceship is more than 10 times faster than their Sock spaceship. Soon, everyone arrived at Planet Inyin. There are so many Beelzebubs. They are guarding Planet Inyin. Yu Yan looked at the Beelzebubs in front of him and said in a deep voice, Leave it to me! Kai said nothing and transformed directly to the stage and began to clean up the marked Beelzebubs in front of him. These Beelzebubs, who were like little chickens, were naturally no match for Orb, who had grown a lot. However, when Orb dealt with the small Beelzebub in the sky and landed on the ground, 2 Beelzebubs of the same size as him surrounded him. It was difficult for him to deal with one, let alone 2 Beelzebubs. Soon, Orb fell into a disadvantage. Damn it! Seeing his teammates being knocked to the ground step by step, Gagula yelled in frustration. Seeing this, Chen walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said, "Do you want to fight with Kai?" Chen's question made Gagula stunned. He nodded at first and then shook his head again. "I can't be as huge as you. The size of these monsters is not something that fighter jets can deal with." "Have you driven a mecha?" Chen suddenly asked. "Of course I have. The technological level of this universe is generally high, so he naturally drove one. Have you driven a mecha that is more than 60 meters long?" Chen asked again. "How much?" Gagula thought he was listening to a joke. "Here, I have a super mecha of more than 60 meters. I will lend it to you temporarily. Go help your good friend." Chen smiled, waved his hand, and took out the long-sealed Galatron MK2 in the system space, and then used light energy to send Gagra to the cockpit of Galatron MK2. Galatron MK2 can fight on its own. However, due to the lack of important artificial intelligence, it only relies on programs to fight, and its combat effectiveness is very low. At this time, if a person with superconsciousness comes to drive, it will be different. Identification in progress. Identification passed. Temporary driver Gagras Gagra. You will have the first-level driving authority of Galatron MK2 in the next 3 months. Constructing the dynamic capture scene. Construction completed. Relevant combat information is being transmitted. Transmission completed. Use it with confidence. A series of messages from the internal information system of Galatron MK2, coupled with an advanced brainwave transmission technology, directly confused Gagra. Then, in the motion capture driving system, Gagra felt that he seemed to be one with the mecha in front of him, named Galatron MK2. And in fact, it was indeed so. "Kason, I'm here to help you," Gagra shouted in a low voice, and then jumped down and went to one of the Beelzebubs in front of Orb. Swish! The Galatron axe in the hand of Galatron MK2 directly chopped the Beelzebub in front of him. Crack! With one axe, Beelzebub was cut in half, and then exploded. Hiss! Damn tall and short. Yuyan and Tachibana in the spaceship exclaimed. "Not bad." Chen nodded with satisfaction. Gagra is indeed a natural warrior. It is not stressful to control this thing, and it also exerts extremely strong combat power. Then Gagra fired a Galatron flash at the Beelzebub in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued. "Is this Jagger?" Kai was confused at first, then took a closer look and found that it was Jagger who was controlling the robot. "Focus on the battle. Don't be distracted," Jagger said. "Hey!" Kai nodded and then began to concentrate on dealing with the Beelzebub in front of him. "Xiaohai, you should also go out and move around." Chen saw Barton falling from the sky, waved his hand and released Hyperzebub and said, "Jidden." "Yes, master." Hyperzebub nodded, then teleported out, instantly became huge and began to wash the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Countless dark fireballs went towards Beelzebub in the sky and on the ground, each of which could harvest a large area of life. After cleaning it up, Hyperzebub set his sights on Barton, the volcanic bird on the ground. "Jidan," Hyperzebub hummed and then teleported behind Barton. Swish! Hyperzeton chopped down with both hands and Barton's wings were instantly detached. "Ouch!" Barton screamed in pain. However, Hyperzeton would not let him go just because of his screams of pain. He teleported to his head and kicked him wildly. Second update. Please vote. Please vote in all kinds of ways. Although Hyperzeton is only level 72 now, it is easy to deal with a mere volcanic bird Barton. After cutting off Barton's wings, Barton has basically lost most of his combat power. Looking at the entire Ultra world, all birds, except for Zoga, the toughest among Tiga, basically lose most of their wings. Zoga is different. After breaking one wing, in order to maintain balance, he forcibly detached one of his wings and then engaged in ground melee with Tiga. However, a bird without wings can't jump for long. "Jeton!" Hyperzeton moaned, and appeared in front of Barton with another teleportation, stretched out his claws and directly inserted them into Barton's abdomen. "Ow!" Barton screamed again. Then, the energy in. Barton's body began to penetrate into Hyperzeton's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into flying ash and disappeared. Jeton! Devouring a Barton will not allow Hyperzeton to break through the current level, but it is also a full dinner. After dealing with Barton, Hyperzeton rushed into the tribe of Balzab again and began to slaughter them wantonly. Honkai and Gagra also quickly dealt with their opponents in front of them. In the sky, Ultraman Dyna, who summoned Su Chen, was speeding towards this side. In the past 2 days, he felt the birth of the new Ultraman, so he chased here. On the way, he felt Su Chen's breath again and flew even more happily. Damn it! What is the origin of this monster? Why is he against me? Ah, why? In the base of Dr. Keiki, who has always been calm and steady like an old dog, is like an angry puppy, constantly walking around the base and shouting. He was not surprised by the appearance of Orb. After all, he had heard of this Ultraman before. He was a rookie and very rubbish. The appearance of another robot was harmless. How powerful can a robot be? However, the monster that appeared behind was a strong one. It easily killed Barton, controlled by Beelzebub, in seconds. This is simply intolerable. What should we do, my friend? Pedal looked at Kaiki and asked, Let's wait here for them to come. Besides, I'm leaving this land soon. Kaiki suppressed his anger lightly and said to Paddle, who was flying around him, That's true. Outside, the monsters and Beelzebub were quickly dealt with, and Kai also turned back into a human body and landed on the land of the planet Zayin. Seeing this, Su Chen controlled the spaceship to land on the ground. After everyone inside came out, he waved his hand to put away the spaceship. What should we do next? Knowing that there were 2 powerful Ultra Warriors in the team, Yuyan and Tachibana temporarily regarded Su Chen as the backbone. Aren't you going to rescue your general? Are you not going? Su Chen turned his head and asked with a smile, But this place is still several kilometers away from Kaiki's base camp. Yuyan said, Come back first. Su Chen waved his hand and asked Hyperzeton and Gagar inside Galatron to come back. Yes! After the reunion, Su Chen said, At present the teammates are not complete. We have to wait for someone to come before we set off. Senior, do you have other companions? Kai asked in confusion. You have a companion like Gagra, so can't I have one too? Su Chen smiled and said, Besides, you also know the person who is coming. Su Chen said mysteriously, Someone I know? Ultraman? Could it be? Kai instantly thought of the only Ultraman he had ever seen. It was a long time ago when Kai left his hometown and served as a mercenary in the universe. He had seen the space street fighter Dyna Ultraman. This is why, when Kai first saw Asuka in the original plot, he looked very familiar. Just as you thought, it's the famous space street fighter, Dyna Ultraman, Asuka Shin. Su Chen said with a smile. It's Asuka Senpai, that's great. Honkai smiled and nodded. Hey, Kai-san, has he seen Asuka? Emirana asked in confusion. The timeline in the universe is a little different. For example, the universe we visited before with Asuka and Goss is actually the Earth of the future universe. This is in terms of the timeline of the entire universe. But for us, Asuka and Zero and Musashi, that Earth is our normal timeline. Su Chen explained with a smile. I see. Does Asuka in this world know us? Emirana asked. I was called here by him. What do you think? Su Chen smiled, stretched out his hand and pinched Emirana's nose and said with a smile, Oh, swish! As the two were talking, they saw a sudden bright light in the sky, and a red and blue sound came with the light. He's coming! Smiled and went to the place where the light was. Asgar, the original Japanese voice of Asuka. Readers who like me know that I prefer transliteration because I usually watch the original Japanese voice, which makes me feel better. Kai murmured. Okay, let's go and take a look. Gagula patted Kai's shoulder, and the two chased after Su Chen and the others. Asuka, who landed on the planet Inn, saw the first thing he saw, of course, the fierce-looking but very handsome Galatron Mk2 standing on the ground. Subconsciously thinking that this was an enemy, Asuka made a fighting posture. Hey, you guy, why are you hitting my robot right away? Gagula, who was heading up, was immediately unhappy when he saw this and shouted hurriedly. Asuka naturally heard it and turned around to see Su Chen and Emirana. It's nice and the princess. Asuka was surprised, and then without saying a word, he reversed and landed in front of Su Chen. Asuka! Long time no see! Asuka! Long time no see. Su Chen and Emirana greeted Asuka. Nice princess, long time no see. In fact, it wasn't a long time no see, as they had just seen each other in the movie version of Galaxy. However, who knows how many years Asuka has been wandering in this universe? You know, There are still thousands or even tens of thousands of years before the start of the Orb TV plot. But for Su Chen, after experiencing another X in a while, Orb will basically be approaching. Have you all destroyed the monsters? Asuka looked at Su Chen and asked. Yeah, Su Chen nodded. Then I am late? Yeah. After a day of experiments, I took the time to write a chapter. There is no time to code the second chapter, and I will update it today. I don't deserve to ask for votes. Oh, what a pity I didn't catch up. Asuka Shin instantly looked like a crying monster, looking at Su Chen with disappointment. His eyes were quite resentful. Get out of here! Okay, everyone is here. Let's get ready and go to Kaiki's base camp. Su Chen said. So, Su Chen waved his hand at the open space in front of him again, and then released a huge floating car. I also got this car from the Kingdom of Light. It is specially used by the Ultra Warriors, so it is inevitably a little big. Su Chen explained with a smile, and then stepped on the floating car with everyone and headed towards Kaiki's lair. My friend, those guys are coming. Paddle flew around in the air and said to Kaiki, Okay, let Beelzebub stop them and we are ready to leave here. Kaichi said lightly, Okay, my friend. Paddle then flew up to give orders. Su Chen and his group, like they were out for a trip, soon arrived at Kaiki's base camp. Here, it looks like a dark hell, very gloomy. Why do most villains create such an environment? It doesn't look like a good place. Aren't they afraid of being demolished by force? Su Chen looked at the environment in front of him and shook his head helplessly. If the bad guys don't create a place like this, can they still be called bad guys? Fei Niao shrugged, smiled, and said, That's true. The hovercraft landed, and in an instant, countless small Beelzebubs rushed up. Xiao Hai, leave it to you. Su Chen waved his hand to release Hyper Ziton and said, Jedon, yes, master. Hyper Ziton nodded and teleported directly. This is... Hi, Hyper Ziton, didn't we kill him? Fei Niao looked at the teleported Hyper Ziton and shouted in surprise. There is not only one Hyper Ziton in this universe. This one was made by me in the next universe, and now it is my pet. Su Chen explained with a smile. As for which next universe, Su Chen said, Fei Niao, you may have to ask the author. Anyway, I don't know. For Hyper Ziton, it is not too easy to deal with these little monsters. In a few minutes, the Beelzebubs blocking the door were all destroyed. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward and rushed in. Do you know where Sen Luo is imprisoned? Su Chen looked at the two girls in front of him and asked, I don't know, but we can look for him separately, Yu Yan said. Running into the enemy's base camp and then splitting up, do you really think you're too old? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Gather together and those with low combat power are in the middle. Kai, can you sense Sen Luo's location? Su Chen asked. He knew that Kai had a very special ability, so he asked. Hong Kai heard the words, closed his eyes slightly, and in less than 3 seconds he suddenly opened his eyes, then raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Over there! Okay. Su Chen nodded and went in the direction Kai pointed. On the way, it was inevitable to encounter Beelzebub. However, they were all perfectly solved by Su Chen and others. Soon, the crowd arrived near the prison where Sen Luo was imprisoned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as Yu Yan and Tachibana were about to step forward, dozens of Beelzebubs surrounded them. Damn it! Gagula gritted his teeth secretly. Everyone, close your eyes. Hikari, light, here is a transliteration. Asuka shouted, took out his flashing sword, and made it shine brightly. Then, all the Beelzebubs illuminated by the light died. Such a dazzling light. The two women who were not Ultraman covered their eyes one after another. But the strange thing is that Gagula is obviously not Ultraman, but he doesn't need to cover his eyes, and he actually enjoys bathing in such a dazzling light. Sure enough, he is also a member of the Warrior of Light, but his heart is injured at the back, Su Chen murmured. The nearby Beelzebubs were quickly dealt with, and then Yu Yan and Tachibana stepped forward to interrogate Sen Luo, and Sen Luo explained the real purpose of his talent. So the goal of Kai Chi is the queen? No, the god of war? Kai shouted excitedly. Yes, Sen Luo nodded. Then we have to hurry to Ganon and stop the queen from becoming the god of war. Kai shouted again. Kai-san, sometimes the future is not what we want it to be. There are many factors that will affect everything in the opposite direction of what we want. Su Chen stretched out his hand and patted Kai's shoulder, saying, Senior, wait until we get to Ganon, I will take you to see the rest. It's nonsense to say too much now. Su Chen smiled faintly and said, I'll let you out now. After saying this, Tachibana took the gun and fired fiercely, breaking the prison and releasing Sen Luo. After Sen Luo came out, everyone was ready to go out. At this moment, a Beelzebub suddenly appeared above Yuyan's head, holding his tail thorn and heading towards Yuyan. Be careful! Seeing this, Gagula blocked him without saying anything. Fuck! Su Chen said, fuck immediately. Gagula was too reckless. Was he really blinded by love at this time? Fuck! The knife in your hand is for eating shit! Damn it! Su Chen cursed, angrily and transformed directly. Kizimum Ray? Su Chen raised his hand and fired a Kizimum Ray, which passed through Yuyan and Gagula's bodies and directly crushed Beelzebub. Then he began to purify the puppet poison on Gagula. Has the puppet poison evolved? Su Chen murmured while purifying. The puppet poison that Gagula was infected with was extremely powerful and could not be purified in a short time. Sen Luo, feed your tree of life seed to Gagula, Su Chen shouted. Okay. Upon hearing this, Sen Luo began to execute Su Chen's words without saying a word. After pulling off the seed of the tree of life from his neck and feeding it to Gagula, Gagula's whole body began to twitch and emit a purple-red light. With the help of Su Chen's Kizmium Ray, Gagula soon woke up. Seeing this, Su Chen retracted the ray and then gave Gagula another recovery ray. As a warrior, you must always remember that your strongest tool of protection is always the weapon in your hand, not your body. Do you understand? Su Chen looked at Gagula and said in a low voice, Understand. Understood. Gagula nodded heavily and he was also scared. This almost became Beelzebub's puppet. Be careful in the future. Don't act on impulse. Su Chen shook his head, reversed into human form and said, Yes, I don't know if the experiment is finished, but it is finished at this stage. 2 updates today and 1 more update which will be presented later. You are really a bunch of barbarians. Just when Su Chen and others were about to leave, a screen suddenly appeared in front of them, showing Kai Chi and his pet paddle. Hello, barbarians, Piddle said immediately. Except for Sen Luo, this is the first time we meet you all, Kai Chi said with a smile. Kai Chi, Sen Luo suddenly shouted. Then everyone, including Su Chen, was stunned. Kai Chi stood up like a clown and quickly shouted, Ah! I was just about to introduce myself. You are so mean. Don't listen to others and you are violent and barbaric. What's your attitude? It's really a headache. I can't stand it. Kai Chi's actions were very exaggerated. Husband, is he the one you often talk about, the idiot? Emirana suddenly whispered. However, it was said to be whispering, because everyone present was not an ordinary person, so basically everyone could hear it. Puff! Fei Niao, who had a low sense of laughter, burst into laughter. Damn it, you bunch of barbarians! Remember, I will definitely repay you well. After saying that, Kai Chi made the video disappear. Hey! Just as Kai was about to speak, he felt the ground suddenly shake violently. If nothing unexpected happens, Kai Chi should have run away. Su Chen shrugged and said, Where's the sock spaceship? Let's go after it. Sen Luo shouted. The spaceship is with Mr. Su Chen. Yuyan pointed at Su Chen and said, Don't worry, he can't run away. Let's go, Gagula. Let's go get your mecha first, Su Chen said. Yeah, Gagula nodded. He was also very excited. For some reason, he really liked the feeling of driving a mecha to fight monsters. He didn't feel any pain and could fight heartily. What Su Chen didn't know was that it was because of this influence that Gagula liked the experience of driving a mecha in the days to come. After going out and getting the Galatron Mk2, Su Chen waved his hand to take out the spaceship and then chased after Kai Chi. Kai Chi's purpose is obvious. It is for the god of war, but we are not sure what it is for now, but we must stop the queen from becoming the god of war, Sen Luo said solemnly. I know a little about Kai Chi's purpose. Su Chen waved his hand and took out a bottle of Coke from somewhere, drinking it while saying, Chiao do Madai, is this Coke? Su Chen, can you give me a bottle? Woo woo woo. I haven't drunk Coke on Earth for a long time. Fei Niao saw Coke as if he saw a beautiful woman, rushed to Su Chen and looked at Su Chen with hopeful eyes. Here, stay away from me. Your eyes are too weird. Su Chen took out a bottle of Coke from the system space with disdain and threw it to Fei Niao Xin, then hid in the direction of Emirana. Sizzle! Fei Niao twisted the cap of the Coke bottle and then took a sip. Great! Asuka Shin's exaggerated expression and comfortable look made the people around him swallow unconsciously, and then they all looked at Su Chen. Their eyes were only slightly weaker than Asuka's just now. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Gulp! Everyone swallowed their saliva. Here, you girls are swallowing saliva at me, but Senluo, Kai, and Gagula, can you have some moral integrity? Su Chen quickly took out a few bottles of Coke and threw them to them, and then hid directly behind Emirana. Well, let's talk about business. After everyone experienced the beauty of Coke, they finally thought about business. After Su Chen gave them a chuckle, he began to tell the story. You all know, oh, not all, at least the three of Ganon should know that every time the tree of life blooms and bears fruit, it will spread life or wisdom throughout the universe, right? Su Chen said. I know about spreading life, but spreading wisdom. Yu Yan seemed to understand. You can ask your queen later, and she will understand. Just remember it for now. Su Chen waved his hand. Oh. Su Chen continued to talk. The queen, the so-called god of war, and Queen, the old mother of Beelzebub, are actually sisters. Do you know this? Su Chen said again. What? Queen and Zhan Sheng are sisters? Senluo and the other two felt that their worldviews were impacted. What's the big deal? If a great thing is torn apart, it will usually be divided into two individuals with completely opposite properties. Let's not talk about anything else. The first light and the first darkness of the universe are of the same origin and body. They formed Ultraman Noah, the god of Ultra, and Dark Zagi, the god of dark destruction. And the warrior from the future, Ultraman Ginga, and his nemesis Dark Lugiel were also once one. Now the god of war and Kuin are just sisters. What's so strange about that? This is my setting. Don't argue. If you want to argue, read the original work, not the fan fiction. Su Chen rolled his eyes and said, There's also this? Everyone was surprised. Of course. Su Chen nodded. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is that Beelzebub's puppet poison is already very powerful. As their mother, Queen's puppet speed is even more powerful. Su Chen said, Yeah! Everyone expressed their understanding. The Tree of Life relies on mature seeds to spread life and wisdom to the entire universe, while Queen, or Kaiki and Queen's purpose is to release puppet poison to the entire universe, so as to achieve their own goal of controlling the universe. And the Tree of Life has never been more than their main purpose. Their main purpose, as you said, is the god of war. Su Chen said. But why? Why is it Her Majesty the Queen? Tachibana said anxiously. The god of war has extremely powerful energy in her body. She represents the purest energy of the Tree of Life and is also the power of protection. However, once this power is mixed with a large amount of puppet poison, it will explode, and the energy generated is enough to rival the Big Bang. This force will spread the puppet poison to the entire universe in a very short time, so that all life in the universe will be controlled by the puppet poison. Do you understand Chai-Chi's purpose? Su Chen said all the words in one breath. Chai-Chi's purpose is actually the entire universe. He wants to turn the entire universe into a world without thoughts and wisdom? Kai frowned and said, There is only one solution to all these problems, and that is kill Kuin, kill Kaiki, Gagula said in a deep voice. That's right, only by killing the ambitious can we gain peace. Su Chen said solemnly, Ganon, we're here. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Yu Yan, who was in charge of navigation, reported. Okay, second update. Please vote, please vote. Su Chen's words made everyone, except Emirana and Asuka, fall into deep thought for a moment. The worldview that has always been there seemed to be a shock. This is really... However, now that we have arrived at the royal planet Ganon, if there is anything, we have to deal with everything in front of us first. By the way, Su Chen, Musashi is here too, Asuka said. I saw it. Su Chen looked up and saw a blue figure about half a light year away, flying towards this side at a very fast speed. It was estimated that it would arrive in about a minute. Sure enough, after waiting for a minute, Ultraman Cosmos in the form of the Cosmic Corona appeared in front of Su Chen's spaceship. Reality is really different from movies and TV shows. In the original beginning, Cosmos was slacking off the whole time, but in fact, which Ultraman warrior would show weakness to others? Su Chen smiled, and with a thought, his body turned into light and appeared beside Cosmos. Musashi, long time no see, Su Chen said with a smile. What you said is only a few months at most. For us, it won't take as long as 1 or 2 weeks for ordinary people. Musashi waved his hand and said, "Ha ha. These monsters are controlled by the puppet poison. If you want to enter planet Ganon, you must fight in." Chen pointed at the monsters in front of him and said, "I'll try to see if I can purify them." After Cosmos finished speaking, he was about to change his form and start slacking off. "It's useless. Ordinary aliens are poisoned by puppets. It's hard for me to purify them with the Casmium ray, let alone these monsters." Chen hurriedly stopped Gauss, fearing that this guy would start to slack off again. "Well, we can only physically save them." Gauss looked at the monsters, or super beasts, with regret, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Okay, go." After calling Gauss, Chen took the lead and rushed up. "Let's go and help too." Inside the spaceship, Asuka patted Honkai and Gegala on the shoulders and said, "Yo, go!" The two nodded. Kai and Asuka took out their own transformation devices, while Gegala took out the summoner that Chen gave him, which was similar to the Galatron summoner used by the alien in Taiga, and completed the fusion with Galatron MK2. "It feels like Armor Hero has come in. Princess, why don't you go and help them?" Yuyan and Tachibana, who knew that Emirana was also an Ultraman, asked. "I won't trouble my husband. Protecting you is my duty." Emirana smiled and said softly, "What? Princess?" Sen Luo, who didn't know Emirana's identity, exclaimed, "This is the second princess of the royal family of Esmeralda. Emirana, General Sen Luo, do you know Esmeralda?" Tachibana whispered, "Esmeralda, that's a very beautiful planet. The previous queen and I visited Esmeralda," Sen Luo said with a smile. "But after the previous queen Isana died in the war, we not only broke off diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Light, but also basically broke off diplomatic relations with other universes." In the second half, Sen Luo spoke a little low. "My husband told me that Queen Isana, as the god of war, once joined the galaxy rescue team of the Kingdom of Light, but I didn't expect that now." Emirana said, "It doesn't matter. Our royal planet Ganon is also slowly reviving, but it just takes time. Sen Luo loves his motherland very much." Outside, Chen and Gauss Universe Corona are two powerful monsters that specialize in attacking enemies. The remaining 3 people, Dinah, are specifically dealing with those minions. "Ah, you bunch of hateful barbarians are. So hateful." Kaiki in the spaceship watched Chen and others constantly killing his men, and was furious. "Oh, my friend, should we let them withdraw? If we continue to fight, we won't have enough manpower," Paddle suggested. "Although I don't really want to. But okay, withdraw, let them in, and then we will catch them in a jar." Kaichi clenched his fist viciously and said, "Yes, my friend." Paddle nodded, and then went down to give orders. On the front battlefield, Kai's pressure was greatly reduced. "Well, the rest of the people are awesome. These guys are no problem at all. Want to run? Get out of my way." Chen looked at these Beelzebubs who were about to retreat and shouted to the people around him, "Okay." When the vision was wide, Chen gently wiped his hand on the timer and the color of his whole body instantly changed to blue. Galaxy Miracle Form. Galaxy Miracle Clone. After the clone, Chen started a gorgeous scene. 8-point light, wheel, ultra water flow, Zapelio ray, Soljet ray, Liberum lightwave, Spicium ray, shining Zapelio ray, Gyarados beam. In addition to the exclusive skills of the blazing god of war form, these clones that Chen split out in one breath used Chen's existing light skills one by one. Some of them Chen split out too much, so he showed other uses of the light. For example, Chen can use both the Spicium ray and the Zaperion ray, and he used the Spicium ray, which is really too cool. Oh my god, the spectators around were dumbfounded, especially Dinah, whose bright eyes almost popped out. "This is my skill. Also, Senior Tiga's skill, Musashi's." Dinah was so dazzled that he didn't know how to describe it. Shouldn't the point be why he can split into so many bodies and release so many skills? Gaoxi asked a question that hit his soul. "Yes, this universe is not Nice's original universe. How come his energy looks infinite?" Dinah said. "This issue needs to be discussed, but now let's prepare to descend." On Chen's side, he killed most of Beelzebub who tried to retreat in one breath, and then took back his clones. "Don't ask. If you ask, it's just a gifted talent." Chen interrupted Fei Niao's question and then waved his hand. "Let's go." With a shout, Everyone headed towards planet Ganon. Planet Ganon is very big, at least much bigger than the Earth. Otherwise, the physical fitness of the aliens on this planet would not be so strong. Over there, let's go! It's Monday. A new week. Recommended votes, let's go. Just got my dad. At this time it was evening on the royal planet Ganon. Although Su Chen's spaceship could teleport, his talent was still one step ahead, and he had already arranged it here. Therefore, the ground was already full of Beelzebub's figure. At this time, the people of Ganon were praying in front of the Tree of Life, hoping that their sacred tree, the Tree of Life, could bless them with peace. Of course, more importantly, it would allow their queen to become a god of war to protect them. Queen Amaterasu ran over here and saw her people who were praying. Suddenly, 3 Beelzebubs flew over here. Go, the Tree of Life has heard your prayers, go! Queen Amaterasu quickly sent her people away, then stepped forward with open arms and stood in front of Beelzebub. Dr. Talent, can you hear me? I agree to your request. I will go with you. So please don't hurt the people of this planet. My people are innocent, please, Dr. Talent. Queen Amaterasu made a pleading sound. Spice 'em Ray. Boom, boom. Just as Amaterasu finished saying this, several huge figures suddenly flew over the horizon. The one in the lead emitted a white ray of light, instantly killing the 3 Beelzebubs in front of him. A qualified king would not say such a thing. Peace can never be achieved through prayer or negotiation. A peace achieved in that way is not what your people want to see. Su Chen's voice resounded in the valley like a loud bell, captivating people. You are a passing Ultraman. These people are all my friends. After Su Chen finished speaking, he reversed his body and landed in front of Queen Amaterasu, then took 2 steps back without leaving a trace. How ugly. Su Chen thought secretly in his heart. Subaraya's makeup artists are always very confusing, especially since the new generation, except for those who bring their own makeup artists, the heroines are all made to look like ghosts, ugly. Moreover, the actress who originally played Amaterasu was also very average looking. The others also reversed their bodies and landed beside Su Chen. The spaceship following closely behind Su Chen and others also landed, and then a Sock spaceship flew out of it, with Sen Luo and Yu Yan and the other 2 in it. After Emirana walked out of the cabin, Su Chen waved his hand to put the spaceship away. Now is the time for a formal conversation. Introduce yourself. Su Chen, Ultraman Nice? This is my wife, Emirana Lulu de Esmeralda, the 2nd princess of the royal family of Esmeralda. I am invited by Ultraman Dyna to come here to help you, Su Chen explained lightly. Hello. Queen Amaterasu performed a classical etiquette. The others also introduced themselves, and Queen Amaterasu returned the greetings one by one. It seems that your subordinates are looking for you. Let's talk later. Queen Amaterasu was about to speak, and Su Chen suddenly said, Okay. Queen Amaterasu was stunned for a moment, then nodded, and sure enough, someone came over in a moment. The person who comes is General Lai Ying, the most pro-war faction on Ganon. Surround them. Lai Ying came up and without saying a word, he had people surround Su Chen and others. Xiao Hai, don't hurt anyone. Take him down. Su Chen frowned, waved his hand to release Hyper Zeton, and said lightly, Jeton, yes master. Hyper Zeton nodded and the battle was resolved in 2 seconds. You, why don't you invite us to your palace? Su Chen turned around and said to Queen Amaterasu with a smile, Please, Your Majesty the Queen. Lai Ying, I am the Queen. Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. General Lai Ying frowned and nodded. Su Chen followed the group to the palace. Kai, tell the Queen what the real conspiracy of talent is. Su Chen said to Kai behind him. Yes, Senior Su Chen. Kai nodded, and then began to tell the Queen and the ministers of Ganon around him what Su Chen had told them before. As Ultra Warriors, the rise and fall of civilization actually has little to do with us. But this involves the major events of the entire universe, so Queen, you need to be careful, Su Chen said lightly. For now, the Queen faces 2 choices. One is to refuse to transform and hand over the battlefield to Su Chen and others, who are determined to easily handle everything. The second is to transform into a god of war for the wishes of their people and destroy the invading enemies. And Su Chen and others are foreign aid helpers. The 2 seem to be just a matter of one more or one less god of war. But the nature is different. If Su Chen and others take action directly, This civilization may face more excessive dependence in its future development, and it will be difficult to revive. If the Queen takes action, the people will have faith, and they will believe that this war was won under the leadership of the Queen to defeat the invading enemies. As for Chen and others, they are the helpers invited by the Queen. This is like the difference between teaching someone how to fish and giving him fish. This is all your one-sided story. Ares and Queen are sisters. He was just bewitched by his talent. Why must there be a war? Can't negotiation solve the problem peacefully? Many people will die in the war. If people die, can it still be called peace? The Queen stood up, looked at Chen and began to speak loudly. Slowly she began to speak softly until finally she became low. Kindness is indeed a good quality. But your Majesty, what was Ganon like when your mother, Queen Isana, was alive? Establishing diplomacy with powerful extraterrestrial forces such as the Kingdom of Light and Esmeralda, and even Queen Azana joined the Galaxy Rescue Team of the Kingdom of Light. I think you are very clear about this. General Lai Ying. Chen looked at Lai Ying on the side. Yes, sir. Lai Ying nodded. Look at you again. Since you ascended the throne, what have you done besides promoting your so-called peace? I, an outsider, shouldn't have said this, but if a civilization does not experience the baptism of war, its people will sooner or later be devoured by decay, and their souls will be gradually corroded by a decadent life. Look at your people. Foreign enemies invade, they don't know how to take up arms to defend their homes, but pray all day long under the tree of life. If prayer is useful, what do soldiers do? Foolish woman, I'll give you the choice. If you don't do it, then after we kill Queen, the consequences will not be something you, the Queen, can bear. Second update. Please vote. Please recommend. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Oh, I! Queen Amaterasu listened to Chen's last words. She is just a saint with average emotional intelligence, but she is not without intelligence. Lei Bushi said that if a pig stands on the wind, it can fly. Queen Amaterasu has been on the throne for more than 10 years. Even if she is a pig, she can have some intelligence. It's just that she couldn't accept war for a while because she witnessed her mother fighting a monster to death when she was a child. I know that the previous Queen Izana died fighting a monster, which made you hate war, hate fighting, and hope for peace. But this is not a reason for you to steal a war, Chen said sternly. I understand. Queen Amaterasu gradually raised her head and looked at Chen. Her eyes gradually firmed up. Since Queen, you have made a decision. Then tomorrow morning, the deadline given by Kaiki is the time for us to fight Kaiki. Chen smiled and said seriously. Yes, Amaterasu nodded, then turned and went to the place where she held the ceremony of transforming into the god of war. Everyone, pass the order down. Our queen has decided to transform into a god of war and defend our homeland to the death. General Lai Ying stood up and said to the ministers in the palace, Yes. After the queen left, Sen Luo and Yuyan Lihua, who had been cleared of suspicion, were responsible for settling Chen and others. Senior, does the queen really understand? In the resting place of everyone, Kai looked at Chen and asked, Then, do you really understand? Chen asked with a smile. Kai reached out and touched his head, smiling. Everyone hates war, especially civilians. In ancient China on Earth, a famous poet said, When a country prospers, the people suffer. When it perishes, the people suffer. For the upper class, war is a tool to achieve their goals and a means to realize their ambitions. But for ordinary people, especially junior non-commissioned officers, it is a huge meat grinder. And for civilians, it is a catastrophe. Whether it is victory or defeat, it is a huge disaster, Asuka. You should know that. Chen looked at Asuka and said, Yes. Asuka nodded solemnly. This does not involve Asuka's actors, only Asuka's letter. But a civilization, a country, will not produce excellent qualities under a long period of comfortable life. More is corruption, debauchery, intrigue, and increasing internal chaos. And at this time, what will happen if a war suddenly breaks out? The current Ganon is the best representation, Chen said lightly. But senior, war, don't people die? Kai said in a deep voice. So our existence is to reduce the number of deaths, isn't it? Chen smiled and said, Yeah. Kai instantly became energetic and nodded with a smile. Okay, we should rest. Tomorrow morning, it will be a fierce battle. Su Chen waved his hand and said. Yeah. Everyone nodded and then went to their own places and began to rest. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, on the land of the planet Ganon, 4 powerful monsters and countless Beelzebub were heading towards the Tree of Life. These 4 powerful monsters are Ancient Monster Gomorrah, Space Dinosaur Jeton, Big Ant Super Beast Alapanta, and Super Beast Baraba. They are all very classic monsters in the Ultraman series. At present, they are all controlled by puppets, and their purpose is also very simple, that is, at all costs, to take down the Tree of Life and force the Queen to transform into a god of war. With the arrival of dawn, the monsters also came to the Tree of Life. Attack! With Kai Chi's order, the attack began. Boom! Countless attacks went towards the Tree of Life. Seeing that the Tree of Life was about to fall, a golden barrier rose up and then protected the Tree of Life for several kilometers. All the attacks fell on the barrier, causing ripples. This barrier is really powerful, Su Chen sighed. Senior, shall we go? Kai asked. No hurry. Su Chen waved his hand and said, Oh. Kai nodded, waiting for Su Chen's order. On the field, the figure of the Queen transformed into the god of war appeared, looking at the 4 monsters on the opposite side, and a group of Beelzebub. To say that Beelzebub is not weak, especially the ones in front of Queen, they are very strong. But compared with Gomorrah and the others, it is very average. Quinn appears. The moment the god of war appeared, Quinn also flew out of the spaceship and landed on a mountain not far away. Dear warriors of light, please give me a helping hand. The moment Quinn appeared, the Queen did have a trace of compassion. However, Su Chen's words last night changed her worldview a lot, so she turned to Su Chen and said, Everyone, make a concerted effort and go. The Queen's invitation was the order for them to take action. Dinah, Gosmos, Oob, Nice, including Emerana and Gagra, the 6 people either transformed or boarded the Galatron Mk2 mecha. That's the help that Her Majesty the Queen has asked for. Everyone, we can't slack off either. We must stop Beelzebub from entering our village. Go! General Lai Ying also led Ganon's warriors to the front of the Tree of Life to stop those small Beelzebubs from entering the village. Go! Sen Luo also came with his own guards. Without any extra words, Su Chen jumped up and landed directly in front of Quinn. The rest of the people all chose their opponents. In order to protect this planet, everyone is fighting. I heard that you want the entire universe to become your puppet, right? Su Chen said lightly. Ah, how could he know our purpose? No, he must be. No. I want him to become my puppet, to make him a part of my great dream. Kai Chi was in his spaceship, jumping and shouting like crazy. Swish! After Kai Chi gave the order, Kuin raised his tail spike without saying a word and stabbed it behind Su Chen. You don't know what you can do. Su Chen shouted, and the Shining Ring shield suddenly rose up. Although the Shining Ring shield was specifically designed to deal with light skills, with Su Chen's current level 90 strength, this little strength was not enough to break through. Come and die! Su Chen raised his hand, grabbed Queen's tail sting, and then swung it directly. Kaichi, you must be tired of staying up there. Get off! Su Chen shouted, threw Queen in his hand, and then directly shot down Kaiki's spaceship. No. First update. The second update will be in the evening. Please vote. Please vote. Help! Padir shouted while flying to avoid the debris falling from the spaceship. Padir. Kaiki hid under his chair and kept calling Padir's name, this friend he invented. Boom! The spaceship finally crashed to the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust, and Kuin also walked out of the ruins. Padir. My friend, are you okay? Kaiki and Padir hugged each other and hid under the chair. Hualala. After Queen came out, he looked back, sensed Kaiki's position, and reached out to pull him out. You barbarian! After Kaiki came out, he stood in Queen's hand, looked at Ultraman Nice opposite, and cursed while jumping. Thank you. Su Chen smiled, not thinking that Kaiki was wrong at all. To be honest, you are the most polite villain I have ever seen. Su Chen shrugged and said. Su Chen has seen a total of villains. The first one is naturally Belia. The second one is Bitstar. The third one is the Bat Starman. Hyperjeton's thoughts are mainly from the Bat Starman. The fourth one is the Dark Shadow Mage. The fifth one is the space-time demon god Itarga. And Kaiki is the sixth one. Compared with those who cursed at every turn, Kaiki's curse words can be said to be very polite. The most common word he said is barbarian. It can be said that he is in line with the setting of a doctor. You? As a villain, it is a shame to be called polite by others. I will kill you, Kaiki roared. You can come, I'll wait for you to kill me. Su Chen shrugged and said disdainfully, there are really not many people in the entire universe who can easily kill Su Chen now. While Su Chen was cursing, on the other side, the battle of Orb and others was about to come to an end, because the fighting will of the god of war was unprecedentedly strong. Orb and others were almost all-round output. Dinah came up as a red strong type, the kind that abused the enemy with fists. Gao Si turned on the future mode and suppressed Baraba. Emirana's teleportation speed made Zedin unable to catch up. Come on, Xiaohai, let's go eat. These monsters are very powerful. After eating Hyper Zetin, they will definitely be greatly improved. Seeing that the monster that frightened him appeared again, Kai Chi was slightly startled and then looked at Su Chen opposite. Why do you want to interfere with my plan? Why? Kai Chi shouted viciously. At this time, Kai Chi still had a glimmer of luck. The luck was that Su Chen only knew his first level and didn't know his fifth level. Don't you just want to use the god of war to spread the puppet speed to the entire universe? You think I'm on the first level and you're on the fifth level? I'm in the atmosphere. Fuck! Su Chen pointed at Kai Chi's nose and started to curse. Kai Chi was a little flustered. Why? Why did Su Chen know my plan? What do you mean by I? Are you still trying to instigate the god of war? Are you planning to have the god of war and Queen negotiate? Are you planning to have Queen use his sisterly relationship with the god of war to try to resolve this war in a non-war way? Su Chen asked 3 questions in a row, which made Kai Chi stunned. Why? Why do you know everything? Ah! Kai Chi was almost crazy. Who are you? You are definitely not an ordinary Ultraman, Kai Chi roared. No. I am really just an ordinary Ultraman, but I know a little bit more than you. Su Chen pointed a short distance with his hand and said, Kai Chi also began to lose his composure. Hey, where is the most polite villain? Where is your composure? I'm calm, damn. Kai Chi was completely crazy. Su Chen's face was suddenly black. Can you imagine what an Ultraman with a black face looks like? Quinn, let Beelzebub attack. Me, I want to destroy this planet. Kai Chi roared. Ugh, Queen howled, and then the remaining Beelzebub began to scatter, preparing to attack the people on Ganon. It seems that you are itching for trouble again. Su Chen clenched his fist and did not prepare for any capture of the thief and the king, but wiped his hand on the timer, and his figure suddenly turned blue. Galaxy Miracle Form! Galaxy Miracle Clone! Su Chen shouted, and then countless nice Ultraman dispersed from Su Chen and went in all directions. You cheated. Kai Chi was completely dumbfounded. Which me are you talking about? Su Chen's voice came from all directions like Dolby Surround Stereo online tag asking for advertising fees. Very nice. Damn it! Kai Chi was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Su Chen's great power, killing or driving back the surrounding Beelzebubs, Kai Chi's anger was released. Su Chen did not rush to act, but took back his clone, transformed into his original form, and quietly waited for Kai Chi's next move. The rest of the people were in very good condition. The battle of the native warriors of Ganon Star also began to pour towards the scales of victory. After all, although this is a monarchy society, science and technology are very advanced. Using these technologies, they only paid a small price to win the war. Gauss Heavy Blow, Garnet Bombing, Origim Ray, Galatron Flash, Geraldus Beam, Boom Boom. Everyone began to use their big moves and the enemies in front of them fell one by one. And Hyper Zeton was doing the final finishing work. After swallowing it, Hyper Zeton entered the evolution period, and Su Chen took it into the pet space. Now there are only Queen facing Su Chen, and the large group of Beelzebub behind Queen. Similarly, these Beelzebub are also the most powerful Beelzebub under Queen. Kaiki, you are finished. Just surrender. The God of War stepped forward and said, God of War, Majesty, you and Queen are sisters, real sisters. How can you watch outsiders bully us? Kaichi also tried to deceive Queen Amaterasu. Humph, if before Su Chen and the others came, maybe I would still naively think that your target is only me, but now, I will not be fooled again. Queen Amaterasu shouted. Good! 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 Kaiki shouted 3 times in a row. What's good about it? Su Chen asked lightly. Fortunately, I, Chaichi, have been smart all my life, but I didn't expect that today. What happened today? Su Chen thought this guy was going to say that he could have a real fight with him. After all, he is not a candidate for the god and Kaichi is not Cao Zhengchen, so he asked, "Today I have to run away too, retreat, swoosh!" Then, Su Chen found that Kaichi, Quinn, and a large group of Beelzebub disappeared in an instant. Fuck you. Second update, please vote for the monthly ticket, please recommend, please everything. Well, should we chase? Goss asked cautiously. What's the point of chasing? Can you see where he went? Dinah shrugged helplessly and said, Well, nice. Can you see where this guy ran to? Goss turned his head and asked. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Kuin used a special teleportation method. Generally speaking, he will be teleported to any location within 3 light years around. This is an ability that Kuin and I have, and others can't learn it. The god of war said slowly on the side. Why didn't you say it earlier? Gagra's voice came through Galatron. That, I just found out too. There was a hint of embarrassment in the queen's voice. Gagala was very angry. Of course, Su Chen was also very angry. The cooked duck flew away. Couldn't this be a surprise? Forget it. Let's go back and discuss it first and then make a decision. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and said, Okay. A group of people reversed and returned to the palace. Your Majesty, in this war, we, Ganon, sacrificed 32,712 people and eliminated 127,904 small Beelzebubs, a great victory. After General Lai Ying came in, he congratulated Queen Amaterasu. What we see in movies and TV shows is just a small microcosm of the war. The entire planet Ganon is definitely not just the few residents that the Queen saw. Ganon is much larger than the Earth. So many people died, they must be buried with honor and their descendants treated well. Queen Amaterasu was silent for a moment and said a little disappointed, Yes, Your Majesty. Although Lai Ying had already given the order, as a minister, he naturally had to give face to his king. In particular, this order should have been issued by Queen Amaterasu, and the name was also given by Queen Amaterasu. After Lai Ying and others left, only Su Chen and others, as well as Queen Amaterasu's personal guard General Sen Luo, Tachibana, and Yu Yan were left at the scene. It is worth mentioning that Yu Yan did not die. However, here, Gagala and Yu Yan did not have much intersection. At most, they were just acquaintances. So even if Yu Yan died, Gagala would at most feel regretful. Mr. Su Chen, I have an idea. I wonder if it is feasible. Queen Amaterasu suddenly said. Please speak. Su Chen waved his hand to signal. According to what you said and Kaiki's admission, I am sure that his goal is indeed to spread the puppet poison to the entire universe. However, in order to protect himself from the influence of the puppet poison, he should try every means to pick some fruits of the Tree of Life. So Ganon, as long as the Tree of Life and the God of War still exist, that will definitely be his goal. Even if he escapes temporarily, as long as you leave, he will come back. For me alone, it's nothing. But the Tree of Life and the people of this planet cannot suffer the hardships of war anymore. So I think, don't worry, Your Majesty, we will definitely get rid of Kaichi and Kain. You don't have to worry, Kai said loudly. No, Kai-san, I figured out a lot of what Mr. Su Chen said before. A civilization cannot always rely on a tree to survive. We should have a different belief, that is, ourselves. The existence of the Tree of Life will greatly hinder the progress of our Ganon star, so I decided to destroy the Tree of Life. Queen Amaterasu said. Destroy the Tree of Life? Except for Su Chen, the others exclaimed. Your Majesty, the Tree of Life cannot be destroyed. Yes, Your Majesty, the Tree of Life is the cradle of cosmic wisdom. If the Tree of Life is destroyed, then everyone was persuading Amaterasu. In fact, Kaichi and Kuin have different goals. Su Chen suddenly said. The purpose of Kaichi is to make the universe more orderly and to make the entire universe become puppets of him and Kuin, strictly executing his orders. This person's idea is more similar to the purple potato spirit next door named Thanos. Thanos? Purple potato spirit? Can purple potato become a spirit? Ahem, this is not important. Facing everyone's doubts, Su Chen chose to evade the question. Then Su Chen continued. But Queen's idea is to use his encounter with the God of War to make the entire universe completely lose the concept of wisdom, so that civilization will be completely destroyed and become a world more terrifying than the end of the world and more disordered than primitive society. About this I said, Your Majesty, make your own decision. After Chen explained everything clearly, he returned the decision to Queen Amaterasu. Gulp! Everyone swallowed deeply after hearing this. After Queen Amaterasu was silent for a long time, she raised her head again and looked at Chen. Sir Chen, no matter what, the Tree of Life is the most fundamental sin of this war. For my people, the Tree of Life must be destroyed. I believe that as long as the wisdom in the universe does not stop, the Tree of Life will take root and grow in other places in the universe. Queen Amaterasu said in a deep voice. Okay, Chen nodded. This way is really the way the Warrior of Light protects. Dinah, who is committed to protecting, questioned his battle direction for the first time. Sometimes, in order to protect a part, you must sacrifice a part. Asuka, you have lived for so long. How come you are not as good as me? Chen patted Asuka on the shoulder and said with a smile. Asuka Shin laughed. So, Queen Amaterasu took advantage of the early morning to transform and defeat and directly killed the Tree of Life that gave birth to her. Queen destroyed the Tree of Life? Did our faith just disappear? No, our faith has never been the Tree of Life, but the Queen, the God of War. That's right, when we were suffering, the Tree of Life would only bring us more serious disasters. It was the Queen and the God of War who saved us. God of War, God of War, God of War. Public opinion was instantly led by the arrangement of someone with ulterior motives. On a mountaintop, Chen and Emirana stood here. Do you think these people are a little stupid? Chen asked with a smile. No, I just think they are pitiful but lucky. Emirana shook her head. In fact, they don't need much. A safe, peaceful, and comfortable environment, rich in abundant material conditions. But if these things are possessed for a long time, they will breed a lot of corruption, so sometimes a war is needed to alert them. Then we, Ultra Warriors, have never been gods. They are just people who guide them and don't go astray. Chen smiled and said, As first update, ask for votes, ask for everything. Damn it, they actually destroyed the Tree of Life. Damn it, damn it. Half a light year away from Ganon, in Kaiki's new spaceship, he looked at the screen in front of him and jumped in frustration. Oh, my friend, that's really a pity. Without the seeds of the Tree of Life, even if I have fulfilled my dream, who will command and lead this universe? Kaiki shouted viciously. However, the destruction of the Tree of Life made him deeply realize that his plan might not be completed. No, 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 my friend. Look, Queen, he's fine. Suddenly, Paddle pointed at Queen and shouted. Huh? Queen is fine, which means that the Tree of Life is not completely destroyed, but has taken root and sprouted again in another place in this universe. Kaiki is worthy of being the smartest scientist of the Rep people. With a simple clue, he can infer that the Tree of Life has bloomed again. Yes, according to the legend of Ganon, every time the Tree of Life matures, its seeds will spread throughout the universe. As long as there are seeds, they will definitely sprout. Ha ha ha, Piddle. Check immediately to see where the new Tree of Life has bloomed. Kaichi seemed to have grabbed a hay, life-saving straw, and began to ask Paddle to find the whereabouts of the new Tree of Life. On Ganon, Queen Amaterasu, who destroyed the Tree of Life, came to the Tree of Life and put her hand on it. This is also something she has been doing for a long time. Shohei? Queen Amaterasu? The two people, separated by 7 light years, merged their minds into one in an instant. Why can we still telepathically communicate even though the Tree of Life has been destroyed? What? The Tree of Life has reopened on your planet? The Queen, who learned of the news, realized that she might have brought the disaster to another planet in this universe. Shohei, don't worry or be afraid. I will find someone to help you right away. After saying that, the Queen hurried to find Chen and others. Mr. Chen. Seeing the Queen running in with a panic, Kai stood up and asked, What's wrong, Queen? The Tree of Life? The Tree of Life has reopened in a place called Earth. Talent, the purpose of talent, is likely to become there. Can you help go there? The Queen said breathlessly. Earth? Asuka and Musashi stood up at once. This is a planet that is very familiar to them, but gradually becomes unfamiliar. Is it that the Tree of Life has opened in another place? At this time, Chen walked in with Emirana and asked directly as soon as he opened his mouth. Senior, how did you know? Kai asked in confusion. If the tree of life is completely gone, can the queen in front of you still stand well? Chen rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Oh, Sudaisnai." Everyone suddenly realized. Time is running out. Your Majesty should know about the other planet where the Tree of Life opens. Let's set off directly, Chen said. This planet is called Earth. Kai Chi's spaceship was destroyed. The rebuilt spaceship is definitely not as fast as the previous one. If we can catch up, we should be able to reach Earth before Kai Chi. On Chen's spaceship, Chen, Emirana, Kai, Gagula, Asuka Shin, Haruno Musashi, Queen Amaterasu Chibana, and Yuyan, a total of 9 people, headed towards Earth together. "Queen, you don't have to go with us," Kai persuaded. "I proposed the plan to destroy the Tree of Life, and I was the one who indirectly caused the crisis to the Earth, so I can't back down," Queen Amaterasu said seriously. "Let's go together, it's just right. This time we can completely get rid of Kai Chi and Kuin. If there is no god of war, Kuin may run away again," Chen said. "Okay. The distance of 7 light years is not long for the spacecraft of the Kingdom of Light. A long time ago, when Queen Amaterasu's mother was still alive, the speed of the spacecraft of the Kingdom of Light was very extraordinary. Can the spacecraft of today fly faster than Kai Chi?" Chen and others arrived on Earth before dawn and found the location of Shohei. At this time, Gao Shan, Womu, and Tengmia Hiroya, who were summoned from another universe by the will of this Earth, also came to Earth. But the difference is that Fujimiya Hiroya is at the seaside at this time. "Womu, long time no see." After Chen landed, he looked at Womu not far away and said with a smile, "It's nice, long time no see." For Chen, the long time no see Womu refers to the meeting in Super 8. And for Womu, it refers to the meeting in Ultraman 10 Warriors. Chen saw Womu's person, and I dreamed of Chen's Ultraman form. Although the 2 people were talking across servers, it didn't seem weird. "Come on, you 2 haven't seen each other for just a few days, really?" Asuka rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Ha!" Everyone exchanged greetings, and Shohei also talked to Queen Amaterasu for a while, and the female supporting role on the side was so upset. "Don't worry, this queen is an alien, and her physiological structure is somewhat different from that of Earthlings, so your chances are still great," Chen explained with a smile. "Hey!" Time passed in a flash, and it was the next day. The sudden appearance of the Tree of Life aroused the vigilance of all parties, and naturally there were so-called experts who sent people to investigate. However, the appearance of Beelzebub made these people panic. After the armed forces on Earth put up a preliminary resistance, Chen and others took action one after another. "Quinn, this time, let's fight these Ultra Warriors to the death." Quinn roared. "Padir, my friend, it's up to you to help us next." Keiki looked at Padir and said, "As you wish, my friend." Padir nodded, and then through scanning, Keiki and Kuin merged into one, becoming the powerful Kaikwin. Well, although Kaikwin is considered the worst boss of the new generation, it is still a boss. The treatment of level 80 is still there. "This guy, who of you will go up and kill him alone?" Chen looked at Kaikwin, who fell from the sky, and said to Asuka, Amu, Musashi, and Tengong beside him. In terms of cheating, everyone present is first class. Gaia Supreme, known as the first person under the ultimate AO, is level 80. As for Dyna, although he has not reached level 80, but with so many years of combat experience, it is not a problem for him to kill a level 80 monster alone. Needless to say, Gao Si, everyone will be afraid when the future mode is turned on. As for Aguru, the boss of bullying naturally has his own style. "How about letting the newcomers come?" Meng said in a voice transmission. "That's fine. Then let's just play some soy sauce. Pay attention. Everyone should slack off and let our juniors have the chance to show off." "Okay, PES, second update. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. Please everything. Although Kai Quinn is very rubbish, but he is still a boss after all, and he still has the necessary status." "Roar!" Kai Quinn shouted and rushed towards Chen and others. "Gagra, let's go!" Kai knew that this was his own universe, his own mission, and his own home court. The seniors were just guides, not his own reliance. So Kai called out to Gagra. "Okay." Gagra nodded, stood in the Galatron MK2, controlled the Galatron axe to fly into his hand, and began to step forward to serve as a meat shield for Kai. The defense of the Galatron MK2 is very strong. The one Chen got is the most original model, and the materials used are all the best. For details, you can refer to the first Galactron Mk2 that appeared in the Geed movie, which was able to suppress Zero, Orb, and Geed. Of course, it is not ruled out that Zero and Orb let the younger generation go in order to train them, such as what Chen and others are doing now. However, Galactron Mk2 at that time looked strong. While Orb and Gagra were fighting, Chen and others began to harass Kaikwin. "Case on great progress," Emirana said while talking. "We can't actually feel much, but Gagra is definitely the one who feels the most deeply." Chen smiled and said, "Yeah, I really hope that Gagra won't change for some reason." Emirana still admires Gagra as a person. The battle continued. In order to strengthen Hyper Zeton, Chen released Hyper Zeton, who had been promoted to level 75. Hyper Zeton is indeed Hyper Zeton. He is very powerful. Even though he is only level 75, he can easily deal with the slow-moving Kaikwin. "Everyone, pay attention!" During the fight, Chen saw that Kaikwin seemed to want to imitate the last time and was ready to escape, so he shouted. When everyone heard Chen's words, they thought that Chen was going to use a big move and quickly made way for Chen. Seeing everyone's actions, Chen smiled bitterly, but did not say much. Chen wiped his hand on his left arm, and a white light was thrown into the sky by Chen. Then, the white light turned into a golden barrier and began to gradually cover the entire battlefield, including the Tree of Life. Oh, by the way, who will go out to deal with those Beelzebubs? After the meta-domain was unfolded, Chen realized that there were still many Beelzebubs outside who had no one to deal with. The humans outside were no match for these Beelzebubs. "Tengong and I will go." Gao Shan Aiming looked at Chen and said, "Okay, then you guys will have to work hard for a while. Be careful, I'll take you there." Chen waved his hand and sent the two out of the meta realm. After the two went out, Gaosi and Dinah looked at Chen with curiosity. "Ness, what kind of skill is this? It can actually pull the battlefield into another space," Musashi asked curiously. "Meta realm, I learned it from Nexus. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you," Chen said with a smile. Forget it. We are not monsters like you who can learn any skills." Dinah waved his hand to refuse. Chen smiled slightly and then began to raid the formation on the side, letting Orb, Gagra, Hyper Zeton, and Emirana attack Kaikwin. Gagra was responsible for being a meat shield in front of the head, deeply developing the defense of a robot. In fact, this did make Kaikwin feel irritated, because this robot is too strong. It was so uncomfortable that I couldn't move it after fighting for a long time. As for Kai, he used his own skills to move in a coquettish way and hit Kaikwin with all his skills. The tacit understanding between him and Kai allowed him to perfectly control the attack opportunities given to him by Gagula. As for Emirana and Hyper Zeton, they used teleportation to attack Kaikwin's upper 3 lanes in the sky. For a moment, the battlefield was full of beauty and art. "Kai, be careful of his tail thorn." Kaikwin, like Kuin, has a powerful puppet poison. After all, he is a level 80 boss. He seized a defensive gap of Gagula and stabbed the tail thorn at Orb, who tried to go around him. Gagula shouted, but the speed of level 80 is far beyond the reach of Kai, an Ultraman who is not even level 60. Vertical guillotines. At the critical moment, Emirana teleported in the sky and appeared right above the tail spike, charging a classic vertical guillotines. As soon as the vertical guillotines came out, Kaikwin's tail spike was knocked back. It was impossible for Emirana, a level 72, to directly cut off Kaikwin's tail spike with the highest defense. However, it was more than enough to interrupt his attack. Zeton? Hyper Zeton took advantage of the situation and teleported, and a dark fireball appeared from Hyper Zeton's chest and then directly hit Kaikwin's face. Roar! Kaikwin roared, burning in pain. Although Hyper Zeton was only level 75, the temperature of the dark fireball was quite considerable. Even Chen did not dare to say that he could withstand the temperature of Hyper Zeton's dark fireball with his flesh alone. "Fei Niao, it's your turn." "Okay." On this side, Chen saw that the effect of the experience was almost the same and shouted to Fei Niao Xin beside him. Asuka also nodded, crossed his hands over his chest, turned into a strong red one, and went forward to call out to Kaikwin with his fists. Asuka's joining in tilted the balance of the battle a little bit again. The strength of an old senior is naturally not comparable to that of rookies like Kai and Emirana. Even if Asuka Shin is only level 78, his combat power can still tie with Kaikwin. Another minute later, some people had already started lighting up their lights. "Everyone, give him the final blow," Su Chen shouted. Okay, thus Kaikwin became the one with the highest death treatment in history. Origin Ray, Galatron Flash, Jet and Dark Fireball, Garnet Bombardment, Nebast Ray, Geraldus Beam, Cosmic Miracle Ray. No! After Kaikwin let out a careless cry, he exploded. Boom! As the metadomain dissipated, the figures of Su Chen and others once again appeared on the ground. Host kills Kaikwin. Congratulations to the host for gaining 600,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill Origin Ray. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill Healing Ray, exclusive to Galaxy Miracle form. Congratulations to the host for gaining the pet Anperla, level 89, can evolve. Learning the above skills? Learning completed, the above skills have reached the maximum level. Oh my god, I can get an Anperla of level 89 after defeating a level 80 boss. My system is awesome. First update, please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a recommendation ticket. Su Chen was not in a hurry to extract the Anperla that was exploded. This guy is the public enemy of all Ultraman in the Land of Light. It can also be said that he is the biggest enemy. However, it seems that all the Ultramen present here are not from the Land of Light. But this is not important, because Zakuin was killed by Su Chen, Hyper Zeton did not eat him. Besides, this guy might be easily poisoned if he ate him. Su Chen had prepared all the monsters that Hyper Zeton could use. He just needed to eat them one by one. Thank you for your help, seniors. Under the setting sun, everyone stared at the tree of life in front of them in a daze. Hong Kai looked at Su Chen and others opposite and said with a smile, "You're welcome. As a senior, it is our duty to help the juniors." Su Chen smiled and said, although among these Ultramen he can basically only be regarded as the senior of Orb, this does not prevent his strength from supporting the name of senior. So he still has the final say. Thank you all. Gagula also mentioned it. By the way, Mr. Su Chen, this I'll give it back to you. Gagula raised his hand and took out the Spear of Galatron and handed it to Su Chen. You can keep this for me temporarily. Before you get new power, you can use this power to protect the peace of the universe. Su Chen said with a smile. But Gagula wanted to refuse. I remember a classic saying of Masashi. He said, when you feel that your ideal is about to lose to reality, the power of Ultra Warriors will always bring him hope. I hope that when you feel that the reality you are facing is about to lose to your ideal, the power of Galatron MK2 can help you regain your confidence. Su Chen said, I understand, Senior. At this moment, Gagula sincerely called Su Chenzuo, Senior. Come on, juniors, you are still too immature. When we meet again, I hope you have become a qualified warrior, Su Chen said with a smile. Yes! Kai and Gagula nodded at the same time, and then the two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. I hope the plot won't be too strong. Although the blackened Gagula is more handsome, I still hope that he can always have a heart that yearns for light. Su Chen muttered a few words in his heart, and then he was ready to leave. Okay, everyone, let's work together and go to our respective futures. See you next time. Asuka and others greeted each other, and then they transformed and prepared to leave. Goodbye, seniors. Goodbye. After passing through layers of universes, Su Chen and Emirana finally returned to the land of Esmeralda again. I didn't expect that in another distant universe. There is another civilization that has had diplomatic relations with our Esmeralda. Emirana and Su Chen stood on the grassland where they were considered to be in love, quietly looking at the stars in the sky, and said with a smile, The universe is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. What's the big deal? Su Chen said with a smile. By the way, where are we going next time? Emirana asked. That is a universe with the strongest technological power of the Earth Defense Force in Ultraman's history. Su Chen put his arm around Emirana's shoulders and said with a smile, Husband, why are you so familiar with the Earth? Emirana leaned on Su Chen's shoulders and said softly, Maybe I was an Earthling in my previous life. By the way, people on Earth call their husbands husbands, and we can call them that in the future, Su Chen said with a smile. Husband? Hey, husband. Emirana shouted loudly. Wife! The vast universe contains countless secrets. In another beautiful galaxy, a red ball and a purple ball are constantly chasing each other. After a period of chasing, the two entered the solar system and then fell into the sun. However, the battle between the two huge alien life forms is bound to cause a huge disaster. As a result, the invasion of solar flares awakened the sleeping monsters and flashing dolls on Earth. Time flies and it has come to 15 years later. On this day, when Shio was experimenting with new technology in the suburbs, suddenly some unusual information came from the Shio terminal of Dakong Dadi. After analysis, Dadi found that this was a message of fear and anxiety from Gamora. Not knowing what this information meant, he chose to reserve his opinion. Outside the Earth, Chen and Emirana came across layers of universes. We are finally here. I don't know if we are here early or late. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After his energy was fully restored in an instant, he held Emirana's hand tightly and began to transfer energy to Emirana. Who told you to go to the wrong universe? You are dumbfounded, aren't you? Emirana did not forget to mock her husband. Sk, I haven't been here before. I can find it based on a little bit of time and space information. It's pretty awesome, right? Chen and Emirana quarreled and had a lot of fun. Okay, let's go down and take a look. Emirana took the initiative to end this conversation. Otherwise, the result would definitely be she would lose. Woohoo! Emirana said that she had never won in all the arguments with Chen. Whether it was a physical argument or a magic argument, I've run all over. On Earth, in the Shio, a tense alarm was heard. A huge heat source has appeared in the S24 area. Afterwards, Adu and Hayato were sent to conduct aerial reconnaissance, while Asuna was conducting ground surveys with the ground experimental team. Soon, the huge heat source also revealed his true face. Dimaga! The monster codenamed Dimaga is one of the original monsters in Ultraman X, known as the Molten Iron Monster. In fact, it is true. 79% of his body is molten iron, like a mobile blast furnace. At this time, he was arrogantly destroying the city. Daisora Daichi and Asuna were responsible for evacuating the people. Just as he was preparing to retreat, Daichi suddenly found that his Gamora was gone. This Gamora is not a toy, but a real monster spark doll. It is a monster that has been beaten into this state. This can be regarded as his good friend. So Daichi went back to look for him. Needless to say, the following scene, at the critical moment, Ultraman X was attracted by Daichi's noble character, and then took the initiative to materialize with him and became headphones. Oh no, it was Ultraman X. However, the following scene made Chen and Emirana, who had just entered the Earth, embarrassed. Hey, what's going on? Why is it so high? I have a serious fear of heights. Then, a 50-meter-tall giant, because of his fear of heights, held on to a building as tall as him and slowly sat down. No, let me squat for a while. Daichi's voice was full of fear. Husband, is this Ultraman afraid of heights? Outsiders could not hear what X said, but Chen and Emirana could hear it. Probably, maybe. P.S. Second update, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give everything. Of course, the one who is afraid of heights is definitely not Ultraman. It is Daisora Daichi in human form. Because he has become taller, his vision has also increased. Standing on the ground and looking at everything in front of him, he seems much taller. After learning that he has become bigger and the opponent Dimaga is about to attack, Daisora Daichi barely overcomes his fear of heights and then stands up and starts to fight Dimaga. However, a headset Ultraman fighting a powerful monster whose 79% of its prime is molten iron is not on the same level. Swish! At the critical moment, a red, blue, gold, and silver sound, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, fell between X and Dimaga. Another giant has appeared? At Geo's headquarters, Captain Shenmue exclaimed at Chen, who suddenly appeared. Giant, monster, what happened to this Earth? Sayuri Tachibana watched all this and murmured. On the front battlefield, Chen turned around and patted X's shoulder, saying, Junior, watch from behind. How do seniors fight? After Chen finished speaking, he stepped forward and started close combat with Dimaga. Are you from the same tribe? Daisora Daichi held the X terminal in his hand and said to X, It should be an Ultra Warrior, but I have never seen one. X's origins can no longer be verified. Generally speaking, he is also a wild Ultraman of the new Heisei era. Judging from the X-shaped timer on his chest, he should not be from the Land of Light. In the universe, there are only a few Ultramen with alien timers, and they have only a few origins. However, the Ultra Warrior tribe is well known throughout the universe. Therefore, X is also quite interested in this Ultra Warrior, who calls himself a senior. Originally, X did not show much respect to Chen. After all, he has been in this universe for a long time, and it is still uncertain who is the senior of whom. But Sega, drilling punch, threw a fierce punch directly at Damaga's face, knocking Damaga's face crooked. Then Chen wiped his right arm, and a broken blade emitting colorful light appeared. Sega slashing blade. Super acceleration teleport. After Chen summoned Sega slashing blade, he teleported to Damaga's back and above. Cut! Crack! With one cut, Damaga's yellow horn was directly broken and was held in Chen's hand. This thing looks quite valuable, Chen muttered, and did a backflip and landed in front of Damaga. Roar! Damaga let out a painful wail. It was obvious that Chen cutting off his horn was very painful for him. Hiss! Damn tall! Dakong Dadi and X said in a shocked tone at the same time. Youngster, why don't you use your ultimate move quickly? Chen looked back at X and Dakong Dadi and said, Oh, right. The two nodded in a panic, but Dadi was stunned. Do you know how to use the ultimate move? Dadi asked, concentrate your mind and let us merge completely, then you will know that move. X said, okay. Dadi closed his eyes and began to perform ultra meditation. Soon, Dadi opened his eyes again, raised his head, and looked at Chen. All right. In the transformation space, a timer of X suddenly appeared on Dadi's chest, and then a series of colorful lights merged with him, which meant that he and X had initially merged. Xanadim Rays. Then Axe performed the classic ray release action, activated the Xanadim Ray and headed towards the monster. Kizimum Ray. The reason for using the Kizimum Ray was that Chen also wanted to see what the Spark Doll looked like. Although he was quite disgusted with the saintly approach of Musashi and Daichi, everyone has their own aspirations, and Chen would not refute other people's dreams or anything. And using the Kizimum Ray can not only gain experience, but also will not crush Damaga to pieces. So why not do it? Boom! Explosion, Damaga's energy was all restrained, and then turned into a palm-sized Spark Doll. Senior, you? Axe looked at Chen, wanting to say something. Don't worry, your teammates seem to be very anxious about you. Let's talk another day. I will find you, team member Daikong Daichi. Chen smiled, pressed his hands down, reversed his body, and turned into a beam of light, chasing after Emirana, who had already landed. Hurry up and track the whereabouts of the giant? Captain Shenmue shouted at the Geo base. The giant's speed is too fast. It has exceeded the capture speed of the satellite. Chen's speed is more than the speed of light. Even if the satellite scans a large area, it cannot find Chen's trace, and Chen himself is avoiding the pursuit of the satellite. Seeing this, Aish nodded at the location where Chen disappeared, then jumped up, flew into the sky, and disappeared on the Earth in a classic Ultraman exit. Captain Shenmue repeated the words of tracking, but did not hold too high expectations. In fact, East Trace was not tracked either. Chen, on the other hand, killed Damaga and received a good reward. Host killed Damaga. Congratulations to the host for the critical hit of experience value, 100,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Xanadim Ray. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 legal identities. Congratulations to the host for obtaining legal money. 10 billion Mi Gold. Learning the Xanadim Ray. Learning completed. Xanadim Ray has reached the maximum level. Experience points can also be critical hits. Chen was not very interested in the Xanadim Ray. What interested him was that experience points could actually be critical hits. After the host advances to level 90, the experience points gained will have a 34% chance of critical hits. The system replied, understood. Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Remaining worldly rewards, Chen said that the system is really a dog. In order to shut up the readers, it is now willing to reward money, the source of all evil. The system is silent and bears everything alone. Wife, let's go. After finding Emirana, who had landed, Chen took her to spend money. 10 billion Mi Gold. As long as it is not to build an aircraft carrier, it will never be spent in half a year on Earth. So Chen was as extravagant as possible. Villas, luxury cars, anything that can make life on Earth more convenient, Chen was not stingy with money. Chen bought a lot, while Asuna found Daichi and criticized him directly. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Asuna likes Daichi, and time passed by in such a daily routine. Request a monthly ticket. Request a recommendation ticket. Request everything. In this world, there are always things that are difficult for people to understand. For example, the newly appeared giant. In Geo, it is named Ultraman X, and this day is Geo's external exchange meeting, and a large number of people from all walks of life are invited to visit Geo's base with the purpose of further improving Geo's service level. Dr. German, a famous Vanton star in Geo, is also Geo's scientific leader. It can be said that the reason why Geo can become the strongest Earth defense team in the history of Ultraman is due to the power of Dr. German. In the office, Daisora Daichi was holding his X terminal and discussing with X why he was chosen. This was different from the previous Ultraman plots. Some of the Showa and Heisei series were basically because the Ultra Warriors thought that this person had good character, and in order to save his life, they became one with him. There were also some who had the genes of the Ultra Warriors or had a bond with the Ultra Warriors at a very early time. In this regard, Daiko and Musashi were the best representatives. Of course, the successive human bodies of Nexus were also a kind of bond. As for X, it was because of another explanation, frequency. This moment rose from metaphysics to science, which was also a great progress in the history of Ultraman. Of course, this was also related to the composition of X. Headphone Ultraman was an information flow that could exist in the form of information that could be transformed into information, and of course, it could also be materialized. So, Ultraman X, in essence, was not light. Of course, information flow is originally a kind of radio wave, and light has the dual nature of wave and particle. So X is half of light? Ahem, I'm getting off topic. During the chat, Dr. Gelman of Vanton Star hid in the laboratory because he secretly ate the transparent potion developed by Louis. Seeing Dottie talking on the phone over there, he thought that this guy was in love. Do you have a girlfriend? I've seen you talking on the phone a lot recently. Fortunately, Dottie reacted quickly and made up an excuse, and Dr. Gelman didn't delve into it. He looked at Dottie's terminal with some doubts, but didn't ask more. On Chen's side, after finishing his home in the past 2 days, he didn't spend even 1% of the 10 billion Mi-gold. It doesn't cost much to buy a villa, and as for buying a car, the cars that can be bought are not too expensive, so Chen can only buy some cars that can make do with it. Some cars that need to be reserved for too long, Chen did not buy them. Honey, although the humans on this earth are weak, the food here is really delicious. The last few times I came to Earth, I either lived in a remote corner or was in a hurry, and I didn't have time to taste the delicacies on Earth. This time, Emirana seized the opportunity and enjoyed the delicacies on Earth happily. Eat as much as you want. You won't get fat anyway. Don't be afraid. Chen smiled and said, "Have that!" Day, the two farmers were driving back, and suddenly a huge monster attacked their vehicle. In Geo, the news of the monster's appearance was also received. A monster appeared in the Big Bear Mountain in the N2M3 area, in the B form, about 60 meters long. The author doesn't know what the B form here is, but Patton is a bird, so he thinks it should be a bird form. Then Geo went to the battle. Chen in the manor also received the news and took Emirana to drive to the vicinity of the Big Bear Mountain. Honey, shouldn't Barton live under the volcano? Why did he suddenly appear? When Emirana was studying in the Kingdom of Light, she systematically learned about some common monsters and the knowledge of the monsters of the Ultra Brothers that had been defeated in the past. The volcanic bird Barton is full of poison and is good at breathing fire. The title of Captain Zoffi of the Flamehead was given by Barton. Who knows? Let's go over and take a look. We'll know, won't we? Chen smiled and said while holding Emirana's hand while driving. That's right. Soon, the two arrived near the Great Bear Mountain, and Geo had already fought with Barton. Why does this thing look so much like a nest? After getting off the car, Emirana looked at the nest that Barton had built and said, "It's not like it, it's it." Su Chen said. It looks like Barton should be laying eggs. No wonder he ran to the ground. Emerana nodded. Honey, are you going, or am I going? Emerana looked at Barton and turned to ask, Hey, shouldn't you girls be full of maternal instinct at this time and let me find a way to save Barton? Su Chen looked down at Emerana and said with some doubt, I'm not that kind of naive. After staying on Earth for a few days, Emerana also learned some new words. Whether it is for humans or aliens, monsters are permanent enemies. If we don't kill them, they will eat us in return. Isn't this a very normal thing? Emerana said. That's true. Su Chen shrugged, but our Ultraman X's human body doesn't think so. As he said that, X had already completed his transformation on the field. After another classic Ultraman pickup, X began to fight with Barton. However, when a new Ultraman appears, he will usually be defeated. Especially when there are teammates, the importance of teammates will be highlighted. And finally, it is time for Ultraman to solve the enemy in one go. Relatively speaking, those Ultramen who fight alone, such as Ginga, will definitely kill monsters in the early stage. But in the later stage, no more words. So after a struggle, X successfully put on the Gamora armor. Is this similar to Victory's Ultra armor? Emerana exclaimed. Almost. Su Chen nodded. The difference is that this is a combination of human technology and a special Ultraman like X. Su Chen knew that from this moment on, Ultraman's history of cheating will go further and further. On the battlefield, Barton found that he couldn't peck with his mouth, so he directly attacked with fire. However, just raised his claws and completely blocked the flames. Barton screamed, questioning with a little disbelief. Why? Didn't the seniors tell me that our flames are the natural enemy of Ultra Warriors? Back then, the Space Guard Captain Zoffi had his head set on fire by me. How come it's ineffective against this Ultraman now? Fortunately, Zoffi didn't know about this, otherwise he would definitely say, fuck it. Second update. Please vote, please vote. After failing to hit him, Barton flew into the air and prepared to dive at X. However, both X equipped with the Gamora armor and Su Chen, who was about to attack, could easily deal with this move. Nice kick? Yes, at the critical moment, Su Chen went to grab the head again. As soon as he appeared, Su Chen directly used a kick from the sky. Bang! With just one hit, Su Chen kicked Barton into the ground and a pit in the shape of Barton appeared on the ground. Okay, maybe we can develop a tourist attraction here in the future. After Su Chen landed, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, Senior! Dekong Dadi shouted. Ultraman X, you are very good! Su Chen shouted with a smile. Okay, let's fight the monster together. Su Chen said. Yoshi, let's go! X nodded, and then he and Su Chen went to Barton on the left and right. 8-point light wheel. Su Chen raised his hand and threw the light wheel in his hand, cutting towards another poison sac of Barton. Swish! This tumor cutting operation was very perfect, and the incision was also very beautiful. The poison sac fell, and Su Chen threw a fireball over. The high temperature completely extinguished Barton's poison sac, turning it into plasma and disappearing. Senior is worthy of being a senior. When cutting the poison sac, you realized the problem of environmental pollution. Dakadi shouted in shock. I can also realize it, okay? X said weakly. Tsk. After a fight, the two felt that it was time to use their ultimate moves, so they prepared to use their ultimate moves. Gamora Vibration Wave, Kizimum Ray. With two powerful rays, it was easy to kill Barton. And because Gamora Vibration Wave contained the power of X, no matter how it was used, it would only produce a sparkling doll. It was precisely because of this that Su Chen felt relieved to grab the kill. Host killed Barton. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill Full Moon Ray, exclusive to Galaxy Miracle Form. Congratulations to the host for gaining the item Ferrari La Ferrari. Congratulations to the host for gaining the item Porsche 918. Congratulations to the host for gaining the item Congratulations to the host for gaining the item Koenigsegg 11. Learning Full Moon Ray? Learning completed, Full Moon Ray has reached the maximum level. Oh my god, the world's 4 top supercars system, are you crazy? Su Chen looked at the rewards on the system interface and felt that the style of the painting was distorted. Isn't our system related to Ultraman? How did it become so mundane? If the host doesn't like it, the system can help destroy it. The system replied coldly. Don't. Keep it. I'll drive it if I feel like it. It's just like that. Senior, I haven't asked yet. Seeing Chen in a daze, thinking that he was about to leave, Aish hurriedly asked, "Oh, nice Ultraman," Chen replied. "Nice, Senior, please give me more advice." Dottie bowed deeply, very politely. "Well, keep up the good work, you have a bright future." Chen didn't know how many juniors he had said this to, but it was very nice. "Thank you, Senior." They went back to their own homes, and both of them had no mother. After Chen returned home. He took out the 4 super sports cars that the system rewarded. "Hey, husband, where did you get so many beautiful cars?" Although Emirana had learned about the Earth for a few days, she was still based on common sense. "I bought them from abroad at a high price. How about it? They are all good," Chen said with a smile. "Yeah!" Emirana nodded with a smile. Time flies, and the days when monsters appear are coming again. On this day, when Daisora, Daichi, and Asuna were walking in a cave, a woman suddenly appeared. A woman who had been dead for 2 months. Then, the woman screamed without saying a word, as if she was being fucked. Under the woman's scream, the underground monster Teleston was summoned. When monsters appear, they are naturally arrogant and domineering. After playing with Gio for a while, he slipped away. Afterwards, after Gio's investigation, he found that the woman who summoned the monster had actually been dead for 2 months, and she was the owner of a club before her death. Of course, the club is our term. He is the owner of a full-body beauty salon. This full-body beauty, isn't that a club? Why be so subtle? Ahem. In order to investigate, Asuna put on her favorite little skirt and the low-quality high heels that she spent who knows how much money on, and went to this club. Ahem, it's a full-body beauty salon to investigate. I feel like I'm padding the word count for some reason. We don't look like a couple like this. Asuna, wearing a little skirt and carrying a small bag, looked very happy. However, looking at Daichi Ozora behind her, who was wearing a suit that didn't fit her well, her mood suddenly became bad. She complained and looked down on him. "By the way, what is our plan?" Daichi was very sad because he was looked down on, and he could only change the subject to avoid embarrassment. When talking about the plan, Asuna was very excited and quickly gave an answer. Then the 2 of them sneaked into the club to investigate. However, the 2 of them didn't seem to be able to talk much, and they started fighting as soon as they disagreed. Then, the woman ran away. Chen and Emirana watched the 2 people's actions throughout the process. Still too immature, right? In a pavilion not far from the park, Emirana sat opposite Chen, and on the round table between the 2, there were all kinds of delicious food. "Woo! What did you say?" Emirana looked up at Chen with her mouth full and asked incoherently. "Nothing, you continue." Chen rolled his eyes and continued to look at the 2 people in the distance helplessly. Emirana continued to enjoy the delicious food. "You can't repair the shoes with glue, after all. The shoes have to bear dozens of kilograms of weight in an instant." Daichi persuaded in a straight man's way. "If you can't talk, just shut up." Asuna glanced at Daichi and turned, around to continue. "Idiot." And aches on Dottie said, "Her weight is 47.5 kilograms and her body fat percentage is 25.2%. Dottie, tell him the exact data." Pfft. Chen, who was listening, burst out laughing. "Are there any straight men in Ultraman?" "Ahem, wife, let me ask you something." "Woo-woo, you say?" "Well, how much do you weigh?" Chen asked cautiously. Emirana immediately raised her head and looked at Chen with a very dangerous look in her eyes. "I warn you, even if I'm your wife, you can't just ask me about my age and weight, understand?" Emirana said viciously. Chen nodded quickly. The author's blood and tears lesson. Readers should remember it. Then, please vote." After appreciating the woman's horror, Chen timidly continued to look at the sky and the earth. The next thing was much simpler. The woman summoned Talonstone again. Then it was killed by X's new equipment, the Air King armor. This time, Chen did not come out to steal the limelight for the first time, because he went to find that woman. Spirit body? If you can't turn into a monster, I would have thought you were a Kyrieloid. Chen looked at the existence in front of him that turned into a spirit body and said lightly, "Human, mind your own business." The woman's voice was not much different from before, but it was a little more fierce. Letting you go will be a disaster after all. Su Chen smiled faintly, took a step forward, and instantly completed the transformation. Are you the Ultraman named Nice? The name of Nice has spread all over the Earth through the mouth of the Earth and through the official channels of Geo. The woman naturally knew Su Chen's identity. I know, then go to hell. Su Chen stretched out his hand and directly fired a shining Zapelio ray to send her to death. The shining Zapelio ray is the best to deal with such evil things. Don't you see, in the last attack of Super 8, Tiga opened the hotspot, and everyone used the shining version of the ray to kill the Dark Shadow Mage. And the woman in front of him, like the Dark Shadow Mage, is a spiritual body. Done, go home and sleep. Su Chen clapped his hands, took a step forward, as if shrinking the earth into an inch, and appeared several kilometers away in the next second. The days passed quickly. That day, Su Chen was walking around the city with Emirana, when suddenly, the TV in the supermarket in front of him was controlled. Vadasiwa Zarab, I have destroyed many planets. Zarab first introduced himself, and then promoted his past achievements. Then a giant bird appeared in the city. Ah! Screams came one after another. The next one is the Earth's turn. Ha ha ha! After saying that, the figure of Zarab disappeared, and Bemonstein began to destroy. Honey, what should we do? Emirana held Su Chen's hand tightly, and the meaning was very clear whether to go or not. Wait and see. Wait for X to appear. Su Chen shook his head and took Emirana and the crowd away temporarily. Geo reacted quickly and immediately sent ground vehicles to attack. The name is hard to pronounce, so I replaced it with a car and an airplane. However, everyone knows the strength of Bei Niao, and a car can't match it. Moreover, Bei Niao is very hungry, and the energy from the car is not enough for him to eat. When he is hungry, he will naturally get angry. So, Da-Di, who was standing next to the car, suffered an unexpected disaster and was knocked to the ground by a cannonball fired by Bei Niao that missed the target. Fortunately, the protagonist's halo protected him, and he didn't die. Then he transformed into X and went on. Bei Niao is known as the giant monster of the universe, and its strength is very strong. Even X can't be its opponent for a while. Moreover, as mentioned earlier, Bei Niao is very hungry. When he is hungry, naturally needs to eat. Therefore, a person as big as X was considered the best choice. Okay, it's time to go on. Su Chen, who was not far away, saw this scene and said to Emirana, Yeah! Emirana nodded, and then Su Chen transformed directly. Ah! Seeing another giant appear in front of him, the bird that swallowed half of Ike suddenly stopped. It's like you are doing something, and at the critical moment, someone suddenly pushes the door open and comes in. How do you feel? It must be uncomfortable, right? Eat my little brother? Have you asked me? Su Chen shouted and appeared next to Aish in a teleportation, and then pulled him out. Hiss, hiss, it hurts, senior. Of course, Aish didn't feel the pain from the head being pinched, but the pain from Su Chen pulling his legs. Pay attention, you can't attack from the front when dealing with Bemonstein. This thing will eat itself when it's hungry, Su Chen warned. Yes, senior. Aish nodded heavily. Okay, it's time to go. Su Chen called out and then rushed forward. Yoshi, go! Dottie and Ike called out and then rushed towards Bemonstein. Sega Blade? Su Chen raised his hand and cut out a Sega Blade, holding it up and started to cut Bemonstein. Gomorrah armor. Seeing that Su Chen had taken out the weapon, X did not hide it. After equipping the Gomorrah armor, he started to cut from one side. Zarab on the other side saw his teammates being beaten by two Ultramen and naturally couldn't just watch. Zarab, who originally planned to be behind the scenes, directly became huge, rushed over and chose X, who seemed to be a little weaker, as his opponent. Zarab, your predecessor saved Belia after all. How did you become like this? Su Chen greeted Zarab. The one who saved Belia was my third uncle. Since my third uncle saved Belia but was killed by Belia, we Zarab people have never trusted you Ultraman again. So I will destroy the world and destroy the Ultraman, Zarab said, viciously. Then you will probably have to meet your third uncle today. Su Chen shrugged and said, Stop talking nonsense, Bemonstein. Swallow him for me. Ah! Upon hearing this, Bemonstein expanded his abdomen and emitted a huge suction force. A petty trick! Su Chen snorted coldly, dodged, and chopped down Bemonstein's abdomen with the saga blade in his hand. Swish! Countless sparks rose, and then the cut on Bemonstan's abdomen was directly rotten. Ah! Bemonstan lowered his head and looked at his abdomen in a silly way, knowing that he might be in trouble. Ultra Guillotine! Su Chen pulled out an ultra guillotine with his backhand and sent Bemonstan to the guillotine. Boom! The huge energy of the guillotine after cutting Bemonstan caused him to explode successfully. Bemonstan dead. On the other side, facing a big bad alien, X did not use the Xanadu ray to turn him into a spark puppet, but sent him to the west with an X-attack ray. Zarab alien dead. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Jack's 3-minute experience card. Learning X-attack ray. Learning completed. X-attack ray has reached the maximum level. Smart people know what the author means by making Jack's experience card, right? 1 against 2. I, Guimon, have never lost. Then, please vote. Please vote. Wow, Jack's experience card? Su Chen looked at the system panel in front of him and was delighted. If Su Chen remembered correctly, he's coming soon. I wonder what Zero felt when he saw Jack appear? As he said that, Su Chen received the reward, said hello to X, and flew away from the city. And Daichi looked at his idol, nodded, and flew in another direction at random. So the Ultra Warriors, don't they live in the same place? Gio's team members looked at the lot, directions where Su Chen and X left, and said puzzledly, "Of course, the Ultra Warriors are so tall, if they live in the same place, wouldn't it be crowded?" Hayato looked at Adu as if he was a mentally retarded person. "You, Dottie!" Ignoring the two men who were arguing like enemies, Asuna was alone there, worrying. "Hey!" Just as she was worrying, Daichi waved his hands, just like Daiko in the past, and ran over from the ruins. Daichi? Asuna was completely dumbfounded. Hey! Just now, I was saved by X at the critical moment. He put me over there, and I just ran over. Daichi didn't know how to explain and laughed. "No, I'm glad you're fine. Next time, don't put yourself in danger again." Asuna should have roared in anger, but seeing Daichi intact, she couldn't breathe again, so she smiled and let it go. Time passed in a flash, and several days passed again. Because they had to escort the Flash dolls, all members of Gio's team went out to send them to another laboratory. The reason for having such a powerful armed force is to prevent some aliens from having bad ideas about these Flash dolls. However, despite such a powerful defense, they were still attacked by monsters. Halfway through, Adu was relaxing, and suddenly found a huge monster in front of him. Be careful. King Black, under the control of the Nickel Star Bondiro, began to attack Gio. And Gio did not show weakness and began to fight back across the board. However, because Black King was so powerful, Gio was defeated almost instantly. Seeing this, Dottie found a place similar to the one where Dagu transformed into X and went up. However, X's strength was still a little different from Black King, and coupled with the plot, it was really difficult for him to defeat Black King in a short time. While the two were fighting back and forth, X was also brushing his anger value, and his house was robbed. I saw the Knuckle Star Bondero, wearing a sack cloak similar to that of Zero, slowly walking out of the smoke. To be honest, if this thing wasn't so ugly, it would really look like Ultra's uncle. As soon as Bondero appeared, he knocked down Gio's team members in no time and found the flashing doll hidden in a car. After completing the goal, Bondero looked at the battle between X and Black King. "King Black, you are such a loser. You can't finish the battle in such a long time." After saying that, Bondilo immediately became huge and went on the field to fight. "Now that the two of you are together, it's my turn to perform." Su Chen, who had come here alone early and was hiding on the side, quietly crushed Jack's experience card when he saw this. Swish! With the familiar sound effect of transformation, Ultraman Jack made a brilliant appearance in the other world. Jack? Ultraman Jack? Bondilo, the Nickel Star, was killing X and suddenly saw Jack after Su Chen's transformation, and he was completely panicked. Ha! Su Chen made Jack's classic fighting gesture, looked at Bondilo and said, Senior, Senior! At this time, X had been beaten to death by the swift blow of Bondilo's appearance. Junior Gotokan, watch my performance. Su Chen waved his hand at X and said, Okay, Senior. X had the light on and he was in a bad state, so he didn't show off. He just shrank to the back and watched Su Chen perform. Ha! Without saying anything, Su Chen followed Jack's fighting style in his mind and started fighting 1 against 2. As the saying goes, Jack might lose in a one-on-one fight, but I, Gimon, have never lost in a one-on-2 fight. Gimon roared, and Reijito was shaking 3 times. He stretched out his hand and pulled off the Ultra bracelet on his wrist, turning it into an Ultra javelin, and Su Chen started to fight monsters. The process of fighting monsters was extremely brutal. Su Chen picked up the Ultra javelin and shot Black King with 1 shot. Black King became more and more furious while roaring. However, all this rage was in vain. Su Chen turned around and chopped the Knuckle Star Bondiro who was about to attack him from behind and repelled him. Then he jumped up and kicked Black King in the wound, causing secondary damage. Bew. Seeing this, Bondiro took out his pistol and shot at Su Chen. Su Chen casually transformed the Ultra bracelet into a shield that was neither too big nor too small, completely blocking these attacks. 1-on-2, it feels so good, Su Chen laughed. Hiss! Damn tall! The Earth classmate who was watching the battle from behind looked at all this, just like looking at a great god, and his eyes of admiration could not stop. Just when Su Chen was about to kill the 2 monsters in front of him in one go, there was a loud bang in the sky, and Zero made a brilliant appearance. Knuckle Starman Bondiro, you can't run away. Hey, 4th uncle, why are you here? Zero looked at Jack, who Su Chen had transformed into, and was stunned. Didn't we agree that Bondiro would be left to me to track? 4th uncle, when did you come here? I heard that there was a good opportunity to fight 1-on-2, so I came here, Su Chen said with a smile. And because of the power of the system, the voice Su Chen made at this time was naturally Jack's voice. Sweep Desner. Zero suddenly realized what he said. So, Zero clasped his hands together and watched Su Chen's battle. Su Chen, who temporarily became Zero's uncle, was also very happy. He did not stop and attacked the 2 more fiercely. Youngster, the chance to kill with 1 strike is handed over to you. Su Chen pointed at the seriously injured Black King and said to Aix, Thank you, senior. Knowing that this was the opportunity given by Su Chen to gain experience, Aix stepped forward and took over Black King. After punching and kicking for a while, he used a Xanadim ray to turn him into a flash doll. Su Chen blocked Bondilo's shooting with a string of 8-point light wheels and sent him away with a specium ray. The battle ended perfectly. Zero, this is over, I'll leave first. By the way, Nice is here too, you can communicate with him. Su Chen only had half a minute left on his 3-minute experience card, so he said without any nonsense. Okay, 4th uncle, take care. No need to see you off, Su Chen said and flew into the sky. When the experience card time was up, he disappeared. P.S. I went to a wedding today and came back late. This is just one more update. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll make it up tomorrow. Good night. 4th uncle and his people really come and go without a trace. Zero sighed, and then looked at X on the side. I am Ultraman Zero of the Space Guard. The one just now was my 4th uncle, Jack Ultraman. Are you an Ultraman warrior from this Earth? Zero looked at X and said, Hello, Ultraman X, X replied. Not bad, keep up the good work. By the way, do you know Ultraman Nice? He and I are old friends. Zero said, Senior Nice, I know him, but he always comes and goes without a trace. I don't know where he is. X shook his head. Zero, long time no see. While the 2 were chatting, Su Chen, whose experience card was invalid, turned back into his original form and flew over. Nice, long time no see. Su Chen greeted Zero, while the Geo team members below were stunned. When had they ever seen such a scene? These 3 Ultra Warriors together were simply amazing. It's not convenient to talk here, let's find a place, Su Chen said to Zero. Yes! So Su Chen pulled Zero back to his human form. Zero still used the appearance of Dahewang this time, and the 2 came to Su Chen's manor. The Prince Consort is worthy of being the Prince Consort. This is how he enjoys life on Earth. Zero looked at Su Chen's luxurious manner and said with a smile, Since Bitstar destroyed my planet before, I haven't made a home so carefully for a long time. This time I came to Earth, I also felt that I had money, so I just spent it casually, Su Chen said with a smile. Ha! After entering the room, Emirana had already prepared tea. Your Highness, long time no see. Zero-san, long time no see. After saying hello, Chen started chatting with Zero. While Chen and Zero were chatting enthusiastically, the abandoned X speechlessly flew back to his human form and began to rescue his teammates. Adu and Hayato were both injured and unconscious. It was not easy to get them back. Chen, how did my fourth uncle know you were here? As Zero was talking, he asked this point. I came here early. I sensed the energy fluctuations before, so I went to take a look. I didn't expect it to be Jack Ultraman. We talked and found out that he was chasing after the Knuckle Star. You know, your fourth uncle likes 2-on-1 the most. How many times have he fought the two-tailed monster in Guden, Knuckle Star, and Black King? So I didn't disturb him and gave this rare opportunity to him. Chen smiled and said, Search Daisunai. Zero suddenly realized. By the way, there is something I need your help with. Chen looked at Ultraman Zero and suddenly said, You tell me, I'm listening. Ultraman Zero nodded. It's like this. The Ultraman on this Earth, that is, X, can use the power of information flow to convert the power of Ultraman or monsters into armor. I want you to copy the power of the Paraji shield to him, so that he can have an extra help when he travels through the universe in the future. Chen said, No. The Paraji shield is the symbol of Ultraman Zero. If I give it to others to copy, how can I survive in the universe in the future? No, absolutely not. Ultraman Zero refused directly. Think about it. This is a good opportunity to help the younger generation. Anything else is fine. Even if I use the power of Shining Ultraman Zero to train him for more than 10 or 20 years, it's no problem. But copying my Paraji shield is absolutely not allowed. Ultraman Zero shook his head frantically. Chen expressed his understanding. After all, this is the equipment that people exchanged for their lives in another universe. But this is a plot killer. Without the Ultraman Zero armor, many plots in the future would not be able to proceed. So Chen waved his hand and took out some photos from the system space. Ahem, if I put this photo on the cosmic network. Chen looked at the photo of Ultraman Zero getting smaller and beaten and shook his head. Hey, look at this man holding a child. Who is he? Chen picked up another photo of Okawa Wong being picked up by Kuvira on his electric drill and was amazed. Yo, if this photo is posted on the cosmic network, you Ultraman Zero will definitely be famous. Chen said with a smile. Ultraman Zero didn't care at first and was still thinking about running away quickly. However, his eyes accidentally glanced at the photos on the table, and he was immediately confused. These things? Where did you get them from? Ultraman Zero stammered and looked at the photos in front of Chen and said, This is a long story. Chen opened his voice and prepared to give a long speech. I'll lend it. I'll lend it right now. You can't post this thing on the cosmic internet. Zero interrupted Chen and made a prompt decision. Hey, you said that borrowing it would affect your image, so I'd better make you famous first. Chen waved his hand and put on airs. Well, how can it affect your image? I'm caring about the younger generation. As you said, with more Ultra Warriors who can travel through time and space, the power of our Ultra Warriors will be even stronger. Zero said. I still think it's better to post photos with these videos to make you famous. As he said that, Chen took out a tablet and started playing the scene of Zero fighting after he became smaller. I figured it out. Copying the power of the Paraji shield is the best way to improve my reputation. Zero pressed down Chen's tablet and smiled. Have you really figured it out? I really understand. Really don't regret it? Really don't regret it. Okay, then I'm relieved. After finishing it, Chen waved his hand to put the photos and tablets on the desktop into the system space, then looked at Zero and signaled him to get ready to go. Alas, what a hard life! Zero shook his head bitterly. I'll contact the Universe Network now. It is the duty of every senior to be considerate of the younger generation. Zero's face suddenly straightened, took out the Zero glasses, and transformed and left. Ha ha ha. After Zero left, Chen laughed so happily. Husband, you are too mean. Observed the whole process carefully and felt that this was a bit immoral. Don't worry, Zero is a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Chen smiled. Of course, what Zero is thinking, I guess only he knows. First update. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. Please everything. After leaving, Zero went straight to find Geo. Because Su Chen had told X's identity before, there was nothing wrong with Zero going to Geo. After finding him, Zero stated his purpose. Moreover, in order to prevent Su Chen from posting his black history on the Universe Network, Zero attributed all the credit to Su Chen. I am Ultraman Zero of the Space Guard. I came to Earth to track down the Nakel Star Bondero. But Bondero was killed by my fourth uncle, Jack Ultraman, but I met an acquaintance on Earth, Ness. Ness asked me to copy the power of my ultimate armor and give it to X. I heard that you Geo have this ability, so I came here. Hurry up and get it done. I have other tasks to perform after that. Zero said something irrelevant, but it was easy to understand. Geo's people, including X's human body Daisora Daichi, also understood. I see, thank you, Ultraman Zero. So the team of scientists began to copy the Paraji shield of Ultimate Zero in a hurry. In fact, the copying process was not that slow. Soon it was done. Knowing that everything was okay, Zero made a classic gesture to Geo and turned away. He really didn't want to stay on Earth for a moment. This dog son Su Chen, if I didn't know that I couldn't beat you, I would have let you know how your light turned red, grass. Zero left the Earth cursing. Time passed in a flash, and several days passed. On this day, Su Chen and Emirana were walking on the street. Suddenly, he saw a man wearing a costume that looked like Planet Anu. Honey, this man can't be your fellow villager, Emirana asked. It shouldn't be, but he is also an alien, Su Chen said. Appearance of aliens on Earth mean that there will be monsters. Emirana suddenly became excited. Isn't it true that Ultraman has a lot of monsters to defeat every day? Let's go and have a look. So, Su Chen and Emirana followed the golden planet man named Hui and came to a forest. In the forest, Hui finally remembered his past, his identity, and also exposed his identity. Ding ding ding. A quick alarm sounded in Geo's office. There is no sign of PS in the video. It should be a real alien. Dottie, as a researcher, analyzed. Okay, Geo, everyone go. So Geo's team came here in a mighty manner. Su Chen and Emirana drove away the naughty kids who bullied Hui and erased their memories. In essence, Su Chen and Emirana are both cosmic people. Different from Earthlings, they are also fellow countrymen. Why did you save me? Hui looked at Su Chen and Emirana and asked, As a fellow alien, it's my duty to save you. Su Chen smiled faintly. Thank you, but you better leave quickly. Geo is coming soon. I've been exposed. You better survive on Earth. After saying that, Hui pushed Su Chen's hand away and turned to walk into the woods. Still a good person, right? Su Chen shrugged and said, Yeah. Emirana nodded. The next thing is very simple, not much different from the original plot. After Hui was found by Geo's team, he was awakening Ludian, so he had no energy to defend himself and was shot in the chest by a policeman. When Hui was fighting back, he accidentally knocked a girl onto a stone and knocked her unconscious. Seeing this, he used his limited energy to heal her. Really, a poor alien. Su Chen, who was watching all this secretly, shook his head helplessly. Should we help? Emirana asked. No hurry. Su Chen waved his hand. Hui then woke up Ludian and then drove Ludian towards his spaceship. Just as Hui was recalling the past, Geo began to attack. Hui fainted soon because he was shot by the police before. Ludian, who lost his operator, entered the autopilot mode and then began to destroy wantonly. Unable to witness all this, Aix transformed himself. After a struggle, Aix woke up Hui and caught Geo, and then heard what Hui said later. At this time, Gorgon officially appeared. The petrified monster Gorgon, similar to Gakuma or Medusa, is a monster with the ability to petrify. Or he is more like Medusa, because this thing is also a snake. Aix and Ludian joined forces to attack Gorgon. However, Gargorgon had once fought with the god of war of planet Ganon, and was very powerful. As the two fought, they fell into a disadvantage. X, who was hit to the point of lighting up, lay on the side. When Gargorgon was about to attack Hui, X showed his fearlessness and bravely stood in front of Ludian. Then he was petrified. In the last lesson of petrification, Daichi analyzed Gargorgon's weakness and sent it to Hui. Then, he and X turned into stone statues together. Okay, it's time for us to take action. If they don't learn from their mistakes, these immature juniors will not grow up. Su Chen shook his head lightly, and after watching Ludian turn into gold and disappear, he waved his hand to release Hyper Zeton. Jaster, go, kill that ugly monster for me, Su Chen said. Jeton understood. Hyperzeton nodded, then instantly became huge and teleported in front of Gargolgon. Ow! Gargolgon was shocked when he saw the monster suddenly appearing in front of him. Jeton! My master asked me to kill you, you ugly bastard! Hyperzeton shouted at Gargolgon. Ah! What language are you speaking? Okay, although both of them are monsters, there is no way to communicate with each other even if they don't speak the same language. Jeton! Hyperzeton let out a soft ah, and then stretched out his right claw and grabbed it. Hyperzeton and Gargolgon fought back and forth, and on the ground the injured Wii hid in an alley, and then was rescued by the girl named Yuki. This girl liked Hui before, so for love, the cute little sister naturally risked her life. However, what happened next made Yuki feel that her outlook on life was impacted. Hui looked at Yuki with his eyes piercing, and then reached out his hand to touch her face. Just when Yuki felt that her love was about to come, Hui said, "I'm sorry, you reminded me of my sister in my hometown." Yuki was instantly petrified. "So, I treated you as a partner, and you actually wanted to be my brother, damn. P.S. Second update. Please vote, please vote, please vote, please everything. Another monster has appeared, and X has been defeated. What should we do? Why hasn't Ultraman Nice appeared yet?" Because of Su Chen's existence, Geo's people were not desperate, but when Su Chen didn't show up at this time, they were a little panicked. However, as the battle deepened, they found that Hyperzeton seemed to be helping humans. Captain, the newly appeared monster is deliberately avoiding the surrounding buildings. Moreover, any attack by Gargorgon that has the tendency to damage the buildings has been blocked by this monster. It seems that his fighting style is more friendly than X. The female of Geo's two analysts said. Are there any solid evidence? Captain Shenmue said. These and these, including these. The two listed a lot of data, all of which proved that Hyperzeton might be one of them. Wait and see what happens. In addition, Asuna, you support the monster that appears behind. Captain Shenmue made a prompt decision. Execute the order. Understood. Asuna and the rest of the team nodded and then began to support Hyperzeton. It seems that Xiaohai has gained Geo's trust, Emirana said with a smile. Don't rush to draw a conclusion on this. Su Chen shook his head. And in the field, Gargorgon couldn't stand the constant attacks of Hyperzeton after all. After hardening Hyperzeton's fireball, it released its petrifying ray, Jeton. However, would Hyperzeton be afraid of this level of light? Without saying a word, Hyperzeton drew a black hole-like thing in front of him, which directly absorbed the petrifying ray. Jeton! Hyperzeton roared softly, expressing his disdain. Ouch! Gargorgon roared and came towards Hyperzeton again. Jeton! Hyperzeton shouted softly and then teleported, moving at high speed, directly creating an illusion, making humans think that Hyperzeton had a clone. In fact, Hyperzeton first appeared on Gargorgon's left side at high speed, and then teleported to the right side and made two hand knives, directly cutting off Gargorgon's two heads. Ouch! Gargorgon roared in pain. However, Hyperzeton did not relax and began to teleport around Gargorgon at high speed. Every time he appeared, he would give Gargorgon a strong blow. Jeton! When Gargorgon was finally dying, Hyperzeton pulled and swallowed it without saying a word. The arrogant Gargorgon, who had destroyed many civilizations, died. Host killed Gargorgon. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Petrification Ray. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Restoration Ray. Congratulations to the host for gaining gold, 100 million tons. Learning the above skills. The above skills have reached the maximum level. Experience points are far from enough, but these two rays are extraordinary. The Petrification Ray is nothing, but this Restoration Ray, after reaching the maximum level, surprised Su Chen. This thing is a physical time reversal for a single unit. For example, if Ultraman Zero was corroded by Belia, then Su Chen could send this light to Ultraman Zero, restore Ultraman Zero to the state before he was corroded by Belia, and separate the two. Moreover, the two would not lose their previous memories. This is the time reversal in physics, that is, the beauty of restoring light. The specific degree of restoration depends on how long Su Chen sends the light. Generally speaking, with Su Chen's current level 90 strength, there is nothing that Su Chen cannot transform before level 90. powerful light. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. As for the 100 million tons of gold attached to the system, Su Chen's face was full of black lines. This thing, you say it is precious. It is indeed very precious. The gold element is the product of a supernova explosion, and it will not appear on ordinary planets. However, the universe is so vast that there are all kinds of things. This kind of thing is also a very common existence in some places. But gold is still a very precious metal in the entire universe, and its metallic properties are very good, so even in the kingdom of light, gold is a very precious element. With this 100 million tons of gold, when traveling in the universe, there is no need to borrow money from the Black Society. After taking back Hyperzeton, Su Chen left. As for the man named Hui, oh yes, and what will happen to X, who has turned back to normal, and Daichi, that is not something Su Chen can care about. Time flies, and dozens of days have passed. On this day, a Zeton suddenly appeared in the city and wreaked havoc. Su Chen saw this and ignored it because he did not appear in the city where Su Chen was. And Zeton disappeared after a while of destruction. The site came to the geobase. A new doctor brought a flashing doll of Zeton, intending to help develop a Zeton electronic card that can be used by X. However, the real identity of this person is Kuvira from the Slan Star, and his purpose is to defeat Ultraman X, because the doctor revealed the identity of Daichi's father and said that the two had studied Zeton together. Daichi, who had a deep nostalgia for his father, believed him easily, and then developed Zeton's electronic card with him. After Zeton's card was developed, the Slan alien Kuvira released Zeton and induced X to transform. After the transformation, in order to deal with Zeton, Daichi used Zeton's electronic card. However, when he was equipped with Zeton's card, the whole person was out of control. At this time, he realized that all this was a conspiracy. When Kuvira was still planning to act, a familiar figure appeared. "Your poor acting skills stop here, Ultraman Kuvira." Kaido Tuma, or rather Max's transformed form, shot Kuvira and said, "Ha ha ha, you finally showed up, Kaido Tuma." "No, it should be Ultraman Max." Kuvira Tuma changed back to his original form and said loudly, "The only one who can stop me now is you. Come on, Jeton, let's make a scene." The controlled X was completely unable to stop all this, while Jeton was wreaking havoc. Seeing that a huge stone slab was about to fall and hit someone, Max took a step forward, completed the transformation directly, and saved the person. "Max, you're here too." Not far away, Su Chen watched all this and murmured faintly, "The third update, please vote for the monthly ticket. Please vote for recommendation." Oh, after Max transformed, he went forward to fight Jeton. As we all know, Zeton is a very strong monster. Generally speaking, the Ultra Brothers should take it seriously when they see it. Moreover, the most important point is that you cannot use light to fight Zeton. No matter which type of Zeton it is, you cannot use light to fight him. Ordinary Zeton can bounce light, while Hyper Zeton can directly absorb light and return it. In terms of these 2 points, unless you are extremely good at light, you should never use light to fight Zeton. However, the battle that was originally a sure victory was temporarily tilted to Zeton because of X's rebellion. X, who was temporarily controlled by the evil card of Kuvira from the Slan Star, completely lost control of his body and directly pulled Max, allowing Zeton to use Max as a live target. "It's my turn to play. It's a good time to try the power of this restoration light." Su Chen, who was not far away, saw this and whispered softly, then transformed and played directly. "Souljet Beam." As soon as he appeared, Su Chen used Dyna's beam to completely block Jeton's attack and landed in front of Max and X. By the way, these two are of the same generation as X. Maybe they were brothers in their previous life? "You two, this posture is a bit indecent." Su Chen looked at X and Max and said with a smile, "Nice? You are here, hurry up, help!" Max shouted when he saw it was Su Chen. "Come on, get out of the way!" Su Chen stretched out his hand and pulled Max out of X's arms. "You go deal with Jeton, I'll save X," Su Chen said. "Okay." Max nodded and went to fight Jeton. In order to balance the combat power, Su Chen waved his hand and released Hyper Jeton to let him sweep the formation. When the Slan Star Kuvira saw this posture, he directly became huge and came up to give his head. "Jeton, leave this Jeton to me. You go deal with that ugly guy." Hyper Jeton stepped forward and patted Max's shoulder. pointing at Jeton, and said, "You mean let me deal with the Slan people, and you deal with this?" Max understood. "Jeton," Hyper Jeton nodded. "Okay." Max made an okay gesture, and then went to deal with the Slan people. They were old enemies for several lifetimes, and they were extremely jealous when they met, and they fought without saying a word. On the other hand, Chen knocked the restless Ikes over, and then he directly started to use the Restoration Light. The Restoration Light also has another function, that is, during the use, it forces those who are not stronger than Chen to stop some actions, but they can still speak. This can also be regarded as providing a clinical guarantee for Chen. So Chen began to treat aches. Chen maintained the low-frequency energy output for about 10 seconds, and the jet armor on Ache disappeared. "Done!" Chen clapped his hands, and another healing beam came, resuscitating X. "Thank you, Senior." X stood up and said to Chen, "Okay, go back to your scientist and pack up the Jeton card. Also, when I go back later, Max should have something to say to you." Chen said, "Okay, Senior." X nodded. Outside the field, the Geo team members who witnessed Chen releasing Hyper Zeton were surprised and somewhat relieved. It turns out that this Hyper Zeton is actually the pet of Ultraman Nice. I heard that Ultraman 7 has 3 monster companions. It seems that the coexistence of Ultra Warriors and monsters has become a major trend. "Dr. German is a knowledgeable alien," he said with a smile. "Search Dicenai." Everyone suddenly realized. Battle ended quickly. Max used the head dart to crack the clone of the Slan star, and then used Max Galaxy to send it away. As for Hyper Zeton, beating his own incomplete evolution version was simply too much fun. He hit Zeton with a few hits and then swallowed him directly. Now Hyper Zeton has reached the level of 79 and is about to break through level 80. Level 80 is a powerful existence in the entire universe. Afterwards, the 2 Ultra Warriors of the K's generation talked together for a while, and this crisis ended quietly. Time flies, and many days have passed. Recently, the Rugby League has been very popular in the whole Neon country. On this day, Chen and Emirana were playing outside, and suddenly received a very interesting push. "Wife, look!" Chen put the phone in front of Emirana and said with a smile, "What, 7 aliens and an Earthling are going to play a rugby game?" Emirana was shocked. This sounds a bit like Snow White and her 7 dwarfs. However, isn't it a bit bullied for an Earthling to play a rugby game with an alien? For this match, we invited the president of the Neon Rugby Association and the famous alien rugby referee Akumania. For this match, we also invited the Geo team members to be the fair party. We welcome friends from all walks of life to come and watch. The push was very eye-catching, but there were not many people buying tickets. "Let's go and see?" Chen said to Emirana. "Okay." So the 2 bought tickets and went to a rugby field the next day to watch the match. Sure enough, there were not many people at the scene. In addition to Chen and Emirana, there were only a few Geo players and they were still on the payroll. So only 2 tickets were sold for the whole match. "Hello? May I ask who you are?" On the other side, Dottie was surprised to see Chen and the others coming. "We bought tickets to watch the match. Aliens and Earthlings play a match. It's a once-in-a-century opportunity," Emirana said with a smile. "But aren't you afraid of danger?" "What are you afraid of? It's your Geo team, and there are Ultra Warriors, right?" Chen added the rest of the words. Yes. Dottie was a little embarrassed. He always felt that Chen's words were meaningful, but there was no evidence. Sure enough, this sportsmanship can replace part of the war no matter in which era. After Dottie left, Chen whispered to Emirana. "Yes!" Emirana nodded. The game officially began. Compared with our 3 amateurs and 1 professional, the other side's 4 are basically all professionals, and the leader, the Barbar Star, is the legendary number 8 player of the Dark Star cluster. The strength is naturally very strong. So at the beginning, our side fell into a slump and the other side used skills to interfere, and it was simply, the game fell into a stalemate. Yes, I went out to play today. Well, you know what? I mean, it's good to catch up with the update. I'll make up for it when I have time. I don't think I can make up for it tomorrow. However, although the spirit of sports runs through the universe, some people just don't follow the rules of the game. It was a normal game, but the Babar Star used the light skill to attack our players. Babar, you bastard! The Icarus star looked at the Babar star and cursed directly. Puff! Su Chen heard it and sprayed directly. This Babar star, after many years, was pulled out and whipped again? Who the hell are you scolding? The Babar star looked at the Icarus star and was immediately unhappy. Thinking back to the past, that was my great-grandmother, great-grandfather. It's okay to be scolded like this. After all, he is the famous Ultraman Leo. But you? Who are you? Whoever answers, I will scold him. The Icarus star's confidence was obviously a little lacking. It's true, the other party is from the Dark Legion, and it seems that he is a senior official. However, we are just 3 unregistered aliens wandering the Earth, which is too miserable. So the Icar's people were naturally scared. You? No noise is allowed on the field, Babar people. You should pay attention to the impact, just a little bit. Akamania said lightly. Okay, I got it. This Akamania is a relatively well-known person in the Alien Alliance, so everyone basically gives him face. After he spoke, naturally not many people made trouble. Faced with the increasing decline and the increasing gap, the 3 Icar's people could not bear to see their partners being taken away and turned into monster weapons. So the 3 people asked Ayong for help, and the people around them also shouted to cheer. Looking at his brother and his former teammates, Ayong completely broke out. With Ayong's efforts, the score soon caught up, and only one goal was needed to reverse the situation. In the last ball, Ayong rushed with the ball and knocked the opponent's defender away, then rushed up in one breath and successfully scored. The score was finally fixed at 52-51. Our side won the game with a slight advantage. Great, we won! Everyone at the scene jumped up excitedly. In Gio's office, Captain Shenmue turned over from the command table, stood in front of the monitor, and shouted excitedly. Huh? Vice Captain Ju, who was ashamed of his excited behavior just now, was completely dumbfounded. Is this okay? However, soon the scene became chaotic. What bullshit sportsmanship, I have to cheat, what's wrong with that? The Barber Star shouted loudly and directly brought his little brother to gigantic size, ready to cheat. These aliens have no martial ethics. Su Chen looked at these guys and said, stroking his chin, Let's go quickly, so as not to expose our identities. Emirana hurriedly pulled Su Chen and said, Okay, let's find a hidden place and transform. Su Chen then pulled Emirana away from here. In a hidden corner, Su Chen and Dottie faced each other. Dottie, who was about to take out the transformation device to transform, met Emirana, who also took out the transformation device, and Su Chen, who was about to use his mind to activate the transformation. Ahem, hello, you guys! Dakong Dottie quickly hid the X terminal behind him, turned his head and looked at Su Chen, and said a little embarrassedly, Well, we're going over there. Su Chen smiled and said, Okay, I'll go over there. The 2 sides exchanged positions and then began to transform. X, nice, Aina. The 3 of them shouted and completed their transformations one after another. And Aina was the name that Emirana gave to her Ultraman identity based on her own name. Hey, there's another Ultraman warrior and it seems to be a female warrior? The Geo team looked at Su Chen and the other 2 in surprise. Unbelievable. Metafield. Su Chen frowned and without saying anything, he directly opened the metafield, covering Su Chen and the other 2, as well as the alien on the other side. The battle unfolded perfectly without affecting other people. In order to balance the number of people, Su Chen waved his hand and released Hyper Zeton. Senior Nice! Who is this? Ix looked at Emirana beside Su Chen and asked, This is my wife, Ultraman Aina, Su Chen introduced. So you are also a senior, hello. After greeting, he began to deal with the other party. Hey, Jeton, is that the Hyper Zeton you are secretly cultivating? On the opposite side, the Kemmler pulled the Jeton, who looked very similar to him, and asked with a smile. It's Hyper Zeton, but it doesn't seem to be the Hyper Zeton I can control. The Jeton asked with some trembling. Although the name also contains the word Jeton, Jeton and Jeton are 2 completely different concepts. Not to mention Hyper Zeton. Even ordinary Jeton is not bigger than Jeton. This Hyper Zeton is left to you. I will go to deal with Ultraman Nice, said Barbar. Although I know that I may not be able to beat him, I still have to do it, right? So the battle started. In the original plot, it was not a big problem for X to deal with these 4 alone. Now it is even easier with 4 against 4. Everyone started fighting with the opponent with a playful mentality. In less than a minute, the 4 opponents were all lying down. Xiao Hai, I leave it to you. For such unethical people, what's the point of keeping them? Su Chen waved his hand and handed it to Hyper Zeton. Hyper Zeton walked towards the 4 people with a smile, and then swallowed them one by one. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Although this little meat is not enough for Hyper Zeton to evolve, it is also a dish, right? After withdrawing from the meta field, everyone only saw 3 Ultra Warriors, but not the 4 aliens. Everyone knew that the battle had been won. What are you going to do with those 3 aliens, Geo? Su Chen looked at the 3 aliens on the ground holding their pets and smiling, and suddenly asked, We don't. Hey, how do you know, Senior? I know a lot. Those 3 aliens are not bad people. You, Geo, can consider recruiting them, Su Chen said. I will give my opinion to the captain later. Dottie nodded. That's good. We will withdraw. Bye. Su Chen nodded, and he and Emirana flew away one after another. After Dottie returned to Geo, he made suggestions to Captain Shenmue. After a careful meeting, the 3 Ikars were recruited into Geo's non-staff team and officially survived legally on Earth. P.S. I have to make up an experiment tonight, so there is only this one update. Please count how much I owe you. I will pay you back slowly after I finish my thesis defense. The impact of the rugby match between aliens and Earthlings passed quickly. People always forget things easily, but some things are always remembered by some people. A Young successfully proved to his teammates that he is a qualified rugby player, and he also won excellent rankings in rugby matches around the world, proving himself. Time passed quickly. On this day, Geo sent a message that a monster appeared in Sakagan village. However, according to the translation of their monster dictionary and the analysis of the monster's emotional energy, the monster did not show much hostility, but was very gentle. Recently, the energy in the monster's body is declining sharply, as if it is about to die. These people really know how to use this gimmick to make money. Outside Sakagan village, Su Chen and Emirana drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan to the outskirts of the village. Even though Su Chen was a gamer, he would naturally want to participate when he heard something interesting. And this was naturally commented by Emirana. Society is material and economic. With economic civilization, there will naturally be people who want to make money in every possible way. Therefore, these people know how to make money by using the gimmick of monsters, which is also a skill. Su Chen smiled and said, That's true. Emirana smiled and nodded. The experience of Sakani village reminded Su Chen of a movie he had watched before, called My Hometown and Me. There was a clip in it, which was about a poor mountain village using the gimmick of aliens to make money. In fact, this alien UFO was just man-made. Of course, if a place wants to develop tourism, it must have a label, no matter what the label embodies, whether it is historical heritage, former residences of celebrities, beautiful scenery, or strange stories. As long as it can attract people to come, it is a useful label. At this moment, in Sakani village, this monster is a very obvious label. It stands there without any aggression and looks very kind. Naturally, it has become a money-making tool for the people of Sakani village. At this time, in Geo's office, after analysis by the experimental team, that is, the department where Dottie was, the monster was now in a state of malnutrition, so it needed to be supplemented with nutrition. For a peaceful monster, what they wanted was not to eradicate it, but to protect it so that it could live safely on the earth. So, Geo made a decision to give the monster an injection to supplement its nutrition so that it could live a healthier life. Then, Su Chen and the others saw the Geo team members coming. Hey, it's you, Geo. Are you here to destroy this monster? Su Chen looked at Dottie in front of him and asked with a smile. So it's you. Are you here for tourism? When they entered the village, they found a cool Cullinan, and the last time Su Chen left, he was driving a Ferrari, so Dottie thought it might be Su Chen. Yes, I heard that there are monsters here, so we came to see, Su Chen said with a smile. It's like this. So Dottie roughly explained Geo's plan. Of course, he didn't say much about the specific details, but he said everything he could. Dottie didn't know why, but he just wanted to say it. So that's it. It seems that this monster has been recognized by you, Geo? Su Chen asked. Well, kind monsters are what each of us should protect. The Earth is not just for humans. As long as they are peace-loving aliens and monsters, we welcome them to come to the Earth. Dotty's heart is also very kind. However, Su Chen does not agree with this kindness. All life is selfish. There are truly selfless beings, but not many. Even Ultraman Cosmos, who is known as a kind warrior next door, had to take his monster harem to settle on the planet Julan. Of course, the monster in front of him is not to survive on the Earth, but the battle is about to begin, and all the people around are evacuated. Of course, this is not because the monster Faulinga is untrustworthy, but such a huge monster, even if it moves slightly, it will cause earthquakes. If there is a bump, then, therefore, it is necessary to move the crowd. Just as Gio's team members were discussing with the village chief, a girl named Xiaohua ran over and shouted loudly not to inject nutrients into Faulinga. However, the battle had already begun, and when Dotty Gang felt something and wanted to stop it, it was too late. Faulinga, who planned to transform into a mountain and sleep here with his ancestors, began to secrete a large amount of nutrients in his body. This is the most common nature of plants. On a mountain not far away, it was the incarnation of Faulinga's ancestors. Su Chen and Emirana stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the violent Faulinga not far away. Compared to a plant monster on Earth in a parallel universe, this is undoubtedly the kindest one, Su Chen said faintly. Emirana looked up at Su Chen in confusion. That is a plant monster called Zigella flower. Its blooming represents the destruction of a civilization, Su Chen said briefly. Emirana was silent and didn't say much. After following Su Chen in the universe for so long, she has also seen the rise and fall of civilization. Of course, in her opinion, birth is often better than destruction. Then, with the explanation of the little girl Xiaohua, they finally understood why Faulinga appeared on this land. Looking at the crazy monster in front of them, the people of Gio felt for the first time what it meant to be a hindrance. Every life has the right to choose and be chosen. Now what we should do is to respect his choice, not let him be chosen by us. Do you understand? Su Chen's voice penetrated several kilometers and appeared in the ears of the Gio team members. Is this the voice of Ultraman Nice? Everyone was surprised. Okay, as the Earth Defense Force, you are qualified, but you still have a lot to learn in terms of reverence for life. Leave this to me. After Su Chen finished speaking, he immediately became huge and appeared in front of the frantic Faulinga. Without saying a word, Su Chen raised his hand and transformed his form into the Galaxy Miracle form, then raised his hands, releasing the full moonlight wave with one hand and the restoring light with the other. Soon, Faulinga returned to his original state. After recovering, he whispered to Su Chen and then slowly turned into a mountain rooted in the earth. I will continue to update the beast today. Making up for the experiment, the matter of Faulinga passed quickly. Although this matter did not cause much unrest, it was of great value for discussion within Gio. Moreover, what Su Chen said also made them fall into deep thought. Time passed in a flash, and more than 10 days passed. On this day, Gio's experimental team, that is, the department where Dotty and his team were, was conducting an experiment on the materialization of Gamora. However, all aspects were calculated perfectly, and there was no problem with the energy output power, but Gamora could not be materialized for a long time, which made Dotty very distressed. Moreover, when Dotty wanted to force it to materialize, he could no longer read Gamora's thoughts, as if he was disconnected. Just when Dotty was distressed and even angry, Captain Shenmue and Vice Captain Tachibana Sayuri told everyone the reason why Dotty was like this. Just when everyone was about to think of another way, the urgent alarm sounded again. King Gu Bridge, is it that the Petan people are going to invade the Earth? Dr. German, who is familiar with some well-known civilizations in the universe, looked at the flying King Gu Bridge on the screen and murmured, "No matter what, Gio, move out." Captain Shenmue looked at the destroyed King Gu Bridge and immediately ordered, "Understood." So Gio was mobilized. In a corner of the city, Su Chen was standing in front of his Aston Martin DBS and cursing. "Damn Petan, are you crazy? You have nothing to do but send people to Earth?" Su Chen's car was hit by a car accident caused by the appearance of King Gu Bridge. At this moment, Su Chen was very angry. Husband, it's good that the person is fine. As for the car, can't we just buy another one? Emirana looked at Su Chen and comforted him with a smile. It's not this problem, wife. Alas, it's just the two of us. If there is a problem because of a car accident, it's not normal, right? Su Chen was talking and suddenly remembered this key point and said, Sir, please show your ID. Just as Su Chen and Emirana were talking, two traffic police came over and said to Su Chen, do you have a driver's license? Su Chen was suddenly startled and whispered to Emirana, Will the mecha driver's license and spaceship driver's license issued by the royal family of Esmeralda be okay? Emirana also whispered, Do you think they will recognize that? Su Chen shrugged, Probably not. The two looked at each other and nodded. Sir, the appearance of that huge robot has crashed my car into this, and you still want to ask me about the driver's license. Where is your conscience? Su Chen tried to evade the matter. Sir, the appearance of the huge robot has caused some destructive incidents, and naturally someone will deal with it. However, the problem here is caused by your driving problems. Didn't you see that everyone else is fine? The traffic police said, Then, we can only offend you. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, used Ultraman's telekinesis to hypnotize him, and then left directly. As for the car, Su Chen was going to find Gio's people to help deal with it. And at the King's Bridge, the battle started soon. Gio's attack was on the technological side. As for the technological attack, it is naturally not very useful for the Papan people who specialize in technology, so when Dadi saw this, he transformed himself. However, King Guqiao's strength was so great that even Seven had a hard time fighting against him, and the later Oz Superman almost didn't beat him. So X, whose ultimate move was in vain, turned on the light without any surprise. Hubby, aren't you going to help? On the roof of a building, Su Chen and Emirana looked at X, who had a light on, and Emirana said, No need to help, they will solve it. Although King Guqiao's strength is not bad, he is a very simple opponent for both Su Chen and Emirana, and Hyper Zeton can't handle this thing, so Su Chen is not interested at all. Dadi and X were being beaten by King Guqiao. Stand up, X, let me support you. Below Asuna, one of the strongest female members of the new generation, shot at King Zhou with an ultra pistol. King Zhou, who was hit, stood up and let go of Aix and fired directly at Asuna, the little bug. Daichi certainly couldn't watch his wife die, so he rushed forward and blocked all the attacks. Aix! Asuna's eyes were dazed as she looked at Aix, who had protected her. Daichi, in the transformation space, suddenly heard Gamora's cry. He picked up the Aix terminal and saw that it was Gamora's card. Daichi, Gamora, I want to connect with you. At this moment, it was Aix who was the most excited. When King Zhou split himself at any time, Aix knew that he was definitely not King Zhou's opponent alone, and at least he had to have a helper. However, Aix didn't know skills like splitting. But now Aix realized that although he could not split himself, his human body could. As long as he used Axie's power to materialize Gamora, wouldn't he have a helper? Moreover, it was a human body that could control two combat objects. That feeling was extraordinary. So after a conversation with Gamora, Dadi successfully used Axe's power to materialize Gamora, and then Gamora joined the battle. King Guqiao was naturally not the fourth master. If there was no buff bonus in a 2-on-1 battle, it would be a defeat. Gamora materialized? Is it Dadi who is controlling Gamora? But where is Dadi? This guy is really messing around. Captain Shenmue and Vice Captain Zhu said in unison, not knowing that the object they were discussing was currently operating two combat bodies and having a lot of fun on the battlefield. Gamora rushed forward and wrestled with King Guqiao. Both were tanks, evenly matched. X's finishing blow played a key role. After a fight, X rolled away and Daichi shouted, Gamora, use Super Vibration Wave. At this moment, Daichi was like thunder, and Gamora did not hesitate at all, raised his claws, rushed to King Zhou, and knocked him to the ground with a Super Vibration Wave. Looking at the smoking King Zhou, Daichi and X used Max Ultraman's card and Galaxy Cannon to completely kill King Zhou. After a day of experimenting, I didn't even have a good meal. Please help me. King Zhou's death means that another person has helped Chie end his nightmare. Of course, whether Chie will have a toothache is another matter. The people in the Ultraman world don't seem to be living in fear in the days without monsters. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that Japan is a country with frequent earthquakes. The frequent appearance of monsters is at most a major earthquake. Moreover, with Ultraman, it is equivalent to having a sense of security. On such days, everyone basically lives a positive life without any worries. Time flies, and several days have passed. Huh? Such a powerful dark energy. That night, Chen and Emirana were playing games at home. Suddenly he frowned, stopped, and whispered softly, husband, what's wrong?" Emirana found that Chen had stopped outputting the name that would only be called out subconsciously at certain times, and turned around to ask, "I have discovered a huge dark energy, which seems to be different from the previous dark cosmic people or monsters." Chen said, "The powerful dark energy, that is, the enemy." When it comes to business, Emirana suddenly tensed up and asked, "No matter what happens, we still have X in front of us. Let's play first." Chen carefully sensed it and found that the dark energy had hidden again. He reached out and patted Emirana and said, Well. The game continued. In a flash, it was the next day. Geo found that the place where Damaga appeared at the beginning had a huge energy fluctuation again. In a flash, a Damaga that was the same as the previous Damaga appeared on the Earth and began to destroy. "It's the same tribe as the previous one," said the Earth. "Geo, go!" Understood? So Geo's team members drove their fighters and went out one after another, and the Earth found a place, transformed directly, and then killed Damaga with a wave of skills. As soon as he appeared, X directly kicked Damaga back several steps and then began to perform the plug-in suit again. First, X flew and used Bamonstan's armor. Facing Damaga's light attack, Axe absorbed it directly and then returned it to Damaga. And this Damaga, as expected of being awakened by Kina, was quite powerful. This time, it did not cause much damage. But Axe was not at all weak. He changed into the Jeton armor again, used Jeton's teleportation ability, dodged Damaga's attack, and gave it a Jeton's 1 trillion degree fireball. After this wave of combos, Axe knew that the remaining thing was to enlarge the red light. Sure enough, after Axe removed the armor, he stepped forward and started to fight the enemy. At the same time, in the suburbs, a place similar to a bridge hole, Chen and Emirana drove a Mercedes-Benz G63 here. This is the place where the dark energy is the strongest. After Chen got out of the car, he put his hands behind his back and said slowly, "It looks like someone is playing tricks." Emirana said in a deep voice, no longer in the state of last night, "Swish!" Suddenly, a figure scurried over like a snake. "Stop!" Chen said, holding Emirana's slender waist, and teleported to appear in front of the undead Kina. "Who are you, and why are you stopping me?" Kina was about to summon the dark thunderstorm energy to enhance Damaga's strength, and Chen blocked her. "Undead Kina, it's you. Where are your 2 poor brothers?" Chen grinned and said, "Who are you, and how do you know my identity?" Undead Kina boasted that he had never exposed his body in the universe. If he didn't actively show his energy, no one would recognize him. The 2 cosmic people in front of him could recognize him at a glance. "Are you going to summon the dark thunderstorm energy?" Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. With the ability to shuttle through dimensions, he could clearly sense that a huge dark energy was sweeping in from another universe. Kina instantly raised her hand to cover her chest. At this moment, she felt very insecure. Why does this alien in front of me know so much about my plans? Or does he actually know all my plans? "Oh, it's okay. You continue. By the way, if you don't do it, the Damaga you summoned with great effort may be gone." Chen shrugged, put his arm around Emirana's waist, and disappeared again in an instant. "Honey, who is this guy?" Emirana asked in confusion in the car. "Undead Gina." Then Chen told Emirana the classic story of the 3 brothers of Zoda, including the story of Andrumelos as well as their grievances. "The strange thing is that I don't know why Gina didn't become giant, but wandered around the earth in the form of a human," Chen said. Chen certainly knew why, but how to say this? Tsuburaya does not have enough funds to make Gina's suit? Emirana was silent. After Chen left, Gina fell into deep thought, but before she could think for a few seconds, she had to find the dark thunderstorm energy to give Damaga an evolution. After the evolution, Damaga can be called the Dark Sword Damaga, and Aix, because of the attack of the dark thunderstorm energy, had to be forcibly separated from the earth. Husband, go and save people. Emirana looked at Su Chen's indifferent look, pulled him and said, No storm, no rainbow. This dark thunderstorm energy can make Demaga evolve, and it can also make X evolve. Just wait and see, a brand new X is about to appear, Su Chen said with a smile. Oh, although Emirana didn't know where Su Chen got his confidence from, it was enough for Su Chen to say so. After X disappeared, Su Chen transformed directly. It's not good to let Demaga destroy here. It will be disadvantageous when the Earth finds X. There is only one way now, that is, to kill the Dark Sword Demagarst. Is that nice Ultraman? Although Kina was resurrected for a few days, he still knew the legend of Su Chen. This is the existence that defeated Belia and the super time and space demon god Atarga. Demaga, retreat, Kina shouted hurriedly. However, it was too late. Just when the Dark Sword Demaga was about to retreat, Su Chen shot directly into the soul with the Ultra Guillotine, sending him away. Boom! With a crisp explosion, the battle ended. Yes, one more beast continues. Galaxy World. Shizuku Hill. I hate you! I hate you! Mord shouted while swinging his axe at Victory. I remember that I like women? Why does this guy talk to me in a resentful tone? Victory was confused, and such a sentence emerged in his mind. You killed my brother Zoda? However, when these words just floated through his mind, Mord shouted loudly. Brother, are you? Victory immediately remembered a man named Zoda that he had killed not long ago. It seemed that he and the guy in front of him did have a blood feud. Victory burns. Now that he knew that he was the enemy's brother, and he was here for revenge, then he couldn't do this anymore. Victory was serious. However, what kind of existence is Mord? He is Zoda's brother, and Victory has not had time to cheat at this time, so he was easily restrained and then kidnapped. Xiao Guang, who arrived late, looked at the two people who disappeared. Oh no, there were 3 people including Yamada Arisa, and shouted. But it was too late. On Earth, because of Su Chen's interference, although the Dark Sword Demaga was killed, X was still in the virtual world. Therefore, with the help of Dr. Gehrman, the Earth successfully found X's data stream in the virtual world, and also found X's evolved form, the transcendent form. However, without the test of actual combat, the Earth still does not know how strong X is in this form. The crisis has not passed. After investigation, everyone found Zoda's sister and Mord's sister, the undead Kina. However, the battle did not make much progress. Afterwards, Geo formally determined the name of the dark thunderstorm energy through discussion, and while discussing, Mord brought Xiang to Earth. Has Mord come? It seems that this Earth is becoming less and less peaceful. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Hubby, Emirana glanced at Su Chen. Okay, I'll go and take a look. If Xiang gets into any trouble, I'll still be in trouble. Su Chen smiled and touched Emirana's head and said, Yeah. Emirana nodded, so Su Chen jumped up and transformed directly to the location of the undead Mord. Brother! Sister! It's a pity that the 3 of us brothers and sisters can't reunite here. Brother, this time, we must avenge Zoda, but there is another problem. There are also hateful Ultra Warriors in this world, and Ultraman Nice is also on this Earth. Kina said slowly. Ultraman Nice is a tricky existence. Even the undead Mord was very secretive about Su Chen. Yes! Kina nodded. Saga Lightwheel. Just when the two were discussing Su Chen, the real master teleported in the sky, formed a huge colorful light wheel, and threw it directly at Mold. Not good! Molde saw this and hurriedly raised his axe to meet it, but was hit by Su Chen and the axe flew away. Ultraman Nice! Su Chen landed gracefully and stood in front of Molde. Molde frowned and called Su Chen's name word by word. Hand over the shit. I can let you live a few more days. Su Chen said lightly. What if I don't hand it over? Molde is at least a boss of the generation. Although he is not a good person, he is also a well-known person. Therefore, he will definitely not obediently hand over the person Su Chen needs just because of Su Chen's words. Then I will try to see how much weight you have. Su Chen said lightly. It's hard to be hard. However, Molde knew that in his current state, he would definitely not be Su Chen's opponent if he fought alone. Take it and roll. Molde waved his hand and threw Xiang to Su Chen. Su Chen took it and the energy was intensified, directly turning Xiang into the state of victory. This is a good trick. Molde's eyes lit up. This strength was really terrifying. Okay, if you have someone to deal with it, I will withdraw first. Su Chen smiled, rolled up his energy, and left with victory. Things on this earth will naturally be solved by X, which Su Chen had said to X before. What does he mean? Watching Su Chen leave, Mold and Kina were a little confused. Is this really to save people? After Su Chen left, Geo also got the news. It seems that Ultraman Nice is testing us, Geo. Everyone prepare to attack, Captain Shenmue said. Senior, I will definitely do my best. Dottie knew this and encouraged himself secretly. Dottie, this time, we can try out our new power and let this monster taste our power, X said to Dottie. Okay. As for Su Chen, after taking victory all the way back to the villa, the two of them restored their human bodies and landed on the ground. Waving his hand to take off the same mask as Xiang Shushu's, Su Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. Senior, why can you help me transform when my transformation device is not here? When Xiang was pinched back to his human body by Mold, he knew that his transformation device was lost. But Su Chen could actually transform himself, which was really scary. Look at me, have you seen me use the transformation device? Su Chen shrugged and said, It seems no. Xiang suddenly realized, we are originally Ultra Warriors, or some of us are one with Ultra Warriors. Since we are one with Ultra Warriors, then the transformation device is just a medium. This medium is optional. It is only used to stimulate the bond between us when our communication is relatively shallow. You still have a long way to go, little brother. Su Chen smiled and said, Thank you for your advice, Senior. Although Xiang didn't know how to do what Su Chen said, he was very envious. As Su Chen said, the road is still long and the time required is also long. Since you are here, please help. Ultraman X in this world has gained new abilities, but he doesn't have the specific strength to control them. I want you to help me train him, Su Chen said. X, right? I heard about him from Zero, Xiang nodded. Okay, for the details, you can go and see him yourself. The rest will be discussed later, Su Chen said. Okay, Xiang nodded and followed Su Chen to the villa in the mountain villa. The experiment will end tomorrow. Then, please vote. Princess, long time no see. Looking at Emirana, Xiang smiled and greeted. Xiang, long time no see. They were all acquaintances, so it was natural for them to reminisce about the past. Emirana served fruits and tea, and Su Chen told Xiang about what had happened during this period while eating and drinking. Xiang also talked about the grievances between himself and the 3 members of the undead Zota family. More than 2 hours later, Su Chen sent Xiang to the gate of Geo and left. Outside the gate of Geo, the guards saw a person and immediately became alert. These days, evil aliens can also transform into the appearance of Earthlings, so safety is the most important thing. Who is it? Stop! The senior didn't tell me what to do in this situation. Xiang looked at the guard in front of him who was holding a gun and pointing it at his head, and he felt a little panicked. At this time, his transformation device was not with him. If the weapons of the guards in front of him could keep up with the level of UPG, they could really make him lose a layer of skin. However, what Xiang didn't know was that Geo's weapons level was not only up to UPG, but also much higher. Just as Xiang was preparing to speak, suddenly Geo's door opened. Then, the guard saw a woman wearing the same uniform as the man who broke into the base, ran out and looked at Xiang excitedly. Xiang, are you okay? Yamada Arisa looked at Xiang and said excitedly, It's okay. It was the senior who rescued me and took me away. The senior and I both transformed. You should be able to see it. By the way, what about you? Are you also tied up? Xiang asked. When I was contacting Xiaoguang, I was sucked into the black hole. When I woke up, I met Geo's team members, and then I appeared here, Yamada Arisa said with a smile. That's good. After entering the base, Xiang and Arisa secretly found Daichi and began his special training. I was sent by Senior Nice to help you. He knows that although you have gained new power, you cannot fully exert the power of the sword. In addition, I am good at swordsmanship, so he asked me to help you. In the familiar grove over there, Xiang looked at Daichi and said, You are Ultraman Victory. Daichi realized Xiang's identity at this time. Yes, I have heard about you from Zero before, but now it seems that you are nothing special. Xiang still used the famous repressive education, but for an Ultra Warrior who has gained new power and is still confident in his own power, this method is very effective. What? I have only been in the transcendent form for less than 2 days. Today is my first actual combat, Daichi explained. As a warrior, you must always be ready to fight. You can't use the excuse of just gaining power to evade yourself, nor let it take the blame for your failure. Xiang shouted sternly. I got it! Okay, now start training your swordsmanship. Time is running out. Although the Earth is currently protected by the seniors, if the seniors have to leave one day and you happen to encounter a monster at this time, you can't just run away, Xiang said. I understand. I will try my best. Da nodded. Special training that was like a child playing house began. Looking at the new generation, there is only one special training that can be regarded as special training. That is, in the fight of Ultraman Orb, Zero used the Radiant Field to give Orb a special training for 10 years. The rest of the special training, none of them can be called special training. To say that they are children playing house is to flatter them. The part where Guang and Xiang trained their tacit understanding in the hall was better. After all, tacit understanding may explode at some point, and the two of them are good friends, but they just need a little stimulation. However, the following special training, such as the current one and the one in Rob, really made me laugh to death. There should be some Lanyu here. In comparison, in Showa, the special training that Jingtuan gave Feng Yuan was really a special training, the kind that trained him to death. On the other side, after discussing for a while, Molde and Kina started to attack again. On the one hand, it was because Molde was familiar with the environment and had a direction, and on the other hand, and the main reason, was that Molde's Gua army was about to arrive. Molde brought the famous saber tyrant Magma to fight against X in victory. As soon as the battle started, it entered a white-hot stage. The last time X was pushed by Mold, he felt deeply humiliated and went straight to Mold, and Victory, on the other hand, faced the Magma, who also had a sword. X used the Transcendent form to show the results of his special training, allowing Molde to feel what the bond between Ultra Warriors and humans is. However, Molde was very strong after all. Axe wanted to single-handedly defeat Mold, and he estimated that even if he put on the Beta Spark armor, he would not be able to defeat him. However, whenever the villain thought that his opponent had no way to deal with him, he would definitely pretend to be strong. "You think you can defeat me? The Gua army is coming soon. You are done," Molde shouted. "Galaxy Fireball, Zapelio Ray." Two big moves were fired from the hands of Galaxy and Su Chen respectively, and the two rushed out of the wormhole in the sky that was emitting black light. "You can't imagine that the two of us have cut off your retreat. Hey, are you angry? Are you angry?" Su Chen looked at Molde and said with a smile, "You, Mold, the people you are waiting for have been defeated by me and Senior Nice. Die!" Galaxy looked at Molde and said loudly, "Damn it, you are really hateful." Molde looked at Su Chen and Galaxy and jumped up in anger. "You are finally here." Victory looked at Galaxy and said with a smile, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Time went back to 10 minutes ago, when Su Chen took Hyperziton to the location of the Gua army summoned by the undead Mord. It must be said that the strength of the Gua army is still good. Hyperziton ate a lot and broke through to level 80. Now it is digesting and upgrading in the pet space. And when Hall Guang saw Su Chen, he naturally helped, so the two of them appeared here together at the critical moment. "Go!" Su Chen stepped back, waved his hand, and handed the battlefield to everyone. Yes, it was natural for Su Chen to solve a Mord easily, but that would not have the effect of training. Moreover, Mord Su Chen was going to leave for Hyperziton as a feast, so he couldn't kill it easily. So, the first half of the battle was naturally left to Aches and others. The experiment is basically finished. I am writing my graduation thesis now. Sorry for the interruption yesterday. Starting tomorrow, we will resume normal updates. We will continue to hang on today. The villains all have a good advantage. That is, they run away if they can't win, faced with 3 Ultra Warriors who were besieging him and one who was stronger than him. Mold himself thought that Su Chen could actually beat him and was eyeing him covetously. Mord chose to retreat strategically after a few quick moves. The remaining undead Gina and the Shapley Starmen also followed him. Well, as for the Magma Starman, he was already dead. "Don't run! Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Just as Yini and others were about to chase him, Chen hurriedly reached out to hold him. Fighting on Earth is different from fighting in the universe. What if Mord gets anxious and directly kidnaps a city? The real Ultraman world is not like what is shown on TV. People can die anytime and anywhere. And Chen also knows Mord's purpose. He just needs to wait and see, waiting for him to come and die. After the truce, Chen left directly. As for Li Tongguang and Xiang, they went to the base of Geo. As the Earth Defense Force of another world, they naturally needed to communicate. Mord, who had retreated strategically, began to think about how to form a new Gua Corps. And Gina, who had been inquiring about the news on Earth for a long time, knew that in the base of Geo, there were many powerful spark dolls transformed from monsters. If you get these spark dolls, you can materialize them with the energy of the Dark Thunderstorm and get a group of powerful thugs. Mord was instantly moved. With these spark dolls, the reconstruction of the Gua Corps will be just around the corner. However, they are currently facing a problem. That is, there are not enough people. The strength of the Shapley star after the giantization is difficult to defeat the virtual Gamora invented by humans, not to mention that there are 5 Ultra Warriors. In addition, it is said that Ness has a powerful Hyper Zeton under his command, which is also an unstable factor. Of course, there are many things he doesn't know. Chen currently has an Emperor star under his command, who has never appeared. When my great, Dark Emperor appeared, there were corpses everywhere. Not even a blade of grass would grow, not to mention the undead Mord. So they proposed to buy a powerful Mecha Gamora and a powerful tyrant from the monster merchant. Of course, they didn't pay for it. These poor bastards lived in a bridge hole on Earth. How could they pay for it? So, when doing business with others, you must find the right position. Otherwise, you may not only fail to make the business, but also lose your life. The undead Mord, who got the powerful monster, personally took Gamora and Tyrant to the gate of Geo, ready to raid the base and take down those small monsters. Beep beep. A fierce alarm sounded, and the surveillance video of the gate was also broadcast on the screen. Geo, move out. Understood. Seeing this, everyone went out directly. Those who drove, drove, and those who flew, flew. The 3 people of the ground force, Hall Light, and the 2 people of the earth faced the 2 undead Kainas who came to stop them from transforming. For a while, the battle was very fierce. Is this Mechanical Gamora and Tyrant? Chen and Emerana stood on the top of a building not far away, watching the 3 behemoths attacking Geo's base in the distance. It looks like they are in a bad situation. Besides, Xiaoguang and the others should be restrained by others and cannot transform for the time being. Emerana said, "Then, help them." Chen smiled and waved his hand to release Hyper Zeton. Hyper Zeton, who had completely digested the Gua Legion, has stabilized at level 80. And Hyper Zeton's best teleportation ability can completely make up for the gap between him and Mord in strength. Jeton! Hyper Zeton teleported and raised his claws to block the axe that Mord was about to chop down. Hyper Zeton, we are both in the dark camp. Why are you stopping me? Mord pulled back his axe and shouted, Jeton, I am not in the same camp as you. Hyper Zeton let out a long roar and teleported again, appearing in front of Mecha Gamora, then raised his foot and kicked Mecha Gamora out directly. Hiss! Damn it! Everyone in Geo shouted when they saw the Tianshu's operation of Hyper Zeton. It's the senior's monster. Xiang and Li Tongguang also saw the highlight moment of Hyper Zeton. Let's go too. We can't keep the senior waiting for too long, Li Tongguang said. Yeah, Xiang nodded, rolled out the Holy Spear of Victory, used King Gu Qiao's flashing doll, repelled the undead Gina, and joined the transformation army. Seeing this, the others also followed. Brother, now is the time to merge the 3 of us brothers and sisters into one. Seeing the large-scale facelift on the opposite side, Gina looked at Moldy and said, Gina, you have to know that once the souls merge, they can no longer be separated. Moldy exclaimed, I will continue to live in my brother's body. Gina thought for a while and said, solemnly, Okay, then let us brothers and sisters completely eliminate the Ultra Warriors and let the Gua army dominate the universe again, Moldy said. Okay, then Gina merged his soul with Mord and merged Zoda with him. From then on, the undead trio will officially become a whole. However, maybe Tsuburaya really has no money. It's okay that Super Taro owed him a suit, but now the undead trio just has an extra sword? Such a fusion is too hasty. Chen gave such an evaluation. On the front battlefield, the battle was about to break out. Ginga and X surrounded Mord, and Hyper Zeton went to Tyrant. As for victory, he also used his Ultra Armament and Geo's Gamora to deal with Mecha Gamora. For a while, the battle was clear. The first to resolve the battle was Hyper Zeton. Although his opponent was Tyrant, his strength was not as high as when he slaughtered the Ultra Brothers. He was only level 75. So, he was beaten to death by Hyper Zeton in a few minutes. Then, Hyper Zeton joined the army to fight against Mold. At the same time, Victory and Gamora also killed Mecha Gamora and merged with Ginga to become Ultraman Ginga Victory. X also evolved into a transcendent form. The cheaters began to cheat. Transcend X Phantom, Power of Ultraman Gaia, Ice Blade of Light. This shot killed Molda's axe. Power of Ultraman Dyna, Soljet Beam. This shot killed the symbol of fusion, the Great Sword. Transcend X Cut. X used the Rainbow Sword to wash Mold. Jeton, the final annihilation came. Hyper Zeton roared softly and appeared above Mold, then began to charge the Dark Fireball. Control it, Hyper Zeton is going to devour Mold. Okay. The two Aos of the light of the auditorium discussed it and decided on the plan before starting the attack. The power of Ultraman Tiga, Zapelio Ray, X Head Dart Ray. 3 powerful moves successfully killed Molde. Mold's body did not explode. At the same time, Chen also received a system notification. Ding! The host killed Molde. Congratulations to the host for obtaining first update. The next update will be in the evening, maybe a little later. I have to go out for a while. I will definitely be back, don't worry. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points, 9 million. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Wisdom and Courage Ray. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Hongmeng Measuring Ruler. Learning Wisdom and Courage Ray completed. Wisdom and Courage Ray has reached the maximum level. Oh my god, Hongmeng Measuring Ruler? Are you sure it's that Hongmeng Measuring Ruler? Chen looked at the system panel in front of him and said in surprise. Yes, the system's answer was concise and clear, and it was obvious that it was the Hongmeng Ruler in Chen's understanding. System, you took out the things from the prehistoric times. Aren't you bullying these warriors of light? Chen said helplessly. Weapons are just weapons, and they can only exert their power in human hands. The system seemed to be mocking Chen, but Chen had no evidence. You are awesome! Chen was speechless. Hey, that's not right. Why are there 9 million experience points, so many? Chen asked in confusion. The 3 undead brothers and sisters are all level 89, and they did not reach level 90 after the 3 merged, so the experience points are in a superposition state. The system replied. There is such a bonus, so generous. Chen nodded with satisfaction. Experience points are something that no one would complain about, right? There is no feast that will never end in this world. After helping to solve the crisis in Mord, Li Tongguang and Xiang were ready to go home. In another world, they still need their protection. Do your best, Junior. Li Tongguang patted Dottie on the shoulder and said, I will. Dottie nodded, heavily. Okay, I'll take you back. Chen, who was transformed and staying here, waved his hand to draw a plain channel in front of him and said to the two. Yes, Li Tongguang nodded and transformed. Xiang held Yamada Arisa in his hand and returned to the universe of Ultraman Ginga together. System, how many experience points do I have left before upgrading? After sending Xiang and Li Tongguang back to their universe, Chen went home and began to check his current experience points. There is still a lot to go, host. Keep working hard, the system said. It seems that I still have to find a few legendary ones to kill. Chen muttered slightly. Below level 89, the maximum experience points for a single unit is 3 million. To upgrade to level 91, Chen needs 50 million experience points. And now, all of Chen's experience points added up to just over 10 million. 20 million is far from enough. Therefore, if you want to upgrade, you must find a legendary monster to kill. That is, an opponent above level 90. And later, there are very few monsters above level 90. The bosses in the TV movie versions of X and Orb are not strong enough to reach level 90. Although the void monster Gliza is awesome, The first and second forms are directly in the state of nothingness, but in the eyes of Su Chen at level 90, this ability is not enough. Needless to say, the movie version of X, Sego directly became a soy sauce in Geed. The strength of the ultimate Mogu snake is still good, but it is definitely not level 90. If it didn't have that defect, it might be able to reach level 90, but with the defect, it is definitely not possible. Needless to say, the one in the Orb movie was a joke. They made Orb more difficult. A Diaborig could only be level 85 at best. However, it was different in Geed. First of all, the Belia fusion beast Chimera Boros, which was a fusion of the 5 emperors in Zog's second form, was definitely not weak. It overwhelmed Ultraman Zero and directly devoured Geed. If it weren't for the appearance of Ultra King, the whole show would have ended. Of course, the main reason why Geed was so weak in the later period was that Su Chen thought it was the first time that Ultra King's power had a buff bonus. In the later period, after Ultra King restored his true form, that power was not so strong. And the last boss, Evil Belia, was definitely level 90. There is no doubt about this. Evil Belia, who fused the capsules of 2 level 89 bosses, Anperla and Dark Lugiel, and absorbed most of Ultra King's power, would not have the power of level 90. Su Chen would not believe it. The boss of the Geed the movie, the artificial brain Gilbaris, has a very mysterious strength. However, a mechanical life form is at most a semi-legend, and it is impossible for it to reach level 90. Next is Rob. Rob's boss in the later period is the famous cosmic white blood cell Rugosit. Rugosit, after being transformed by Torikia, is definitely not at level 90, and it is estimated that level 89 is not enough. After all, level 89 is not common. The strongest in Rob's theatrical version is still Torikia. It is not clear whether Torikia, who has merged with Chaos, has a strength of level 90, but it is definitely level 89. In the Taiga theatrical version, after Torikia and Grimd merged into one, it is definitely a level 90 combat power. Otherwise, the strongest Ultraman of the new generation, Rega, would not have been forced out. Then it was the battle between 2 Ultra Galaxy. The first boss, Ultra Dark Slayer, got his strength from Torikia. He was trash, no need to mention it. But the second one was different. The warrior of the Absolutes, Absolute Tartarus, was definitely a boss above level 90. It would be hard to believe that he was not level 90 to force out Regido. As for Destrodos, Su Chen's next main target should still be these monsters above level 90. At least, they have to be bosses. Time flies, and more than 10 days have passed. On this day, the famous ancient monster Gomez appeared in the city and wreaked havoc. And it just so happened that the daughter of Gio's captain, Kamiki Shotaro, was getting married tomorrow. Facing the wedding invitation sent by his daughter, Captain Kamiki recalled his old memories. Back then, his wife was sick and hospitalized, but suddenly encountered a monster. Because of the sudden departure, his daughter hated him for a long time, and now he is about to miss his daughter's wedding. At the same time, in Su Chen's manor, Su Chen also saw the appearance of Gomes. How can a father miss his daughter's wedding? Su Chen murmured, and then transformed directly. Sure enough, after Su Chen transformed, a large amount of dark thunderstorm energy fell in the space, which greatly increased Gomes's strength. Gliza, restrain yourself. Su Chen raised his head, looked at the void, and whispered, "Ha ha ha!" Like a loud laugh, Gliza's voice floated slightly, not very obvious and not very real. Humph! Su Chen snorted coldly, raised his hand and fired a Zapelio ray to send Gomes away. Go to your daughter's wedding. As a father, it's a pity that I can't see my daughter get married. Su Chen's voice rang out in Gio's base. Captain Shenmue was confused. Second update. Vote. Is this the voice of Ultraman Nice? Everyone exclaimed. Captain, Ultraman Nice should know that you are going to attend your daughter's wedding. So, Ultra Warriors are really godlike existences. Su Chen didn't care about the size of the Geo team members. The next day, Su Chen found an identity and went to attend the wedding of Shenmue Shotaro's daughter. The wedding on Earth is very different from our Esmeralda, Emirana said as she looked at the exotic Western wedding. When I have time, I'll take you to China. There are some places there that still have pure Chinese weddings. Some things are similar to Esmeralda. Su Chen said with a smile. Really? Of course. Time flies, and several days have passed. On this day, Geo held a 24-hour program to approach Geo. There is nothing to say about this program, and Chen is too lazy to care about it. It is all the kind that Aches can solve. The difference between this thing and the flashback is that the timeline is pushed forward a little, and the rest is basically nonsense. Then, several days passed. A little girl in the countryside raised a zero-happy beast, which is the legendary Pigmon. However, Xin Chuanghua translated it into Pigmon. In fact, the two are just different translations. This little girl is also brave, and she dared to raise a monster. Although Zero Happy Beast is a kind monster and basically has little attack power, animals on the earth of the same size as him may have higher attack power than it. And on this day, Pigmon suddenly ran into the village and was besieged by people. Geo also found it. Dottie and others who came quickly found that it was very uneasy after reading Pigmon's brainwaves, and his mind was full of thoughts of protection. Just when Daichi was about to do something, lightning and thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and the dark thunderstorm energy attacked again, and with it, the famous King Jesla appeared. That is, Kudo Yuyuki's little one. Little one. Oh no, it was King Jesla who started to destroy crazily as soon as he appeared. The dark thunderstorm energy can easily make monsters lose their minds and enhance their strength. This is even more powerful than the chaos virus in Gauss back then. Therefore, even after transforming, X was unable to resist. However, after all, X is also an Ultraman with teammates, and the new form has not yet warmed up, and the buff enhancement effect is still there. Therefore, after learning about King Gesla's weakness, Daichi used a Xanadum Ray to send him away. Time flies and many days have passed. On this day, a very interesting thing happened. In the city, a monster that looks like a cat suddenly appeared. In fact, the name of this monster is also Meow Meow. Cosmic Cat, Cat Demon, Strange Cat, etc. are all her names. Of course, we are still used to calling her Meow Meow. This thing is so ugly. Emirana looked at Meow Meow and said, "It's not too ugly. I think it's okay." Chen shrugged. How could such a cute little monster be ugly? Don't you think that his big eye is ugly? Emirana asked curiously. Well, I think it's ugly too. Chen nodded helplessly. Although Chen thought that the cat was not ugly, but if his wife said it was ugly, it was ugly. It was ugly even if it wasn't ugly. Slowly, the desire to survive was gone. Chen didn't know what was wrong with him now. At the beginning, Emirana was very obedient. When he thought of this, Chen remembered his ambitions in Lului. At that time, he mocked Dagu. Now, the past is unbearable to look back. The sudden appearance of Red King forced Aches to transform and fight. Just when Aches was about to destroy him in one go, the dark thunderstorm energy appeared again. This Gliza really wants to die. Chen raised his head and looked into the void, frowning. What's wrong, husband? Nothing. There's a nasty guy. Chen shook his head. The appearance of the dark thunderstorm energy allowed Red King to evolve into X-Red King. That is, the original form of the big fist that Victory often used. And the strength of X-Red King is naturally needless to say. It is a group of strong, and it is not comparable to the mentally retarded skeleton. And X had to use the transcendent form to kill it. After killing X-Red King, the temporarily ignored rushed towards X again. But X could no longer remember Meow Meow. Meow Meow was excited and farted, and then everyone nearby lost their memory of Meow Meow. Of course, except for Chen and Emirana, who were watching all this from a distance. Although the diffusion range of the gas can reach Chen is also a legendary master after all. Can he still absorb this little gas? Seeing that Aches had forgotten about her again, Meow Meow burst into tears. Her tears turned into a drizzle that covered Aches and Asuna on the ground. In tears, X remembered the scene when he saved Meow Meow in the past. However, Meow Meow, who cried for a while, forgot X. Who is this Ultra Warrior? He is so familiar. After giving X such an evaluation, Meow Meow flew away. Time passed quickly, and several days passed. On this day, Geo decided to implement the plan to return Gamora to his original form. Regarding this plan, Chen only wanted to say that Taro fainted in the toilet. After Taro was sealed by the Dark Spark, he tried every means to restore his true form. However, even the Galaxy Spark did not work. In the end, if it were not for the bond with humans, he would not be able to recover. However, now Geo only relied on the power of technology to directly restore Gamora in the state of the Spark Doll. If Taro knew, he would definitely cry. After the giantization, Gamora has a strong bond with the Earth. Like a big child, Gamora squatted on the ground and touched Geo's team members in a friendly manner. However, when Griza saw this situation, how could he sit idly by? A dark thunderstorm energy came down, evolving Gamora into X-Gamora, and blackened it. It rains on a leaking roof. Just when X was transforming and was about to use the Xanadam Ray to turn Gamora back into a spark puppet, the artificial life form M1 created by Mr. Yahoo's daughter. Well, it's a random intrusion, don't criticize. In fact, M1 appeared in Ultra Q, and this is also the plot of Ultra Q. Sealed X in a conical bottle. If you don't know what a conical bottle is, you can Baidu it. At the same time, X was surprised to find that in this conical bottle, his cards were actually unusable, and there were crises. 3 episodes in one, not 3 chapters in one. There is really no important plot in these 3 episodes, so let's just transition. Today the teacher called me over to talk about the thesis, and I talked for an entire afternoon. I revised the thesis at night, so I will update it tomorrow and continue to live today. Hey, can't you guys be quiet every day and let an old man like me take a break? Looking at the Gamora wreaking havoc in the city, Chen shook his head helplessly. In fact, according to most people's ideas, monsters and humans cannot coexist peacefully. In fact, the Earth has been regarded as a private property by humans in the long process of evolution. It is impossible to accept such a huge species sharing the Earth's resources on the Earth. In fact, such an idea is indeed unrealistic. If a monster with a height of more than 50 meters and a weight of tens of thousands of tons wants to survive on the Earth, the resources consumed will be huge. What's more, what the Earth wants is not just a Gamora. Therefore, Musashi brought all the monsters on the Earth to the planet Julan, where he established a survival base for monsters. But what's wrong with this idea? Every life deserves respect. Although humans are the main theme on the Earth, they are not the masters of the Earth. The native monsters that grow on the Earth are also members of the Earth. Why can't they live in peace with humans? Is it just because the monster is too big? However, although Daichi's idea is good, he did not take the current situation into consideration. Now is a special period. According to the Tiga universe, it is a period of frequent monsters. Only after the final boss is solved can the Earth enter a relatively peaceful period. Knowing that there are uncertain factors such as dark thunderstorm energy, it is not a wise move to force this experiment. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go! Emerana patted Chen's chest helplessly and said, Okay, I know. Chen smiled and transformed directly, teleporting to a huge size and appearing in front of EX Gamora. Senior Nice, Daichi and X, who were trapped in the conical bottle, looked at Chen's appearance and murmured, Let's appreciate together how the famous Ultraman Nice dealt with this angry monster. M1 smiled faintly and said, Ix and Dottie did not reply, but just watched Chen's actions quietly. Since you are going to die soon, I will let you go this time. Chen raised his head, looked at the sky, shook his head, murmured, and then turned his attention to Gamora. Roar! Possessed by the dark thunderstorm energy, Gamora not only improved his strength a lot, but also became more irritable. Looking at Chen, he ran towards Chen without caring whether he could beat him or not. Kizimu Ray! Seeing Gamora running over, Chen raised his hand and shot a Kizimu Ray without saying a word. No. Dottie in the conical bottle saw all this and shouted loudly, but Chen certainly couldn't hear it. What a pity! What a pity! Humans and monsters, ultra warriors and monsters can't live in peace after all. How is it possible? Just as M1 sighed in the picture, Chen's light did not blow up EX Gamora, but eliminated the hostility in him, turning him back to the original Gamora. Senior, Dottie said deeply, and the whole person almost paralyzed. Roar. Gamora, who had woken up, looked at everything in front of him, and the whole beast was not well. Roar. Did I do this? Of course, Chen couldn't understand Gamora's language. He could understand Hyper Zaton's language, which was translated by the system. Now that he was an alien beast, the system naturally had no obligation to help. Stand aside obediently, really. Chen waved his hand and drove Gamora aside, and then prepared to restore the ruins in front of him. Restoration beam! Chen flew into the air and directed a restoration beam at the damaged areas. Under the restoration beam, everyone was surprised to find that the houses, cars, buildings, and the humans who were accidentally killed all returned. After everything was restored to the state 3 minutes ago, Chen retracted the beam. Tick, tick, he had to sell his pity. Chen controlled the energy in his body and let the timer start to tick, then suddenly fell and landed on the ground. "Senior! Ultraman Nice!" Everyone exclaimed at the weak Chen. "Ultraman Nice, he saved us!" Chen's performance made everyone around him think that Chen had consumed a lot of energy. After all, when Chen appeared before, he fought very coolly. Even against Mord, it was easy to capture. But now, Ultraman Nice just changed these buildings and people back, and the lights were turned on. This is, really? Husband! Emirana, who was far away, saw all this and exclaimed. Chen's acting was so realistic that Emirana was fooled. "Senior!" Seeing Chen squatting on the ground, the light flashing faster and faster, Ike shouted directly, "Snap!" Thanos 1 looked at Chen like this, shook his head helplessly, and then snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the conical bottle broke, and Aix reappeared in front of Chen. "Senior, are you okay?" Aix shouted anxiously. "It's okay, it's just that I consumed too much," Chen replied weakly. "You don't." Just when Chen pretended to be weak, Aix suddenly raised his hand and transferred energy to Chen. "Although the gap between me and Senior is too big, I still have this little energy," Aix smiled and replied. Chen knew that he couldn't pretend anymore. So he took advantage of the situation, and after Aix transferred energy for half a minute, he controlled it to turn back into a blue light and stood up. "Thank you, Axe," Chen said with a smile. "Axe, thank you. Thank you, Ultraman Nice." The people below thanked the 2 Ultra Warriors one after another. "This bad guy actually dared to lie. When you come back, I'll punish you." Emirana finally saw it. She knew Chen's strength because she could barely believe that the red light was red because of saving these houses and people. But if it was because of Axe's little energy that Chen could turn blue again, Emirana would never believe it. A person who is not even a legend giving energy to a legend can make his light blue. Who would believe it? "Gamora, what are you going to do?" Here, Chen and Axe discussed. "We can only temporarily turn it back into a spark doll," Axe said bitterly. "You can handle it yourself. I'm going back first. I need to rest." "Yeah, first update. There will be another update later. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a recommendation ticket. Please give me everything. It hurts. Honey, let go. Let go." At the edge of the villa's swimming pool, Chen had just landed when Amilana, who came up with a smile, grabbed his ear. Although Chen didn't feel much pain, as mentioned before, life is like a play, and it all depends on acting, so he still had to pretend. "Let you lie to me, hey? I thought you were okay, making me worry for no reason." Amilana pouted and said unhappily, Hey, isn't this to reduce some trouble? If I'm still energetic after doing such a big thing, then if I encounter similar things again in the future, I will be annoyed to death." Chen said helplessly, habitually wanting to shake his head, but his ears were pulled and he couldn't shake it. "Okay, I'll let you go this time. If you act again next time without telling me in advance, I'll..." Emirana let go of Chen's ear, but I kept asking for a long time, but couldn't make any sense. "Wife, I know I was wrong." Looking at his lovely wife, Chen reached out and hugged her in his arms, resting his chin on her little head, and said softly in a tone that he would only say sometimes, "Heh." Emirana wrinkled her nose lightly, but buried her head in Chen's chest, smelling the unique smell of a man as always. In the world of Ultraman, basically every episode is an independent plot, and it is rare for one episode to connect to the next. So, a few days after the incident with Gamora, a new crisis appeared again. That day, Gio's deputy captain Tachibana Sayuri was taking a nap in the office. Suddenly, she dreamed that her daughter was awakened by a monster. When she was about to go forward to save her daughter, a huge stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of her. She pounced on it, but felt a strange fluctuation. Randomly, she woke up. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day. Dottie woke up from the rooftop and found a strange cosmic band. He didn't know why, so he planned to analyze, however, it would take a long time. When Dottie was about to wait, suddenly the alarm of the base sounded again. In the underground parking garage in the T1 area, a large number of unknown life reactions appeared, and the body length was about 2 meters, said Tachibana Sayuri. Level 2 alert. Captain Shenmue immediately ordered an alert, and then ordered to go out. And this time, Vice Captain Tachibana Sayuri also went to the battle with the team. After Dottie's on-site analysis, it was determined that this creature was the alien beast that shone brightly in Nexus. It feeds on the fear of life. It can be said to be very scary. Oh, alien beasts have appeared too? It seems that the finale is coming soon. Su Chen stood above the city, looking at everything below with ultra perspective, and whispered faintly. As the plot continued to develop, Sayuri Tachibana was soon pressed under the floor. When the alien beast Baigbazun was about to rush over and her daughter was about to be attacked by Bermuda, a red and white dagger suddenly appeared in front of Sayuri Tachibana. Looking at the dagger in front of her, called the Evolution Thruster, Sayuri Tachibana grasped it in her hand without hesitation and then suddenly pulled it out. Swish! A beam of light shot up into the sky, and then a giant with a body mainly in silver appeared on the ground. If I remember correctly, Sayuri Tachibana's husband should be the same actor as Ikki Komon. I just don't know if this is just a coincidence, or is it a parallel space-time isotope like Dagu? Su Chen muttered and followed Nexus to Canada. Standing above the lake where Bermuda appeared, Su Chen looked at Nexus, who was already fighting with Bermuda below. The straight-line distance between Japan and Canada is about 7,000 kilometers. Although the official data shows that Nexus's juvenile form has a flight speed of only Mach 3, Ultraman can turn into light to fly. So there is no need to worry about the distance. As the battle continued, Ikki Komon also ran over from behind and gave his daughter some first aid. Just as Ikki Komon picked up his daughter, Nexus kicked back Bermuda and turned to look at Ikki Komon. At this time, Nexus looked at Ikki Komon, and his heart was full of desire for a big size. Ikki Komon, why did you abandon me, you scumbag? Ahem, the above is purely Su Chen's personal conjecture. However, the man on the ground who looks exactly like Ikki Komon is really Ikki Komon. He is not even Ikki Komon's parallel time and space isotope, but the real Ikki Komon. This is why the light will be passed on to Sayuri Tachibana for one day. We are all family. There is no difference between you and me. Su Chen smiled, and after watching Komon leave the attack range of Bermuda, he fell straight down. Long time no see, Komon. Su Chen looked at Komon Ikki in front of him and shouted, Nice? Long time no see. Among the 10 Ultra Warriors, the controversial issue is the human bodies of the 2 sealed Ultramen, Tiga and Nexus. The rest are naturally needless to say. Dinah and Gaia are Asuka Shin and Takayama Gamu. Without them, Dinah and Gaia cannot exist, and the 2 Kingdoms of Light have their own Ultraman bodies, needless to say. Gauci is Musashi, needless to say. The main ones are Nexus and Tiga. As for Tiga, he left his own legends everywhere in the universe. Who knows which human body he is at this time? And Nexus is the inheritance of light, the bond of light. When it came to Ikki Komon, it basically stopped. Therefore, the Nexus sealed among the 10 warriors must be Ikki Komon. The author has said it like this. When did you come here, and you got married and had children? Su Chen asked. I came here last time, and you came here too, Komon said with a smile. Dad, who is this? Komon's daughter asked with a smile. He is Dad's friend. Su Chen and Komon smiled at each other and didn't say much. The battle ended quickly. It didn't take much effort for Nexus to deal with Abemila, and he was done quickly. I'm leaving first, and we'll talk when we have a chance. Seeing Nexus leave, Su Chen also followed him. Bye. Tachibana Sayuri, the vice captain who returned to Geo, directly exposed her identity. This may be because the plot is about to end, and it doesn't matter even if the identity is exposed. However, as the captain, Kamiki Shotaro was very open-minded and continued to let Tachibana Sayuri work. Moreover, a bigger crisis was coming. Second update. Please vote. Please do everything. The dark thunderstorm energy successfully made the small remaining Baigbazun on the Earth huge. Baigbazun's strength is also considered to be relatively strong among the alien beasts. Therefore, even the Ultra Pistol that killed the Zarab alien with one shot did not cause much damage to Baigbazun. In desperation, the Earth chose to merge with X to fight Baigbazun. However, Baigbazun woke up from the center of the city. Not only did he have a strong increase in dark thunderstorm energy, but he also had the most essential characteristic of alien beasts. That is, the more fear, the stronger his strength. While beating X, Baigbazun absorbed the surrounding fear energy. He became more and more courageous, making it difficult for X to resist. Soon, X fell into a disadvantage and turned on the light directly. Damn it! Daichi and X were lying in the city, looking at Baigbazun squatting on the rooftop, frowning and shouting. At this moment, Sayuri Tachibana, who had just finished a video call with her daughter, rushed to the rooftop, suddenly pulled out the evolution thruster in her hand, and transformed into Nexus. In midair, Nexus completed the transformation of Hongnai's form and then kicked Baigbazun, who was rushing towards X, in the air. Deputy Captain! Daichi looked at Nexus and shouted excitedly, "Ha!" After landing, Nexus didn't say any extra nonsense and directly opened the metafield to cover the three people. That is a skill that Ultraman Ness once used. In the air battle Mascati, Hayato exclaimed as he looked at the two disappeared Ultramen and Baigbazun. Then, it's okay. Captain Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief and habitually wanted to turn around and say a few words to his vice-captain, Tachibana Sayuri, but suddenly remembered that he was now an Ultraman. The battle ended quickly. With Nexus, even the most powerful alien beasts had to kneel. In less than 2 minutes, Baigbazun was dead. Time passed day by day, and 3 days passed quickly. Since the last time he heard his mother's voice, Daichi found that time and space node and tried to find his mother's voice. However, after waiting for 3 days, there was still no movement. In the manor, Chen and Emirana were quite leisurely, because according to convention, monsters would not appear so frequently. However, this time, it was different. Chen was enjoying Emirana's feeding. Suddenly, a huge energy wave floated in the space and was captured by Chen keenly. "What's wrong, husband?" Emirana asked. "The mastermind is finally showing up." Chen took the grapes from Emirana's hand and threw them into his mouth. He stood up and walked to the door, looking up at the bright light hundreds of kilometers away. "Can you beat them?" Emirana asked. "When did you distrust your husband so much?" "Ah?" Chen stretched out his hand and pinched Emirana's face, saying, Emirana hummed for a long time, and her pouting face looked particularly beautiful. "The final boss is about to appear, and it's time for us to reveal our identities," Chen said. Emirana didn't have many opinions, and whatever Chen said was what it was. Going out, driving the Ferrari LaFerrari that had only been driven once, Chen and the others sped all the way to Gio's Neon branch. "Hello, who are you looking for?" The security personnel looked at Chen and the others and stopped them politely, but they were not too fierce. "I'm looking for Captain Kamiki Shotaro." Chen smiled and lowered the car window. "What's your name?" "Nice, Ultraman Nice," Chen said with a smile. "Don't be ridiculous, how can you?" "Okay, go and inform." Chen used his ultra-telekinesis to hypnotize the guard. After he informed Kamiki Shotaro, all his current memories would no longer exist, replaced by a virtual memory. "Yes! What, Ultraman Nice appeared outside the base?" Captain Kamiki exclaimed. "The scene has turned around," Ajian said. "It's 2 humans." "Captain, last time Tachibana Sayuri was using her own example, and the meaning was obvious. Humans can also turn into light." "Okay, let them in." 3 minutes later, Chen and Emirana came to Gio's office. "Everyone, I have heard of you for a long time." Chen cupped his hands. "Are you really Ultraman Nice?" Captain Kamiki said uncertainly. "Do I have to lie about this?" Chen smiled. "That's true," Captain Shenmue nodded. "Let me introduce myself, Chen, Ultraman Nice. This is Emirana, Ultraman Aina." Chen introduced himself and Emirana. "Hello, I'm Emirana, the second princess of the royal family of Esmeralda. I'm glad to meet you." "Princess? Esmeralda? Is there such a place on Earth?" A group of people were discussing. "As you think, Emirana and I are from another universe." Astronauts? Everyone was surprised. The surprise they had in one day was enough to last for several years. "I guess so," Chen nodded. "Gulp." Captain Shenmue and others swallowed hard, paused for a moment, and then spoke. "I don't know. What are you two doing here in Geo today?" Chen smiled, found a place to sit down, and then told the story. "Griza, the void monster, has approached the Earth's atmosphere and will soon descend on Earth. His goal is all life on Earth, and his biggest goal is still those flashing dolls. So please be alert immediately and increase the defense of the base," Chen said. Griza? You know about the dark thunderstorm energy, right? The culprit is Griza, Chen said. Hiss! Just a dark thunderstorm energy has brought them huge troubles. Now that the real culprit is here, it will be easy to deal with. Beep, beep, beep. Just when Chen felt that the air in the entire office was reduced by half, the alarm sounded again. It was Adu and the other two in the universe who found that the space value in front of them had become 0 and notified the base to come. Griza's most essential characteristic is nothingness, 0. If he doesn't attack you actively, you can't hit him at all, so he is very difficult to deal with. Everyone, the biggest crisis is coming. It's time to take out your best stuff, Chen said. Understood. Captain Shenmue looked at Adu and the other man whose radar signals had disappeared and nodded heavily. First update, please vote. Please subscribe automatically. 200,000 words have been written and the new book list is coming down. Everyone, I will beg for all kinds of votes in the future. I just got it. Griza came to Earth and his first destination was the Geo branch in Nevada, USA. There, the world's largest number of flash dolls are stored. Although Captain Shenmue has notified them, their combat power is not even as good as Geo's Neon branch, so Griza easily destroyed the Nevada branch of the United States and got those flash dolls. After eating those shiny dolls, Griza headed for the Neon Division, the second largest storage place for shiny dolls in the world. Over the Pacific Ocean, Griza was attacked by the Pacific Division of the United States, but not only did it not cause any damage, but it sent Griza several big meals. While preparing defensive measures, Griza's people were shocked when they saw Griza's mighty appearance on the screen. What should they do if they can't attack? Griza's people felt desperate for a moment. Asuna, you and Daichi returned to the base immediately. Ultraman Nice has arrived at the base. The monster Griza has destroyed 2 branches of the United States. You should return to protect the base immediately. Captain Shenmue informed Asuna and Daichi, who were outside. What? Ultraman Nice has arrived at the base? Although Captain Shenmue's words were all important, the two of them coincidentally focused on Chen's visit to the base. Stop talking nonsense and go back. Yes, Captain. On the way, Aish also exposed his identity and told everything to everyone in Geo, and Gliza on the way back came to the sky above the base. Everyone, this battle will be the last battle in a long time. I hope you will work together. Chen looked at Gliza above his head and said to everyone in Geo, Understood? Chen nodded, and suddenly his whole body glowed brightly, turning into a beam of light, rushing out of the base, and turned into a giant more than 50 meters tall, standing above the base. It's true, Senior Nice, Daichi murmured. Dadi, what are you talking about? Asuna asked in confusion. Asuna, I'm sorry for keeping it from you. I'm going to help the senior fight Gliza. Daichi turned his head and looked at Asuna, who was driving, and said a little embarrassedly, Ah! Watch out, Asuna! Daichi said and took out the X-terminal. Then, in the speeding car, he transformed directly, turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the car, heading towards Chen's position in the sky. Exposed? Chen looked at X beside him and asked with a smile. It has to be exposed. Daichi smiled bitterly. Anyway, it's the last battle. It doesn't matter. Go! Chen said. Understood, Senior. X nodded, and then directly cut into the Transcendence form and went towards Gliza. Galaxy Miracle form! Chen shouted, and his whole body was covered with blue light, and the red stripes turned blue. The whole person was blue as the main color, and he also went towards Gliza. Nice? Changed color? Everyone said in confusion. Although Asuna's words that Daichi was X were a bit shocking, the one in front of him seemed to have a greater impact. Galaxy Miracle clone! Chen directly opened countless clones, and then stepped forward to beat Gliza. He wanted to try to see if he could defeat Gliza with the power of level 89. On the system interface, Gliza's strength was definitely level 89. Moreover, if he had fully mastered the Law of the Void, he would be a true level 90 legendary boss. But unfortunately, this guy's mastery of the Law of the Void was a second knife, the kind that could be broken by X's rainbow sword. What else could it be but a second knife? So, this guy should be considered a quasi-legend to be precise. However, there is no level 89.5 or anything like that on the system side. As long as it is not level 90, it is 3 million experience. The battle is very difficult. Without using the power of the legendary level, Chen felt that his power hitting Gliza's body did not seem to be empty, but like hitting cotton, the kind that can't use strength. On the contrary, Gliza can easily dodge his attack and then hit the clone, which is very troublesome. Yikes! Aix and Gliza used their ultimate moves, sparking huge sparks. Then, Gliza grabbed Aix's neck and wiped him to the ground. Chen shouted and instantly retracted all his clones and then teleported to appear in front of Gliza. Haha! Gliza laughed wildly, not taking Chen seriously at all, activated the Law of the Void and was about to pass through Chen's body directly. However, this time, he failed. Fixed! Chen just uttered this word lightly, and Gliza and Aix were nailed directly in front of Chen. What's going on? Gliza was shocked. Although your Law of the Void is very good, but if you don't become a legend, you will eventually be an ant. Chen smiled faintly, stretched out his hand and grabbed Gliza's neck under his horrified eyes, just like he had just grabbed Aix's neck. Legendary strength is beyond your imagination. Chen smiled faintly, and then smashed Gliza into the ground. Metafield! Chen untied Aix with a snap of his fingers, and then raised his hand to shoot out a golden energy. Unlike Nexus, Chen's metafield was deployed very quickly, and almost in an instant, it covered Chen, Aix, and Gliza. Xiaohai, come out to eat! Chen smiled, waved his hand to release Hyper Jeton, and then looked at Gliza on the ground together. Jeton, Master, this guy doesn't look very delicious, Hyper Jeton said timidly. Chen understood what she meant. It's not that Gliza is not delicious, but that it's a bit difficult to eat Gliza. Don't worry. Watch the Master beat him into a meat pie for you. Chen smiled, teleported again, appeared in front of Gliza, and started to beat him up. By the way, Axe, lend me your rainbow sword. Although Chen was able to beat Gliza, Hyper Zeton needed the power of the rainbow sword to materialize Gliza if he wanted to eat Gliza. Yes, Senior. Axe waved and threw the rainbow sword to Chen. Chen held the rainbow sword in his hand and stabbed it directly into Gliza's body. Boom, boom, boom. The monsters that Gliza had swallowed before were released one by one and then turned into spark puppets and flew towards Axe. Chen smiled and continued to beat. 3 minutes later, Axe's lamp was cold, and Gliza was also beaten flat by Chen. Come, eat! Jeton, thank you, Master. Hyper Zeton came forward happily, and then used the swallowing ability to swallow Gliza. Jeton, Master, I'm so full, I want to digest it. Go! Chen waved his hand and put Hyper Zeton into the pet space, and the battle ended. Ding! The host killed the void monster Gliza. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Second update. Please recommend. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give me everything. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit and gaining experience points. 10 million. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Power of the Void. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Ultimate Xanadim Ray. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Replica of the Rainbow Sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the thug, the Void Monster Gliza. Learning the above skills? Learning completed. The above skills have reached the maximum level. Wow, it's worthy of being the reward for killing the boss. Not only did I get a critical hit, but I also got so many generous prizes. And Gliza is a thug. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although Gliza is suspected of being a suicidal boss, this does not prevent him from being a very strong boss. A boss as strong as the Emperor Starman. This kind of thug, I can only say love it. Gliza's death represents the official end of the XTV plot, and it's time for Chen to leave. There is still a long time before the opening of the Ultraman X movie, and this period of time is exactly the timeline of the Orb TV plot. Maybe everyone will be a little confused. It is obviously after the end of the X movie that the Orb plot will appear. Why do I say this? You can see from the Orb movie that X appeared in the Orb world because he was plotted against by an unknown existence when he went to fight Disastro, so he came to the Orb world. So the timeline of the X movie is only a few days faster than the timeline of the Orb movie. And during this period of time, it is exactly the Orb TV plot. Or, it can be said that when the TV plot of X was going on, the TV plot of Orb was already going on. However, in order to make the plot more interesting, the interval between X's TV and the theatrical version was extended a little bit so that everyone can catch up, right? And it also reduces the daily plots that everyone hates, right? Well, let's get back to the point. Under the setting sun, Chen and Emirana stood on the roof of Geo's building, looking at Geo's team members in front of them, and the sky and the earth in front of them. "Senior, are you really leaving?" The earth said reluctantly. "We just met, and you are going to. Strictly speaking, we have met several times, but before, we didn't make our identities clear." Chen smiled. "Oh, I remember, the one who bought the football game tickets is." "Yes, yes, yes," Chen nodded. Smiling at each other, a little bit of memories of the past seemed to dilute the sadness of parting. "As Ultra Warriors, we will meet again one day. When we meet again, I hope you and X will have grown into qualified Ultra Warriors." Chen patted Dottie on the shoulder and said seriously, "Ah, we are not qualified Ultra Warriors yet?" Dottie and X said at the same time, "At most, we are half a half." "Ha ha!" With a big laugh, Chen joined hands with Emirana, transformed into two giant figures, and broke through time and space. "Goodbye, Senior." "Goodbye, Ultraman Nice, Ultraman Aina." "Goodbye." Another time and space, another Earth. Chen landed here 3 days ago and bought a manor in the same location as the X-World. When Chen bought the house, he was surprised to find that the 10 billion Mi gold awarded by the system could be used on every Earth in every world, which was very nice. Chen remembered that in Taiga's worldview, even aliens used Mikan, so wouldn't that mean? Chen was thinking happily, and time came to the day when the plot officially began. A huge tornado suddenly blew up in Jilly City, Tokyo, which attracted Chen's attention. "Honey, this tornado is not an ordinary tornado, right?" After coming to this world for several days, Emirana did not feel the slightest discomfort. Compared with the previous world of X, the culture, language, and historical background are almost exactly the same, so Emirana is familiar with it and there is no difference. The only difference is that the food has become more colorful. Well, this is brought by the unique Demon King beast in this world. I just don't know who made this Wind Demon King beast after I interfered with Gagra so much. Chen shook his head helplessly, answering the first half of the sentence and whispering the second half. Nothing, let's go and see." Chen drove all the way to Jilly City. The roar of the Porsche 918, which looked very valuable, attracted the attention of passers-by. Following the breath of Magabasa, the wind demon beast, Chen came to a river and then saw a refrigerated truck coming towards him. What a familiar refrigerated truck, what a familiar harmonica sound. Looking at the refrigerated truck coming towards him and the familiar harmonica sound, Chen stepped on the accelerator and stopped behind the refrigerated truck, which had also stopped, and then opened the door and got out. When Emirana saw Chen getting out of the car, she would follow him. The harmonica sound continued. Chen shook his head, smiled, walked to the car door, and then opened it. Senior Honkai, who was wearing a leather jacket, a felt hat, and a harmonica on his lips, turned his head and glanced at Chen's position and was stunned. He couldn't imagine that after thousands of years, he saw this familiar figure and face again. "Kai, we meet again." Chen smiled and turned to make way. Seeing this, Honkai rushed down and looked at Chen excitedly. You! I bought this car just as a commemoration of our reunion." Smiled and gestured to Emirana behind him. Emirana turned around and took out a check from the car. Chen wrote a check and handed it to the driver, then said, "Just drive the car to the gate of X Mountain Villa and drop it off. Throw away the cost of this car and the rest will be your hard work fee." After that, Chen put his arm around Honkai's shoulders and walked towards the place where the few people were destined to meet in fate. There, Umeno, Naomi, and others were fighting for news for their livelihood. "Senior, why are you here, Honkai is still excited. "You're in trouble, so I'll come and see you. By the way, where's Gagra?" Chen said with a smile. "Gagra?" Honkai's excited eyes slowly dimmed. "Gagra, he's been recognized by the Dark Circle and has fallen into darkness," Honkai said. "Darkness." Chen frowned. "P.S. I had written half of the plot of the X Theater, but suddenly I thought of the previous explanation, so I deleted it and rewrote it. I can only update once today. Good night." From Chen's original idea, it was unlikely that Gagra would fall into darkness, but sometimes plot killings were inevitable. Su Chen had to listen to what happened in detail, and then he would know what happened after meeting Gagra again. Next, Su Chen and Emirana listened to Honkai's general account of what happened between them after Su Chen and the others left. Because they were in different universes, the time ratio was also different. Su Chen and Emirana have only experienced 2 or 3 years, but Honkai has already experienced thousands of years. During this 1,000 years, the experiences of Honkai and Gagula are also quite legendary. At the beginning, when Su Chen just left, the two returned to the Warrior's Peak together to accept the mission and began to experience the universe again. During this period, Gagula and Honkai's ideas inevitably diverged. When Honkai began to collect the 4 elements, Gagula was helping. But when Honkai later obtained the orb ring, the two people had different ideas. Especially because of a woman's problem, Gagula and Honkai completely went to the opposite side. The subsequent plot on Earth is roughly the same as that in the Orb Chronicle. Kai changed his name to Honkai because of his experience as a soldier, and Gagula also became the leader of the Cult of Disaster, which sounds like a cult, and in fact it is. And Honkai also lost the ability to become an Orb native because of his original experience, and could only transform with the help of Tiga and the first generation of cards. The King of Cosmic Debts is officially online at this moment. It seems that things are not as simple as I thought. After listening to this, Su Chen frowned and looked at Honkai. Kai-san, what are you going to do now? I can only take it one step at a time. The last tornado should be Magabasa, the wind demon, beast awakened by Gagra. I will deal with it as it happens. I can't really kill Gagra, right? Honkai shook his head, a little melancholy. It seems that you have also experienced a lot. What Su Chen heard from Honkai was definitely not all that he had experienced. Apart from other things, from the original book, Honkai also didn't say a lot. This is not important, Senior. I want to ask you to help Gagra, Honkai said here, and suddenly couldn't continue. Don't worry. Su Chen patted Honkai on the shoulder and smiled. Magabasa appeared above the city again and began to destroy it. After the SSP trio determined the center of the tornado, they rushed over carelessly. Go ahead, the fateful encounter is inevitable. Seeing Honkai beside him looking anxious, Su Chen smiled and said, Yes, Senior. Honkai nodded and rushed towards the SSP trio's car. In a tornado, Honkai transformed into Ultraman Orb's heavy light form, fought with Magabasa for a while, and saved the SSP pickup truck. The crisis seemed to have dissipated a part of it. This is your new bond on this Earth. Su Chen looked at the SSP trio going away and said to Honkai beside him with a smile, Bond. Honkai murmured. He didn't understand why Su Chen said that, but he did have an inexplicable feeling. Let's go, stay at my place for one night. You can't stay at my place anymore. Su Chen patted Honkai's shoulder, looked around and saw no one around, waved his hand and put Rafa into the system space, and replaced it with a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day. After yesterday's failure, the SSP people were not discouraged, but prepared to fight again today. In the square, Zenta and the other two stood here with their instruments, while Naomi went to buy coffee. Hey, be careful! Just as Naomi was walking forward with her coffee in her arms, suddenly, a soft female voice appeared in her ears, and then she was pulled. At the critical moment, a man in a neat suit and a messy but handsome hairstyle walked over from where she was just now. Arigato. Naomi Umeno hurriedly thanked the woman who pulled her. As for Gagula, who almost succeeded in the fraud, he was stunned in the spot, looking at the woman next to Naomi Umeno with an unbelievable look. Senior, Gagula's eyes were full of excitement. Hey, I say, if you keep staring at my wife like this, I'll tear you apart. Just when Gagula was excited, suddenly, another voice rang in his ear. Senior, you? Gagula looked back and saw a handsome figure in the crowd with his hands in his pockets, standing quietly like that. Let's find a place to talk. Su Chen smiled and turned his head to go in another direction. Gagula hurriedly followed. Watch the road when you walk next time. Emirana said to Naomi Umeno and moved lightly in the direction of Su Chen. What a strange combination. Naomi Umeno tilted her head in confusion, but couldn't figure out why. So you did this to help Honkai regain his heart? Su Chen looked at Gagula, who had finished speaking, and asked, That's mostly the reason, of course. There's also my own heart at work, Gagula said bitterly. I heard that you got the approval of the Dark Ring, Chen said. When Kaisun got the Orb Ring, I also got this Dark Ring that can use monster cards. I don't know if it's good or bad, Gagula said, holding the Dark Ring in his hand. Power has never been good or bad, whether it's light or dark. The only difference is what the person who uses it thinks. Chen looked at Gagula and said slowly, Power. Gagula looked at the Dark Ring in his hand and murmured, Of course, this thing is also an ominous thing. After you help Honkai regain his power, bring it to me and I'll transform it for you, Chen said. Let's see about this later. Kaisun is now, shook his head bitterly. You two have a bond that is constantly connected. Believe me, you will definitely put aside your past grudges. Besides, didn't you save his old lover back then? Chen said with a smile. I just couldn't bear to see an ordinary person die. It has nothing to do with Kai. Gagula was very stubborn. Okay, in that case, you should just follow your plan. I'll leave first. However, I still have use for the power of those demon beasts. When the time comes, you should reserve some power for yourself. Otherwise, your final plan may be useless. Chen said. Understood, Senior. Gagula nodded. Yes! Continue to update today? Gagula was not surprised at all by what Chen said about his final plan. Although he himself didn't know what his final plan was, it was right to listen to Chen. It's out! Just as Chen and the other two were talking, a huge tornado swept through the city again not far away. Naomi Umino,